Introduction Asterisk. Aik Stride, an exemplary student at Hogwarts, a frequent visitor to the library, and a clandestine explorer of forbidden literature. While Hermione and her two ineffectual companions stir up a tempest at school, Aik immerses himself in the study and pursuit of magic. Despite being perpetually ensnared in various troubles under the influence of an enigmatic presence, nothing can alter his unwavering devotion to the arcane arts. After all, magic is his sole beacon of hope. Chapter 1. The Boy from Gloucester. Mr. and Mrs. Fleason, please come this way. Young Eik is typically found beneath the oak tree in the backyard at this hour. Ms. Julian wore a benevolent smile that seemed to radiate warmth. This child has a profound love for reading, often forgetting to eat if no one calls for him. Mrs. Fleason furrowed her brow, a hint of concern in her voice. Isn't this child a bit too reclusive? No, Mrs. Fleason, Ms. Julian quickly replied. Young Eik is merely somewhat reserved. In truth, he has many friends, and the children in the yard enjoy playing with him. Ms. Julian, Mr. Fleason's tone remained neutral. As a partner at the preeminent law firm in Gloucester, he was acutely aware of what the welfare director was attempting to conceal. Perhaps we should converse with the young Eik you speak of. After all, only face-to-face interaction can facilitate a true understanding of a person. Wouldn't you agree? Of course. Ms. Julian appeared somewhat flustered. As you wish, Mr. and Mrs. Fleason. The trio ventured into the backyard of St. Mary's Welfare Institute, where they encountered a boy reclining beneath a grand oak tree, engrossed in a book. Sunlight filtered through the dense leaves, casting a tranquil glow upon the youth. Eik, Ms. Julian called out, and Aik Stride lifted his head, calmly closed his book, rose to his feet, and approached Ms. Julian with a slight bow. Good afternoon, Ms. Julian. And good afternoon to you, sir and madam. Hello, young Eik, Mrs. Fleason replied with a smile, clearly charmed by her first impression of him. Though his clothes were slightly oversized, they were impeccably clean. A crisp white shirt tucked neatly into his trousers. The cuff of his right sleeve was rolled up, revealing a fair arm, while the hems of his trousers were also rolled, just covering his ankles and resting atop his light brown shoes. His pale blue eyes sparkled with clarity and charm, framed by tousled raven hair that, rather than being bothersome, added to his allure. What a handsome young lad, Mrs. Fleason remarked with a smile. Isn't that right, dear? Mr. Fleason nodded, extending his right hand. Pleased to meet you. You may call me Mr. Fleason. This is my wife, and you may refer to her as Mrs. Fleason. Good day, Mr. Fleason, Mrs. Fleason. Eik shook Mr. Fleason's hand and offered a smile to Mrs. Fleason. I am Eik Stride. Hello, Mr. Stride. Mr. Fleason nodded, while Mrs. Fleason beamed. But I think you might need to change your name. How does Eik Fleason sound? Oh, so, have you made your decision? Ms. Julian interjected happily. Indeed. I believe no one could resist a child with such an angelic smile, Mrs. Fleason replied with delight. Eik, I believe you understand what is transpiring. Indeed, you are about to gain a new family. I'm sorry. Ike's smile remained intact. Mr. Fleason, Mrs. Fleason, I actually find life at St. Mary's quite good. I have no desire to change my environment. Ms. Julian, Mr. Fleason's tone grew flat, his words drawn out. I believe you owe us an explanation. Ms. Julian appeared somewhat flustered. Sir, trust me, this child simply doesn't wish to leave. He will. Director interjected, interrupting Ms. Julian's attempt at explanation. I have no intention of leaving. This was agreed upon long ago, was it not? Then I shall take my leave, Director Julian. Mr. Fleason raised his hand to silence her, took Mrs. Fleason's hand, nodded at Eik, and turned to depart. Wait, Mr. Fleason. Ms. Julian rushed after them. But Mr. Fleason's resolve was unwavering, and she was left to bid them farewell, shaking her head in resignation as she patted Ike's head. Little Eik, do tell me, how many pairs of prospective adopters have you turned away now? Since I can remember, this is the 7th pair, Eik replied, evading Ms. Julian's hand, his demeanor still serene. You know, I am somewhat special, perhaps, Ms. Julian suggested. But haven't you learned to control it? Of course, Eik nodded, but there's always a possibility, isn't there? Who knows if something akin to what happened 5 years ago might occur again. You are aware, I do not wish to harm anyone. Ms. Julian embraced Eik, her right hand gently stroking his head. Little, let it be as you wish. I shall cease my efforts to find you a family. Thank you, Ms. Julian. Eik looked up, revealing a radiant smile. Ms. Julian smiled back, playfully pinching Ike's cheek before patting his head, resigning to depart. Don't forget dinner time. I won't forget. As Eik watched Ms. Julian leave, he sighed softly, returning to his spot beneath the oak tree, lifting his gaze to the dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves. A thought crossed his mind, and suddenly, words appeared before him. Name, Eik Stride. Age, 11 years and 283 days. Title, Guardian of Magic. Magic blooms only among a select few. You are one of them. Protector of the oak shall forever guard you, as will other trees. Mind cloisterer, a fog protects your mind, concealing your most secret secrets. Beloved of Julian, indeed, it is you, it is you, it is you. Talent, affinity for magic. Skills, mind cloistering technique, custom version. Your most secret secrets shall remain unknown unless spoken. The rest is up to you, not upgradable. Knowledge mastery, compared to others, you will learn new knowledge more swiftly, but that is all, not upgradable. A mere few lines of text, yet they encapsulated Aik's greatest secret in this life. Eik recalled that his earliest memories surfaced at the age of 5, coinciding with the most severe crisis in the history of St. Mary's Welfare Institute. That fateful night, Eik unwittingly experienced a nightmare, in which scenes of joy, sorrow, excitement, and disappointment flashed before him. With the final scene, an unknown creature suddenly darted out from the roadside, prompting him to instinctively slam on the brakes, the steering wheel jerking violently. Then, Eik awoke. Before him stood Ms. Julian, her face a mask of terror, in a room full of levitating objects. Cupboards, shoes, 6 beds, and 5 children peacefully slumbering atop them. Eik was bewildered, instinctively wishing for everything to revert to its original state. Fortunately, he succeeded, though Eik remained uncertain how he achieved it. In the years that followed, through relentless experimentation, Eik eventually mastered control over this telekinetic-like ability, though he could no longer make every object in the house soar into the air. Indeed, that night, the flight was far more extensive than merely those within Aik's humble abode. Otherwise, Julian would not have been so petrified, taking a full fortnight to walk without a sense of levitation. Dean Julia is an exceptionally kind individual. As the sole witness of that fateful evening, she harbored no feelings of fear or trepidation towards Aik. Instead, her heart brimmed with concern. She frequently sought him out for heartfelt conversations and gifted him an array of curious tomes. Titles such as Witches, The Roots of Medieval Turmoil, Witches and the Black Death, 100 Ways to Defeat Vampires, The Demon Beside You, the Bible, and Learning Magic from Scratch adorned her offerings, among many others. Heaven knows from where Julia procured such erratic literature. However, the outcome was favorable. By the tender age of 10, Aik had mastered the control of his peculiar abilities. After demonstrating the skill to maneuver 3 stones in swift flight before Julia, she dedicated the following year to finding him 5 adoptive families. According to Julia, her capabilities were limited, and she believed Aik deserved a more enriching environment and superior education. This was evident from the prestigious backgrounds of the families: lawyers, doctors, educators, managers, and researchers, all esteemed individuals of high intellect. Yet, Aik was reluctant to leave the St. Maria Orphanage, firmly believing that no one could understand and embrace him as Julia did. After all, he was Julia's favorite. Chapter 2. The Owl. The dining provisions at St. Maria Orphanage were commendable, with over 100 children receiving meat daily. Yet, true to its reputation as a culinary desert, England offered a rather monotonous array of dishes: fried fish and chips and fried fish, with the staples gracing their tables. Gazing at the golden fried fish accompanied by a few florets of broccoli and green peas, Aik often found himself yearning for braised pork. Regrettably, Grog's is a small locale devoid of a Chinatown. Moreover, Aik's financial resources were scant. The orphanage merely addressed the children's basic needs. Despite the generous donations received by Street Maria annually, they did not provide children with pocket money as a typical household would. Earning money necessitated work. Older children were fortunate enough to find employment as waitstaff in local supermarkets, convenience stores, restaurants, or as paperboys, riding their bicycles to deliver news. Aik, at this awkward age, was neither suited for serving nor inclined to pilfer from his younger siblings, leaving him with limited avenues to earn. Furthermore, due to his unique abilities, Julia seldom permitted Aik to venture beyond St. Maria. Were it not for this, he would not have attained the moniker of the Oak Guardian. With a forlorn expression, Aik finished his fried fish and broccoli, rinsed his plate, and placed it in the recycling area. He exchanged a brief greeting with Julia before retreating to his dormitory. As Julia's favorite, Ike had been bestowed a privilege typically granted to children at 14, a private room. His room comprised a bed, a wardrobe, a desk, and a chair. On the desk lay the books that Julia had gifted him, alongside a somewhat worn backpack. With school currently on break, Ike found himself with little homework, most of his books stored in his school locker, leaving only 2 or 3 borrowed reads from the library within his backpack. World History, Volume 2, was among them, not particularly profound in its content. Casually picking up a book, Ike reclined on his bed. Reading before sleep had been a cherished habit from days gone by. Presently, with nearly 2 decades until the advent of smartphones, reading was a necessary pastime. The following morning, Ike was roused by a series of rhythmic thud, thud, thud sounds. Squinting in the direction of the noise, he beheld an owl perched outside the window, clutching a letter in its beak, tapping the glass with its pointed beak in a rhythmic manner. Upon noticing Ike's awakening, the owl excitedly bobbed its head, quickening its tapping. Could it be? Ike felt a mix of exhilaration and astonishment at this sight. Having consumed 8 films and 2 installments of Fantastic Beasts, along with numerous fanfictions, he was quite familiar with such scenarios. He opened the window, and the owl fluttered in. Ike extended his hand to retrieve the letter, recognizing the familiar crest emblazoned upon it, an imposing H encircled by a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a serpent. Turning it over, he read the inscription, Gloucestershire, Treadworth Road, 231, St. Maria Orphanage, Room 3, from Mr. Aik Stride. Indeed, it is true. Ike hastily tore open the envelope, extracting the letter, which read as anticipated. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Wizarding Federation, Head of the Wizarding Association, First-Class Wizard of the Order of Merlin. Dear Mr. Stride, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The term commences on September 1st, and we look forward to your owl's response by July 31st. Given your unique circumstances, we will dispatch a representative to your residence to address any queries you may have and provide the necessary assistance. Sincerely, Professor Minerva McGonagall. With a sigh of relief, Ike glanced at the owl, which tilted its head in curiosity, and he smiled as he reached out to pat its head. Just a moment for the reply. With that, he quickly donned his clothing, clutching the letter as he exited his room. Dean Julia. Dean Julia. After a few moments of knocking, Ike was finally greeted by Julia as she opened the door. Before she could utter a word, Ike eagerly presented the letter to her. Dean Julia, I received a letter. Little Ike, you're up quite early today, Julia remarked with a smile as she accepted the letter without glancing at first, instead ushering Ike into her room and pouring him a cup of red tea while she read. You usually sleep until after 9. Is it this letter that has prompted your early rise? Let me see. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry? What is this? A prank? I am unsure. Ike shook his head. An owl delivered it. I believe it to be genuine. Dean Julia, you know that I see. Julia nodded thoughtfully. It does not seem entirely implausible. By the way, it mentioned someone would come, but it didn't specify when. Dean Julia. Ike pointed towards the room where the fireplace suddenly erupted in green flames. I believe someone has arrived. Julia turned her gaze to the fireplace, witnessing an individual emerge amidst the emerald flames. She wore square glasses, her dark hair elegantly arranged in a bun, adorned in a deep green robe and a pointed wizard hat, exuding an air of seriousness. Greetings, Ms. Julia, Mr. Stride. I am Professor Minerva McGonagall, the Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. You may refer to me as Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall offered a slight nod and extended her hand to shake with Julia and Ike. Speaking of which, your fireplace could use a cleaning. The dust has accumulated quite a bit, Ms. Julia. Let's tidy it up. With a flick of her wand, a small whirlwind swept through the room, carrying the dust up the chimney. Julian observed everything with a sense of astonishment, despite having mentally prepared herself for this moment. Is this magic? It is merely a simple cleaning charm, my dear, Professor McGonagall replied, deftly waving her wand to transform a chair into a majestic lion, then into a tap-dancing teapot, before returning it to its original form. Mr. Stride possesses a remarkable magical talent, and he shall receive an exceptional education at Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall succinctly introduced the essentials of Hogwarts. A little Ike. Julian gently stroked Ike's hair. Though I have long anticipated the day you would leave me, I never expected it to arrive so swiftly. However, I believe you will thrive at Hogwarts. At least you won't have to conceal your true self any longer, will you? Wait, Ms. Julian, Professor McGonagall interjected. Did you just mention concealment? Indeed, Julian nodded. Little Ike is a remarkable child, something I have always known. She gestured for Ike to demonstrate his abilities. Faced with two pairs of eager eyes, Ike waved his hand, and a pen soared from Julian's desk, swirling around the three of them before returning gracefully to its place. Incredible, Mr. Stride, Professor McGonagall remarked, a hint of surprise in her voice. You truly are a gifted young wizard. It is rare for even children from wizarding families to achieve such feats. You flatter me, Professor McGonagall. Ike replied with a slight bow. I merely wish to ensure that no one is harmed because of me. Julian recounted the events that had transpired at the orphanage, prompting Professor McGonagall to exclaim, Mr. Stride, I must say, your talent is truly remarkable. Perhaps I should make some slight adjustments, Professor McGonagall pondered before continuing. So, Mr. Stride, on July 12th, in just 2 days, I shall return to accompany you in procuring the books and supplies necessary for your enrollment. It was originally scheduled for the end of the month, but I believe it is prudent to familiarize myself with some magical text sooner rather than later. Is it not? Certainly, Professor McGonagall. Ike replied eagerly. I look forward to seeing you on July 12th. Until the 12th, Professor McGonagall nodded slightly to Julian and Ike, then waved her wand, and with a sharp crack, she vanished from the room. After a considerable moment, Julian regained her composure, bending slightly and smiling. Little Ike, I can hardly believe you are a wizard, soon to embark on your studies at a magical school. It is truly astounding. Unbelievable. Julian marveled. Over a decade ago, when I found you at the orphanage, you were so tiny, and now you have grown and are preparing to leave me to learn magic. Oh, magic. It is incredible. Ike, observing the somewhat flustered demeanor of Director Julian, felt a surge of emotion and quickly reassured her. I am not leaving forever. I will return during school breaks. I hope you won't give my room to someone else. Otherwise, I shall have nowhere to sleep at night, Ike said with a playful wink of his blue eyes. Of course, your room will always be yours. This is your home, is it not, little Ike? Yes, this is my home, and you're my family. The dearest of family. Chapter 3. Cedar Wood and Unicorn Hair. On the morning of the second day, precisely at 9 o'clock, Professor McGonagall arrived at St. Mary's Orphanage. Ike and Julian had risen early, eagerly awaiting the professor's arrival. After exchanging greetings, Professor McGonagall extended her hand and, with a somewhat serious demeanor, said, Mr. Stride, please grasp my hand firmly. The journey ahead may not be particularly pleasant, and you may experience some discomfort, but it is nothing of great concern. Remember, do not release my hand, for dreadful occurrences shall ensue. Understood, Professor McGonagall. Ike was acutely aware of how the professor would transport him to Diagon Alley and understood the inherent dangers of apparition. Nodding in acknowledgement, Professor McGonagall added, Farewell, Miss Julian. I shall return Mr. Stride before lunch. No sooner had she spoken than a sharp crack echoed through the room, and the two vanished simultaneously. When they reappeared, it was in front of a dilapidated and narrow pub. Ike chose not to gaze at the infamous leaky cauldron. Despite his mental preparation, he was unprepared for the sheer discomfort of apparition. It felt akin to being forcibly confined within a cramped suitcase and violently shaken. Ike took deep breaths, and after a considerable moment, he managed to suppress the remnants of nausea lodged in his throat. The first time is invariably like this. Subsequent experiences are far more tolerable. Professor McGonagall patted Ike on the back, waiting for him to regain his composure before leading him through the pub's entrance. As anticipated, the interior of the leaky cauldron was not particularly inviting. Various wizards and witches sat or stood, clutching cups filled with unknown liquids, perhaps mead, butterbeer, or fire whiskey. Clad in wizarding robes, some engaged in conversation, while others huddled in shadows, seeking concealment. Old Tom stood behind the bar, wiping a table with a rather grimy cloth. Upon seeing Professor McGonagall and Ike enter, he greeted them warmly. Professor McGonagall, what brings you here with a new student so early this year? Yes, a new student. Professor McGonagall replied with a slight nod, acknowledging the greeting. Old Tom, well acquainted with the professor's demeanor, promptly remarked, I shan't keep you any longer. Farewell, Professor McGonagall. Goodbye. Leading Ike around the bar, they approached a small courtyard. At first glance, it appeared barren save for some weeds and a rubbish bin. Yet Ike knew this was the bustling heart of the British wizarding world, Diagon Alley. Professor McGonagall produced her wand, tapping it against the wall while instructing Mr. Stride. Remember to count 3 bricks above the bin and then 2 to the side. Once you possess your wand, tap thrice gently, like this. As she demonstrated, a small opening appeared where she had tapped, the bricks quivering before slowly rolling aside to reveal an archway before Ike. This sequence must remain flawless. Although a few mischievous students may relocate the trash bin, it is enchanted in such a way that it will return to its rightful place after a mere 5 minutes. Naturally, it would be even better if you could accurately remember the position of this particular brick. Now, let us first proceed to Gringotts to collect your scholarship funds. Professor McGonagall led Ike through the archway, suddenly turning back with a smile. I almost forgot, Mr. Stride. Welcome to Diagon Alley. Ike displayed an expression of excitement at the opportune moment, prompting a satisfied nod from Professor McGonagall as she guided him directly toward the prominent white structure within Diagon Alley. Navigating through the throngs of people, Ike finally stood before the renowned bank. A gleaming bronze door stood ajar, with a goblin clad in a scarlet uniform adorned with gold trim bowing respectfully to each wizard entering Gringotts. Upon passing through the bronze door, a silver door came into view, engraved with warnings and threats. Ike paid no heed and followed Professor McGonagall through the silver portal. Before him lay a spacious marble foyer, where a multitude of goblins were stationed behind a long counter, weighing coins on scales, inspecting gems with magnifying glasses, and calculating accounts with quills. Professor McGonagall proceeded to the back, presenting Ike's enrollment notification. Mr. Stride's scholarship. The goblin accepted the notification, consulted the records, and then returned with a pouch of coins. 20 galleons, please accept this. McGonagall nodded slightly, handing the pouch to Ike as she led him away. Hogwarts would provide a modest scholarship sufficient for all your school necessities. This sum can be collected at Gringotts before each academic year, but next year, you will need to retrieve it yourself, Mr. Stride. Of course, if you possess Muggle currency, you may exchange it for galleons at Gringotts, which imposes no restrictions on such transactions. Now, let us first acquire a wand. Venturing deeper into Diagon Alley, they encountered a quaint, weathered shop. The sign read Ollivanders, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. A tattered wand rested on a faded purple cushion in the window. Upon entering, Ike was greeted by an array of long boxes reaching up to the ceiling, making the shop feel even more cramped. Welcome, Professor McGonagall. Is this the new student for this year? Quite early compared to previous years, an elderly man with a full head of white hair appeared before Ike, descending a ladder. Mr. Stride is here to purchase a wand, Mr. Ollivander, Professor McGonagall stated with her usual seriousness, nodding in greeting. Ollivander, clearly familiar with her demeanor, gave a slight nod before inquiring. So, Mr. Stride, which hand do you favor? Right hand, Ike replied. Of course, most people are right-handed. Ollivander retrieved a measuring tape and gestured for Ike to extend his right arm. The tape then autonomously measured the length of Ike's arm, forearm, height, and even head circumference. Each wand crafted by Ollivander is imbued with potent magical properties, which is its essence. We are accustomed to employing unicorn hair, phoenix feathers, and dragon heartstrings. Every wand is unique, for no two unicorns, phoenixes, or dragons are identical. We firmly believe that wands choose their wizards. Just as we trust you will discover a wand that is distinctly yours here. Ollivander retracted the measuring tape and turned, retrieving a box from the shelf to present to Ike. Try this one, made of vine wood, with a dragon heartstring, measuring 11 inches. Ike grasped the wand, but it elicited no response. Ollivander encouraged him to wave it, yet the result remained unchanged. It appeared this was not the right one. Taking back the wand, Ollivander ascended the ladder once more to fetch another. Cedar wood, dragon heartstring, 11 3/4 inches. Give it a go, child. Upon receiving the wand, a silvery orb burst forth from its tip, explosively toppling a nearby tower of wands. In an instant, the mess was restored to its previous state by Ollivander's deft flick. Indeed, nearly every young wizard experiences such trials when selecting their first wand. It is often through these tribulations that one discovers the wand truly suited to them. Ollivander mused. However, I believe I have found the answer. Try this one, cedar wood, unicorn hair, 12 3/4 inches. Handing it to Ike, he proclaimed, I think this is it. I am certain. The master of wands, after all, is an expert. The moment Ike held the wand, it felt as if it were an extension of his own being. A soft, silvery glow emanated from the wand's tip, gently rippling outward. This is it. This is the one. Ollivander appeared delighted, clapping his hands as he spoke. My father, Gerald Ollivander, often said that the owner of a cedarwood wand is never deceived, and I wholeheartedly agree. Cedarwood wands are always matched with exceptionally insightful owners. While unicorn hair tends to produce the most stable magic, they are the most loyal. What a splendid combination. My child, I believe you will become an extraordinary wizard. I gazed at the smooth, white wand in his hand, thoroughly satisfied. At the very least, it was a wand of exquisite appearance. Thank you, Mr. Ollivander. No need for such formality, Ollivander replied with a radiant smile. That will be 6 galleons. Chapter 4. Magic is a matter of perception upon departing Ollivander's wand shop. Professor McGonagall guided Ike to a second-hand robe shop and a thrift store to procure the essential books and clothing for a new student. With the remaining 14 galleons in Ike's possession, he could not afford to visit places like Flourish and Blots or Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions to purchase new items. Although the purchasing power of the galleon in the magical realm is relatively satisfactory, books and clothing remain exorbitantly priced, much like in any other world, particularly when it comes to literature. Fortunately, the second-hand books available at the junk shop are abundant, with many young wizards often selling their books at the end of their first academic year, some of which are nearly as good as new. Titles such as Miranda Goshjack's Standard Spells, Beginner, Bashida Bashett's The Magician, Ada Buo Flynn's Theory of Magic, Emery Switch's Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, Felita Spore's A Thousand Magical Herbs, Arsene Gigg's Magical Potions and Elixirs, and Newt Scamander's Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, along with the rather useless Guide to Defending Against Dark Forces, constituted the essential textbooks for first-year students and did not cost Ike a substantial number of galleons. In addition, Ike acquired a brief history of Hogwarts, research on the development of modern sorcery and fantastic beasts and where to find them, along with a cauldron and robes. Even though these were all second-hand items, he was left with merely 1 galleon, 8 sickles, and 124 nuts. At that moment, Ike finally comprehended why the Weasley family could only afford to buy second-hand items for their children. The expenses of schooling were indeed exorbitant. Mr. Stride and Professor McGonagall generously gifted Ike a plain trunk, which was just sufficient to hold all his books and equipment. This is your ticket for the Hogwarts Express. You must arrive at Platform 9 at King's Cross Station by 11 a.m. on September 1st. The Hogwarts Express departs promptly, so I trust you will be punctual, Mr. Stride. Ike accepted the ticket and nodded. I will, Professor McGonagall. Now, it's time to send you back. Professor McGonagall extended her left hand, and Ike took a deep breath, grasping the trunk with one hand while holding onto her hand with the other. In the next instant, the familiar sensation of compression enveloped him once more. Dean Julian had been waiting in the room, and, upon hearing a pop, Ike and Professor McGonagall materialized before him. Ike still felt somewhat disoriented from apparition. Professor McGonagall greeted Julian before disappearing again with another apparition. Little Ike, have you finished your shopping? Julian inquired, his excitement palpable. After all, it was magic. Who hadn't dreamt of possessing extraordinary abilities in their childhood? Ike resignedly opened the trunk, revealing its contents. Julian casually picked up Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, marveling at the moving illustrations within, exclaiming in wonder. So the books wizards read are animated. After a brief examination, he set it back down. So, Little Ike, are you planning to stay indoors for the remainder of the holiday with all these books? That seems to be the case, Ike nodded, unwilling to squander even a moment of time. Well then, Little Ike, Julian affectionately ruffled Ike's hair. You have always been my most reliable and exceptional child. However, do remember that it is also good to play with other children rather than always hiding indoors. I will, Ike agreed, casually picking up the suitcase. Well, I shall take my leave. As he approached the door, he suddenly paused, turning around to reveal a delightfully charming smile. Julian. Thank you. Upon returning to his room, Ike promptly locked the door, then retrieved his wand and tore off a piece of paper. Pointing the wand at the paper, he solemnly recited a spell he had first heard long ago. Wingardium Leviosa. As anticipated, the paper remained utterly unresponsive. Indeed, magic was not a trivial endeavor. Ike then took out Magical Theory, removed his shoes, and reclined on the bed, beginning to read slowly. In this world, many things could not be achieved merely through the so-called experiences lodged in his mind, particularly magic. To comprehend the essence of magic in this realm, Magical Theory naturally became Ike's primary choice. Wizards can cast spells in any manner. The opening line left Ike astounded, starkly contrasting with his prior impressions. The imagery of 2 wizards wielding their wands in a duel seemed merely a cinematic representation. However, the subsequent content caused Ike to furrow his brow. The principles of goal, determination, and composure were reiterated throughout the entirety of Magical Theory, with determination emerging as particularly paramount. For a wizard to cast a spell, 4 fundamental actions must be fulfilled: a specific wand movement, the correct incantation, the caster's subjective awareness of the spell's effect, and a requisite level of concentration. The existence of silent and wandless casting indicated that, to some extent, wand movements and incantations could be omitted. Of course, this required the wizard to possess a profound understanding of the spell and a strong command over their own magical energy. Nevertheless, no wizard had ever cast a spell in an unconscious state. Perhaps one could unintentionally produce magical effects, but that merely constituted a surge of magical energy. Not true magic in the strictest sense. Aik gradually absorbed the contents of magical theory, massaging his temples. As someone who previously excelled in reading comprehension, he discerned the underlying philosophy conveyed throughout the book. The essence of magic hinged critically upon the wizard's subjective awareness. After a moment of contemplation, he picked up standard spells. Beginner, locating the instruction and detailed explanation for the levitation charm. He read it attentively before grasping his wand once more. Imitating the gestures and key points outlined in the book, he resolutely addressed the paper on the table. Wingardium Leviosa. Aik felt an inexplicable surge of energy emanate from within, coursing through his arm into the wand. He then witnessed the paper slowly rise, dancing up and down in accordance with the movements of his wand. Levitation charm, acquired. So this was the sensation experienced by a wizard while casting a spell. Aik was acutely aware that the power surging through his body was indeed the fabled magic. The entire incantation process of the levitation spell unfolded precisely as delineated in the theory of magic. Specific wand movements, the correct incantation, a subjective awareness of the spell's effects, and a requisite degree of concentration. When all these elements harmonized, the wizard could channel the magic within to influence the target. Subsequently, through relentless practice and the acquisition of magical knowledge, one could instinctively guide the magic with subjective awareness, ultimately achieving the desired outcomes through the wand. At this stage, the emphasis on the incantation itself diminished, leading to what is known as silent casting. When a wizard can direct their inner magic toward a target without any intermediary, thereby accomplishing predetermined effects, it is termed wandless magic. Contemplating this, Aik raised his arm once more, wielding his wand, yet this time the piece of paper remained unresponsive. Indeed, he had perhaps aimed too high. Aik instinctively scratched his chin, then returned to the standard incantation practice of the levitation spell, continuously attuning to the flow of magic within him and the subtle nuances accompanying each casting. Thanks to his affinity for magic, Aik could distinctly perceive its movement. And with persistent practice, the spell's proficiency steadily increased. After approximately 20 attempts, the levitation spell ascended to level 2. After another 50, it reached level 3. By this point, Aik could cause the paper to levitate with merely a flick of his wand. However, despite his relentless practice thereafter, the spell's level remained stagnant. Perhaps it was time to change his focus, transitioning from paper to pen, then to notebook, and subsequently to books, chairs, boxes, tables, beds, and even cabinets. Aik dedicated 5 days to practice within his room until he could effortlessly make all the items float in unison with a wave of his hand. Yet, he found that he could not maintain this for long. At most, he could sustain it for 10 seconds before feeling a slight dizziness. When manipulating a single object, however, he could maintain control for a considerably longer duration. At this juncture, the levitation spell had progressed to level 6. He recalled that in this world, 7 was a magical number. Aik's fingers twitched slightly, causing a fountain pen to twirl and float at his fingertips. What, he pondered, would a level 7 levitation spell be like? Chapter 5. The Hogwarts Express and sorting over the course of a month. Aik spent the majority of his time sequestered within his room, practicing various spells, save for the occasional moment spent beneath the oak tree contemplating various matters. Through daily diligence, Aik had previewed the entirety of the first-year curriculum, enhancing his proficiency in the Lumos, Sonorous, Quietus, Silencio, Reparo, Scourgify, Accio, and Alohomora spells to level 6. Regrettably, none of the spells had reached level 7. Aik understood that his current achievements were attributable to his innate affinity for magic and mastery of knowledge. Otherwise, one need only look to the original text accounts of Ron and the explosive genius of Seamus Finnegan to recognize the formidable challenge young wizards faced in mastering new spells. Regrettably, the time for unrestrained magical practice must come to an end. Until a solution for the elusive thread is found, Aik must confine himself to reading during the holiday. On the morning of September 1st, after addressing matters at the orphanage, Julian set off for London with Aik in her well-worn, over a decade-old rover. To others, it was said that Aik had been exceptionally gifted in elementary school, thus granted an exceptional admission to a prestigious boarding school in London, free of charge. This narrative was wholeheartedly believed by the other inhabitants of the orphanage, as well as Aik's friends at school. After all, in the realm of academics, Aik had no rivals among his peers in Gloucester. After more than 3 hours, the two finally arrived at King's Cross Station. They procured a cart to load Aik's belongings, one suitcase for clothes, another for personal items, and a sizable gift from Professor McGonagall, all easily manageable. Once you reach school, remember to engage with your dormitory mates, make plenty of friends. If you need anything, do not hesitate to write to me, Julian urged, her grip on her handbag firm as they walked. And if you find yourself in need of something, let me know so I can send it to you. Goodness. How will I even send you things? Just make sure to inform me the moment you arrive at school. Dress warmly when it's cold. If your hair grows long and becomes bothersome, remember to get a trim. I wonder if there is a barber near you. Ike maintained a smile, though his eyes betrayed a sense of reluctance, continuously assuring her, I will write to you promptly. If there's no place to cut it, I'll just let it grow. I've never had long hair before. It was akin to a child venturing away from home for the first time, with a mother imparting countless reminders. Nevertheless, parting was inevitable. Before long, they arrived at platform 9. Ike distinctly observed several others, similarly pushing carts, hastening towards a wall between platforms 9 and 10, disappearing beyond it. Julian, we've arrived. Ike softly interrupted her stream of reminders, pointing towards the wall. Upon hearing his words, Julian noticed the peculiar wall. Ah, how can it be so soon? I still have so much to say. I will return during the holiday, Ike said with a slight crinkle of his nose, feigning irritation. You wouldn't keep me from coming back, would you? Of course not, Julian quickly denied, placing her hands on Ike's shoulders before enveloping him in a hug, instinctively patting his back. She then bent down to meet his gaze directly. You are my dearest. You are my dearest too, Ike replied softly, then broke into a smile bright enough to dispel any clouds. Goodbye, Julian, he said. Goodbye, little Ike. She responded as he passed through the wall. Before him lay a train platform reminiscent of the early 20th century, accompanied by a steam train that echoed the same era. Its red and black exterior steeped in history. The platform was populated with many others pushing carts, some alone and others accompanied by loved ones. Some individuals leaned out from the train, often engaged in conversation not far away. Ike instinctively glanced back, only to behold a dark crimson brick wall. After taking several deep breaths, a hint of a smile returned to his face. Ike maneuvered the cart to the designated stopping area, withdrew his wand, and with a flick, 3 trunks gracefully floated behind him. This spectacle naturally evoked astonishment from the onlookers, for it was indeed rare for a newly enrolled young wizard to exhibit such prowess. Ignoring the curious and bewildered gazes around him, Ike proceeded directly onto the train, locating an unoccupied compartment at the rear. With a wave of his left hand, 2 suitcases settled securely on the luggage rack. A slight movement of his fingers prompted the remaining trunk to click open, revealing a hefty tome that fell into his grasp. A flick of his wand arranged the 3 trunks neatly upon the rack. Ike had arrived early. There remained half an hour before the train's departure. And apart from reading, he had no other means to pass the time. Admiring the scenery? What was there to behold at the train station? After a considerable duration, a small witch with a cascade of tousled brown curls appeared at the door, struggling with an enormous suitcase. Noticing Ike's inquisitive gaze, she inquired cheerfully, May I sit here? The seats in front are all taken. Of course, Ike nodded, waving his wand, causing the young witch's suitcase to soar onto the luggage rack. Much to her astonishment, do you have any other luggage? Oh, certainly, thank you. The small witch pulled in 3 equally large suitcases from outside, which Ike levitated to the rack in the same manner. Are you also a first year? You must be using the levitation charm. I saw that spell in standard spells. Beginner. I attempted a few spells at home, but I couldn't manage to do it as effortlessly as you. How did you accomplish that? Do you know any other spells? Were you reading Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration before? As Ike listened to the familiar little witch, who spoke incessantly and posed a myriad of questions just as he remembered, he couldn't help but smile. He closed the textbook and extended his right hand. Aik Stride, first-year student. Hermione Granger, also a first year. Miss Granger, a pleasure to meet you. Ike retracted his hand, responding with a smile. I believe with a bit more practice, you can do it just like I do. Oh yes, Hermione replied, slightly vexed as she scratched her fluffy hair. I was so focused on not falling behind at the new school that I memorized all the textbooks and didn't think to practice the magic. No need to worry. I think everyone has their own strengths. Ike chuckled, patting Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration. At least I have gone through the textbook several times and still haven't memorized it. Hermione laughed upon hearing this and began discussing some content from Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration with Ike. 2 individuals engaged in a casual conversation, with Hermione predominantly speaking while Ike listened intently. Shortly thereafter, 2 new students entered the compartment, Lavender Brown, Hermione's future roommate, and Neville Longbottom, who would eventually become the sword master of Gryffindor, albeit now timid and reserved. Ike pondered quietly to himself, wondering if he was indeed surrounded by Gryffindor. He was uncertain whether the butterfly effect he had inadvertently caused played a role in this situation. He recalled that Neville had not been in the same compartment as Hermione. Perhaps his memory had betrayed him, as it was quite normal to forget such details after so long. The unfolding events mirrored his recollections. Neville's toad was still missing, and Hermione took it upon herself to help him search each compartment. Notably, Lavender joined them, leaving Eik alone to peruse a beginner's guide to transfiguration. Truth be told, Eik preferred to maintain a distance from the protagonists and, by extension, from Gryffindor as a whole. The inherent nature of the young lions suggested they were troublemakers, and involving himself with them did not align with his plans. As the train continued its journey, Neville eventually returned, his face a picture of disappointment, despite their efforts. Trevor remained elusive. Hermione and Lavender animatedly discussed their previous encounters, while Eik buried himself deeper into his book. Gradually, darkness enveloped the outside world, and the train finally arrived at the pivotal station. Eik and Neville graciously vacated the compartment to allow the two young witches to change into their school uniforms, waiting for Hermione and Lavender to finish before they changed as well. Upon disembarking the train and listening to Hagrid's words, they boarded a small boat, traversing the Black Lake along the path tread by the four legendary founders. At long last, Eik stood before the grand entrance of Hogwarts Castle. Hagrid approached and knocked on the door, and Professor McGonagall, as was customary, appeared before the new students with a stern expression. She guided them to the entrance of the Great Hall, welcoming them to Hogwarts. Before the feast commences, Professor McGonagall announced, "We must first ascertain which house you will be placed in. This is a significant ceremony, as you will attend classes, reside in dormitories, and spend your leisure time in the common rooms with fellow housemates. Hogwarts comprises 4 houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin, each boasting its own illustrious history." Professor McGonagall conveyed the essential information about Hogwarts to the wide-eyed newcomers, appearing quite pleased with their demeanor thus far. Nodding in satisfaction, she concluded her customary address and led the students into the Great Hall. Inside the magnificent hall stood 4 long tables, each occupied by students from the respective houses. Countless candles illuminated the space, while the ceiling mirrored a starry sky. Professor McGonagall signaled for the newcomers to stand in formation and proceeded to the teacher's dais, taking her place beside a tattered old stool upon which rested the fabled sorting hat. With a flick of her wrist, a parchment flew into her hand. Professor McGonagall unfurled the parchment and surveyed her students before speaking slowly. "Next, when I call your name, please take a seat on the stool and don the sorting hat to await your house assignment." Hannah Abbott. Ike narrowed his eyes, observing a small witch with 2 golden braids anxiously taking her place on the stool, and witnessed her being sorted into Hufflepuff. "So, this is the indomitable Hannah, the legendary one?" Ike mused inwardly. As each new student was summoned to the front, the line grew increasingly sparse. Hermione, Neville, and Lavender were once again sorted into Gryffindor, while Draco Malfoy, Vincent Crabbe, and Gregory Goyle followed the familiar pattern into Slytherin. Amidst the cheers of the Weasley twins, Harry Potter stepped into Gryffindor, following in his father's footsteps. The next name was Aik Stride. Professor McGonagall glanced at the composed Ike, who sat calmly on the stool, as she placed the sorting hat upon his head. "Ah, it is evident that you possess an extraordinary thirst for knowledge, accompanied by remarkable courage and steadfast ambition. In Gryffindor, you shall find companions. Ravenclaw will lead you further along the path of magic, while Slytherin may grant you exceptional achievements. Thus, I believe I have made my decision. Ravenclaw." Chapter 6. The first night. On this night, Gryffindor undoubtedly garnered the most attention, both from students and professors alike. The savior of the wizarding world becoming a Gryffindor only intensified the radiance of this illustrious house, which had flourished since the 1940s. After all, which other house could boast the presence of both the current champion of the magical realm and the savior of British wizardry? Perhaps only Slytherin, the breeding ground of Death Eaters, could rival that claim. However, this mattered little to the Ravenclaws. Generally speaking, the Eagles held a low profile at Hogwarts, seldom becoming the talk of the school, aside from vying for points with professors or competing with Hufflepuff for the title of the second weakest house in Quidditch. Exceptional intellect is humanity's greatest treasure. The Ravenclaw motto subtly underscores the shared trait among its members, a perpetual hunger for knowledge. Beyond this, little else captures their attention. After the sorting ceremony concluded, Dumbledore delivered his customary introductory speech. Following that was the moment Ike eagerly anticipated, the banquet. Having endured 11 years of fish and chips, Ike fervently hoped that the Hogwarts feast would bring him some delightful surprises. Even if it remained primarily British cuisine, he wished for it not to be overly monotonous. In truth, his expectations were not dashed. Roasted chicken, fried chicken, steak, and lamb chops made for a much more varied meat selection compared to the mundane fare he had previously endured. In addition to the aforementioned delicacies, The meal included mashed potatoes and boiled broccoli, quintessential Western vegetarian dishes, all complemented by the sweet essence of pumpkin juice and fruit beverages, creating a sumptuous feast. Eik selected a piece of steak, accompanied by a modest serving of mashed potatoes and several florets of broccoli, along with a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice. As he deftly sliced through the tender meat, the juices flowed abundantly, reminiscent of the chain steakhouses from his memories. Years of habit rendered Ek unhurried during meals. Yet this did not draw attention at the Ravenclaw long table, as everyone engaged in similar comportment. Astute individuals adeptly blend into unfamiliar environments. Thus, even if a couple of first-year students attempted to emulate the bold display of the Gryffindor newcomers, they would soon observe their peers and quietly adopt the proper etiquette with knife and fork. After all, being sorted into Ravenclaw at least indicated an absence of intellectual shortcomings. In terms of emotional intelligence, some students began to engage with those around them, sparking conversations while dining, thereby swiftly forging friendships. Others, however, remained reserved. Eik was among the latter. Once the main course concluded, the remnants of the meal vanished, replaced by traditional desserts such as pudding and ice cream. After every student had savored these treats, they too disappeared under the influence of magic. Dumbledore rose from his seat and clapped his hands, his voice resonating clearly in every ear, bringing a hush over the grand hall. Before the new term commenced, he had a few announcements to relay. First-year students were reminded that the Forbidden Forest was off-limits to all students. Mr. Filch, the caretaker, requested that I remind everyone not to cast spells in the corridors. Lastly, for those wishing to avoid unforeseen accidents or untimely demises, it was advised not to enter the corridor on the right side of the fourth floor. Dumbledore surveyed the assembly, ultimately revealing a warm smile as he waved his wand, conjuring a multitude of shimmering golden letters in the air. Now, before you retire for the night, let us all join in singing the school anthem. The first years appeared utterly bewildered, while the expressions of the older students were largely less than favorable. There was no sheet music. Anyone could sing to their preferred melody. The scene was truly indescribable. Eik steeled himself, observing Dumbledore, who was utterly absorbed in conducting, while below, the Weasley twins earnestly concluded with the tune of a funeral march. All right, now I would like the prefects of each house to escort the first years back to their dormitories. May you all have sweet dreams. Dumbledore playfully winked and turned to leave with the professors. First years, follow me. Roger Davies, the male prefect of Ravenclaw, stood and clapped his hands. Please keep close. Our common room is a bit of a distance from the Great Hall. The female prefect, Penelope Clearwater, who stood alongside Roger, added, do stay close. Every year, some first years get lost on their first return to the dormitory. I hope this will not be the case for you. This year, the number of new Ravenclaw students was limited, and they obediently followed Roger and Penelope as they made their way toward the Ravenclaw Tower. Beware of the stairs, for they have been enchanted by the esteemed Lady Ravenclaw, causing them to shift and some to vanish unexpectedly. However, fret not, should you tumble down. No harm shall befall you, merely a need to retrace your steps. Penelope, leading the way, remarked that the movement of the stairs follows a certain pattern, and with careful observation, you shall quickly grasp their rhythm. This is of great importance. Roger continued, stating that the entrance to the Ravenclaw common room is located at the very top of the tower, and whether attending classes or dining, you must navigate these stairs. Unfortunately, as tomorrow is Monday, you have little time to familiarize yourselves with them. Roger chuckled, suggesting that it would be wise to rise early to avoid tardiness. The group ascended 8 flights of stairs before finally arriving at the entrance of the Ravenclaw common room. An old, unassuming wooden panel adorned with a bronze knocker awaited them. Roger gently tapped the knocker, and a voice inquired, "What 3 words can answer all questions?" "I do not know." Roger pondered briefly before responding. "That is a commendable answer," the voice replied, and the wooden panel shifted to reveal a brick archway. Roger beckoned the newcomers to follow, explaining that entry to the Ravenclaw common room requires answering the knocker's question. Should one fail to answer, they would have to wait for others to respond, or risk spending the night outside the common room. "Trust me, that is not a pleasant experience," Roger remarked, recalling a less than favorable memory which caused him to shudder slightly. "Now, welcome to Ravenclaw." With Roger's enthusiastic tone, the Ravenclaw common room finally unveiled itself to the eager first years. It was a spacious circular chamber, adorned with elegant arched windows draped in blue and bronze silk. The ceiling sparkled with stars, and the deep blue carpet was similarly embellished. Directly opposite the entrance stood a half-length white marble statue of Rowena Ravenclaw, beside which a door led to the girls' dormitory. The common room was indeed vast, furnished with tables, chairs, sofas, and bookshelves lining the walls. A fireplace graced the left side of the entrance, above which loomed a bronze eagle statue, the emblem of Ravenclaw. Your luggage and class schedules have been placed on your dormitory beds. I imagine you are eager to see your quarters, Penelope said with a smile. Now, ladies, follow me. The girls' dormitory is upstairs. With that, Penelope led the 3 girls up the stairs to their dormitory. Roger shrugged at the remaining 5 boys, stating, "Very well. The boys' dormitory is downstairs. Now follow me. This year, you are the sole newcomers, yet you occupy 2 dormitories." Roger swiftly arrived at the dormitory door. "I trust you have much to discuss, but I advise against chatting too late. The first class begins at 9 in the morning. If you stay up too late, you may not rise in time, and tardiness would not be favorable." "Understood, Senior," Ike and the others replied in unison, expressing their gratitude. Roger smiled and waved his hand dismissively as he turned to head towards his own dormitory. Upon pushing open the dormitory door, one is greeted by a nearly circular room. 2 arched windows grace the walls, while 3 beds are arranged along the perimeter, separated by a bedside table nestled in between. The floor is adorned with a blue carpet, featuring the image of an eagle at its center. A chandelier hangs from the ceiling, casting a gentle glow throughout the space. On the opposite side of the room, 3 desks are positioned, each accompanied by a lamp. In the center stands an old yet impeccably clean hearth. Directly across from the door, a large wardrobe stands ajar, revealing its 3 distinct compartments. Personal belongings are neatly arranged on the beds, indicating assigned sleeping quarters. Eck is situated in the innermost bed, which he accepts without objection, for this environment is far superior to anything he experienced at St. Maria S. Indeed, aside from Julian's room and the common room, no other chamber in St. Maria S. boasted carpeting. It appears that this will be the place where we shall coexist for the next 7 years. A chubby boy with short golden hair smiled and introduced himself. "I am Terry Boot. Both of my parents are wizards." I had long awaited the letter from Hogwarts, and when it finally arrived, I was still filled with excitement. "Stuart Ackerley, my parents are muggles," chimed in Stuart, who was slightly heavier than Terry. If it weren't for Professor Flitwick, I would have thought this was a hoax, especially since I had already been accepted to Eton. But who could resist magic? "By the way, do you know Eton? It is the finest school in all of England." "That's what my father tells me." "Sorry, I am not familiar with it," Terry replied, shaking his head. "I don't know much about the muggle world." "Well, just know that it is impressive," Stuart said proudly. "By the way, you are called Eck, correct?" Eck nodded. "Aik Stride, from St. Maria S. Orphanage." "Apologies, I was unaware," Stuart and Terry quickly responded. Eck waved his hand dismissively. "No need to apologize. It is quite all right. I have grown accustomed to it." "Well, from this day forth, we shall be your brothers, right, Terry?" "Of course." "All right, good brothers," Eck smiled, as he began to unpack his suitcase. "However, I believe we should tidy up and prepare for sleep, as it is getting late. Tomorrow morning, we have 2 potions classes. I heard at dinner that Professor Snape is quite strict." "You are correct, Eck," Stuart replied. "We must not be late for the first class, especially potions." Indeed. Chapter 7 delves into the relationship between potions and Chinese cuisine. Professor Snape, viewed unfavorably by the other 3 houses aside from Slytherin, leaves a similar impression on Eck as he does on most students. This sentiment is especially pronounced among Gryffindors. Throughout his years at Hogwarts, Professor Snape has successfully instilled a profound psychological impact on the majority of students with his perpetually icy demeanor and razor-sharp tongue. Consequently, potions has become one of the least favored subjects among students. Years of a well-established biological clock had caused Ike to awaken promptly at 7:30 in the morning. After lying in bed in a state of drowsiness for a while, he finally rose. Noticing that Stuart and Terry were still sound asleep, Ike waved his hand, sending a pillow soaring towards their faces, repeatedly plummeting down in a delightful manner. "Ike!" Stuart exclaimed, caught off guard by the pillow, as he seized the culprit. Upon noticing Ike's mischievous grin nearby, he couldn't help but shout. Once he regained his composure, he realized Terry was still evading the assault of the pillow, leaving him momentarily stunned. "How did you manage that?" Ike shrugged in response. "It's merely the adept application of the levitation charm. With practice, it's quite achievable." Grabbing a copy of Potions and Elixirs, he waved his left hand, finally halting the pillow's relentless assault on Terry. "However, rather than delving into this, I suggest we get up. We have a morning filled with potion classes, and we ought to have breakfast first." "All right, you are right," Carlisle replied, scratching his head as he clambered out of bed. After freshening up, the trio departed the Ravenclaw common room, entangled in a bit of a struggle at the staircase before being guided by a kind-hearted upperclassman to the Great Hall. The breakfast at Hogwarts was a quintessential English affair, featuring muffins, bread, jam, bacon, lettuce, tomatoes, and the national treasure, chips, all accompanied by a steaming cup of sweet milk, which Ike found most satisfying. Midway through the meal, the other two freshmen arrived. Michael Corner boasted a head of black hair and a quintessential British visage, while Anthony Goldstein, akin to Terry, sported a head of golden short hair, albeit slightly slimmer. After exchanging greetings, the two quickly engaged in conversation with Stuart and Terry. As Ike enjoyed his breakfast, he occasionally interjected with a few remarks. Just then, Padma Patil, Mandy Brocklehurst, and Morag McDougall jovially settled across from them. Being fellow first years, they exchanged pleasantries and soon became acquainted, thanks to Stuart's interruptions. With approximately 20 minutes remaining before the first class commenced, the 8 of them collectively vacated the table, making their way to the fabled, daunting potions classroom located in the dungeons of Hogwarts. The potions class for Ravenclaw was shared with Hufflepuff, and since it was the first lesson for the newcomers, the eaglets and badgers were yet to mingle. Otherwise, they would have seated themselves intermingled as in other years. For the moment, they were paired predominantly with members of their own houses. Naturally, Michael and Anthony, being dormitory mates, became partners. Padma and Mandy laughed as they paired up, playfully pushing Morag forward. Observing this, Terry and Stuart exchanged glances and silently nudged Ike out as well. Before Professor Snape made his entrance into the classroom, Ravenclaw had efficiently completed the group formations. At 9 o'clock sharp, a resounding bang echoed as Professor Snape strode in, clad in his flowing black cloak. With a flick of his wand, the window shutters descended, and the candles within the classroom ignited, illuminating the space. Standing at the podium, Professor Snape cast a cold gaze across the classroom, filled with newcomers. He then proceeded to take attendance, methodically calling each name before placing the roster aside. With a tone that was unremarkable yet imbued with an inexplicable air of authority, he remarked, "Very well. It appears you all appreciate the significance of punctuality. You have come here to study the intricate and rigorous art of potion making. I do not expect you to truly grasp the exquisite sensation of a cauldron simmering gently, exuding fragrant wisps of steam, nor the enchanting allure of a potion coursing through one's veins, rendering the mind entranced. I can teach you how to elevate your standing, brew glory, and even stave off death. But first, you must not be the imbeciles I often encounter." Following this classic opening, the entire class fell into a stunned silence. Professor Snape maintained his iceberg-like demeanor, his frigid gaze sweeping the room before he inscribed a method for concocting a remedy for scabies upon the blackboard. Elaborating on several common pitfalls in meticulous detail, he continued to torment his students' nerves with his unchanging tone. "I see you have managed to group yourselves. This at least indicates some utility of your brains. Now, let us proceed. I wish to see who among you has only accomplished this much. Of course, this at least suggests you are somewhat more astute than trolls." The materials required for the potion class were provided by the school. Ike first ventured to the materials area within the classroom to procure several snake fangs, a pongo onion, a bundle of dried nettles, a small jar of horned slugs, and a few quills from a porcupine. "Miss Macmillan, you may begin by brewing the horned slugs. Do not add too much water. Simmer it gently," Ike stated, not lifting his gaze while he retrieved the snake fangs and placed them into the mortar. Morag remained silent. The understanding capacity of the young eagles was generally reliable. Furthermore, although Professor Snape's earlier words bore more semblance to threats than explanations, he had indeed clarified the key points regarding the scabies potion. And Morag naturally comprehended what was required at this stage. Using tweezers, she extracted 2 horned slugs and placed them into a cauldron filled 2/3 with water, igniting the flame beneath the cauldron and slowly tracing circles above it with her wand. Yes, simmer gently, stir slowly, allowing the ingredients to engage in a magical reaction. Ike diligently ground the snake fangs, gradually transforming them into a fine powder. Quality flour is produced through a slow grinding process with a stone mill. Only such dough yields robust noodles. Setting the powdered snake fangs aside, Ike seized a handful of dried nettles and weighed them carefully. This lacks soul. How could one measure it? He mused. No, the amount of dried nettles, whether too much or too little, will invariably affect the final product's quality. After weighing the nettles, he set them aside, ensuring he had the appropriate amount. Casting a glance at Morag, who was diligently stirring the cauldron, Ike raised an eyebrow. It still requires a bit more time. With his left hand grasping the pongo onion and his right hand wielding a knife, Ike suddenly experienced a sensation akin to time travel. It is time to showcase true craftsmanship. With a series of rhythmic thuds, the sliced pongo onions swiftly transformed into delicate strands as fine as hair. Ike surveyed the onion strands upon the cutting board, nodding in satisfaction. His skills had not entirely waned. After a while, Ike glanced at the horned slug within the crucible and prodded it gently with a glass tube. It had been deboned. He signaled Morag to step aside, lifted the crucible, and poured out the water, leaving only the deboned horned slug. He then took another crucible, filled it with water, and resumed simmering over a gentle flame. He lifted the grinder and gradually added powdered snake fangs to the water, his wand stirring rhythmically above. Stirring allowed the ingredients to meld more swiftly. As the liquid in the crucible gradually transformed into a deep azure, Ike seized a handful of pongo onion strands and cast them into the pot. This step was to infuse flavor. Before long, the murky liquid shifted from deep blue to crimson. Ike slowly sprinkled in dried nettle, which turned it into a soft pink. The spices enhanced the aroma and suppressed any unpleasant odors. Everything seemed in order. He instructed Morag to fetch a small vial of flobberworm mucus, pouring in a spoonful as the liquid gradually morphed into a verdant hue. A dash of sesame oil completed the mixture. Observing that the color in the crucible had stabilized, Ike then added a generous spoonful of the deboned horned slug, which slowly transformed into a bluish-green hue. He stirred the concoction, contemplating whether this resembled Westlake beef soup. Muttering to himself, he lifted the crucible from the flame and added 2 quills from a porcupine, stirring clockwise 3 times until the enigmatic liquid attained a flawless cerulean shade. As Ike gazed at the azure potion within the vial, enlightenment dawned upon him. Chapter 8. Snape never grants points, Mr. Stride, a sinister voice intoned. Professor Snape raised his hand and snatched the vial containing the scabious potion, giving it a shake before uncapping it to inhale the aroma. Pray tell, why were the pongo onions shredded? To enhance the efficacy of the pongo onions, Professor, Ike replied with utmost reverence. Clever boy. Snape appeared unmoved, returning the vial to the table. Now, enlighten me. What role does the pongo onion play in the scabious potion? I do not know, Professor, Ike admitted, refraining from disclosing that it was merely a matter of convenience. Do not know? To slice the pongo onion into shreds without understanding its implications. Mr. Stride, you possess remarkable audacity. Snape cast a glance at the remaining shreds on the cutting board. Potion making is a meticulous discipline. Altering any step may yield dire consequences. Mr. Stride, you are fortunate. The pongo onion serves a stabilizing role in the scabious potion. Whether sliced or shredded, it does not diminish the potion's effectiveness. Although shredding may slightly enhance its efficacy, I still expect you to adhere to the steps I have prescribed, Mr. Stride. Professor Snape drifted towards the Hufflepuff young wizard, and before long, harsh remarks echoed from the opposite side of the classroom, such as, after boiling the horned slug for an hour, your sense of time is as poor as your potion-making skills. Once the color stabilizes, add the boiled horned slug. You ought to be alert. Your cauldron hasn't exploded. Morag gazed at Eik with admiration, exclaiming, you succeeded on your first attempt. Eik, you are truly remarkable. Miss Macmillan, Eik remarked as he jotted down the steps of his potion-making in his notebook. In fact, Professor Snape had elucidated the brewing process quite clearly. With a little attention to detail, success is easily attainable. Eik paused, his blue eyes, devoid of emotion like Snape's, fixed on Morag. Startled by this Snape-like gaze, Morag quickly averted her eyes, lifting her cauldron and retreating to the back of the classroom, where remnants of potions were disposed of. Eik observed Morag for a moment. With a subtle movement of his fingers, the previously chaotic array of ingredients began to levitate and neatly arrange themselves into small piles on the workbench. With another flick, the equipment positioned itself in its rightful place. When Morag returned, she found the workspace impeccably organized. Stealing a glance at Kai, she silently gathered the remaining materials and did not utter another word to him until class ended. Potions class spanned 2 consecutive periods, and after excluding Professor Snape's explanations, the remaining time was just sufficient for potion brewing. After class, Eik courteously nodded at Morag before he was summoned by Terry and Stuart to the Great Hall. Lunch at Hogwarts predominantly featured meat dishes, though it could not compare to the feast at the start of term, with only steak available, alongside options for pasta, lasagna, and the classic fish and chips. Eik selected some pasta and a piece of steak, eating quietly, having no desire even to glance at the fish and chips. Eik, what did you do to upset Morag? Stuart asked, noticing Morag glaring at Eik intermittently. Eik, upon hearing this, set down his fork and turned to Stuart, delivering a Snape-like stare that startled him. Promise me, Eik, Stuart said, patting his chest, do not look at me with that expression, it's truly frightening. Terry, who had not witnessed this exchange, quickly inquired, and Eik complied with his request, subsequently joining Stuart in a light-hearted campaign against Eik. Eik chuckled, finished his meal, elegantly wiped his mouth, and responded, "Have you ever heard the saying?" "What saying?" "A heart devoid of women allows magic to flourish naturally," Eik stated with utmost seriousness. "Who said that?" "I've never heard it," Terry pondered, confirming he was unfamiliar with the phrase. "Merlin," Eik exclaimed dramatically, patting Terry on the shoulder. Merlin also remarked that someone as dull-witted as you surviving is nothing short of a miracle. Upon hearing this, Terry realized Eik was jesting and pretended to lunge at him for a playful tussle. Eik pretended to hesitate for a moment before saying, "There is still some time before afternoon classes. I intend to wander around the castle. Would you care to join me?" "Not going," Terry and the others replied in unison, shaking their heads. "We plan to stay in the common room for a while." After departing from the hall, Eik made his way towards the Hufflepuff common room. Upon passing the entrance and walking along the stone corridor for a short while, he encountered a painting depicting a silver bowl overflowing with fruit, prompting him to turn back. This time, he ascended directly to the 8th floor, where he finally spotted a mural illustrating a troll clobbering a hapless creature. The creature, upon noticing Eik's approach, feigned a look of desperation, yet it could not avert the impending blow from the troll's club. "Not yet," Eik mused to himself, as he proceeded along the 8th floor corridor. He returned to the Ravenclaw common room, but found no sign of Terry and the others. Upon entering their dormitory, he unexpectedly encountered the two of them clutching their history of magic books, preparing to leave. "Just as I was wondering where you had gone, grab your book quickly. We must head to class," Stuart encouraged, giving Eik a pat on the shoulder. "We'll wait for you at the door." Eik nodded and, under their astonished gazes, tossed his potions textbook onto the table. With a flick of his fingers, the hefty history of magic book gracefully landed in his hands. "Let us be off," Eik declared, leading the way outside. No matter how many times he witnessed it, he still found it enchanting. Stuart sighed and exchanged a glance with Terry. "Such talent," Terry remarked, sighing as well, trailing behind Eik towards the History of Magic classroom. Both the History of Magic classroom and the library resided on the 2nd floor of the castle. Upon entering the classroom, they found that the other Ravenclaws had already gathered inside. Morag clearly had yet to forgive Eik, shooting him a glare. Thanks to Stuart's enthusiastic promotion, Connor and Goldstein were already in the know and couldn't help but revel in Ike's predicament. Eik cast a Snape-like glare at the four of them, instantly silencing them, then conjured a pair of earplugs for himself and began to delve into his History of Magic book. Professor Binns had been teaching history of magic at Hogwarts for centuries. Much of the content in the book was, for him, merely a recounting of his own experiences, since obsession is the essence of a ghost's existence. Professor Binns' sole obsession was teaching. Beyond that, he cared for little else. This may be why Professor Binns lacked the rich, emotional depth characteristic of other ghosts like Mrs. Gray or nearly Headless Nick, resulting in his lectures on history of magic resembling a lullaby, devoid of variation in tone or inflection. Even first-year students were aware that history of magic was the prime locale for slumber, possessing a naturally potent soporific effect. Eik wished to avoid experiencing Professor Binns' hypnotic powers. Yet his curiosity about history of magic compelled him to cast a spell upon himself for a moment of quiet reading. After all, Merlin once stated that only magic could defeat magic. Chapter 9. The first intimate encounter with Voldemort. Professor Binns was undoubtedly unlike any other ghost. Generally speaking, upon becoming a ghost, one would naturally lose the ability to cast spells. However, Professor Binns evidently retains his powers of hypnosis and awakening. The moment he begins to speak, the students in the classroom gradually drift into slumber, only to awaken seamlessly once the class concludes. Stuart stretched lazily, inwardly acknowledging that the history of magic class was indeed as soporific as his seniors had claimed. Unfortunately, he was unprepared on his first day. Next time, he resolved to discreetly bring a pillow along. After exchanging yawns with Terry, who had also just awoken, he beckoned to Ike to join him in the common room for some leisure. Ike shook his head, placing the hefty tomes of History of Magic into Stuart's lap, two substantial volumes that nearly slipped from his grasp. "I'll make a trip to the library. Please help me return the books first." "Must you be so diligent, Ike?" Stuart lamented. "It's merely the first day of school. I'm just going to see what books the library holds." Ike shrugged, promising to catch up later. Bidding farewell to his roommate, Ike headed directly to the library. Hogwarts Library rightfully boasts the title of the largest and only magical school in Britain. Upon entering, one is greeted by thousands of bookshelves and countless narrow passages. Within these passages, long tables are spaced at intervals, accompanied by chairs for the young wizards to utilize. The shelves are lined with tens of thousands of neatly arranged tomes, with the innermost section cordoned off by iron bars, enchanted to restrict access. The only entrance to this area lies beside Madame Irma Pants's desk, the librarian. Without a Professor's authorization, no one could sneak into the restricted section under Madame Pance's watchful gaze on opening day. The library was bustling with students, particularly those in their 5th year and above, who were grappling with the dual pressures of coursework and impending examinations. I glanced around briefly before turning back. After a search guided by the index, he finally located a nearly complete edition of Standard Spellbook. Following its creation by Miranda Goshawk, Standard Spellbook became the universal textbook for charm classes in Europe's 3 major magical schools. However, its considerable thickness also encompassed some aspects of dark magic. After deliberation by the International Confederation of Wizards, it was divided into 5 volumes, ranging from beginner to 5th level, with the dark magic sections excised. Naturally, Hogwarts possessed the complete edition of Standard Spellbook, but that was housed in the restricted section. What I could find was merely a compilation of the first 5 levels. Yet, this was sufficient. Standard Spellbook. Beginner contained no offensive spells, focusing instead on everyday charms such as the levitation charm and the Lumos charm. Ike was acutely aware that while he could afford to be somewhat relaxed in his first year alongside the Chosen One, from the 2nd year onward, the threat of the basilisk would loom, and by the 3rd year, Dementors would pose an even greater peril. In total, this entire semester was the only period of tranquility. Moreover, who could predict how chaotic the narrative would become due to Ike's presence? Before mastering the art of the disillusionment charm to stealthily infiltrate the forbidden section, standard spells served as the sole source of magical knowledge for Ike. He flipped through the pages, discovering familiar incantations such as the petrification charm, the sleep charm, the disarming charm, and the shattering charm, all of which he could recall from memory, though the absence of the disillusionment charm was notable. Nevertheless, it sufficed for the time being. Approaching Madame Pance's desk, Ike gently placed the book down and spoke softly. "Madame Pance, I wish to borrow this book." Adjusting her glasses, Madame Pance scrutinized Ike, then glanced at standard spells on the desk. While filling out the borrowing form, she cautioned, as a first-year student, "I trust you are aware of the borrowing regulations. Should you tear, damage, soil, or otherwise mistreat or desecrate this book, I shall impose the most dreadful consequences within my authority. Believe me, you do not wish to discover what awaits you." Madame Pance made a copy of the borrowing form, inserting the original into the first page of standard spells before handing it to Ike. "The borrowing period is limited, and I expect to see this book returned to me in pristine condition within 2 weeks." "As you wish, Madame Pance," Ike replied with a slight nod. Departing the library, Ike made his way directly to the Great Hall, where dinner at Hogwarts commenced at 7 o'clock. By now, it was 7:15. The evening meal was slightly more lavish than lunch, featuring a variety of stews and ample portions of fried chicken. Upon entering the hall, Ike noticed a red-haired lion cub skillfully wielding a chicken leg in each hand, performing an impressive display. After a moment's distraction, he approached the Ravenclaw table, where he savored meatballs with pasta accompanied by sautéed veal, complemented by a rich pumpkin juice. The stews were not an option, as they appeared less appealing than a hodgepodge from the northeast. After dinner, the other 4 eagles arrived late. Ike exchanged greetings with a few of them before returning to the common room, where he settled onto a small sofa in the corner. Donning his headphones, he immersed himself in standard spells. He was unaware of when Stuart and Terry returned. By the time Ike regained his awareness, he found himself alone in the common room. Closing the book, he quietly pushed open the dormitory door, discovering that Stuart and Terry were already asleep. Casting a silencing charm, Ike raised his hand, allowing the book to levitate onto his desk. After changing into his pajamas, he quickly slipped beneath the covers. Yet his mind continued to dwell on the contents of standard spells. The power of knowledge proved to be greater than he had anticipated. Even though the spells within the book were somewhat more intricate and profound, they posed no insurmountable challenge for Ike. After an afternoon and evening of study, he had nearly committed the spells to memory. All that remained was to successfully cast them. Only upon successfully executing a spell would Ike's notebook system reflect the spell's level. Certainly, the opportunity must be sought. It is not yet time to employ the summoning charm. Until one has discovered and mastered the disillusionment charm, one must proceed with caution. Upon awakening, Ike, along with Stuart and Terry, made their way to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom on the 4th floor. Unfortunately, the first-year students from Ravenclaw and Slytherin became the inaugural group to experience the pungent and unpleasant odor emanating from Quirinus Quirrell. The Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, already modest in size, was hermetically sealed by Quirrell, intensifying the noxious aroma within. As Ike stepped inside, he could not help but sneeze. It became evident that not only yawns, but also sneezes are contagious. No sooner had Ike finished than Stuart let out a sneeze, followed by the already suffering Slytherin students. Clark and Goyle, who could scarcely contain themselves. A cacophony of sneezes ensued, leaving Quirrell visibly embarrassed at the lectern. This was indeed a trial. Merlin once posited that one cannot perfectly control the involuntary reactions of the body, and wizards are no exception. The involuntary inhalation following a sneeze brought the peculiar odor rushing to Ike's head, leaving him momentarily dizzy. Scourgify. Perhaps the reactions of the young wizards provoked Quirrell, for he brandished his wand to cleanse the air within the classroom, and indeed, the atmosphere improved considerably. At least no one was sneezing anymore. I am Quirinus Quirrell, your defense against the dark arts professor. Now, please turn to your textbooks as we commence our lesson. Ike opened his textbook to the first chapter, which covered common dark creatures and their countermeasures. Although he could not recite the entire book from memory, having read it through during the holidays, he grasped the general content. According to the standard curriculum, one would typically discuss a dark creature and elucidate its defensive measures, interspersing theoretical lessons with practical applications. Regrettably, since the failure of a certain nameless entity to secure a position, the quality of professors in defense against the dark arts has varied significantly, ranging from the moderately competent to the utterly inept. Quirrell, who once belonged to the competent category, had now devolved into mediocrity due to distractions. Fortunately, Ike had mentally prepared himself and did not take Quirrell's class seriously. He merely feigned attentiveness while his thoughts wandered elsewhere. Should one devise a means to compel Voldemort to impart some knowledge? The opportunity to face the Dark Lord without the threat of the killing curse may only present itself this year. Chapter 10. The so-called rules of transfiguration in just one class. The young eagles and snakes had relegated the significance of defense against the dark arts to a status akin to that of history of magic. While history of magic could be regarded as a class conducive to slumber, defense against the dark arts involved enduring Quirrell's monotonous recitation of the textbook, compounded by the relentless waves of that strange odor. The classroom experience was abysmal. As Terry and Stuart ambled toward the Charms classroom, they lamented to Ike about their discontent. It has long been rumored that the professors of the Defense Against the Dark Arts course are notoriously unreliable, yet no one anticipated such an outcome. Terry, while rubbing his nose, lamented the disgrace of Professor Quirrell, once a distinguished graduate of Ravenclaw. Why on earth did Dumbledore appoint such a person to teach this vital subject? Ike, with a feigned smile, had little inclination to enlighten the two about the profound connection between the Dark Lord and the history of dark arts. Nor would he ever divulge such tales. The less one knows, the happier one remains. The little wizard's moments of joy would last but this year alone. The Charms class was located on the opposite side of the castle's fourth floor, attended alongside the Gryffindors. Professor Flitwick stood atop a high stool, urging the little wizards, particularly the Gryffindors, to settle down. I am Phileas Flitwick, but you may call me Professor Flitwick, your charms instructor. Today, we shall learn the Lumos spell with the incantation Lumos. This is one of the most commonly used charms among wizards, requiring no intricate wand movements. Merely a wave of the wand and the incantation, and success will come easily. Of course, you must maintain unwavering confidence. The efficacy of any spell is contingent upon this. Hesitation may lead to failure. After elaborating on the nuances of casting the spell, Professor Flitwick encouraged the little wizards to attempt it themselves. Soon, a small witch from Gryffindor, with a head of tousled hair, succeeded in conjuring a soft white light from the tip of her wand, eliciting a cheer from her peers. Excellent. A perfect Lumos, Miss Granger. How splendid. 5 points to Gryffindor. Flitwick declared joyfully. Hearing her name praised, Hermione lifted her head proudly, resembling a triumphant little lion. Terry, upon witnessing this, rolled his eyes and nudged the unresponsive Ike. What are you waiting for? This is our own house head. It's time to show your skills. Stuart chimed in. Having spent merely 2 days in the same dormitory, but already having witnessed Ike's magical prowess. If he could master the levitation charm to such an extent, surely the simpler Lumos would be no challenge. Ike, exasperated, rolled his eyes in response. Your wand movements are far too exaggerated. A subtle flick is all that is needed. Just like Miss Granger. Darn it. Stuart seized the opportunity to rally the crowd. Points. Points. Very well. Under the relentless gaze of his peers, Ike relented. Without moving his right hand, he extended his left, twisting it as though he were screwing in a light bulb, and a gentle white glow effortlessly hovered at his fingertips. My word. Quite incredible. Every motion in the classroom was keenly observed by Professor Flitwick, who did not miss this remarkable display. Never has a first-year wizard accomplished such a feat. Mr. Stride, 10 points to Ravenclaw. Nonverbal casting. Wandless magic. Unbelievable. Mr. Stride, would you be so kind as to share how you achieved this? Ike stood and offered a slight bow. I practiced diligently during the holiday, Professor Flitwick. Unbelievable. Professor Flitwick remained visibly excited, remarking that when it came to the illumination charm, none could surpass Ike's proficiency. Thank you, Professor Flitwick. Ike smiled faintly before taking his seat. In the next moment, the spell was cast. Snape's piercing gaze. Target, Stuart and Terry. Both shivered in unison and turned their attention to casting the illumination charm. Soon, the young wizards succeeded in conjuring the charm, albeit with varying degrees of brightness. Ike's flickering light ball inexplicably brought to mind the enchanting number 857. With Ike's radiant orb, the resemblance intensified. After class, on their way to the Great Hall, Stuart and Terry incessantly showered Ike with flattery. In light of the trivial benefits such as complimentary wake-up calls and unconditionally helping with belongings, Ike chose to forgive them. In the afternoon, Ravenclaw had only one class of Transfiguration with Professor McGonagall, which Ike had eagerly anticipated. Compared to other spells, Ike's Transfiguration skills were not particularly remarkable. Even though he was well-versed in Gamp's fundamental laws of Transfiguration, his attempts still bore evident flaws. For instance, when transforming a matchstick into a needle, the silver needle retained some wooden grain. Although the needle was sharp, it remained imperfect. Consequently, Ike's seemingly useless notebook system showed no progress in his Transfiguration level. The Transfiguration classroom was located on the first floor of the castle. The Ravenclaw students arrived punctually, yet Professor McGonagall was nowhere to be seen. Only a tabby cat sat atop the podium. Ike recognized this as Professor McGonagall's animagus form, noted by the distinct spectacles-like markings around its eyes. As he recalled, Harry and Ron arrived late due to oversleeping, and in Ron's panicked gaze, the tabby cat leapt from the podium, landing as the stern Professor McGonagall. I trust you will learn the importance of punctuality, or I shall turn you into alarm clocks. Professor McGonagall urged them to take their seats promptly, explaining that Transfiguration was the most complex and dangerous magic they would encounter at Hogwarts. Anyone causing disruption in my class will be asked to leave and barred from returning. With that, she cast a casual glance at Harry and Ron, causing them to instinctively shrink their necks. With a wave of her wand, she transformed the podium into a majestic lion, its mane flowing gracefully as it moved, as if touched by a softener. With another flick, the lion reverted to the podium. Ike watched intently, regrettably unable to discern anything. The execution of Transfiguration must strictly adhere to Gamp's fundamental laws, lessons painfully learned by countless wizards. I hope you remember this well, she concluded. Professor McGonagall waved her wand, and the fundamental principles of Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration appeared sequentially on the blackboard. First, food. Remember, never, ever, ever attempt to transfigure anything into food, and even more importantly, never, ever, ever consume food that has been transfigured. Transfiguration cannot alter the essential nature of an object. Turning a stone into food does not transform it into something that can satiate your hunger. It remains, at its core, a stone. Second, living beings cannot be transfigured into magical creatures. Human transfiguration is the most perilous and intricate aspect of transfiguration. The longer one remains in a transfigured state, the more profound the impact on the wizard. In severe cases, one may permanently retain animal traits or habits. This is irreversible. Magical creatures, possessing inherent magical properties, can yield dire consequences even when transfigured. Throughout history, many magical beings have emerged from the reckless misuse of transfiguration by wizards. I fervently wish to avoid witnessing the birth of a new magical creature. Third, one cannot transfigure from thin air. Transfiguration must be applied to a specific object. Should you attempt to conjure a transformation out of nothing, consider yourself fortunate that it will likely fail in most instances. However, should you succeed, the consequences could be fatal. Fourth, do not apply transfiguration to enchanted items. Transfiguration cannot affect items imbued with magic. Enchanted quills, temperature-regulating cauldrons, memory orbs, and even galleons cannot be altered by transfiguration. Please do not attempt this, as it may lead to grave repercussions. Professor McGonagall paused, her tone growing even more serious. Lastly, never, ever, ever, ever transfigure something that exists only in your imagination. On this point, you need only to remember and never to experiment. You cannot foresee what your imagination might conjure under the influence of magic. Eik diligently noted down Gamp's basic principles of transfiguration in his notebook. While the Introduction to Transfiguration textbook contained relevant information, it was far less detailed than Professor McGonagall's lecture. After all, textbooks are merely textbooks. The professor's insights were indispensable. Seeing that her students had taken sufficient notes, Professor McGonagall distributed a matchstick to each one. In this lesson, we shall learn how to transfigure a matchstick into a needle, which is the most fundamental transfiguration. She elaborated on the crucial points to bear in mind during the transfiguration process, writing them on the blackboard behind her before permitting the young wizards to commence their attempts. Following Professor McGonagall's elucidation, Eik gained a deeper understanding of transfiguration. Compared to other spells, transfiguration demands a greater degree of precision and is more reliant on the determination encapsulated within the three principles. After all, transforming one object into another requires unwavering belief. Doubt and uncertainty can result in incomplete transformations. For instance, one might end up with a cup adorned with a mouse's tail, a needle that can ignite, or a button that scuttles about like a beetle. The young wizards, typically exuberant and lacking focus, found their attempts at transfiguration largely unsuccessful. In a flurry of wand-waving, the sounds of hurried transformations filled the air. Professor McGonagall moved among the young wizards, continually pointing out errors in their transfiguration processes, yet progress remained elusive. Approaching Aik, I observed that he remained transfixed on the matchstick, making no move to wield his wand. I could not help but inquire, Mr. Stride, why do you not give it a try? Aik responded with a warm smile reminiscent of Professor McGonagall's as he waved his wand. Transfigure swiftly. In an instant, the matchstick on the table transformed into the shape of a needle, leaving only a wooden grain behind. Very well done, Mr. Stride, Professor McGonagall exclaimed, her delight evident. Ravenclaw earns extra points. Have you practiced during the holidays? Aik nodded, a hint of melancholy crossing his face. Yes, Professor McGonagall. However, it is still not a proper needle. He then reverted the needle back to its original form. After listening to your explanation, this is the best I could achieve. The grain simply cannot be eliminated. Professor McGonagall gently patted Aik's shoulder. This is already a success. To attain perfection, one must persist in practice. Perhaps by the end of the lesson, you will conjure a flawless needle. Of course, do not exert yourself too much. Sometimes, a more relaxed approach may yield better results. Upon hearing this, Aik suddenly grasped the concept. Indeed, the three principles form a stable triangle. Any undue pressure on one point could jeopardize the spell's success. Transfigure swiftly. This time, the needle appeared impeccably smooth, devoid of any grain. Chapter 11. The Treasures of the Common Room for the Average Young Wizard. Transfiguration rightfully earns its reputation as the most complex and challenging of magics. Aside from Aik, only Hermione managed to induce a change in the matchstick, merely sharpening one end. This further transformed the entire narrative of Harry Potter into Hermione and her two useless men. Alas, Aik seemed to possess an undeniable advantage. The utterly unhelpful notepad-like system that Aik found most gratifying was that once he successfully cast a spell, subsequent attempts would not result in failure, and with continued practice, the baseline for his spells would gradually rise. Regrettably, even so, the advancement in transfiguration remained exceedingly slow. A month had passed, yet he remained at level 1. Why did this not display experience points like other systems? Frustrated, Aik pushed the intermediate transfiguration guide aside, inwardly cursing. The empty dormitory was now silent, with Aik the sole occupant. Stuart and Terry had seemingly vanished. Based on Aik's experience, they were either wandering the castle or still chatting with the Hufflepuff Badgers in the Great Hall. Over the course of a month, the other young Eagles had become quite good friends, while Aik's connections remained primarily with Stuart and Terry, as his rapport with the others was not particularly strong. To outsiders, Aik appeared rather solitary, spending his days either in the library or en route to it, participating in no activities unless forcibly accompanied by Stuart and Terry. Much like the previous selection process for the Quidditch team, all the little Eagles, save for Aik, had departed. Even within the ranks of the intellectually gifted Ravenclaw, Aik stood out as remarkably unique. Moreover, as the possessor of Snape's piercing gaze, even the upperclassmen found it unbearable. Indeed, this very glare, initially intended to intimidate girls like Morag and threaten Stuart and Terry, had been absurdly categorized as a skill by the dismal notebook system. Snape's gaze, what a farcical system. Upon entering the common room, Aik made his way to a sofa nestled in the corner, observing the upperclassmen engaged in scattered conversations, and instinctively rubbed his temples. Over the past month, having devoted more time and energy to transfiguration, Aik had not made significant progress. Other than acquiring a level 2 in herbology and a level 1 in broomstick control, there had been no advancements. More critically, he had yet to uncover the disillusionment charm. He had nearly exhausted all the tomes on spells in the library, yet not a trace of the charm could be found, save for a sentence or two outlining its effects, with no incantation method available. Aik even harbored suspicions that this spell might reside in the restricted section. But without the disillusionment charm, how could he sneak into the restricted area? He had no invisibility cloak. Aik, Why are you once again sequestered here alone? Roger, leading a group of Quidditch players back, scratched his head upon spotting Eck in that familiar position. Eck's talent was evident. Yet even Roger could not fathom mastering such a plethora of spellcasting without wands as Eck did. Simultaneously, this reclusive young wizard posed a conundrum. Roger had certainly observed Eck's subtle isolation in his first year, a sentiment echoed even by Professor Flitwick. As a responsible prefect, the onus of integrating Eck into the Ravenclaw family naturally fell upon Roger. Davis, I'm merely contemplating some matters, Eck replied with a faint smile. Oh, what matters, pray tell? Perhaps I can offer a modicum of assistance, Roger declared, plopping down on the armrest of the sofa and nudging Eck aside. Very well. Such scenes had transpired numerous times over the past month, particularly in the last fortnight, and Eck was beginning to find Roger's enthusiasm somewhat overwhelming. You see, I am seeking a particular spell, yet it is nowhere to be found in the library, which has left me quite disheartened. A spell, you say? Roger stroked his chin, adopting a thoughtful expression before breaking into a smile. I believe I know the spell you seek. In fact, when I first learned of its existence, I spent considerable time searching for it in the library as well. So you do know Davis? Eck inquired. Indeed, Roger replied confidently. Do you recall the saying from Ravenclaw? The extraordinary intellect is humanity's greatest treasure. Precisely, Eck exclaimed. While the library boasts an abundance of tomes, Hogwarts is not solely defined by its library. Gently tapping Yak's shoulder, Roger slowly remarked, often, we tend to overlook the most apparent answers. What is the essence of Ravenclaw? Given your intelligence, I trust you will comprehend it. Observing Yak lost in contemplation, Roger merely smiled before quietly departing. Yet, Yak remained preoccupied with Roger's words. The evident answer drew his gaze toward the bookshelf nestled against the wall of the common room. He realized he had yet to thoroughly explore these books. Rising from the sofa, Yak approached the bookshelf, scanning the titles layer by layer. Most were trivial works, while the remainder comprised primarily fantasy novels, such as The Legend of Merlin. After meticulously sifting through the shelves, he finally unearthed hidden treasures, study notes, and manuscripts. Yak opened a notebook, potentially dating back to the 1950s or 60s, filled to the brim with valuable insights. The notes encompass theories of magic, records of ancient script translations, reflections on transfiguration, potions, and even mischief spells. He had long pondered how harmless jinxes like Nosebleed Nuisance, Jellyleg Jinx, and Batbogey Hex, widely circulated among young wizards, could be learned, as they were not documented in the library's tomes. It turned out that besides oral tradition, they had been recorded here. One could surmise that similar treasures existed in other academies as well. What delighted Yak even further was the discovery of the incantation method for the disillusionment charm within these notes. He perused a notebook from a recent graduate, and indeed, the charm was included. Having flipped through over 10 notebooks, he found the charm in each one. Yak felt utterly foolish, realizing that, as Roger had indicated, the answers lay in plain sight. Returning the other notebooks to the shelf, Yak clutched the vintage notebook, meticulously studying the section on the disillusionment charm. This particular charm was not overly complex. Most students could master it quickly. In essence, it was a spell that allowed the disguised person or object to blend seamlessly with its surroundings, akin to a chameleon, matching the colors and textures of the backdrop. According to the notes, the disillusionment charm essentially creates a magical layer that clings to the surface of a person or object, refracting and reflecting light to achieve concealment. Due to the magical influence on the surface, a novice might be detected by those sensitive to magic. However, adept practitioners could reach a level where their presence would go unnoticed even when standing directly before others. Ultimately, the challenge of the disillusionment charm lay not in the casting, but in the control. Upon returning to his dormitory, Yak withdrew his wand and directed it at a quill resting on the table. With a swift motion, his wand traced an arc in the air, causing the quill to flicker momentarily before fading slightly. The flow of magic felt peculiar, proving difficult to control. Yak adjusted his focus and attempted the spell again, resulting in the quill dimming further. After repeating this process dozens of times, the quill finally became invisible. Once again, he cast a spell upon the thick tome of History of Magic, causing it to vanish from sight. Yet, when he reached out to touch it, he could distinctly feel its presence. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness engulfed Ike, leaving him in a stupor reminiscent of a prolonged hunger. Was this an excessive drain of mana? It was evident that this was a manifestation of overexertion of magical energy. Struggling, Ike retrieved a piece of chocolate from the drawer, consuming it, and after a while, he began to regain some composure. Upon inspecting the system, there was no trace of the disillusionment charm. Indeed, it was not a simple spell. Ike mused that it not only consumed a significant amount of mana, but was also challenging to control, and this was merely an inanimate object. The effects on a living being remained untested. Who, then, was the owner of this notebook? Was there an ordinary student who could possess such proficiency? Ike contemplated Roger, the fifth-year student, and concluded that he did not appear particularly formidable. Chapter 12. The stalemate of the disillusionment charm. The practice of the disillusionment charm had reached an impasse. It was the most challenging spell Ike had encountered, perhaps only surpassed in difficulty by the Patronus charm. He even felt that the so-called 3 unforgivable curses were less intricate than the disillusionment charm. Evidently, his previous assumption that one's skill level determined their ability to learn was erroneous. Likely, even an average graduate would struggle with it. Learning this in the first year was indeed a formidable challenge. So, what was Roger truly expecting Ike to seek? The first-year curriculum was not overly burdensome, and Ike, relying on muscle memory, was able to swiftly complete the assignments set by the professors. In this regard, aside from Hermione, no one matched Ike's speed. Stuart and Terry were slightly slower, but not by much. If there was only one class in the afternoon, they too would finish before dinner. The remaining time was predominantly spent loitering around the Quidditch pitch. Ike had never quite grasped the sport of Quidditch. This so-called competition, which amalgamated elements of football, basketball, racing, and martial arts, was evidently savage, as evidenced by the hundreds of foul rules. As a player, concussions were commonplace, colds and fevers frequent, and fractures almost a routine occurrence. As a spectator, the players often flew too swiftly and too high, rendering them nearly invisible to the naked eye. Even with binoculars, one often lost sight of the action. Both the experience of playing and watching left much to be desired. Moreover, as the bottom dwellers of Hogwarts Quidditch, Ravenclaw had languished for years, showing no signs of resurgence. While Hufflepuff had a future star in Cedric, what did Ravenclaw have? Letting Cho become the savior? Perhaps that might be feasible in 2 years' time. Having performed a disillusionment charm and then a Patronus manifestation, Ike reluctantly picked up his wand after a long hiatus. His conjuring charm had reached level 2. Yet the disillusionment charm truly brought shame to the predecessors of his past. Growing weary of his dormitory, Ike decided to push open the door and leave the Ravenclaw Tower, making his way directly to the edge of the Black Lake. For nearly 2 weeks, Ike had found solace in retreating to this spot during his free moments, staring into the deep, expansive waters in a state of reverie. Occasionally, the enormous squid in the Black Lake emerges from the depths, its massive tentacles thrashing the water, sending the little wizards on the shore scurrying in fright. However, this spectacle holds no terror for Ike. With the waterproof charm, warmth charm, and cleansing charm combined, it is a true testament to the adage that one must experience to understand. The mermaids also make sporadic appearances, yet they are far from the youthful and alluring figures Ike had envisioned. The freshwater mermaids of the Black Lake possess a rather distinctive unattractiveness, wielding forks encrusted with algae that are quite off-putting. As Ike sits quietly on the shore, he reflects on whether he has been a tad too impatient. For a first-year student, as long as one avoids the forbidden forest, the risks are minimal. Yet, each time he contemplates this, a pair of enormous yellow serpentine eyes invades his thoughts. The serpent creature is utterly unreasonable. Before Christmas, he must master the disillusionment charm. Ike silently encourages himself. 2 months remain, which is ample time. On his way back to the Great Hall, he encounters Hagrid, who is dragging several enormous pumpkins, and Ike realizes that Halloween is fast approaching. Upon entering the Great Hall, he indeed finds Professor Flitwick directing older students in hanging spider webs and faux bats. Spotting Ike, Professor Flitwick beams with delight and quickly beckons, "Mr. Stride, splendid. Come and assist in hanging these decorations." Ike bows slightly in acknowledgement, and, with a flourish of his wand, the spider webs and faux bats that lay on the ground begin to float upwards. With another wave of his wand, they are elegantly arranged, transforming the hall in the blink of an eye. "Every time I see your levitation charm, I am utterly astonished." Professor Flitwick nods in satisfaction. "Thank you for your kind words, Professor Flitwick." After exchanging a few pleasantries with the professor, Ike returns to the Ravenclaw table. No sooner has he seated himself than Morag, who is engaged in lively conversation nearby, casts him a disdainful glance. Ike responds with a severest Snape-like gaze, and the space beside him promptly clears. Unfazed, he pours himself a glass of pumpkin juice, adds a chicken leg and several pieces of beef, and fills his plate with pasta, topped with a generous serving of mashed potatoes, savoring his meal at a leisurely pace. Recently, his practice of the disillusionment charm has increased his appetite significantly. Before Stuart and Terry have finished their meal, Ike returns to the common room, picking up the familiar notebook from the 1950s and 60s, and begins to read slowly. Naturally, The silent, invisible package of earplugs is unavoidable. The next day, he attends a charms class followed by a defense against the dark arts lesson, and in the afternoon, a transfiguration class focused on transforming quills into pens. By the time Ike exits the library, the Halloween feast is nearly underway. Stuart and Terry, Ike's only two friends in Ravenclaw, have saved him a spot. With a bright smile, he waves to the two of them and takes his place between them. I just told Terry that if you didn't arrive soon, I would come to find you in the library, and here you are, Stuart remarks, patting Ike on the shoulder. You're impressive, spending all your time in the library. I lack such patience. It's merely a matter of habit. Reading more books is always beneficial. Eik seized a lively cockroach and, under Stuart's horrified gaze, swiftly swallowed it whole. The sensation was rather intriguing. The legs continued to move as he chewed. He then extended another to Stuart, urging him to taste it, declaring it quite delectable. No, I believe honeycomb would suit me better, Stuart replied. Eik then turned to Terry, who was wide-eyed, slurping on a licorice wand. With a shrug, Eik tossed the cockroach into his mouth again, relishing the thrill it provided. Soon, the feast commenced. Countless bats flitted about the ceiling, while numerous small clouds swirled above their heads. The enormous pumpkins cultivated by Hagrid were crafted into flickering jack-o'-lanterns, and a bountiful array of dishes adorned the dining table. With a cockroach still in his mouth, Ik helped himself to a succulent lamb chop, savoring the sensation of the cockroach legs still writhing, as he meticulously carved the meat. With the cockroach consumed and the lamb chop perfectly deboned, Ik took a sip of pumpkin juice and speared a piece of meat with his fork. The rich barbecue sauce melded with the distinctive flavor of the lamb, accompanied by a hint of spice, reminiscent of the lamb skewers from roadside stalls of yore. After finishing the lamb, Ik devoured a chicken leg, a pair of chicken wings, 3 slices of steak, and a generous spoonful of mashed potatoes. Just as he was about to finish the last of his meatball pasta, a loud bang interrupted him. Professor Quirrell stumbled into the room, exclaiming, "A troll! In the dungeon!" Almost immediately, he collapsed onto the floor, unconscious. Chaos erupted in the hall, prompting Dumbledore to wave his wand, conjuring bursts of purple fireworks to capture the attention of the young witches and wizards. Head students, Dumbledore's voice resonated, immediately escort the students back to their dormitories. All right, stay close. Roger stood up, clapping his hands. Lower years, follow Penelope closely. I'll be at the rear. The young eagles had calmed down, falling into 2 lines behind Penelope as they exited the hall. Eik found himself among the ranks, though his expression had soured. He suddenly recalled that, according to the original narrative, Hermione was presently in the girls' restroom adjacent to the dungeon, soon to engage in a perilous game of cat and mouse with the troll. Eik harbored complex feelings towards Hermione. On one hand, she had blossomed into a striking young woman, while on the other, she was among the first individuals he had befriended at Hogwarts. Moreover, as a frequent visitor to the library, Eik and Hermione often crossed paths, sitting at opposite ends of a long table, engrossed in their respective books, which did not hinder their budding friendship. Furthermore, who could say if Harry and Ron, those unreliable companions, would successfully rescue Hermione? Glancing towards Gryffindor, he noticed neither Harry nor Ron. Eik hesitated momentarily before grabbing Stuart's arm. If I am not back in half an hour, remember to seek out Professor Flitwick. After finishing his words, Stuart, with a bewildered expression, decisively cast a silent and incomplete disillusionment charm on himself. He crouched down and vanished amidst the chaotic crowd. The underground corridor at night was desolate, with few flickering candles, creating an eerie atmosphere. Ike, holding his wand, slowly made his way towards the ladies' restroom. Not far along, he was hit by a foul stench and hurriedly began to run. Upon reaching the restroom, he saw Harry and Ron locking the door. Well, that was good. The troll couldn't escape now. Just as Ron finished speaking, a piercing, terrified scream echoed from within the restroom. Oh no, Hermione. The two turned around to unlock the door, but suddenly felt their bodies being inexplicably pulled apart, one to the left and the other to the right. Shattered. As a voice rang out, the restroom door exploded open. The two steadied themselves and quickly glanced inside, where they saw Hermione covering her mouth, looking terrified, alongside a massive silhouette lurking nearby. Run, Harry shouted, and before he could finish, he saw Hermione being dragged out of the restroom at an alarming speed. Just as he was about to call out again, that familiar sensation returned. When he regained his senses, Hermione and Ron were half lying on the ground beside him. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy footsteps echoed, accompanied by the acrid stench, as the troll emerged, wielding a hefty wooden club. Roar! The troll bellowed, spittle flying from its mouth. It glanced around briefly before rushing towards Harry and the others. Legs freeze. Obstructions everywhere. With the incantation of 2 spells, the troll stumbled momentarily, but it was merely a brief falter before it continued charging at the trio. Yet, after just a few steps, it halted, scratching its small head as if puzzled about the whereabouts of its club. Harry and the others clearly witnessed the club suddenly soar from the troll's grasp, hovering above its head for an instant before flying forward a short distance. Then, it came crashing down with a resounding bang. The troll fell heavily to the ground. The club, seemingly unsatisfied, lifted once more and came crashing down again, striking the back of the troll's head, before finally losing its control and tumbling aside. Harry felt as if he were in a dream, watching a 12-foot troll collapse just 2 or 3 meters away, far from the terrifying creature he had imagined. Looking as fragile as a chick. What in the world is happening? Ron, thoroughly frightened, stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. It seems someone saved us. Harry, regaining his composure, replied haltingly, "Indeed, someone has rescued us." Hermione, having calmed down, helped the 2 helpless men to their feet and cast a cleaning charm on them. But who could that be? Ron's voice still trembled as he noticed no professors approaching. Of course, it wasn't the professors. Hermione furrowed her brow, wiping away the tears that had been frightened from her eyes. Deep down, she mused, who else could it be but that fellow? She realized she had previously omitted an important detail, now amended. Chapter 13. In every trio, there must be a fool. Harry and Ron epitomized the true spirit of Gryffindor, their reckless impulsiveness manifesting vividly in their actions. Often, their enthusiasm led them to make assumptions without careful consideration. In contrast, while Hermione also exhibited impulsive tendencies, she generally managed to retain her composure, demonstrating an acute ability to discern peculiarities in subtle details, thereby honing in on her objectives. Yet, under the influence of Harry and Ron, her target often strayed from its intended path. Nonetheless, regarding the troll incident, Hermione was resolute in her conviction that her assessment was correct. As the ever-astute top student in her year, Hermione was particularly sensitive about her academic performance, especially during her earlier years. Her fiercely competitive nature and pride made it difficult for her to accept any shortcomings compared to her peers. Thus, when confronted with someone excelling in charms, potions, herbology, and transfiguration, her competitive spirit was ignited. Hermione never considered herself a genius. Indeed, when compared to true prodigies like Bill Weasley, the eldest son of the Weasley family, she recognized a considerable gap in their abilities. After all, merely in terms of academic credentials, the impressive 12 certificates were an accomplishment Hermione had yet to achieve. For a substantial period, Hermione relied on her time and effort to maintain her position as the top student in Gryffindor. It can be said that, had it not been for Eck, she would have remained firmly seated on the throne of academic superiority as in the original timeline. Now, however, she found herself relegated to second place. Eck was also the first person Hermione had met in the magical realm, and their relationship hovered in a space between acquaintanceship and friendship, often perceiving each other merely as companions sharing a library for study, with little interaction. As a chaser, Hermione understood Eck far better than he might have anticipated. Suddenly, a resounding clatter of footsteps echoed as Professor McGonagall rushed towards the trio, closely followed by Snape and Quirrell. Quirrell glanced at the troll, letting out a feeble whimper before collapsing against the wall, clutching his chest tightly. Professor McGonagall, visibly furious, her face and lips pale, trembled as she gripped her wand. "What on earth are you playing at?" she berated. "This is a troll, a creature of considerable danger. It is sheer luck that you were not killed. Why were you not safely ensconced in your dormitory?" Professor McGonagall, Harry swore, the current Professor McGonagall is 100 times more terrifying than that loathsome Professor Snape. Just as he prepared to recount the events that had transpired, a voice interjected from the side. "They were looking for me, Professor McGonagall," Hermione stated. Professor McGonagall turned her gaze to Hermione, who continued, "I had read about trolls in books and thought I could handle it. If it weren't for Harry and Ron, I believe I would have perished. They rescued me from the restroom," with Ron diligently diverting the attention of the troll, while Harry struck the creature down with its own wooden club and Ron delivered a finishing blow. By the time they arrived, I had been cornered by the troll, leaving them no time to summon help. Professor McGonagall glanced at the bewildered faces of Harry and Ron, who nodded vigorously, affirming that everything was as Hermione had described. "Oh, so that is the case," Professor McGonagall mused. "Miss Granger, due to your recklessness, 5 points have been deducted from Gryffindor. Now, you should promptly return to the Gryffindor Tower. The Halloween feast has been distributed to the various houses." The 3 bowed to Professor McGonagall and turned to leave. Well, after all, it is rare for first-year wizards to defeat a fully grown troll. Each of you has earned 5 points for Gryffindor. Additionally, I shall inform Professor Dumbledore of this incident. Now, off you go." They hurried away, ascending the staircase in silence until the foul odor of the troll was no longer perceptible. "Hermione, do you know who helped us?" Harry refrained from mentioning the points. He had no intention of being the honest child to expose Hermione's deception. Being the most astute among the trio, Hermione surely had her reasons for lying. "I have my suspicions." "So, you do not intend to tell us?" Ron murmured. "We can keep a secret, you know. We are quite adept at it." Both Harry and Hermione looked at Ron with incredulity in their eyes. Who in Gryffindor did not know that Ron Weasley was a notorious blabbermouth? Any secret he learned would be known by the entire house by morning. All right, I know, Ron replied, his face flushing as red as his hair. "Let us hurry back, I'm starving." With that, he strode purposefully towards the Gryffindor Tower. Harry and Hermione followed behind, gradually falling a bit behind. Harry glanced at Ron's retreating figure and whispered, "Hermione, was it Aiken from Ravenclaw?" After much contemplation, the only person capable of easily defeating the troll and having a connection to us, specifically to you, was indeed him. Hermione looked at Harry with surprise. She had not anticipated that Harry, who had always been as reckless as Ron, had learned to think. "Indeed, I suspect it was him," Hermione nodded. With Harry having deduced the truth, she found no reason to deny it regarding Aiken. "But why did you not mention it earlier?" Harry inquired again. "Harry," Hermione paused, fixing her gaze upon him. "Did you see Aiken just now?" "No," Harry shook his head. "There exists a spell known as the disillusionment charm, which can render a person invisible." Hermione continued walking. "I know Aiken has been practicing this spell lately. I just wasn't sure if he succeeded, as it is typically taught in the 7th year." Clearly, he had succeeded. Harry shrugged, lacking any comprehension of the complexities of the disillusionment charm, and thus unable to grasp the astonishment and helplessness evident in Hermione's tone. Clearly, Hermione nodded, using the charm to conceal herself before departing immediately after having rescued them. It was evident that he had his own intentions. "Harry, we must not divulge X's secret, especially given that he has just saved us." "All right, you have persuaded me. You can trust that I will keep this confidential." Harry tilted his head towards Hermione, patting his chest. "I won't mention it to Ron. That is for the best." Hermione tossed her hair back and, without waiting for Harry, sprinted towards Gryffindor Tower. Upon reaching the portrait of the fat lady, the door stood ajar. As Ron leaned against it, arguing with her, "Trust me, they are just behind. They will arrive any moment. You red-headed boy, step aside. It has been 3 minutes. I shall close the door." No. Please believe me. If you could just wait a little longer." Suddenly, Ron heard footsteps and, turning towards the sound, shouted, "Harry! Hermione, hurry! The fat lady is going to close the door." The two hastened their pace and ran into the archway alongside Ron. "We know the password, Ron," Harry panted. "Blast it." Ron, evidently having just realized, smacked his forehead in frustration. "I forgot." Chapter 14. I understand Hogwarts was like a sieve. There were hardly any secrets to be found. As the trio entered the common room, they were met with accolades and cheers from the entire Gryffindor house, particularly from the Weasley twins, who, with a flair for the dramatic, greeted them with magical fireworks they had mysteriously procured. The title of Troll Slayers was thus bestowed upon Harry and his friends, much to Ron's delight. Meanwhile, Eck was in the dormitory, undergoing a joint interrogation by Stuart and Terry. "Eck, it was you who defeated the troll, wasn't it?" Stuart said, binding Eck to a chair, removing one of his shoes, and brandishing a quill menacingly as if to tickle him. "Speak, confess willingly, or face the consequences of your silence." Terry wielded a large breadstick, freshly taken from the common room's dining table, still steaming. I'll tell. Eck feigned fear, exclaiming, "It was me. It was me. Uft, you're far too unconvincing." Terry bit into the breadstick, plopping down onto the bed. "Indeed, this is quite dull," Stuart added. Eck subtly moved his fingers, and the ropes binding him naturally untied themselves and flew into the corner. Stuart and Terry, having grown accustomed to this, understood that Eck was merely indulging in their playful antics. "So, have you mastered the disillusionment charm?" Stuart inquired. "Not yet." Eck shook his head, noting that his useless notebook system had yet to reveal the charm, "but I believe it shall be soon." As he spoke, Yak took out his wand and cast a disillusionment charm on himself. To Stuart and Terry, Yak's silhouette remained faintly visible. The dimness of the underground corridor and my position in the shadows prevented any discovery. Yak dispelled the charm and shrugged, uncertain whether he had evaded the professor's notice. Perhaps their urgency to rescue someone had caused them to overlook him. Who could say? Terry broke off a piece of breadstick and handed it to Yak, observing as he took a bite, and remarked, "I doubt they noticed. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so leisurely enjoying bread in the dormitory." Let us hope so, Yak mumbled. Although he had rushed to the dormitory by an alternate route as soon as he confirmed that the troll was thoroughly unconscious. The enormity of the situation would surely prompt the professors to investigate the scene, potentially uncovering some trace of evidence. Yak had not learned how to disguise a scene or erase traces. As for Harry and the others, he felt no concern. Hermione would undoubtedly assist. This was an unspoken understanding among the clever. Indeed, events unfolded as Yak had anticipated, otherwise. The title of Troll Slayer would not have been bestowed upon Harry and his companions. Indeed, Ravenclaw had caught wind of it. Hogwarts was undeniably a sieve. In the days that followed, wherever Harry and his friends went, they could hear cheers such as Brave Potter, the Troll Slayer. Watching the trio being overwhelmed by the enthusiastic crowd, Yak, who sat quietly reading aside, vowed that he felt no schadenfreude whatsoever. He conveyed the same sentiment to the irate Hermione, who had come to confront him. Silence. Madame Pants did not lift her head, but her voice thundered in Hermione's ears, causing the young witch to quickly cover her mouth and glare fiercely at Yak. Don't you have anything to say to me? The quill on the page rustled as Yak glanced over, and then silently enveloped the two of them in a soundproof bubble. All right, we can speak now. Rest assured. Those outside cannot hear us, but they can see us. Hermione withdrew her poised hand, cautiously glancing around, and, seeing Yak was indeed correct, felt a sense of relief. What exactly are you planning, Yak? I have no plans, Yak shook his head. I merely heard of a troll and happened upon two sneaky individuals stealthily separating from the main group. My curiosity was piqued. Curiosity? Spare me, Yak. Do you think I believe your nonsense? Hermione fixed her gaze upon Yak, her expression rife with skepticism. Yak shrugged. That is the truth. Otherwise. Do you think I possess foresight? Had I not heard your scream, I would have had no idea you were hiding in the restroom. Hermione, observing Yak's seemingly carefree demeanor, felt a surge of irritation but chose not to press further. Unlike the Gryffindors, the Ravenclaws were notoriously tight-lipped. Fine. If you don't wish to speak, then don't. It's not as though I must know. Hermione, fuming with indignation, clutched her book and stormed out of the library, her hair trailing behind her in a defiant flourish. Ike watched her departure with a resigned shake of his head. Perhaps it was his familiarity with the unspoken understanding among adults that rendered him somewhat unaccustomed to Hermione's inquisitive nature. Now, in every class, he found himself deliberately overlooked by the professors, as if they intentionally chose to disregard him when posing questions. It was evident that they were already aware of his identity, the pride of Flitwick. Indeed, I know it was you who vanquished the troll. It must be said that the rudimentary system had its merits. As the first Quidditch match approached, the attention of the young wizards swiftly shifted from the troll to the impending competition. Quidditch, the so-called favorite sport of wizards, possessed an unparalleled allure, captivating countless individuals. At Hogwarts, it not only played a significant role in determining the fate of the House Cup, but also served as a crucial means for resolving conflicts among the houses. This, of course, applied only to the Gryffindor-Slytherin rivalry. Each encounter between Gryffindor and Slytherin was characterized by intense competition, not merely a description, but a statement of fact. The average record of 5 players hospitalized per match remains unsurpassed by any magical institution worldwide. The fervor extended beyond the players on the field. The fans were equally passionate. After each match, large-scale brawls erupted between the two houses, nearly becoming a tradition. With wands drawn, spells such as muggle baiting and snail snot filled the air, creating a chaotic scene. Naturally, the commotion never escalated too far, as professors intervened only when the situation threatened to spiral out of control. In those moments, the warriors of both houses would instinctively cease their attacks and hastily retreat to their respective common rooms. This was merely a playful exchange among students. After a particularly decisive victory by Slytherin over Gryffindor, an unnamed professor of icy demeanor remarked thus. Ike had no intention of attending the match. Stuart and Terry merely shouted a cheer, and upon noticing Ike's indifference, they ceased their efforts. Having spent over 2 months together, the young Eagles had long since attuned themselves to one another's temperaments, being astute enough not to seek unnecessary amusement. Ike was content with this arrangement. Once everyone had departed, he cast a disillusionment charm with an experience value of 99 and stealthily approached the portrait of the troll-bashing Barabana. After passing in front of the wall 3 times, a smooth, grand door materialized before him. Upon entering, he found himself in a spacious chamber, occupied solely by 3 dummies positioned in the center. Ike drew his wand, aimed at the dummies, and with a sweeping motion, incanted, thunderous explosion. A bolt of crimson light shot forth from the tip of his wand, striking the central dummy directly. With a resounding bang, the dummy erupted, sending shockwaves that rendered the 2 flanking dummies armless and legless, thus thoroughly destroyed. Ike's eyes were tightly shut, feeling the flow of magic within him. When he opened them again, a line of small text appeared before him. Explosion Spell 1, acquired. Chapter 15, Speculation. Thunderous explosion. Thunderous explosion. Thunderous explosion. Ike conjured a chair, his right hand dangling beside him, while his left hand grasped a blanket filled with water. He tilted his head back and drank it dry, then summoned 3 dummies once more, without waving his wand again. Explosion Spell 2, acquired. Compared to auxiliary spells like the levitation charm, the consumption of this offensive spell was indeed considerable. Moreover, something seemed amiss. Ike mused that perhaps he had unleashed the explosion spell too many times in quick succession, and now merely seeing the dummies made him want to cast another. Was this an excessive self-suggestion? In the Hogwarts library, there existed a theoretical book titled The Mind, What You Do Not Understand, which contained a phrase that left a deep impression on Ike. Magic invariably alters a wizard's will imperceptibly, just as dark magic leads a wizard to become increasingly extreme, bloodthirsty, and malevolent. Even seemingly inconspicuous spells can influence a wizard. A wizard who frequently uses cleaning charms may find it increasingly intolerable to endure dust. Though this change may be subtle, its impact is undeniable. From this perspective, it is reasonable to assert that the explosion spell could instigate destructive thoughts. However, it should not be this pronounced. Ike decided to take a brief respite. Compared to his peers, Ike believed that perhaps his sole advantage lay in his mental acuity. So, where exactly had the error occurred? As thoughts swirled in his mind, everything in the room, except for the chair Ike was sitting on, began to invert. The ceiling transformed into a bright white circular dome, a beautiful chandelier swaying at its center. The rough yet sturdy floor tiles were replaced with pristine wooden flooring, the dummies vanished, and a fireplace appeared on the wall, crackling with fire. Beside the fireplace stood 5 or 6 tall bookshelves, brimming with books. On the opposite side, an exquisite desk was neatly arranged with paper, pens, and ink. Where the dummies had been, a carpet embroidered with a majestic fire dragon was now surrounded by 4 sofas. Ike rose, and the chair beneath him spun around to the front of the desk, transforming into something that resembled the professor's seats in the Great Hall at first glance. He pulled a brand new book from the shelf, only for it to become worn and tattered in his hands. Upon opening it, he discovered it was a fantasy novel he had previously perused in the library. Grabbing another book, he found it to be standard spells, identical to one he had borrowed before. Sitting on the sofa by the fireplace, Ike fell into deep contemplation. The wonders of the wish-granting room had surpassed Ike's expectations. Not only could it manifest according to one's needs, but it could also transform and adjust at will. This is not a feat attainable by mere magic, and comprehending the intricacies within is evidently a formidable challenge. Of course, this is not a pursuit that Yak can embark upon at present. According to the text's mind, the unfathomable, and the theory of magic, it is established that the will of the wizard and magic share a relationship of mutual interaction, where the former dictates the success and potency of a spell, while the latter subtly influences the wizard's habits and character. However, another crucial factor determining the success of a spell is magical power, a unique force possessed by wizards. Thus, a question arises: what transformations occur within magical power during the release of a spell? How does the manifestation of offensive spells, even dark magic, differ from that of ordinary spells in terms of magical power? Is the wizard's will the fundamental reason behind the change in the nature of magical power? Yak summoned paper and quill, inscribing these 3 inquiries, and circled the phrase regarding the transformation of nature. The impending visit to the restricted section loomed large. This sensation of encountering questions without answers left Yak somewhat agitated, even more so by the absence of the disillusionment charm in his notes. Yak sensed that he was on the cusp of mastering the charm, yet that final step eluded him. An imperfect disillusionment charm could not guarantee Yak's concealment. Only by thoroughly mastering the charm could he ensure undetected entry into the restricted section, allowing ample time to seek answers and subsequently engage in a systematic study of various spells. Before uncovering the answers, he resolved not to hasten the enhancement of offensive spells. Yak focused his thoughts, and the room reverted to its original state. All petrified. Fall into a stupor. Disarm you. Flames ablaze. Flames ablaze. A barrage of spells. Flocks of birds. Each incantation flashed before Yak's eyes, symbolizing the spells he had mastered. Yet, an overwhelming urge to wreak havoc surged within him, even as the incantation of Avada lingered on his lips. Before Yak could complete the spell, his wand unexpectedly resisted, abruptly severing his magical input. Cold sweat broke out on Yak's brow as he hurriedly examined his wand. Thankfully, the cedar wood remained remarkably smooth, gradually emanating a gentle white glow once he regained his composure. Unicorn hair? Yak collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, a wave of trepidation washing over him. The backlash of spells on the wizard was particularly evident in his case. Yak had underestimated this aspect, or rather, when he resolved to elevate all offensive spells to a level of 1, he remained under the negative influence of the exploding spell. Had it not been for the wand, with its core of unicorn hair, which could partially restrain its owner's succumbing to dark magic, Yak feared he would have successfully unleashed the killing curse. At that point, the repercussions of the killing curse would have been unfathomably magnified. Ike cast a glance at the scattered fragments of mannequins and ashes strewn across the floor before turning to push open the grand door. He nonchalantly conjured an incomplete illusion spell around himself and made his way towards the Ravenclaw common room, settling into the familiar embrace of the sofa. Ike began casting a series of awakening spells upon himself, 12 in total, compelling himself into a state of sage-like clarity. The awakening spell, designed to rouse the unconscious, also served to soothe the enraged and impulsive, bringing them to a state of calm. Under the influence of 12 such spells, one could attain an extreme level of tranquility, even momentarily detaching from emotions and adopting an indifferent stance towards everything. This was a revelation Ike had discovered during his prior practice with the awakening spell. Indeed, upon entering this sage mode, Ike immediately sensed something amiss. The vitality of his magical energy had surged. Where it once flowed like a gentle stream, it now bubbled with the exuberance of a spirited child, restless and untamed. Stopping the spell, he abruptly ended the sage time, and a wave of agitation washed over him. Glancing at the half-portrait of Ravenclaw in the common room, he felt an inexplicable urge to obliterate it. Suppressing this impulse, Ike dashed back to his dormitory, leaping onto his bed with his wand aimed at his own head. Sleep and fall. A flash of red light enveloped him as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 16. The drawbacks. Merlin once proclaimed that the finest remedy for troubles is a good night's sleep. Once slumbering, all worries fade away. When Ike awakened, the night had already descended. Rubbing his neck to ease the soreness caused by the impact of the slumber spell, he gradually regained his senses. A glance out the window and a quick check of the clock on the wall revealed that it was nearly 8 o'clock. Stuart and Terry had yet to return. They were likely in the common room or the Great Hall. As anticipated, upon entering the common room, Ike found Stuart and Terry engaged in a fervent discussion with Michael and Anthony regarding the day's match, debating whether Harry's broom had malfunctioned or had been cursed. It appeared that Stuart, who believed the broom had indeed broken, was on the verge of defeat. Upon spotting Ike, they exclaimed, "Ike, my goodness, you've been asleep in your dormitory until now." "Indeed, I've been utterly exhausted lately," Ike replied, somewhat listlessly waving his hand as a greeting. "I'm off to find something to eat. You all continue." The Hogwarts feast commenced at 6 and concluded by 8. Missing dinner meant he would have to forage for food in the kitchen. Making his way to the basement, Ike passed by the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room and stood before the portrait of a silver tray brimming with fruits. Reaching out, he scratched the pair depicted in the painting, which erupted into laughter before transforming into a handle. Grasping the handle, he pulled, revealing an arched passageway before him. Upon traversing the short archway, several upperclassmen from Hufflepuff were spotted gathered around a table laden with an array of delectable confections, including chocolate muffins, jam-filled donuts, and various flavors of pudding and ice cream. To his surprise, Ike also noticed 2 German sausages on a plate in front of one of the Hufflepuffs. The location of the Hogwarts kitchens was hardly a secret among the Hufflepuffs, for the house elves residing in the castle today were predominantly descendants of those house elves once sheltered by the esteemed Helga Hufflepuff, naturally inclined towards the Badgers. Helga Hufflepuff was most renowned for her culinary spells, and many dishes at Hogwarts feasts were directly inherited from her legacy. Thus, the presence of Badgers in the kitchen was unremarkable. It was Ike, a Ravenclaw, who drew attention. Disregarding the curious and probing gazes, Ike promptly seated himself at a nearby table. No sooner had he settled in than a house elf, clad in tattered drapery, appeared beside him. The elf cautiously glanced at Ike, clutching the ragged fabric of its attire, and in a soft voice inquired, "Esteemed young wizard, how may Omi serve you?" Ike, with a smile gracing his face, replied, "I missed dinner. Could you provide me with something to eat, Omi?" "It would be an honor to serve the young wizards," Omi responded eagerly. The house elf promptly bent down, and, with a snap of its fingers, a plethora of culinary delights materialized upon Ike's table. Roasted beef, steak, boiled potatoes, chips, pasta, macaroni. Small sausages, alongside the desserts that adorned the Badger's table, filled the surface to the brim. As the table became increasingly crowded, Ike quickly interjected, all right, Omi, that is quite enough. Just leave me a portion of roasted beef, a steak, 2 small sausages, half a plate of macaroni, along with a mango pudding and a glass of pumpkin juice. With another snap of his fingers, Omi reduced the spread to only the items Aik had specified. "Is this sufficient for your enjoyment?" the elf inquired. "Indeed, Omi, thank you," Aik affirmed. In an ecstatic frenzy, Omi seemed to vanish with a shriek. Aik paused for a moment, then realized that house elves regarded serving their masters as their utmost duty. Any praise would elicit overwhelming excitement, often to the point of self-harm. Omi wouldn't harm herself, would she? Aik mused, dismissing the thought as he lifted a piece of roasted beef to his mouth. The tender, juicy meat tantalized Aik's taste buds, prompting a satisfied murmur. Amidst the astonished gazes of the badgers, Aik consumed the spread with fervor, feeling content as he let out a hearty belch, nodding cheerfully to the badgers before making his exit from the kitchen. Strolling back to the Ravenclaw Tower at a leisurely pace, he found that Stuart and the others had vanished. Aik settled onto the sofa that had been tacitly designated as his, summoning a notebook from the nearby shelf and flipping it open, his mind wandering aimlessly. After a brief slumber and a hearty meal, Aik finally regained his composure, his keen intellect once again asserting its dominance. In comparing his own reactions to those of other young wizards while practicing spells, alongside the insights gleaned from the notes of his predecessors, Aik was suddenly struck by a hypothesis. Perhaps the occurrences in his life were significantly tied to the inefficacious nature of his own notebook system. For ordinary young wizards, the process of mastering spells is one of gradual improvement, achieved through repetitive practice and incremental mastery. Initially, results may be sporadic, but with continued practice and deeper understanding of the spells, proficiency develops. However, for Aik, the moment he successfully cast a spell, the system would register a level of 1. Subsequent practice would elevate the spell's rank, allowing him to perform silent and wandless magic, effectively compressing or even replacing the protracted learning phase experienced by other wizards. Yet, the impact of magic on a person does not dissipate. Rather, the absence of that gradual adaptation process led to the accumulation of negative effects, culminating in simultaneous outbursts. Cursed system. The more he contemplated, the more Aik felt this was the crux of the matter. Otherwise, it made no sense that others could cast explosive spells without incident, while he turned into a harbinger of destruction after merely a few attempts. Particularly alarming was the subsequent barrage of spell-level notifications, which nearly prompted him to unleash an Avada. Heaven knows what madness he might have succumbed to had his wand not intervened. He certainly did not wish to become the youngest inmate of Azkaban. Perhaps he was too hasty. Aik rubbed his temples. It was becoming increasingly clear. The remaining task was to adjust his strategy. The disillusionment charm would remain at the forefront. But following its mastery, all other spell practices would need to be paused, redirecting his focus towards the study of magical theory and transfiguration. Next, he would endeavor to learn the Patronus charm. If Aik's conjecture held true, mastering the Patronus charm would mitigate the adverse effects stemming from his offensive spells. As one of the oldest and most potent defensive charms, the power and complexity of the Patronus charm were undeniable. Thus, it would present an even greater challenge than the disillusionment charm. Nonetheless, it was imperative for Aik to master it. Otherwise, he would not dare to practice offensive spells such as the exploding charm, fire charm, or the severing charm, let alone delve into the dark arts. Chapter 17. Christmas Eve. November passed quietly, and with a blanket of snow enveloping the entire school, Aik finally succeeded in mastering the disillusionment charm. This had been the spell that had consumed the most time thus far, and upon reaching level 1, Aik finally understood the intricacies of the disillusionment charm. Unlike other spells, although primarily cast upon the caster themselves, its effects extend to others, rendering them unable to perceive the caster or the object of the charm. In essence, this spell simultaneously influences both the target of the charm and those observing it. The casting process for the former is akin to that of other spells. The challenge lies in the latter, requiring a high degree of control over magical energy, due to the existence of the rudimentary note-taking system. Despite the many spells that Aik had mastered to the extent of silent and wandless casting, it was, in reality, the system's spell levels that facilitated this ability. Aik's own command over magical energy was not as formidable. The underlying issue remained. The system's presence rendered Aik's foundation insufficient to uphold his spellcasting prowess. A shaky foundation, coupled with an excessively lofty structure, invariably leads to complications. The pursuit of immediate success is ill-advised. Learning from past missteps, Aik revisited the standard spells and magical theory. As the ancients wisely asserted, revisiting old knowledge leads to new understanding. The essence of learning reveals itself through repetition. With the aid of his innate affinity for magical energy, Ike could distinctly perceive an enhancement in his control over the magic within him, just as Professor McGonagall had demonstrated during their first meeting at St. Mary's. It was not the spell that caused the quill to dance in midair, but Ike's own magical essence. Now, Ike merely sought to reclaim that sensation and diligently practice it. By the time Christmas approached, Ike had already mastered the ability to simultaneously manipulate 9 quills, guiding them swiftly within a 2-meter radius around himself, altering their trajectories at will. Achieving such a feat solely through magical energy was undoubtedly a considerable challenge. Regrettably, Ike was unable to increase the number beyond 9, which represented his current limit. In the second week of December, Ike applied for a leave of absence to remain at school, having already informed Julian through the school's owl. Although Julian expressed sorrow over Ike's inability to spend Christmas with her and the children at St. Mary's, she respected his decision and even sent him a brand new sweater. This was a tradition at St. Mary's. Each Christmas, the children at the orphanage received one, generously donated by a local factory in Gloucester. As for the design, it could only be described as festive. Ike felt immensely relieved that Stuart and Terry had already left school by the time he received the sweater. He had no desire to experience the embarrassment of social faux pas. For those students remaining at school, the Christmas holiday was not as relaxing as one might imagine. Professors often assigned a plethora of homework before the break, consuming a significant portion of their time. Moreover, the head boy would oversee the decoration of the castle, and outstanding young wizards like Ike were certainly valuable assistants. Additionally, since the number of students staying was limited, it was undoubtedly easier for the head boy and professors to supervise, compounded by the increased patrols mandated by Filch, making the atmosphere less relaxed than during regular classes. Using the levitation charm to assist Professor Flitwick in hanging decorations on the Christmas tree, Ike finally felt a measure of relief. Among the first-year Ravenclaw students staying behind were only 3, Ike, Padma, and Morag. Faced with Morag and Padma, Ike felt no desire to engage in conversation, or rather, it was evident that they had no intention of speaking with him at all. Half a semester has passed, and Ike has successfully established himself as the most peculiar individual amidst the peculiar crowd of Ravenclaw. Aside from Stuart and Terry, even Michael and Anthony seldom engage in conversation with Ike, let alone Morag and her companions. This situation is largely a consequence of Ike's own actions, as he often resorts to using Snape's piercing gaze to intimidate others. A self-inflicted predicament, indeed. On Christmas Day, upon waking, Ike received a meager 5 gifts. Professor McGonagall presented him with a year-S subscription to Transfiguration Today, complete with folded articles she deemed worthy of attention. Professor Flitwick gifted him a pair of exquisite glasses, enchanted to gradually change color when worn. Stuart bestowed upon him a pristine notebook, perfectly complementing the new feather quill Terry had gifted. As for Hermione, she gifted him an old tome, Curses and Counter-Curses, a gift that was quintessentially Hermione. Dressed in the Christmas sweater sent by Julian, layered with a winter robe, and sporting the color-changing glasses from Professor Flitwick perched upon his nose, Ike made his way to the Great Hall. The hall was bustling with activity, as the young wizards remaining at school were likely to spend the entire day there. Ike spotted Harry and Ron engaged in a game of wizard's chess at the Gryffindor table, while the Patil sisters, Padma and Parvati, were engrossed in laughter and conversation with Morag. At the professor's table, Dumbledore was enthusiastically recommending cockroach clusters to Snape, seemingly oblivious to the discontent etched on Snape's face. Even the rarely seen Trelawney was present, sipping from a goblet and enjoying the festivities with narrowed eyes. Ike politely declined Roger's invitation and settled himself at the far end of the Ravenclaw table, casually grabbing a mango pudding to indulge in. If all went as expected, he would continue to eat until the conclusion of the feast. Compared to ordinary meals, the Christmas banquet was remarkably lavish. In addition to the customary roast beef, steak, mashed potatoes, and roast chicken, there were 100 plump roasted turkeys, undeniably tempting in appearance. Unfortunately, Ike had little interest in turkey, finding its texture rather unpalatable. Amidst the raucous crowd, Ike enjoyed a delightfully tranquil Christmas. Burping contentedly, he made his way back to the dormitory, feeling quite satisfied. The common room was alive with excitement. Resembling a festive gathering, Roger was tirelessly distributing the magical fireworks he had prepared, which he procured from Zonko's joke shop. These fireworks would conjure various animals and adorn people with an array of hats. Roger, sporting a flamboyant women's hat, wandered around the common room, with a comical upside-down French bulldog trailing behind him. Accepting a firework from Roger with a smile, Ike activated it, releasing a shower of colorful sparks, followed by a languid British short hair stretching and subsequently resting atop Ike's head, a charming match to Roger's firework bulldog. As he watched Roger dash off to distribute more fireworks, Ike quietly returned to his dormitory. Reclining upon his bed, he picked up the tome titled Curses and Counter-Curses, a gift from Hermione, idly passing the time. When the wall clock struck midnight, Ike set the book aside, adeptly cast the disillusionment charm and silencing spell, and stealthily departed from the Ravenclaw Tower. His objective, the restricted section. Chapter 18, Book of Spells and Standard Spells. The night enveloped Hogwarts in an eerie silence, reminiscent of a foreboding castle from a horror film. However, it merely appeared deserted. The school's regulations often proved futile. As long as one possessed sufficient skill to remain undetected while committing transgressions, the rules became mere parchment, devoid of effect. This was particularly true for curfews and the Forbidden Forest prohibition. Despite Dumbledore's annual reiteration of these rules at the start of term feast, nearly all upper-year students had transgressed these two edicts. Ike could distinctly sense two students huddled together near the corner of the fifth-floor staircase, engaged in some undisclosed activity. Their attempts at the disillusionment charm were clumsy. Ike noticed their unusual magical aura with a mere glance as he descended the stairs. It seemed they were barely at a novice level. Paying no heed to this pair, whether they were a product of British eccentricity or simply drawn together, Ike cautiously made his way to the library. The library's entrance stood resolutely closed but was not locked. A gentle push sufficed to swing it open. After ensuring the door was securely shut behind him, he proceeded directly to the entrance of the restricted section. Although locked, it was as good as unbarred, for a single unlocking charm granted him access. It appeared that, as long as one was not caught, there were no repercussions. Ike silently scoffed, gaining a deeper understanding of Hogwarts regulations. Unlike the tomes outside, freely accessible to students, crossing the threshold into the restricted section brought an immediate chill. The description unsuitable for young students encapsulated the essence of all the books within. However, one must note the emphasis, unsuitable young. Certain texts were indeed perilous, particularly those pertaining to dark magic. The majority had been ensnared by nefarious spells, and even the unwitting who dared to touch them risked various forms of harm, including bites, curses, and soul shocks. The contents often revolved around topics such as forbidden bloodline fusion, malicious curses, the cultivation of malevolent magical creatures, and sacrificial rituals, all decidedly inappropriate for young witches and wizards with limited magical understanding and capability. Conversely, for those with advanced magical prowess and control, perusing such texts posed little threat. Ike meticulously scrutinized the shelves of forbidden tomes, deliberately bypassing those bound in crimson leather, their covers unknown, and books that whispered barely audible incantations. He was not yet bold enough to engage with them. Some volumes were bound with iron chains, writhing in resistance, which he also avoided. After a considerable search, Ike finally discovered what he sought on an ostensibly ordinary shelf. Miranda Goshawk's Book of Spells and the complete, unabridged version of standard spells represent her inaugural foray into the realm of spellbooks. Upon its release, Book of Spells was translated into an astounding 72 languages, encompassing the tongues of fairies and mermaids alike, and swiftly adopted by magical academies across the globe. However, its inclusion of certain malevolent curses sparked considerable controversy. Although Goshawk contended that the use of moderately aggressive spells could deter students from resorting to far more perilous enchantments to resolve conflicts, this reasoning did little to appease her critics and detractors. Consequently, at an undetermined point in time, Book of Spells was relegated to the restricted section. Regrettably, locking away Book of Spells did not prevent the dissemination of its dark curses among young witches and wizards. In the wake of the backlash against Book of Spells, Goshawk crafted standard spells, drawing inspiration from her own experiences at Hogwarts, specifically tailored for the spellcasting education of young sorcerers. Compared to Book of Spells, standard spells boast a greater array of incantations, with more comprehensive explanations. Nonetheless, the first edition of standard spells still contained numerous prank spells and even aggressive curses capable of inflicting serious harm, thus following in the footsteps of its predecessor. Subsequent editions of the series saw the removal of dark curses and aggressive spells, with some notably complex incantations, such as the Patronus Charm, being excised entirely. However, both Book of Spells and the complete, unabridged version of standard spells retained the Patronus Charm. Cradling the two tomes within his robes and securing the entrance to the restricted section, Ike made his way toward the Ravenclaw Tower. The night at Hogwarts buzzed with nearly the same vibrancy as during the day, as pranksters delighted in troubling the castle's caretaker. Peeves particularly enjoyed exacerbating the workload of Filch and Madame Pants, while the Weasley twins from Gryffindor stood out as the most notorious among them. Ike was reluctant to gamble on whether the Christmas feast had deterred the troublemakers from their mischievous plans that evening. Or perhaps it was a subconscious sense of guilt following their misdeeds that hastened his return. After observing the entrance to Ravenclaw for a moment and confirming that all was well, he gently rapped on the door knocker. Where does afternoon arrive before morning? In the dictionary. A fine response indeed. The bronze knocker intoned, swinging open the door to reveal the archway leading to the common room. Ike maintained his disillusionment charm and strode directly through the common room back to his dormitory. He stashed his spoils beneath his pillow and promptly retired to bed. Upon waking the following morning, it was already nearing noon. Stuart and Terry had seemingly ventured off on another escapade, and Ike chose not to inquire further. After a brief wash, he clutched the 2 books and approached the portrait of the troll bashing the hapless Baruffio. After pacing back and forth 3 times, he silently envisioned a room exclusively belonging to Ravenclaw, the fabled Aik Stride, which, as he anticipated, revealed a magnificent door upon the wall. Pushing the door open, he entered a chamber strikingly reminiscent of the Ravenclaw common room. The room is spacious, with a fireplace at its center, flames flickering within, and a row of softly glowing letters spelling out the name EK above it. To the left of the fireplace sits a lone armchair, and beneath it lies a carpet in the deep blue of Ravenclaw, adorned with an embroidered eagle at its center, upon which rests a wooden coffee table. Behind the sofa is a potion workstation, replete with cauldrons, cutting boards, knives, mortars, spoons, and other potion-making tools, alongside a cabinet that, regrettably, contains no potion ingredients. On the opposite wall stands a desk, reminiscent of the one in Ike's dormitory, flanked by 2 rows of bookshelves. These shelves not only house the volumes EK has owned and perused, but also contain several hundred tomes unique to the Room of Requirement, such as Self-Defense Spells Compendium, Outsmarting Dark Magic, and Common Charms and Counter Charms. Settling into the armchair, Eik set down standard charms on the coffee table and opened the book of spells. Most of the spells within had reached a proficiency of 6 for him. He glanced through the remaining spells, including the Bat-Bogey Hex, the Tooth Fully Transformed Charm, and other mischievous incantations, which were not overly complex. Some he had studied but not yet employed, thus they bore no rank in his wasteful notes system. After perusing, only 1 spell remained, which happened to be the very target of Eik's stealthy foray into the restricted section, the Patronus Charm, one of the oldest and most potent defensive spells. The account of the Patronus Charm in the Book of Spells is quite detailed. When considered alongside the information in standard charms, Eik gained a clearer understanding of this spell, which eludes the grasp of most wizards. Unlike other spells, the Patronus Charm does not require a specific wand movement. Whether one brandishes the wand like a whip or merely gives it a gentle shake, the charm's release remains unaffected. The true determinant of the spell's efficacy is not the joyous emotion required during its conjuration, but rather the purity of one's own soul. Only those with a pure, untainted spirit possess the potential to cast the Patronus Charm. Conversely, those who have extensively wielded dark magic, whose souls are corrupted and malevolent, would suffer a backlash from the charm. At the moment of its manifestation, they would be met with a magical recoil, leaving no chance for salvation. This is a true form of white magic. Such elevated prerequisites explain the rarity of its practitioners, Eik mused. Reflecting on those he knew capable of casting the Patronus Charm, he thought of Dumbledore, the foremost white wizard of the age, who has continuously battled the malevolent Dark Lord. Severus Snape, though once a Death Eater, harbored a profound love for Lily. Remus Lupin, often destitute and reliant on the support of other members of the Order of the Phoenix, would seek solitude during the full moon, enduring the agony of his transformation into a werewolf. Hermione and her 2 ineffectual companions need not be mentioned. Ike believes that regardless of the type of magic, the protagonists can master it, rendering any research futile. However, Ike's situation is somewhat unique. He is uncertain about this fundamental condition. May the great powers of the multiverse bestow their blessings. Reflecting on the deeds of his past lives. Although he has never performed acts of kindness, such as helping an elderly lady cross the street or assisting a fallen grandfather due to various circumstances, he has also committed no wrongdoing. Thus he should be in the clear. As for joyful experiences, he wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye, placed the Book of Spells on the table, and rose to leave the Room of Requirement. The time was not yet ripe. The Christmas holidays swiftly passed, and Hogwarts Castle buzzed with excitement once more. The returning young wizards incessantly boasted about their holiday escapades and the splendid gifts bestowed upon them by their parents. Ike quietly navigated past the chattering students and settled at the far end of the Ravenclaw table, picking up a slice of toast to silently partake in his breakfast. After Michael and Anthony returned, The first year Ravenclaws reverted to their pre-holiday state, and Ike's isolation deepened. Whenever Stuart and Terry attempted to invite Ike into their circle, they were now often dissuaded by others. After several such instances, the two could only maintain a certain distance from Ike when they were outside. Fortunately, matters in the dormitory remained unaffected by others. Ike found solace in this. Lately, he preferred solitude, and over the past week, he had managed to learn only a single copying spell. Upon discovering that the Book of Spells and Standard Spells had been enchanted with anti-copying magic, he became even more despondent. Avoid that odd person. It is said that no one in Ravenclaw likes him. While Ike was immersed in his thoughts, he suddenly heard someone hinting at something. Habitually employing Snape's penetrating gaze, he looked over to see a fluffy creature dragging two troublesome individuals toward him. One of the red-haired troublemakers locked eyes with Ike, who bore a terrifying gaze akin to still waters. Ron instinctively released his grip on Hermione's sleeve, shrinking back and unconsciously hiding behind her. Harry mirrored his actions. Ike's glare had a particularly intimidating effect on him. "Ike!" Hermione exclaimed cheerfully, using her hands to guide Harry and Ron to the edge of the Ravenclaw table. "Good morning, Hermione." Ike forced a smile, pouring a cup of pumpkin juice and handing it to her. "Have you had breakfast? Today's pumpkin juice is exceptionally good." "Not yet," Hermione replied, taking the cup amidst Harry and Ron's concerned glances. Ike's unchanging gaze led them to harbor some unsettling suspicions. "It feels no different from yesterday." "There is a difference. Today it is a bit sweeter." "Is that so?" Hermione took another sip. "Now that you mention it, it does seem a tad sweeter." "I told you so." Ike chuckled, taking a bite of his toast. "By the way, did you need to speak with me about something?" "I almost forgot." Hermione smacked her forehead and then shot a fierce glare at the two ineffectual men beside her. "Do you know Nicole May?" "Of course," Ike nodded, taking a bite of bacon that was unfortunately overcooked today. "Then speak up," Hermione urged, her impatience evident as she glanced at the astonished expressions of the two men beside her. "I have searched through the development of modern witchcraft, the directory of notable modern wizards, and the great wizards of modern times, yet I found no trace of him." "Naturally, you wouldn't," Ike replied with a chuckle. "Nicholas Flamel, also known as Nicole May, was born in the 14th century and is now over 660 years old. He is the greatest alchemist in the wizarding world." Ike paused. "He created the Philosopher's Stone." Pleased to see the astonished looks on Harry and Ron's faces, Ike couldn't help but squint his eyes in satisfaction. The Philosopher's Stone is the most remarkable alchemical creation in existence. It can transform any metal into pure gold. However, in comparison to its other function, the ability to turn stone into gold seems trivial. Consider this: a man born in the 14th century, living until now. Ike savored his food, marveling at the wonder of immortality. Harry observed Ike leaving alone and furrowed his brow. He turned to the somewhat irate Hermione and remarked, "Hermione, we really shouldn't have sought out Ike today." "Why not?" Hermione snapped, still irritated. "He just casually provided us with an answer that you two couldn't find all holiday." I know, I don't dispute that," Harry quickly explained. "But did you hear the tone he used when he spoke of the Philosopher's Stone? And that expression? I suspect he has ulterior motives." "What do you mean?" Hermione was about to retort when Ron interrupted. "Exactly. Look at his eyes. They are just like Snape's." Ron crouched down, feigning caution, though his voice was anything but discreet. He could very well be Snape's illegitimate son. The same eyes, both disliked. Both obsessed with the Philosopher's Stone. "Trust me, it must be true. That's impossible. Ike is not like that," Hermione vehemently denied. "Think about it. Since you returned from your holiday, have you seen him in the library? You two used to always be there together." Ron, seeing Hermione's expression grow colder, Harry quickly covered Ron's mouth, but it was too late. Hermione shot them both a fierce glare and abruptly left the hall. "Did I say something wrong again?" Once Hermione had departed, Ron finally realized, hesitantly turning to Harry for confirmation. Harry nodded, giving Ron's shoulder a meaningful pat and flashing him a peace sign. "Twice now, Ron. Let us hope we don't encounter a troll again." Chapter 20. The good intentions of Stuart having left the hall. Ike made his way alone to the edge of the Black Lake. The Hogwarts of January is quite frigid. Recent snowfall has left remnants that, when caught by the wind, sting like icy shards against the skin. Ike cast a warming charm upon himself, yet still felt the chill, despite the magic rendering his body impervious to cold sensations. Suddenly, a snowball hurled toward him from behind with a thud. Ike's fingers twitched, halting the projectile mere feet away, before sending it soaring back at an even greater velocity. 10 more snowballs lifted from the ground, swiftly following in pursuit. "Ike, stop right now," Stuart exclaimed as he dodged to the side the moment the snowball paused. But it was too late. He was struck by 5 or 6 before he could evade the subsequent onslaught. witnessing more snowballs rising into the air. He hastily cried for mercy. Ike chuckled and spared Stuart from further assault. As Stuart shook the snow from his garments, he grumbled, "This snow has been melting for days, and it's all turned dirty. Now I'll have to wash my clothes, and you know how much I despise doing laundry. The house elves handle the laundry. What do you have to complain about? Besides, you initiated this skirmish. I merely retaliated." Ike cast a cleaning charm on Stuart. There's magic for that, is there not? Clothes cleaned by magic lack a certain soul. Stuart adjusted his attire, rubbing his hands together against the bitter cold. "I truly don't understand why you chose to come out here. Just to enjoy the breeze. Don't you think the Black Lake looks stunning at this moment?" Ike pointed to the frozen surface before them. "Would you not like to go ice skating?" "I have no desire for that," Stuart replied, shaking his head vigorously. "Roger mentioned that the giant squid in the Black Lake enjoys smacking the ice while little wizards skate atop it. You know, that enormous creature doesn't know its own strength and often breaks the ice. Is that so? Then perhaps I shall pass. I have no inclination to drink Madame Pomfrey's special cold remedy, which makes my ears smoke. It's rather unpleasant." "You're right to think so," Stuart responded, hesitating momentarily before cautiously continuing. "Ike, I actually wanted to say, I feel that something seems off with you lately. If possible, perhaps you could share it with me. After all, we are friends, aren't we?" Ike turned to regard the cautiously spoken Stuart, a smile unfurling on his lips. "It's merely a few minor troubles with spellcasting, nothing insurmountable. I just need to relax a bit, and the issues will resolve themselves swiftly." "All right," Stuart nodded. "But I must say, you don't need to pressure yourself so tightly, nor should you maintain such distance from Morag and the others. Everyone knows you've been isolating yourself. Oftentimes, I feel you're putting too much pressure on yourself. No first year has ever mastered silent spells and wandless magic as you have. I believe it would be beneficial for you to engage more with everyone, wouldn't it? They don't actually dislike you. They merely fear me. Is that it?" Ike's smile lingered, yet Stuart shivered at the unspoken truth. "Exactly. Precisely," Stuart exclaimed loudly. "Sometimes your expression can indeed be quite terrifying, especially when you wear that particular look. It truly sends chills down my spine. More than once, I felt as if I were suffocating." Ike chuckled and patted Stuart on the shoulder, saying, "All right, I understand. I shall be mindful of that." "You better do so," Stuart replied, adopting a fierce expression. "Otherwise, even if I cannot defeat you, I shall ensure you pay the price." All right, I hear you." Ike moved his fingers, and a whirlwind swept the snow within a 3-meter radius around him towards the Black Lake. The snow soaring into the air and scattering beautifully under the sunlight. "I just haven't figured one thing out," he mused. "But now, I've come to an understanding." Stuart gazed at Ike's smiling face. Though doubts lingered in his heart, Ike's expression radiated trustworthiness, prompting him to momentarily believe. Offering such counsel was a gesture of goodwill, and Ike understood this. For Stuart, who conveyed these words, gratitude was the only fitting response. Perhaps it would indeed be wise to attempt to connect with them? On the way back, Ike listened as Stuart recounted some recent, amusing anecdotes, all the while reflecting internally. He recognized that the current isolation was of his own making. Much like Morag, who greeted him with disdain each time they met, was he not also attempting to intimidate others with Snape's gaze? A portion was playful, a measure was deliberate, while the remaining 6 parts of vigilance could be set aside. At least for the time being, Stuart and the others observed that Ike was gradually becoming more open. Although he would occasionally vanish without a trace, he began to engage in their conversations and participate in activities within the common room. His habit of intimidating others with his gaze persisted, yet over time, they had all grown accustomed to it. Even Morag would only roll her eyes when Ike displayed Snape's stare, while at other times, they exchanged laughter and words. This was quite agreeable. It appeared much more harmonious now. Professor Flitwick, indeed, Ike has improved significantly. "I believe he is truly beginning to integrate," Stuart stated as he sat across from Professor Flitwick's desk, cradling a warm cup of chocolate. "That is splendid to hear." Professor Flitwick retrieved a small cake from his drawer and offered it to Stuart. "It seems that your interactions are indeed more effective. Mr. Stride seems receptive as well. So, Mr. Ike, would you care for another piece of cake? I have always considered this to be the most delectable dessert in all of Hogwarts." Professor Flitwick produced another small cake to extend to Stuart. "No, thank you, Professor Flitwick," Stuart replied, waving his hand. "Very well." Professor Flitwick then produced a handful of candies. "How about some sweets? I must admit, I am not particularly fond of these candies, yet each year, I receive a plethora, especially the cockroach clusters. Goodness, I cannot fathom why such horrid candies exist." Professor Flitwick observed the colony of cockroaches scuttling across the table with a hint of reluctance. "If it is at all possible, I would like some of these cockroaches. Ike enjoys them immensely." although I find them rather terrifying myself. Is that so? Mr. Stewart's taste seems to align closely with Dumbledore's, replied Flitwick, as he carefully wrapped the cockroaches from his drawer and handed them to Stewart. They are the only two individuals I know who take pleasure in such delicacies. Perhaps they are the sole aficionados in the entire wizarding world? With a playful wink, Flitwick added, I suspect you may be correct. Stewart accepted the paper bag and rose to his feet. Then, Professor Flitwick, may I take my leave? I must hasten to deliver these to Ike. Of course, Mr. Stewart. Flitwick nodded, watching as Stewart exited his office. He rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table before retrieving a quill and inscribing something on a piece of parchment. He then folded the paper into the shape of a crane and tossed it into the air, watching as it flapped its wings and soared away. Perhaps there is no need for such tension. Chapter 21. Precision and assumptions. Crisp, crunching sounds filled the air as Ike chewed on the cockroaches. Feeling the tiny legs dance around in his mouth, the sweetness bursting forth. He squinted in delight. Meanwhile, Stewart, Terry, Michael, and Anthony stared in horror as if witnessing a grotesque spectacle, while Morag, Mandy, and Padma had already turned away, covering their mouths, their stomachs churning with nausea. Good heavens! I should never have given you that, Stewart exclaimed, attempting to snatch the paper bag back, only to find himself ensnared in a combination of leg locker and levitation charms. Flailing his limbs in midair. All right, I shall cease, Ike declared, tossing another cockroach into his mouth and casually dispelling the spell. As soon as Stewart's feet touched the ground, he charged forward, landing a few playful punches on Ike. Ike, unfazed, grinned and reached for a handful of cockroaches to toss into Stewart's mouth, prompting Stewart to hastily retreat. The onlookers, including Terry, were thrown into a panic. While Morag shrieked and dashed toward the dormitory entrance, peeking out with three little heads, as Ike slowly cornered Stewart and his companions like a playful bully. All right, I shall stop teasing you, Ike said, returning the cockroaches to the bag. I need to head to the library to research for my writing. Would anyone care to join me? I can show you my transfiguration assignment. The group shook their heads in unison, and Terry explained, we are off to watch Quidditch. Roger mentioned they have devised a new strategy and are eager to test it out. Very well, I shall venture to the library alone, Ike replied, remaining indifferent to Quidditch. Unable to grasp its allure. After securely locking the cockroaches in his dormitory drawer, he proceeded directly to the library. Retrieving the book The Mind, What You Don't Know along with a hefty tome titled The Evolution of Magic. Settling into his usual spot with both books, he noticed Hermione across from him, her head bent in concentration as she diligently took notes. Ike did not disturb her, instead opening The Evolution of Magic, for he needed to find an answer within the pages of these two volumes. The Evolution of Magic is a meticulously crafted tome that chronicles the history of magic, tracing its roots from ancient mythology through the cataclysmic sorcerers of antiquity, to the era of the four founders of Hogwarts, and ultimately to the present day. A clear trajectory of development unfolds before Ike, illustrating how magic has transitioned from a rigorous and dogmatic practice to a more casual and liberated form. The origins of mythology are shrouded in the mists of time, and scant reliable records remain from the ancient period. However, from the time of Merlin onward, it becomes evident that the potency of magic has diminished, as humanity can no longer contend with the forces of nature, leading to the obsolescence of miraculous feats such as Moses parting the sea. This evolution also signifies a simplification of magical practices, as evidenced by the daunting complexity of ancient magical scripts, such as the In-Magic script. According to legend, the ancient script was bestowed upon Odin after he hung upside down from the world tree for 9 days and nights. While some theories suggest it originated from the language of elves or stemmed from ancient wizards' observations of magical creatures, the precise origin remains uncertain. Yet it is undeniable that the ancient script possessed remarkable capabilities. Inscribing specific magical characters onto an object endows it with distinct magical properties, and reading multiple characters in a particular sequence can yield extraordinary effects. Ancient scripts were extensively employed in alchemical artifacts and are prominently featured in the so-called legendary items passed down through the ages. It is clear that ancient scripts share characteristics akin to runes and can be wielded as incantations to cast unique spells. However, many ancient scripts have been lost, and the existing ones are not fully comprehended by contemporary wizards. Much like Oracle Bone script, their meanings often remain elusive, with few interpretations being definitively established. Modern European magic primarily derives from Latin. Regardless of whether a spell is cast in English, French, or German, the effects remain consistent. From this perspective, Latin emerges as the quintessential language of modern magical incantations, as spells articulated in Latin indeed demonstrate a heightened efficacy. If one were to equate an English illumination charm to a 15-watt bulb, the Latin equivalent would be akin to a 20-watt bulb, a subtle yet tangible distinction. Within the evolution of magic, an intriguing theory posits that contemporary wizards employ magic in a rather crude manner. The majority of spells rely on the innate magical prowess of the wizard, and as wizards grow adept in harnessing their magical energy, the necessity for wands and other tools diminishes, giving rise to silent and wandless casting. In contrast, ancient wizards communicated with nature through their inherent magical force, achieving spell-casting prowess and effects of unfathomable magnitude. This is exemplified in the Fiendfire spell, which, theoretically, has the capacity to reduce all terrestrial matter to ashes. Additionally, Aik has perused The Mind, What You Do Not Know, a work that illuminated for him the decisive role of the mind in the realm of magic, revealing that many contemporary spells are products of presumptive thinking. I wish for illumination, thus a soft white glow emanates from the tip of the wand. I desire something to vanish, hence the vanishing charm materializes. Transfiguration is undoubtedly a quintessential representation of magic. The notion that one can will an object to transform into whatever form they desire, devoid of any underlying logic, raises an intriguing question. Why, then, do magical circles, barriers, rituals, and curses, such as the unbreakable vow, which must adhere to fixed principles, exhibit such rigor? After perusing 2 books once more, Aik found himself still at a loss. Rubbing his head in frustration, he closed the book, resting his chin upon it, and gazed at Hermione, who remained diligently engrossed in her writing. The young witch, feeling Aik's penetrating stare, looked up and shot him a glare, gesturing with her quill towards the book beneath his chin, signaling him to refrain from disturbing her. Aik squinted, continuing to fixate on Hermione. Before long, she too closed her book and glared back at him. The two exchanged silent yet intense stares, neither willing to break the standoff. After a considerable pause, Aik softly inquired, Hermione, what do you think magic truly is? What? Hermione was taken aback by the question. Magic is simply magic. No, it's the unscientific that constitutes magic, she replied, nodding in affirmation. Aik contemplated this response. He realized he was once again entangled in a conundrum. At this stage, it was unnecessary to delve into the essence of magic or the nature of magical energy. Instead, he ought to focus on enhancing his mastery over magic, progressively learning spells from simple to complex, confident that answers would eventually reveal themselves. For now, the understanding that the unscientific embodies magic sufficed for Aik. Of course, some preparations must be made in advance, as certain opportunities, once missed, cannot be reclaimed. Chapter 22. Dark magic interactions with Hermione had always been rather tranquil. Sitting across from one another, engrossed in their respective books, they coexisted without interference, embodying a serene passage of time. When dinner approached, they selected their desired tomes and walked together into the great hall, parting ways as they entered, Aik to the left, Hermione to the right. He relished this simple routine, finding it familiar and comforting, often leaving him with a subtle smile even after they separated. However, this smile rarely lingered for long. After exchanging greetings with Stuart and others, Aik enjoyed a sumptuous dinner while occasionally engaging in conversation. Life flowed steadily, yet it felt inexplicably fulfilling. Stuart was indeed correct. Attempting to integrate into the community made a significant difference. Regrettably, despite the influence of 7 Quidditch enthusiasts, Aik remained indifferent to the sport. The conclusion of the Christmas holiday not only signified the return of the young wizards to their rigorous studies, but also heralded the commencement of Quidditch matches. Following a decisive defeat against Hufflepuff in the first match, Ravenclaw was set to face a formidable opponent, Gryffindor. This was a contest whose outcome was all but predetermined. After bidding farewell to Stuart and the others, who still held on to hope, Aik made his way alone to the third-floor office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. In today's world, the 3 most formidable wizards are Grindelwald, who has confined himself within Nurmengard, Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, and Voldemort, who clings to the back of Quirrell's head, barely surviving. Nurmengard lies far from Britain, and Dumbledore is often elusive, frequently absent from sight. However, Voldemort is rather easy to locate. He is right there. Aik stepped through the door, observing the somewhat anxious Quirrell, and with a slight nod, he spoke, Professor Quirrell. I have some inquiries I wish to pose to you. I hope it is a convenient time. Of course, I would be delighted to answer the questions of a young wizard. Quirrell gestured for Aik to take a seat, interlocking his hands and sitting up straight. It is this. Professor, Aik began, I have gleaned from the dark forces, a guide to self-protection that dark magic is malevolent magic intended to harm others. Yet curses, as well as certain playful jinxes, can yield similar effects but do not fall within the realm of dark magic. Furthermore, spells such as the Shattering Charm and the Severing Charm also inflict harm upon individuals. Why then are they not classified as dark magic? Quirrell smiled at Ike's words and paused before elucidating. Mr. Stride, your understanding appears to have some inaccuracies. The classification of magic as dark based on its capacity to inflict harm is not entirely accurate. You have overlooked another description of dark magic provided in the text. Indeed, the intent to harm others is a significant hallmark of dark magic. Yet more crucially, dark magic must be fueled by an intense desire to inflict damage in order to succeed. You should be aware of the 4 fundamental elements of spellcasting. Noticing Eik nodding, Quirrell continued, a firm belief and a degree of focus are imperative. Dark magic embodies extreme, malevolent thoughts. One must harbor a profound desire to harm others, even to the extent of contemplating their demise, for it to be effective. And how could one who harbors such thoughts for an extended duration maintain a semblance of normalcy? Thus, the notion arises that dark magic affects the wizard's mind and soul. Are you familiar with the 3 unforgivable curses? Quirrell suddenly inquired. Eik hesitated for a moment before quietly responding. Yes, Professor. The Killing Curse, the Cruciatus Curse, and the Imperius Curse. These 3 spells are exceedingly malevolent and cruel. And should they be cast upon another, the caster would be sentenced to life imprisonment in Azkaban. What a clever and eager young wizard you are, Quirrell applauded, his tone filled with admiration. Mr. Stride, few young wizards possess such extensive knowledge. Indeed, the 3 unforgivable curses are profoundly evil and cruel. Yet this is not the reason for their classification as unforgivable. Quirrell produced his wand and summoned 3 spiders, demonstrating the 3 unforgivable curses to Eik one by one. Observing the pallor of Ike's face, he gently reassured him, do not be afraid. Now you may express how you felt when I cast the unforgivable curses upon the spiders. Ike's voice trembled as he replied, I felt as though you were casting these spells upon me. It was terrifying and wicked. Indeed. Chilo retracted his wand and handed Eik a piece of chocolate. As the most renowned and emblematic form of dark magic, one can distinctly sense its malevolent, cruel, and terrifying nature. In truth, this is precisely why dark magic is classified as such. The slicing and shattering spells, while capable of inflicting harm, do not fall within the realm of dark magic. Their primary purpose is not to cause injury. Rather, dark magic embodies that intent. Chilo leaned forward, observing the unmistakable fear reflected in Eik's blue eyes, and slowly articulated, of course, there exists a simpler classification, the so-called white magic, which can be effortlessly controlled by wizards and whose resultant injuries are easily remedied, stands in stark contrast to dark magic. Mr. Stride, do you comprehend this? Chilo's gaze held a mixture of curiosity, scrutiny, and confidence, while Eik exhibited signs of understanding, fear, and yearning. After what seemed like an arduous internal struggle, he fixed his gaze upon Chilo and declared, Professor, will you teach me dark magic? Chilo straightened his posture, scrutinizing Eik for a prolonged moment before asking deliberately, Mr. Stride, can you enlighten me as to why you wish to study dark magic? This is strictly prohibited at Hogwarts. In fact, among the 3 major magical schools in Europe, only Durmstrang offers a dedicated course on dark magic. After all, dark magic is malevolent and cruel. It poses a perilous threat to a young wizard like yourself. Even under a professor's guidance, he continued. Eik remained silent for an extended period before resolutely stating, because dark magic is powerful. Powerful? Indeed. Chilo suddenly smiled. For every wizard yearns for formidable strength. However, Mr. Stride, that rationale does not suffice to persuade me. Eik hesitated momentarily before articulating, I require power, unmatched power. Professor, I need strength. Chilo's gaze remained fixed on Eik's eyes, and Eik returned the intensity of his stare. After a prolonged silence, Chilo remained unresponsive, feeling a sense of disappointment. Eik rose, bowed slightly to Chilo, and turned to leave. Just as he reached the door, he heard a voice behind him. Every Saturday at 7 o'clock. Come to my office. I trust you will not be late, Mr. Stride. Very well, Professor Chilo. Chapter 23. Chilo's dark magic instruction. My master, I do not comprehend. You need not understand. What you must do is find a way to deal with that accursed beast as swiftly as possible. Understood, my master. Upon exiting the office of the Dark Arts Defense Professor, Eik was immediately drenched in cold sweat, his legs nearly giving way beneath him as he stumbled. He managed to reach the 8th floor and collapsed onto the sofa in the room of requirement. That was terrifying, Eik thought. reflecting on the near collapse he experienced when the Dark Lord took over the latter part of the conversation, despite having mentally prepared himself. In the final moment of eye contact with Quirrell, Ike found himself entranced by the mystical power emanating from those eyes, drawing him in irresistibly. To employ the legilimency on a diligent young wizard. How audacious! After taking several deep breaths to regain composure, Ike realized for the first time that the seemingly useless notebook system had its merits. The mental closure technique, a customized version, was non-upgradable. Your most clandestine secrets shall remain unknown to others, unless you divulge them. For everything else, it rests upon your discretion. The mental cloisterer, a fog envelopes your mind, concealing your deepest secrets. As Ike anticipated, the titles and skills bestowed by the system could prevent Voldemort from uncovering the secrets that must remain hidden from others. He could only sense Ike's intense yearning for dark magic, and that, indeed, was genuine. Throughout his studies, Ike had practiced spells solely based on the descriptions in books. Some simpler incantations were manageable. Once understood, he succeeded after just a couple of attempts. Ike had amassed a considerable repertoire of such straightforward magic. But with the interference of the seemingly useless notebook system, he dared not practice spells as he once did. Nevertheless, the pursuit of spellcraft could not be halted, making the choice to delve into longer and more challenging dark magic comprehensible. Upon mastering the disillusionment charm, avoiding certain troublesome entities, the restricted section became relatively unguarded for Ike. Even selecting theoretical texts inevitably exposed him to a wealth of knowledge regarding dark magic. This perilous yet extraordinarily potent magic naturally piqued Ike's interest. However, practicing dark magic at Hogwarts was undeniably fraught with danger, and no professor would instruct a first-year wizard in the intricacies of the dark arts. In this context, Quirrell's value became evident. As an accomplished Ravenclaw graduate, former Muggle studies professor, and now the temporary Horcrux of the Dark Lord, Quirrell's magical prowess was undoubtedly commendable. The presence of the Dark Lord indicated a high level of dark magic expertise. Given Ike's exceptional performance and the fervent desire for power and dark magic he had subtly revealed to Quirrell, it was only natural that he would attract the attention of the Dark Lord. Indeed, under Ike's impressive display, Quirrell had consented to teach him dark magic. Ike understood that this was surely at Voldemort's behest. Had Voldemort disapproved, Quirrell would not have dared to agree. Soon, Saturday arrived, and at 7 o'clock in the evening, Ike promptly knocked on Quirrell's office door. Receiving a response, he entered, offering a slight bow in respect before quietly awaiting the commencement of his lesson. The aroma within the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor's office had significantly diminished. One could scarcely detect it without careful scrutiny. The office had also been rearranged, leaving a space that occupied half the room. With a flick of his wand, Quirrell opened a box, and 3 glass vials containing spiders floated forth, hovering before Ike. Now, Mr. Stride, please produce a spider and cast the killing curse upon it. The killing curse? Ike feigned surprise, his tone laced with hesitation. Isn't that a bit too difficult? Difficult? Quirrell chuckled. In truth, the reason the killing curse is classified among the 3 unforgivable curses is not solely due to its lethality and the absence of counterspells, but also because it is one of the simplest forms of dark magic. As long as one possesses a fierce resolve to kill, uttering the incantation will ensure its success. Remember, the incantation is Avada Kedavra, and you must shout it loudly, infused with murderous intent. Quirrell gazed at Ike with palpable anticipation, while Ike slowly retrieved a spider from a glass jar. Upon closer inspection, he realized that these spiders had been tampered with by Quirrell. Though alive, they were immobilized, serving as living targets. Placing the spider on the ground, Ike stepped back beside Quirrell, turning to him with uncertainty. With a smile filled with encouragement, Quirrell urged him on. Ike tightened his grip on the wand, pointing it at the spider, yet remained motionless for an extended moment. Finally, he exhaled deeply and, following Quirrell's instructions, shouted with fervor, Avada Kedavra! A flash of green light illuminated the room, and the spider flipped over, lifeless. Ike's hand trembled around the wand, struggling to avert his gaze from the fleeting manifestation of the killing curse. After a prolonged pause, he finally regained his composure. The curse lived up to its malevolent reputation, leaving a profound impact on him. At that moment of success, he felt an inexplicable surge of brutality, a wild urge to unleash the killing curse again. Thankfully, recalling his previous near loss of control, Ike suppressed the impulse and glanced at Quirrell with bloodshot eyes, forcing a strained smile. Professor Quirrell, this is the killing curse, Mr. Stride. Quirrell spoke in a calm, almost indifferent tone, as if discussing something trivial. It is the simplest yet most lethal of curses in dark magic. It is not complex, indeed. Simpler than the disarming charm. A mere flash of green light, and a life is extinguished. Quirrell's face radiated delight. Isn't it exquisite? What say you, Mr. Stride? Ike looked at the deceased spider and then at the other two jars filled with seemingly frantic little creatures, murmuring, "Indeed, what a marvelous magic." Quirrell nodded in satisfaction and continued, "Now, proceed with the killing curse once more. This time, you must shatter the jar and kill the spider within. Remember, you must possess the conviction to obliterate everything before you." Ike nodded slightly at the instruction, then closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Avada Kedavra! Avada Kedavra! 2 flashes of green light erupted in succession, shattering the glass jars, and the 2 lifeless spiders flew out, crashing against the wall before tumbling down. Excellent. Very well done. Quirrell applauded Ike, clearly impressed by his performance, which had surpassed his expectations. The ability to imbue the killing curse with effects of repulsion, destruction, and shattering indicates that Ike's foundation is remarkably solid, and his mastery over magical power has reached a considerable level. Although such a degree of the killing curse may only have an effect on insects or small creatures, it does not guarantee instant death for humans, constrained as it is by the limitations of a young wizard's power. Having employed the curse with such efficacy merely 3 times, Chilo, or rather Voldemort, found Ike's talent increasingly satisfactory. Handing Ike a piece of chocolate, Chilo adjusted his robes slightly and remarked, "Mr. Stride, you are the most gifted young wizard I have ever encountered. I doubt anyone else your age could achieve such feats." Pointing to a box in the corner, Chilo's tone grew serious. "Inside that box, I have placed 10 wild rabbits. They shall not be as easily dealt with as spiders. Your task now is to release those 10 rabbits and eliminate them one by one with the killing curse." Ike took a deep breath, consumed the chocolate, and after a moment of calm, waved his wand to open the box, subsequently using a levitation charm to set the rabbits free. As Ike had anticipated, the rabbits had undergone special treatment. Upon landing, they scattered in a frenzy, their speed significantly surpassing that of ordinary rabbits. Avada Kedavra! Avada Kedavra! Avada Kedavra! Ike brandished his wand, sending beams of green light toward the fleeing rabbits. Some were struck, while others merely created small craters upon hitting the floor. Despite the 10 rabbits, Ike found himself reciting the incantation nearly 20 times before he could vanquish these skittish creatures, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, the burgeoning brutality within him nearly overwhelming. His entire body trembling. "Mr. Stride, it seems you can proceed no further," Chilo remarked, magically tidying the small craters, glass shards, and carcasses on the floor. "Let us conclude for today. Take a moment to rest, and then you may return home." "Very well, Professor Chilo," Ike replied. Chapter 24. Chocolate milk. After a considerable time spent in the office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, Ike finally managed to calm his thoughts. "Professor, I shall take my leave." He nodded slightly to Chilo, his eyes still bloodshot. "Return home. Indulge in some sweets. It will alleviate your discomfort," Chilo said, a hint of expectation in his voice. As Ike turned to depart, he paused after a couple of steps and inquired, "Shall we meet again next Saturday?" "Indeed, Mr. Stride," Chilo replied with a smile. As he watched Ike leave, a profound respect filled Chilo's countenance. "Master, he has departed." He addressed the presence of Voldemort, whose voice emerged, elongated and frail. "Quirrell, do you doubt my decision?" "Not at all, Master." Chilo bent even lower. "Do you?" In a realm of unparalleled talent, the young sorcerer harbored an insatiable thirst for power. However, his master, Quirrell, hesitated, having nearly succumbed to despair moments prior. He feared he might not meet the expectations of his master. "It matters not." Voldemort's voice deepened. "The Philosopher's Stone, Quirrell, the Philosopher's Stone." "Yes, my master." Quirrell waited in silence for a considerable time, yet Voldemort's voice did not resound again. Allowing a slight sense of relief to wash over him as he rose and exited the office, destination unknown. Eik was aware that Voldemort had taken a modicum of interest in him. Otherwise, he would not have instructed Quirrell to mentor him. Yet, the machinations of the Dark Lord were the least of his concerns at that moment. He returned to his dormitory, swiftly retrieving a paper bag filled with a heap of cockroaches from his drawer, and hastily stuffed 2 into his mouth, savoring the explosive delight upon his taste buds. After a prolonged moment, Eik exhaled deeply, sinking into the softness of his bed, his right hand idly tapping his head with his wand. Worthy of its notorious title of the most malevolent and cruel dark magic, the repeated use of the killing curse necessitated an unwavering intent to kill. Even when confronted with spiders and rabbits, the fleeting sensation of ending a life by his own hand instilled within Eik a peculiar sense of mental disarray. It felt as though a pure, malevolent, and savage persona had taken root within him, relentlessly assaulting his psychological defenses. Just a hair's breadth from losing control, the wand's resistance had previously jolted him back to awareness. This time, it was the wand that aided him in repelling the encroaching darkness. With each incantation, the wand bestowed upon Ek a flicker of warmth. When on the brink of succumbing, that gentle warmth enveloped him, akin to being cradled by the softest elements of the world, reminiscent of a gently flowing stream that ceaselessly soothed his troubled spirit. Though the wand's effects paled in comparison to the overwhelming response induced by the killing curse, it nonetheless bolstered Aik's resolve. Yet, what proved to be of greatest assistance to him was neither the wand nor the seemingly useless notebook system. We are the successors of communism. A vast river with rolling waves, the wind caressing the fragrant rice blossoms on both banks. Ever since departing Quirrell's office, these melodies echoed in Ike's mind. Curiously, reflecting on these tunes inexplicably instilled in him a sense of tranquility. While they could not eradicate the adverse effects of the killing curse, combined with the wand's support, they rendered his internal defenses seemingly precarious, yet in truth, as solid as a fortress. After taking a moment to collect himself, Eik clutched the paper bag and made his way to the common room. Perhaps due to the nearing end of the term, the younger students' obsession with grades had awakened. The upperclassmen were scarcely seen, leaving only clusters of first and second-year wizards engaged in lively chatter. Stuart, Terry, Michael, and Anthony sat 2 by 2 on the sofa, their laughter echoing joyfully. Eik donned a smile as he perched on the armrest beside Michael, raising the paper bag. What are we discussing? You all seem so merry. Shall we indulge in a bit of cockroach pile? Aik Stride. Michael sprang up from the couch, causing Anthony to retreat beside Stuart. You promised us you wouldn't bring that stuff. What on earth did you do in Professor Chilo's office to look so haggard? I merely sought counsel from Professor Chilo, Ike replied, sliding back onto the couch and casually retrieving a cockroach pile to pop into his mouth. Oh, and I practiced a few spells while I was at it. Stuart nodded in response. So you practiced some spells? That must have drained your magical energy. A good night's sleep will remedy it. I experienced something similar during my Christmas performance for my family. I was so excited that I overlooked the issue of magical energy consumption, and it was my mother who noticed something was amiss. Terry chimed in, alleviating his concerns. That's quite a common issue. Of course, if you were to procure some essence of life from Madame Pomfrey, the effects would be even more pronounced. Let's pass on the essence of life. Ike shook his head. I've heard that many of Madame Pomfrey's potions are concocted from what we learned in potions class. After witnessing your performances in potions, I have no desire to sample her brews. It's infuriating. Attack him. Ike's face, laden with disdain, incited the others to launch a concerted tickle assault on him. Ike, sprawled on the couch, evaded their grasp, but ultimately succumbed, pleading for mercy. After a bout of playful chaos, the 5 of them collapsed on the couch, breathless and laughing uproariously. Once Ike had regained his composure, he reached for another cockroach pile and tossed it into his mouth. After chewing for a moment, he turned to Anthony. By the way, Anthony, I recall you have a carton of milk that you brought back after the holidays. Could you pour me a glass? Milk. Coming right up. Anthony summoned the milk, while Ike conjured his own cup from the dormitory, eagerly watching as Anthony filled it, nodding in satisfaction. I recall you don't particularly enjoy milk, Ike, Stuart inquired, intrigued. I don't, but I just thought of something fun that I wish to experiment with, Ike replied, taking a sip from his cup before placing it back on the table. Stuart, you know about Oreos, right? Oreo? What's that? Terry, from a wizarding family, was unfamiliar with the cookie that captivated the Muggle world. A type of Muggle cookie, quite delicious, Stuart explained briefly, before pausing, a look of horror crossing his face as he turned to Ike. Wait, Ike, you don't mean... Milk is a wondrous beverage, Ike continued. Though I may not enjoy it, I cannot deny its benefits. Moreover, many things taste even better when paired with milk. Just like Oreos, while they're delightful on their own, they are even more enjoyable when soaked in milk. And with that, Ike tossed 2 cockroach piles into his cup, watching them swim in the white milk. A smile creeping across his face. I am profoundly intrigued by the marvelous reactions they may evoke. Would you care to indulge? I believe it would be quite delightful. Ike turned his head, and the smile on his face instantly faltered. In the vast public lounge, he found that he was alone, the second-year wizards having departed without his notice. With a shrug, Ike lifted his cup, which contained a heap of cockroaches, and took a sip, squinting in enjoyment. Oh, it is chocolate milk. Chapter 25. The second lesson for an entire day, Stuart and his companions refrained from uttering a single word to Ike, even during class. And they kept their distance during meals in the dining hall. It was not until after dinner that Ike sincerely apologized to them, vowing never to consume repugnant snacks in their presence again, that their camaraderie was restored. Before long, a week had elapsed. After completing the daily tasks that earn points for Ravenclaw, Ek knocked once more on the door of Professor Chilo's office. Upon entering, Ek's nostrils involuntarily twitched. The peculiar odor in the room was noticeably more potent than it had been the previous week. Professor Chilo appeared even more haggard than when Ek had last seen him in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class a few days prior, with dark circles under his eyes that were nearly as pronounced as if they had been deliberately applied. "Professor Chilo," Ek greeted. "Mr. Stride," Chilo replied. After exchanging pleasantries, Chilo gestured for Ek to take a seat before him and slowly remarked, "You have mastered the killing curse. You should now have a genuine understanding of dark magic. Before we proceed, I wish to inquire, are you certain you wish to continue your studies in dark magic?" "Of course, Professor," Ek replied, revealing a glimmer of yearning, tinged with a hint of fervor. Chilo scrutinized him for a moment before continuing. "Then, the next curse you shall learn is another unforgivable curse, the Cruciatus Curse." Chilo once again utilized a spider for demonstration. Under his spell, the spider contorted in agony, trembling incessantly. Gradually, venom and silk erupted uncontrollably until it lay still. The entire ordeal lasted a minute, and merely observing it sent shivers down Ek's spine. With a flick of his wand, the spider's lifeless form was sent into a nearby trash bin. A fleeting, inexplicable emotion flickered in Chilo's eyes as he suddenly pointed his wand at Ek. Crucio. 2 seconds later, Ek collapsed onto the floor. In those fleeting moments, it felt as though someone were brutally yanking his intestines from his mouth, while countless others clawed at every inch of his skin with their nails. His head seemed to collide with the corner of a window. His toes struck the edge of a table, and someone methodically extracted his fingernails with pliers. His abdomen felt as though it had been mercilessly punched, his back beaten with a stick, and then he was tossed into a washing machine, spinning violently. The unbearable agony rendered Ek utterly powerless. 2 seconds, merely 2 seconds. I have always believed that the comprehension of dark magic can only be truly attained through personal experience, particularly with regard to the Cruciatus Curse, one of the 3 unforgivable curses. Hero waved his wand, placing Ike on the chair, while he stood before him, towering and exuding an air of chilling indifference. The Cruciatus Curse inflicts excruciating pain, a torment so profound it can drive one to the brink of despair. If the incantation is repeated incessantly, it may even lead the victim to madness or death. "Mr. Stride, tell me, does the Cruciatus Curse bring you suffering?" Ike struggled to lift his head, meeting Kiro's cold, unfeeling gaze. "Very well," Kiro nodded, resuming his seat, picking up a paper to correct. "Remember this sensation. It is the essence of what you must conjure when casting the spell. You must harbor an intense desire to render your target in unbearable agony, envisioning all the tortures known to humanity throughout history being unleashed upon them simultaneously. Then utter the incantation. If all goes well, you will witness suffering akin to that which you just experienced." Hero marked the paper before him, setting it aside, then pulled out another to examine. After a brief pause, he added, "When you have recovered, fetch a spider and unleash the Cruciatus Curse upon it. If you succeed, return to rest. You know where to find the spider." Ike sat frozen on the chair, his body still trembling uncontrollably. He had never anticipated that Hero would cast the Cruciatus Curse upon him, nor could he have fathomed the depth of its agony. No wonder Neville's parents succumbed to madness under this curse, now residing in the spell-damaged ward of St. Mungo's hospital. "Soon enough, you shall taste the Cruciatus Curse." Ike inwardly seethed, taking a considerable time to regain control of his limbs. Struggling to rise, he shuffled toward the box in the corner, retrieving a glass vial and placing the spider on the ground. "Hero, Hero, Hero. Voldemort, Voldemort, Voldemort," Ike repeatedly reminded himself, envisioning the pitiful little spider as Hero, as Voldemort. Gritting his teeth, he inhaled deeply, glancing at the wand in his hand. Crucio. The spider's legs curled tightly against its body, rolling and trembling on the ground. After merely 7 or 8 seconds, Ike ceased the incantation, and the little spider had already bitten off its own legs, leaving only a bare torso that continued to quiver. Incendio. A ball of flame descended upon the spider, reducing it to ashes, leaving but a small black mark on the floor and an almost imperceptible scent of charred flesh. Mr. Chilo approached Ike, who was standing beside him, and glanced at the dark spot on the ground. With a measured tone, he remarked, "Your aptitude for dark magic astonishes me. The complexity of the Cruciatus Curse is unparalleled by any lethal spell. Naturally, your resilience is equally commendable, even if only for a fleeting 2 seconds. Few can recuperate in such a brief span, yet you appear to be unharmed. In pursuit of mastering magic, I can endure," Ike replied, his gaze fixed on the dark spot rather than on Chilo. "I have never doubted your yearning for magic, Mr. Stride. Chilo summoned a book and placed it into Ike's arms. It is time for you to rest. The repercussions of the Cruciatus Curse are not as trivial as you may envision. You are merely a first-year wizard. Despite your remarkable talent and steadfast will, you still require time to adjust, particularly mentally. Take care to nurture your mind. Chilo gave Ike's shoulder a reassuring pat, his words carrying deeper significance. This is a tome I have gathered on dark magic. Peruse it, and by the next time we meet, I hope you will grasp at least the essence of its contents. Then, we can embark on learning new spells together. Trust me, the challenges are formidable. Ike inclined his head slightly, clutching the book Chilo had gifted him, and slowly exited the office. Instead of returning to the dormitory, he made his way to the Hogwarts kitchen. Offering a faint smile, he greeted a few small badgers before plopping down at the dining table. Om suddenly appeared beside Ike, still bearing her timid demeanor. How may I assist you, Mr. Stride? Please, a mango pudding and a glass of milk. Ike replied with a grin. And if you could add some cockroach clusters, that would be splendid. Of course, catering to the whims of young wizards is the duty of house elves. With a snap of her fingers, conjured a plate of mango pudding, a generous bowl of cockroach clusters, and a cup of warm milk before Ike. Thank you, Ike said with a smile, quickly devouring a pudding, then tossing 2 cockroach clusters into the milk and taking a hearty gulp. Chocolate milk, forever divine. Chapter 26. The Trap with the Aid of a Sleep Spell. Ike enjoyed a sound slumber in his dormitory, awakening the next day fully restored physically. However, the mental scars were not so easily mended. Feeling somewhat lethargic, Ike found himself unable to award any points to Ravenclaw during class for the first time. Stuart and his peers thought little of it, attributing it to Ike's overzealous practice of spells with Professor Chilo, and in this regard, they were not entirely mistaken. The Cruciatus Curse was indeed a spell, and it was Ike who had endured the brunt of it. After 2 lessons, Ike's understanding of dark magic had sharpened considerably, yet more questions arose within him. Nonetheless, this time, Ike resolved not to seek Chilo's insights for answers. During 2 consecutive lessons, Hero taught 2 unforgivable curses. If Yak's predictions hold true, the spell taught in the 3rd week would likely be either the soul-draining curse or the fiendfire curse. After gaining some insight into the unforgivable curses, Yak felt that the latter was more probable. Mastering the Hellfire was the title of Hero's book, as the most notorious dark magic apart from the unforgivable curses. The fiendfire curse was once believed to embody the flames of hell and demons, possessing a terrifying ability to incinerate everything in its vicinity. Fiendfire is notoriously difficult to control. Should the caster lose command, it can rebound with devastating consequences. Moreover, when the scale of fiendfire reaches a certain magnitude, it can even mimic forms of mythical creatures such as dragons or phoenixes, further augmenting its destructive and hunting capabilities. Theoretically, a single cast of fiendfire could obliterate the entirety of Britain. This fearsome dark magic was not classified among the unforgivable curses primarily because it is susceptible to counter curses. The ultimate counterspell, End of All Curses, is the pinnacle of dispelling magic, effectively neutralizing fiendfire regardless of its expansion. It merely boils down to a matter of numbers, a pure mathematical equation. In Mastering the Hellfire, the author elaborates on the precautions necessary when casting the fiendfire curse. Firstly, the caster must possess an unwavering and fervent conviction to incinerate everything. Secondly, one must never relax their control over the fiendfire. Upon sensing any loss of control, an immediate counter curse must be employed. If it spirals out of control, one can only pray to Merlin for an escape. Subsequently, numerous examples of fiendfire spiraling beyond control are recounted, each instance resulting in the annihilation of at least one village and claiming hundreds of lives. Thus, the mastery of magical power emerges as the crux of the matter. Yak believed he had unearthed the key insight. Essentially, the fiendfire curse and the ordinary fire spell are not fundamentally different. The former requires the wizard to restrain it from going berserk, while the latter demands the wizard to enhance its potency. Their intrinsic nature is the same. Both are forms of burning. As this thought crossed his mind, Yak conceived a new hypothesis. Given that combustion necessitates oxygen, what would transpire if the fiendfire curse and the fire spell were cast in an oxygen-deprived environment? For instance, in outer space, Hero observed the fiendfire coiling at the tip of Yak's wand, his eyes momentarily widening in astonishment. Mr. Stride, I must admit I underestimated your talent. I never anticipated you could control such perilous fiendfire to this extent. May I witness your limits? Yak nodded, channeling his concentration towards the fiendfire at the wand's tip, summoning the magic within him, causing the fiendfire to expand into a towering fireball. The scorching flames distorted the surrounding air, and Yak gritted his teeth. feeling his arm involuntarily tremble. End of all curses. Hero waved his wand, and Yak timely severed the supply of magic. A painful serpentine shadow flickering through the fiend fire before vanishing into the ether. Excellent, Hero applauded. You have now surpassed many fourth-year students. Thank you for your guidance, Yak replied. Ike nodded slightly, exuding great respect. You are the student, and I am the professor. It is my duty to guide you. Chilo summoned 2 chairs, gracefully draping his robe before taking a seat. He placed the other chair directly opposite, and, after a moment of contemplation, stated, after studying the death curse, the heart-piercing spell, and the fiery incantation, you should have gained a fresh perspective on dark magic. Indeed, Professor, Ike replied, nodding. Dark magic is inherently malevolent. Precisely, Chilo responded, his gaze fixed intently on Ike, who met his stare with sincerity and fervor. After a prolonged exchange of glances, Chilo suddenly spoke. You are remarkably astute, perhaps the most intelligent young wizard I have encountered. However, you possess the common flaw of clever individuals, an overabundance of confidence in your own abilities. I must impart a crucial lesson. Chilo's voice took on a wavering tone, his body instinctively shuddering as he hunched over, his voice growing faint. Never, ever place unwarranted faith in your own strength, Mr. Stride. Now, you may return. Our lesson has concluded, and you need not come back next week. Chilo strained to lift his head, watching Ike depart. The moment the door closed, he gasped for breath, his chest heaving like a bellows, perspiration uncontrollably streaming down his face to the floor below. Master, I can barely hold on, Chilo murmured weakly, each word seemingly sapping the last remnants of his strength, his heart feeling as though it were gradually ceasing to beat. Pathetic. You cannot even manage such a simple task. The voice of Voldemort rang out, cold and furious, yet equally frail. Master, Chilo pleaded softly, and after a lengthy pause, he finally heard the faint response. Go, Chilo. My servant, you know what must be done. Yes, master. Chilo struggled to rise from the floor, returning to his chair, motionless as if already lifeless, save for his right hand, clutching the wand, which trembled uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Ike, seemingly dazed, stood before Chilo's office for an extended moment. Although his face wore a benign smile, as if everything were perfectly normal, the veins in his right hand, gripping the wand, were bulging ominously. He cast a fleeting glance back at the office door, and despite the smile lingering on his lips, his eyes glimmered with a deadly intent. The once innocuous notebook system has now transformed into a crimson relic. Name: Aik Stride Tom Marvolo Riddle. Age: 12 years and 152 days. Titles: Magic's Chosen, Magic blooms in the few, and you are among them. Guardian of the oak shall forever protect you, and so shall the other trees. Mind Cloisterer, a mist shields your mind, concealing your most profound secrets. Julian's favorite. Indeed, it is you. It is you. It is unmistakably you. Ravenclaw's paragon. Even within Ravenclaw, you stand out as the most exceptional. Cockroach pile enthusiast. Twist, soak, lick, Azkaban reserve. Count for yourself. How many times have you indulged in your vices? Dark Lord, fear, fear, fear. Not loaded. Talents: magical affinity, Parseltongue, not loaded. Magical control, not loaded. Skills: mind cloistering, custom version. Your most secretive truths shall remain unknown unless spoken. The rest relies on your discretion. Non-upgradable. Knowledge mastery. Compared to others, you will learn new knowledge more swiftly. But that is the extent of it. Non-upgradable. Snape's gaze, stare. Dark arts mastery. Evil bows to you, my sovereign. Not loaded. Levitation spell 6. Cleaning spell 6. Fire spell 6. Disillusionment charm 1, 6. Killing curse 1, 7. Cruciatus curse 1, 7. Fiend fire curse 1, 7. Soul snatching curse 1, 7. Chapter 27. A game with you among the unforgivable curses. The true terror of the soul-snatching curse does not lie solely in death and suffering, but in its ability to compel an individual to act according to the will of the caster, often without their awareness. It is classified as an unforgivable curse precisely because it silently controls a person. One cannot discern if someone has been cursed until the caster's influence is lifted, at which point the victim may confess their plight. Imagine, in the heat of battle, two warriors who trust each other implicitly, fighting side by side, when suddenly one betrays the other at a crucial moment. In the face of the soul-snatching curse, you can never be certain whom to trust, under specific conditions. The horror of this curse far surpasses that of the killing curse and the cruciatus curse. However, among the three unforgivable curses, the soul-snatching curse is the only one that can be resisted or even escaped through sheer willpower once afflicted. Aik Stride knows of two methods, the protective waterfall beneath Gringotts, and his unwavering determination. In terms of willpower, Aik Stride possesses considerable confidence. Having endured 2 outbreaks of magical backlash and 2 seconds of torment from the Cruciatus curse as a 12-year-old wizard. Furthermore, he has long been prepared for Chilo, or rather, Voldemort's actions. Otherwise, the transformation of that wretched notebook system would not have been merely a shift to crimson text. Nevertheless, Voldemort's skills are undeniably tempting. Aik Stride gazes at the sequence of 7s displayed on the system, nearly drooling in temptation. It is simply irresistible. The pressing matter was to find an escape route. One must not allow the situation to spiral out of control. Aik contemplated this as he returned to his dormitory. Stuart and Terry were diligently engrossed in their desks, fervently pinning their assignments on the history of magic. Upon Aik's entrance, they merely glanced up to acknowledge him before resuming their work. Aik, with a gleeful sound of schadenfreude, retrieved his cherished collection of cockroach clusters from the drawer and half reclined on his bed, observing the pair as they toiled over their assignments. As March unfolded, it seemed that the professors at Hogwarts had conspired to increase the workload, with the quantity of assignments swelling by at least 20%. Although the young wizards had a week to complete them, for certain subjects, that time frame felt rather constricted, particularly in potions and transfiguration. Professor Snape's assignments followed a standard procedure. First, one must state the inventor of the potion and its specific purpose at the beginning of the paper. Following this, the materials, weights, and detailed steps must be outlined, identifying common pitfalls along the way, culminating in a personal reflection on the potion. The majority of young wizards would opt to discuss the benefits of the potion for wizards in the final section, ensuring at least the avoidance of a deduction in marks by Professor Snape, even if it did not earn them any additional credit. Aik, however, often found his papers faltering at the error-prone juncture, though there were instances where he would inject small insights gleaned from his culinary experiences into the potion-making process. Despite his less-than-stellar reputation, Professor Snape was indeed responsible and would often provide feedback on assignments during the subsequent potions lesson, inadvertently revealing his opinions. If Aik's approach was deemed commendable, he might receive a comment suggesting that Mr. Stride had channeled all his cleverness into his work, neglecting to pay attention in class. Conversely, he might hear, "Mr. Stride, do you comprehend the difference between yourself and a troll? They are taller than you." In any case, praise from Snape was a rarity. The assignment for the history of magic was relatively straightforward. One merely needed to locate pertinent historical events from the thick tome entitled History of Magic and offer a personal perspective. As long as one's views aligned with the mainstream opinions of the magical community, Professor Binns was more than willing to bestow a commendable mark on the assignment. This was the simplest task for the Ravenclaws. Stuart and Terry soon completed their work, tossing their pens onto the desk in unison before stretching their limbs and necks. It was then that Terry inquired, "Aik, why are you back so early today?" "All done," Aik replied lazily, waving a paper bag. Professor Quirrell suggested I take some time to reflect before proceeding. "Oh," Stuart said as he retrieved his favorite buzzing bee candy from the drawer, distributing a handful to Terry. "It seems rather easy. At least you didn't collapse onto your bed as you did before." "Indeed, quite easy," Aik smiled, his right hand swirling his wand, conjuring a series of golden letters that coalesced in the air into a complete sentence. "By the way, have you both finished the assignment on the repairing charm that Professor Flitwick assigned last time?" "Repairing charm?" "I distinctly remember it being the softening charm." Terry gazed at the floating words in the air and exchanged a resolute glance with Stuart, both nodding in agreement. "A softening spell? Wasn't he that the assignment from Tuesday's charms class?" The restoration spell was assigned for Thursday. Another sequence of words materialized in the air, this time more extensive, comprising 2 sentences. "Oh dear, we're doomed. Only 1 day remains, and I still haven't completed my transfiguration assignment." Stuart let out a wail, locking eyes with Terry once more before they both nodded again. "Well, you two, good luck. I'm off to bed now. I plan to spend the whole day in the library tomorrow, as I haven't finished that book on transfiguration yet." With that, Ike tossed a pile of cockroaches towards his bedside and burrowed under the covers. Stuart and Terry exchanged glances, then looked at Ike before continuing with their assignments. The next day, after breakfast, Ike arrived at the library. Selecting a book titled A Beginner's Guide to Ancient Magical Texts from the shelves, he settled into his usual spot. Before long, Hermione appeared, clutching a mountain of books and occupying the seat opposite him. The young witch remained perturbed by the fact that Ike consistently outperformed her academically, leading her to spend a significant amount of time in the library, often surpassing his hours there. As was customary, the two did not engage in conversation, each absorbed in their own tasks. However, compared to previous occasions, Ike departed slightly earlier. Hermione hesitated, glancing up at Ike, who was registering books at Madame Pance's desk, before lowering her gaze once more. It was then that she noticed a note left on the seat where Ike had been sitting, inscribed with her name. Picking up the note and flipping it over, Hermione's brow furrowed slightly as she looked back at Ike's retreating figure. Biting her quill, she examined the note. It was an ordinary piece of parchment, filled with Ike's familiar handwriting, yet its contents were somewhat perplexing. A simple pentagram adorned the page, with only 2 lines of text beneath it. When you next see this star, please be sure to believe in me. Hermione gathered her belongings, clutching the note, and strode out of the library. Once outside, she did not venture far, stopping by a window along the corridor. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, she discarded the note through the window. As she watched the paper slowly drift down, igniting spontaneously into ashes, confusion flooded her mind. What on earth are you up to? Ike. Chapter 28. Summoning. Descending from the astronomy tower, it was already past 1 in the morning. Among the myriad subjects at Hogwarts, astronomy was the one Ike loathed the most. The sight of a group of young wizards gazing at the stars in the dead of night struck him as utterly absurd. Fortunately, the weather had warmed, sparing him the need to constantly maintain a warming charm, which had been excruciatingly burdensome during the winter months. As he walked alone towards the dormitory, Stuart and the others trailed not far behind, and it felt as though everything had reverted to the atmosphere of Christmas. The difference now was that everyone occasionally cast glances toward Ike, monitoring his movements. I find myself confronted with certain issues. On a day when I leave without greeting you, please make it a priority to seek out Professor Flitwick. Trust me, I would never harm you. There are no fools in Ravenclaw. Stuart and Terry have kept quiet, discreetly informing only Michael and Anthony. After that evening, Ike has made a concerted effort to enter and exit with a group, always bidding farewell if he intends to leave alone. Everyone awaits the moment of Ike's sudden disappearance, though it is somewhat torturous to constantly monitor Ike's movements. Perhaps there lies within the little wizard's a latent yearning for adventure, and this somewhat espionage-like behavior has surprisingly brought amusement to Stuart and others. As May approached, a sense of endurance waned among the group. For over 2 months, Ike had shown no signs of trouble, nor had he vanished unexpectedly. Had it not been for their unwavering belief that Ike would not jest with such matters, they might have abandoned hope long ago. Yet even so, they had reached their limit. Ike too had reached a breaking point. He found himself perplexed by Quirrell, or perhaps by what Voldemort was contemplating. Given Voldemort's current condition, controlling Quirrell through the use of the killing curse without any sound or weapon would undoubtedly increase the burden on both of them, as evidenced by Quirrell's increasingly haggard appearance and the strange scent permeating around him. It was akin to a person who was barely clinging to life, forcing themselves to leap about. They were not far from death. Perhaps it was time to seek out the unicorn. I calculated the days and felt it was about time. Dark magic comes at a cost, and for one like Voldemort, who had forcibly latched onto Quirrell, the burden on both was even greater. If Ike's intuition served him correctly, a journey into the Forbidden Forest was imminent. On the first Saturday of May, Ike was, as usual, in the common room, listening to Stuart and the others chat. Suddenly, an inexplicable, alluring voice echoed in his mind. 11 o'clock, Forbidden Forest, do not be discovered by anyone. In an instant, Ike's gaze lost focus before regaining clarity. Furrowing his brow, he glanced at the wall clock. Nearly 2 hours remained. Ike remained composed, returning to the dormitory around 10. Stuart and Terry were already in bed when he reached the door and turned back to glance at them. Noticing Ike's peculiar demeanor, Stuart and Terry heightened their vigilance. Ike, looking at them, cast the disillusionment charm upon himself, leaving behind a line of golden text before departing. If I am not back in 3 hours, seek Professor Flitwick in the Forbidden Forest. Stuart, frustrated, pounded his pillow and turned to Terry, saying, "What do you think Ike is up to?" "We should go find the professor now. He has his own plans," Terry reassured. "We must trust him. He would not undertake anything without certainty. Let us sleep. We can address it in 3 hours," Stuart replied, setting an alarm, pulling the covers over himself, and forcing himself to sleep. Eik has become quite familiar with the nocturnal escapades, having mastered the disillusionment charm, which allows him to stealthily venture into the restricted section of the library every few days. In recent months, however, he has taken to informing Stuart and Terry of his whereabouts before departing, occasionally bringing them along for the adventure. As for the Forbidden Forest, this marks his inaugural visit since arriving at Hogwarts. The Forbidden Forest is undoubtedly a perilous locale, with towering trees that stretch infinitely into the sky, a myriad of complex species, and a multitude of magical creatures whose exact numbers remain a mystery. Who knows how many dangerous beings Professor Sylvanus Kettleburn and Hagrid have released into its depths over the decades. At night, the forest is shrouded in darkness, Although the moon shines brightly above, its light is obscured by the dense foliage, rendering visibility quite poor. Eik raised his hand and cast a night vision charm upon himself, an incantation not included in the standard spell list. Discovered in a book about hazardous areas of the magical world, with annotations left by an unknown student from a bygone era. It proves exceedingly useful in the dark. Following the whispering guidance of his mind, AK navigated through a less dense area of trees until he encountered Quirrell, who stood with his back turned. Releasing the disillusionment charm, Eik respectfully bowed, wand in hand. Professor, he addressed Quirrell, who was clad in a dark robe that obscured his head entirely. Devoid of the peculiar odor that usually accompanied him, yet emanating an aura of imminent danger. Turning to glance at Eik, Quirrell spoke slowly. Mr. Stride, clever as you are, I presume you have surmised what I have done to you. Yes, Professor. Eik maintained his bow, his tone steady and mechanical. The soul-draining curse. I have read about its effects, similar to what I am experiencing. I am quite curious, Mr. Stride, Quirrell said, gripping his wand and fixing his gaze upon A. I believe you possess the capability to escape the shackles of the curse, yet you choose to heed my summons. Now, reveal your thoughts. Of course, my true intention is to find an opportunity to eliminate you. Eik seethed inwardly, wishing fervently to unleash the killing curse upon him, but outwardly displayed fervor. Kneeling on one knee, he reverently stated, Only in your presence can I truly learn the art of magic. Please, continue to enlighten me, great Dark Lord. Without flinching, Eik locked eyes with Quirrell, his gaze filled with unwavering determination and zeal, resembling the most devout of acolytes. Good child, a feeble voice echoed, Quirrell. It is time for this boy to meet his master. But master, you are currently. Let him see me. Very well, master. Quirrell lifted his hood, turning to reveal a twisted, grotesque, and pallid visage before Eik. Taking 2 steps closer while remaining on one knee, Eik gazed up at the face, his fervor intensifying. Great Dark Lord, Eik Stride pays his respects to you. Child, look into my eyes and tell me, how did you discover this? Eik unabashedly gazed at Voldemort, stating, In the current magical realm, apart from Dumbledore, you alone possess the ability to silently, and without a wand cast the unforgivable curses. Only you have attained such a high mastery of dark magic. Voldemort, revealing a terrifying smile, responded, Excellent, excellent. You have not disappointed me, young Eik. As you can see, I am now quite weak, so feeble that I must rely on others. Yet, I shall undoubtedly return. When I do, I will personally mark you with the Dark Mark. This is the Dark Lord's promise. It is my honor, great Dark Lord, Eik replied, bowing his head. Rise, child, Voldemort commanded, satisfied. Eik stood, still fervently gazing at Voldemort's visage. Now, there is a matter that requires your assistance with Quirrell. I trust you will not let me down. Of course, great Dark Lord. Voldemort, having spoken so much, grew weaker, his voice diminishing. Eik observed as Voldemort closed his eyes, and Quirrell, at the opportune moment, donned his hood once more. Let us proceed, Eik, our time is limited. With that, Quirrell led the way deeper into the Forbidden Forest. Very well, Professor, Eik replied, following closely behind Quirrell, his face still adorned with fervor. Suddenly, a panel appeared before him. Soul Reaping Curse 2, acquired. Mind Blocking Spell 2, acquired. After a night spent playing billiards, losing consistently, he lamented, Indeed, I am lacking in skill, and yet have a great appetite for challenge. Chapter 29. The Unicorn Hogwarts does not instruct students in the arts of the mind reading and mind blocking spells. Acquiring knowledge of these 2 spells generally requires one to apply to the Ministry of Magic post-graduation. The ministry scrutinizes one's employment and reasons for seeking such knowledge, permitting only certain departments to learn them, such as the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. However, the ministry's application process resembles little more than a formality, as the vast majority of applicants have already mastered the mind reading and mind blocking spells by the time they apply. The so-called scrutiny is merely a procedural step. After all, with a modicum of diligence during their time at school, one can easily find relevant texts in the restricted section of the library. The mind-blocking spell posed no challenge for Eik. The subpar notebook system he possessed included an incomplete version of it. Once he grasped the principles and methods behind the mind-blocking spell, mastery was easily within reach. Moreover, the looming threat of Voldemort's soul-reaping curse ensured that leveling up was not a concern. However, the mind-reading spell proved to be a more formidable challenge. As a model young man, Eik could not experiment on his friends. Perhaps another time. Quirrell, having traversed this path many times before, moved swiftly ahead, undeterred by the complex terrain. Even trailing behind, Aik found himself stumbling over exposed tree roots and protruding branches, the vines proving quite bothersome. Thus, they walked in this manner for nearly half an hour when Coral suddenly bent down and came to a halt. Ike treaded lightly, crouching beside the thicket, peering forward. Before him lay a rare clearing in the forbidden forest, where a small pool glimmered at its center, with a brook flowing deeper into the woods. Two unicorns stood by the water's edge, one reclined gracefully on the ground, while the other drank from the crystal-clear pool. Witnessing these magnificent creatures, even renowned in the Muggle world, for the first time left Ike utterly astonished by their beauty. An indescribable sanctity enveloped them. Their pure white coats seemed to radiate light, gently swaying and imparting an inexplicable sense of tranquility. Ike couldn't help but smile slightly, but beside him, Chilo tightened his grip on his wand, uttering a command to cover him before casting a barrier spell. The azure-green sparks startled the unicorns, yet the spell was of little consequence to such formidable magical beings. As creatures of significant magical prowess, unicorns possessed a high resistance to spells and formidable combat abilities. The drinking unicorn shifted its hooves, lowered its head, and with a swift motion of its spiraled horn, shattered Chilo's barrier spell, charging towards him, forcing Chilo to dodge hastily. In that moment, the other unicorn also rose. Following closely behind, Ike executed a swift roll to the side, raising his wand to cast another barrier spell, followed by a shattering charm that struck the ground near the unicorn, sending up a cloud of dust. Chilo, evading the charge, continuously waved his wand, casting barriers that swiftly ensnared and immobilized the creatures, occasionally firing a few green bolts that startled the first unicorn, inadvertently guiding it towards the pool. Utilizing the surrounding trees, Ike engaged in a game of hide-and-seek with the unicorns, finding temporary safety. "Drive them towards me," Chilo urged urgently, his voice rising. Taken aback by the command, Ike swiftly dashed towards the pool, casting several barrier spells behind him. As both unicorns entered the vicinity, Chilo unleashed his true magical prowess. With a flick of his wand, a towering earthen wall arose, encircling the unicorns and themselves within. Flames ignited upon the wall, creating an imposing barrier. The unicorns huddled together, their unease palpable. As intelligent magical beings, they were acutely aware of the power wielded by adult wizards and understood the precariousness of their situation, realizing escape would be challenging. The unicorns, swift and powerful, bore horns capable of piercing through dragon scales, and Chilo braced himself, his expression grave. To subdue them, altering the terrain was paramount. Trapping them in such a confined space, continuously employing cutting spells, stunning spells, barrier spells, and petrifying spells, he aimed to restrict their movements. Once they could no longer flee, they would be no different than cattle. Remember, aim for their hooves and eyes. Unicorns possess strong magical resistance. Chilo instructed. Your task is to use barrier spells to limit their movement. At your skill level, this should be effortlessly achievable. He glanced at Ike, his tone leaving no room for doubt. We must resolve this swiftly. Lingering too long might attract those troublesome centaurs. As soon as the words left his lips, Chilo unleashed two cutting spells, which the unicorn deftly evaded. In a hurry, Yak cast a barrier spell, repeatedly striking the ground around the unicorn, sending up clouds of dirt that inadvertently obstructed several of Chilo's cutting spells. Aim for a specific point. Target its legs. Frustrated by the interference caused by the flying debris, Chilo shouted at Yak while hastening his spellcasting. All right. Yak responded verbally, his hands continuing their work, slightly adjusting his aim, managing to land two of his spells on the unicorn's legs. However, their impact was minimal, yielding little effect. Chilo was growing anxious. His current physical state did not permit him to endure a prolonged battle, and he was already feeling fatigued. Glancing at Yak, who was gritting his teeth and continuously casting spells, Chilo felt compelled to accelerate his own magical output. If a first-year wizard could exert himself to this extent for his master, then surely his master, who was right behind him, deserved no less. Unbeknownst to Chilo, Yak was focused solely on maintaining the mental barrier while rapidly casting the barrier spells, occasionally interspersing them with petrification and agility spells. Unfortunately, his accuracy was lacking. Spells often struck the ground or the earthen wall behind the unicorn, sometimes even inadvertently intercepting Chilo's cutting spells. Chilo refrained from voicing any complaints, recognizing Yak's own struggle. Even the most gifted young wizard had limited magical reserves at this age, and sustaining a high frequency of spellcasting was indeed challenging for him. Furthermore, Yak had little practical experience, and his inaccuracy was somewhat understandable, especially considering that, in most situations, he was performing admirably. After a considerable duration of combat, the unicorns, each time they attempted to charge forward, were repelled by Chilo's cutting spells, becoming increasingly beleaguered amidst the barrage of magical assaults. Observing the unicorns exhibiting signs of fatigue, Chilo, disregarding his own weakness, intensified his attacks, gasping for breath as he recklessly hurled cutting spells. Reluctantly, Yak also quickened the pace of his barrier spells. As the saying goes, a defense held too long is destined to falter. Seizing an opportunity, Chilo landed a cutting spell precisely where the unicorn's leg met its hoof, nearly severing it. A surge of energy coursed through him, prompting him to cast 2 more cutting spells. Yak, too, was exhilarated, launching 3 barrier spells. Regrettably, one went awry, landing beside the unicorn's hoof, while another struck just high enough to cause the unicorn to stumble awkwardly, inadvertently evading Chilo's 2 cutting spells and the 3rd barrier spell. After such a prolonged battle, Chilo and Yak had cast an innumerable amount of spells. While most had hit their intended targets, some had been evaded by the unicorns, striking the already precarious earthen wall. The 2 cutting spells and 1 barrier spell proved to be the last straw, causing the wall to collapse entirely. Upon witnessing this, the unicorns turned and fled, darting through the breach into the woods, leaving behind a trail of silvery blood on the ground. Hero waved his hand to dispel the transformation spell and plopped down onto the ground. Ike fell even faster, gasping for breath as he breathlessly inquired, "Professor, oh great Dark Lord, what shall we do next?" "Master, I am useless." The Dark Lord rebuked Hero, causing him to hastily rise, remove his hood, and nod slightly. "Child, you are commendable. At your age, no one could perform better than you." Old Voldemort was quite pleased with Ike's performance, and, after a verbal commendation, barked at Hero, "Go. It is injured. Pursue it. At once, master." Hero disregarded his seemingly weakening body and hurried after the trail of silvery blood on the ground. Ike, too, did not rest, closely following Hero into the dense forest. Chapter 30. The second capture operation. The unicorn was remarkably swift, once it lost the constraints of the terrain. Even one that had nearly lost a hoof vanished without a trace upon entering the thicket. Hero supported himself on his knees. The prolonged battle followed by the intense chase rendered him breathless. Ike appeared even worse for wear, collapsing against a large tree, looking half dead. It seemed they would have to return tomorrow to continue their search. After a considerable pause, Hero finally managed to say, "With such severe injuries, it will be easier to find it again." Ike nodded in agreement, hesitantly glancing at Hero, yet refraining from further comment. "Let us return and have a good night's rest. Tomorrow, at the same time, Mr. Stride." As soon as the words left his lips, Hero vanished into the forest. A disillusionment charm? Who can't do that? Ike scoffed, casting the same charm upon himself and retracing his steps toward the castle. It was Ike's first realization of how exhausting acting could be. With his level of magic, he should have been able to perform better even against the swift unicorn. Yet the foundational level of the spell was evident, and he was far from inadequate. Fortunately, neither Hero nor Voldemort were aware of Ike's true magical ability. They merely recognized his capacity for learning. Thus, even when Ike occasionally disrupted Hero's offensive rhythm, old Voldemort and Hero did not blame him but were rather satisfied. After all, for a first-year wizard, such performance was indeed commendable. When Ike returned to the dormitory, it was already 1:30. He looked at the 2 sleeping figures and felt a sense of relief wash over him. He cast a light spell beside his bed and covered his head with a blanket, soon drifting into slumber. Upon awakening, Ike still felt somewhat dizzy and sore. Shaking his heavy head, he lifted his gaze to find the large faces of Stuart and Terry staring back at him. "Why did you have to hang that glowing orb when you returned? You could have just come back normally," Stuart complained, his tone filled with grievance and reproach. "You have no idea how scared I was when I woke up in the middle of the night, thinking I had overslept. My apologies, my apologies." Ike replied with a smile, "Next time, I will wake you directly. Please don't." The 2 individuals hastily waved their hands and shook their heads, fully aware that such a thing was entirely within Ike's capabilities. "Wait, there's a next time?" Terry suddenly awakened. "Ike, what trouble have you encountered? Share with us. Perhaps there is another way." "Apologies," Ike replied with a hint of regret. "This matter is perilous. If you involve yourselves, I cannot guarantee your safety. However, do not worry. I am fine and will take care of myself." Ike stretched lazily, adding, "Of course, if I have not returned by the agreed time, remember to seek out the professor." "I understand," Terry nodded. "But if we truly go to find the professor, where shall we search for you, Ike?" Ike was momentarily taken aback. He had not considered this dilemma. He recalled that in the novels he had read, characters often found others without needing hints. After pondering for a moment, Ike reached a decision. In the coming days, Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I will be in the Forbidden Forest. If I am not there on a particular day, I will inform you. Patting the shoulders of his companions, Ike smiled. I am counting on you for support. Rest assured, we've got this covered, Stuart declared confidently. Thumping his chest, this is no trouble at all. Certainly, I trust you both. Ike smiled as he walked with them towards the hall. After breakfast, Ike returned to his usual spot in the library. Hermione had scarcely been present for nearly half a month, and Ike knew this was a crucial time for Hagrid's dragon hatching. The three of them must be at Hagrid's hut. Although Ike also wished to achieve the feat of raising a dragon, he regrettably realized that aside from Hermione, he had little familiarity with others in Gryffindor and had no connection with Hagrid, leaving him to merely contemplate. He spent the day in tranquility, and by evening, after setting a time with Stuart and Terry, Ike plunged into the depths of the Forbidden Forest, uncertain of when Quirrell would arrive. Ike noticed that he seemed to have been waiting for quite some time upon his arrival. Approaching respectfully, he executed the greeting flawlessly. Great Dark Lord. Your student sends his regards. Voldemort's laughter was as sinister as ever. Child, when did you become my student? Ike promptly feigned a look of terror and disappointment, his voice laced with disbelief. But yesterday you promised to teach me magic. Voldemort's tone indicated amusement. It was merely a jest, child. The Dark Lord's promises are eternally binding. All praise to you, my teacher. Ike held his wand close to his chest, bowing slightly, his body trembling involuntarily. Enough. There will be plenty of opportunities, Ike. As soon as he finished speaking, Voldemort's voice grew cold again. Quirrell, go forth. Find that beast. Our time is limited. As you wish, master. Quirrell replied respectfully, glancing back at Ike. Let us proceed. With that, he followed the traces on the ground deeper into the Forbidden Forest. Ike trailed behind, maintaining a humble and earnest demeanor, scanning the surroundings with vigilant eyes, tightly gripping his wand. Such a performance, rated at 7 points, serves to further enhance the favor of Comrade Old V, while 3 points are designated for guarding against other creatures lurking within the Forbidden Forest. For a wizard, pursuing a target is hardly a challenging endeavor. The tracking charm was invented precisely for this purpose. As long as there are objects, hair, or blood belonging to the target, casting the tracking charm will cause the tip of the wand to unwaveringly point towards the target's location. The two moved swiftly through the dense forest, following the direction indicated by Chilo's wand, and it was only after a considerable time that they finally halted. Observing a unicorn lying on the ground, tending to its wounds not far ahead, Chilo ceased the tracking charm and softly advised, Mr. Stride, let us proceed as we did yesterday. Once I have ensnared it, assist me with the barrier charm. Understood, Professor, Ike replied, nodding with determination etched across his face. Noticing this, Chilo turned back, slightly readjusting his stance. He initiated the transfiguration spell, enveloped it in flames, and followed with a slicing charm. Ike, seizing the moment, heightened his focus and launched 2 barrier charms aimed at the unicorn's limbs. The injured unicorn, having lost much of its agility, faced a formidable opponent in Chilo, who had largely regained his strength after a day of rest. Even without Ike's assistance, dealing with a wounded and solitary unicorn would not pose a significant challenge. In no time at all, despite Ike's efforts to hinder, the unicorn succumbed to Chilo's relentless assault. With a flourish of his wand, Chilo dispelled the encircling earth walls and flames, advancing towards the fallen unicorn, which lay groaning pitifully. Hurry! Voldemort's frail voice brimmed with joy and urgency. Drink this damned blood. My master. Chilo hesitated, fully aware of the curse that would befall him for drinking the blood of such a pure creature after inflicting harm. In that moment, upon consuming the unicorn's blood, he would no longer be deemed human. Given his current physical state, Chilo believed he could endure for a while longer. Alas, Voldemort was not inclined to wait. With a decisive bite into the unicorn's wound, amidst the creature's agonizing cries, Chilo was consumed by regret. Had I not ventured into the forests of Albania in the summer of 1991 to seek the Dark Lord's trace, how much better it would have been. Chapter 31. The cost. Once, Quirinus Chilo was the pride of Ravenclaw, renowned for his talent and solid theoretical foundation, both as a student and as a professor of Muggle studies. Perhaps unwilling to be confined to theoretical research, Chilo applied for the position of defense against the dark arts professor the previous summer. Upon receiving approval, he took an extended leave, embarking on journeys to gain practical experience. That summer, Chilo traversed many locales and encountered numerous dangers. In the dark forest, he faced several vampires and witches, narrowly escaping death. After his harrowing escape, Chilo set his sights on Europe, ultimately encountering the individual who would alter the course of his life in Albania, the fallen Dark Lord, Voldemort, now entwined with a serpent. Having endured the Second Wizarding War in Britain, Quirrell harbored an innate terror of the Dark Lord, despite the fact that he could have effortlessly slain Voldemort upon their first encounter. Perhaps it was precisely this fear that led Quirrell to develop the illusion that he could master Voldemort, a delusion for which he ultimately paid a significant price. He became a temporary Horcrux, although Quirrell was entirely unaware of the true nature of such an object. With a single body sustaining two souls, Quirrell could acutely sense the draining of his life force, which instilled in him a profound dread. Yet, what filled him with greater trepidation was the presence of the Dark Lord himself. In order to survive, Quirrell was compelled to seek out the sole magical artifact known to save both of their lives, the Philosopher's Stone. At Gringotts, Quirrell met with failure. After discovering Harry, he again faltered due to Snape's interference. Although he had ascertained the location of the stone, he remained stymied at the first obstacle, unable to devise a means to bypass Hagrid's three-headed dog. During that period, Quirrell felt as though he were living a fate worse than death. Voldemort showed no compassion for his servant, subjecting him to vile curses and torturous punishments. Enduring the dual torment of both body and mind wrought by the Dark Lord, Quirrell's sanity remained intact, a veritable miracle. Later, Quirrell, or rather Voldemort, discovered a remarkable young wizard who hailed from his own academy. This prodigy exhibited exceptional spellcasting skills and a solid theoretical foundation, standing as the most outstanding young wizard in decades since Voldemort himself. Indeed, upon their initial interaction, Voldemort offered an assessment of the boy that surpassed his own prowess at that age. At the very least, even the Dark Lord, who could instill fear across the entirety of Britain, had not achieved silent, wandless spellcasting during his first year, an accomplishment that could not merely be attributed to raw talent. When Ike approached Quirrell with a request to learn magic, both Quirrell and Voldemort were elated. Perhaps Quirrell felt a tinge of regret, lamenting that such a brilliant Ravenclaw would tread the same path he had. However, the events that transpired subsequently ignited within Quirrell a sense of jealousy. Why did Ike possess such exceptional talent? Why did the Dark Lord deliberately choose to instruct him in magic? Why did Voldemort vow to personally teach him upon his return? And why, at such a cost to his own life force, did Voldemort cast the killing curse silently and without a wand, merely to insidiously influence Ike's thoughts? Quirrell found himself unable to comprehend these questions, no matter how he tried, until he witnessed Ike in battle. His spellcasting abilities were on par with those of adult wizards, with a nearly identical casting frequency and flawless silent, wandless spells. Although his accuracy was somewhat lacking, he was merely in his first year, still possessing ample time to grow and develop, until he could rise to the level of the Dark Lord himself, or even Dumbledore. Yes, Quirrell believed that Ike would attain such heights, just as Voldemort was utterly convinced of his own inevitable return. As he swallowed the blood of unicorns, Quirrell felt his once parched life force being replenished, his heart once again beating robustly. It was as though he had returned to a state of health prior to his encounter with the Dark Lord. Yet simultaneously, Chilo experienced an unprecedented agony and disorientation, as if his very soul were being ground into a fine dust, light as a feather, seemingly on the verge of detaching from his corporeal form. Rising to his feet, feeling unsteady, Chilo sensed that he could float away at any moment. Alas, all of this was a curse, a consequence of harming the unicorn and siphoning its blood. From that moment forth, Chilo ceased to be human. He became an enigmatic existence, neither man, beast, spirit, nor lingering soul. His body was merely a vessel for his soul. He, Voldemort, was exhilarated. The blood of the unicorn nourished his fragmented soul profoundly, a sensation he had not felt since the eve of Halloween 11 years prior. Well done, my servant. The Dark Lord never hesitated to lavish praise upon those who fulfilled his desires. You shall be rewarded once we acquire the Philosopher's Stone. Thank you, master. Chilo replied with reverence, not daring to harbor even a hint of disrespect towards Voldemort. So, Ek, my most beloved pupil, what is it that you desire? In the presence of Ek, Voldemort exhibited an entirely different demeanor, devoid of the coldness he displayed towards Chilo, akin to Professor Flitwick's concern for his students. I hope you will permit me to take some unicorn blood for research, Great Dark Lord. My esteemed teacher. Ek nodded slightly, responding with respect. You may take some of the unicorn's hair, even its horn, but you must absolutely not extract its blood, child, Voldemort firmly denied. The blood of a unicorn possesses extraordinary powers. When willingly offered, it is the purest substance in the world, capable of breaking nearly any curse or enchantment. Even a person on the brink of death, if they drink the blood willingly given by a unicorn, can be revived, restored to the vitality of their 18-year-old self. Voldemort continued gravely. However, if it is forcibly taken, as in this case, it bears a potent curse. Although one may still attain rebirth, they would be burdened with a malevolent curse, forever stripped of their humanity, forced to live in a state of mere survival. Furthermore, one cannot cease consuming unicorn blood. Should they do so, they would meet a dreadful demise, a most horrific end. I understand, Aik nodded, stowing his wand. Then I shall take some hair instead. An excellent choice, child, Voldemort commended. They possess numerous applications and are vital components of magical materials. Aik carefully collected some tail and mane hair. Indeed, many potions and alchemical items require these, and this will suffice for a considerable time. Aik inclined his head slightly, expressing gratitude for the opportunity to gather them. No need for thanks, child. When I return, you shall receive far greater and more. Mere unicorn hair is trivial. I shall teach you magic, revealing to you the true essence of sorcery, even guiding you away from death. Voldemort was clearly becoming somewhat intoxicated with his own ambitions. As long as you offer your loyalty, child. Of course, great Dark Lord. My esteemed teacher. Aik leaned his wand against his left shoulder, kneeling on one knee, and respectfully proclaimed, I shall become your most esteemed pupil. I eagerly anticipated. Aik, came the reply, filled with expectation. Aik bowed his head, silently reflecting as the fleeting interface of the useless notebook system flickered before him, a radiant smile gracing his face. Name, Aik Stride. Not Tom Marvolo Riddle. Chapter 32. May 30th. There is no doubt regarding the magical prowess of the esteemed Lord Voldemort. On the return journey, Voldemort, unusually, did not allow Quirrell to obscure himself with a hood or scarf, instead engaging in a dialogue with Aik, addressing the questions posed. Whether it pertained to additional methods for enhancing magical power or the ingenious applications of the Felix Felicis potion, or even the distinctions between European curses and those from ancient Egypt, Voldemort incisively pinpointed the crux of each issue, greatly benefiting Aik, who felt increasingly fortunate for not having hastily dispelled the effects of the soul-sucking curse. Enduring the discomfort, while frustration mounted, the knowledge gained was indeed invaluable. As they parted ways, Voldemort even imparted a widely circulated minor spell among dark wizards, the concealment charm, which adeptly obscured a wizard's face, rendering it a mere blur to onlookers, as if shrouded in dense mist. A practical little enchantment, although Aik mused it might be better named the blurring charm, for it could only achieve this effect. The subsequent days were leisurely, as Quirrell and Voldemort focused their energies on overcoming obstacles. Given Quirrell's current state, even the most unscathed unicorn would pose little challenge. Aik, however, was quite occupied, with merely over 2 weeks until the final examinations. The Ravenclaw students were scattered about, fervently reviewing, as the eagerness of the young eagles was more intense than one might have imagined. In every common room, library, and even the Great Hall, young wizards could be seen engrossed in their tomes. The atmosphere of study was palpable. Of course, such fervent reading could only partially address theoretical exams. For subjects such as charms, potions, transfiguration, and herbology, practical application was essential. Consequently, the expansive grassland by the Black Lake became overrun by young wizards, further diminishing the space for upperclassmen couples to stroll and enjoy their time together. In truth, the excessive focus on review was a haphazard remedy for lower-year students. The practical components were not particularly daunting. Even in transfiguration, the tasks remained relatively simple, involving the transformation of a smooth, uncomplicated object into another, with grades solely based on the finesse of the transformation. For the majority of young wizards, this presented little challenge. Yet, in this era, honesty seemed a rarity, leading Aik to bear the brunt of complaints from Stuart and others. Amidst the diligent scholars, there were certainly mischievous ones, even in the notorious mischief-maker haven of Gryffindor. The antics of Harry and his friends were indeed excessive, with each individual facing a deduction of 50 points, totaling 150. Gryffindor, previously locked in fierce competition with Slytherin, found themselves at the bottom, ironically surpassing the long-standing leaders, Hufflepuff. If Gryffindor had secured the top position, perhaps the members of the house would not be so infuriated, yet they have unwittingly relinquished their lead in the House Cup to Slytherin, leaving the young lions absolutely livid. Hermione, Harry, and Neville have become the focal point of ire, while Ron has narrowly escaped the fray, having been hospitalized due to a dragon bite from Hagrid. In X's view, the Gryffindors ought to count their blessings. Had Ron been involved, they would have faced an additional deduction of 50 points. Perhaps that would have set a record? Without X's interference, the trio's narrative echoes the memories he holds, which serves as a reminder of another matter. Quirrell is set to venture into the Forbidden Forest once more in search of unicorns. Unlike before, Quirrell's current pursuit is to harness the properties of unicorn blood, a necessity that alters the essence of his actions. In approximately 10 days, Aik quietly noted this timeline, a detail absent from the textbooks. The life of an exemplary student is indeed monotonous, while others immerse themselves in fervent revision. Aik finds himself reveling in trivial knowledge not documented in any book. His display of knowledge, however, is met with harsh suppression from Stuart and others, who even confiscated his beloved pile of cockroaches. On May 30th, as Harry, Hermione, and Neville received the notice of the impending closure that evening, Aik too received a note from Quirrell, instructing him to rendezvous in the Forbidden Forest at 10 o'clock. Silently destroying the note, Aik appeared unfazed as he spent the final moments before exam week attending lessons in charms, defense against the dark arts, transfiguration, and history of magic with Stuart and the others. Upon leaving the history of magic classroom, the clock had already passed 9. After coordinating a time with Stuart and Terry, Aik skillfully cast the disillusionment charm and proceeded leisurely towards the Forbidden Forest. As he entered the forest, Aik began to reminisce about the days when he had been ensnared by the killing curse, a time when he did not need to employ the tracking charm to locate Quirrell. After nearly 20 minutes of searching, he arrived at the designated meeting spot. During the defense against the dark arts lesson earlier that day, Aik had noticed Quirrell's pallor had significantly deteriorated, bearing the hollow visage of malnutrition. Now, he could even discern the faintly bluish veins behind Quirrell's ears. Great Dark Lord. Teacher. Aik inclined his head slightly, respectfully greeting his mentor. The Dark Lord remained pleased, though his voice exhibited a distinct frailty, lacking the robust vigor of before. Child, I am delighted you have come. Regrettably, we may need to hunt a new unicorn tonight. At your service, Professor, Aik replied. Voldemort seemed to exhale deeply, his voice so faint that Aik barely caught it. The last one did not survive until today. It perished in the Forbidden Forest about 4 days ago. The other day, I witnessed that foolish half-giant weeping as he emerged from the forest, bearing the carcass of that creature. Tonight, I wish for you to experience the thrill of capturing a unicorn. Voldemort continued. Rest assured, Quirrell will safeguard you. As you wish. My teacher. Aik appeared utterly exhilarated, grasping his wand tightly, his eyes radiating fervor and unwavering confidence. Then, let us proceed. The voice of Voldemort grew ever fainter, as Quirrell appropriately wrapped a scarf around his head and donned his hood, leading the way into the depths of the dense forest. Drawing from their previous experience, the duo swiftly located a solitary unicorn. Aik gazed upon the ethereal creature, its alabaster form imbued with an unmistakable aura of melancholy. With a flick of his wrist, he cast a slicing spell, deftly severing the scab on the unicorn's leg. Was it the same one that escaped last time? It was evident that it was. The unicorn let out a mournful cry, casting a glance at Aik, who donned a similar black hooded robe, before turning to flee. Aik unleashed another slicing spell, striking the unicorn's hindquarters and leaving traces of silvery blood upon the ground. It seems your aim has improved significantly, Mr. Stride, Quirrell remarked, observing Aik's successful spells. Indeed. I have not been idle these past few days. Aik cast levitation spells on both himself and Quirrell, propelling them swiftly in pursuit of the unicorn. Slicing and obstruction spells flew toward the creature, some missing their mark, yet each successful strike caused the unicorn to stumble. Quirrell occasionally raised earthen walls to redirect and guide the unicorn's path. Thus, they pursued it leisurely until they reached a clearing, where the unicorn finally succumbed, collapsing to the ground after a heart-wrenching cry. Its hooves, shins, and body were riddled with tiny wounds, trailing silvery blood. Teacher, I have succeeded, Aik said, offering a slight bow. Excellent, excellent. The voice of the old Voldemort resonated, then instructed Quirrell, go forth, my servant, and do what must be done. Yes, master, Quirrell replied. Striding to the side of the unicorn, he unleashed a slicing spell upon its neck, creating a gaping wound the size of a palm, as silvery blood splattered forth, cascading like a gentle stream upon the ground. Quirrell bent low, voraciously consuming from the wound, feeling a resurgence of power within him, his heart a mix of satisfaction and urgency. Suddenly, a piercing scream pierced the air. Aik turned to see Malfoy being dragged along by a dog, shrieking in terror, while a bespectacled young wizard, none other than Harry, clutched his forehead in agony over his lightning-shaped scar. Aik quietly observed as Harry collapsed to the ground, letting out a resigned sigh, his gaze drifting to the underbrush behind Harry. He raised his hand, sending forth a beam of red light. The crimson beam soared swiftly, yet an arrow shot forth from the thicket even faster. Aik deftly maneuvered his wand, redirecting the beam to strike the arrow aside. At that moment, a centaur with platinum hair positioned itself between Aik and Harry. Aik brandished his wand, sending 2 beams of red light toward the centaur. The centaur brandished his bow, shattering a beam of crimson light, while another beam struck Harry, sending him tumbling to the ground, ultimately landing on his back. Seizing the moment while the centaur turned to check on Harry, Aik deftly cast the disillusionment charm and the silencing spell, vanishing from sight. As for Quirrell, he had long since departed from the scene. "Are you all right?" the centaur inquired, lifting Harry to his feet. "I'm fine, thank you," Harry replied, feeling no discomfort in his body, and the scar on his forehead no longer throbbed. "You are the boy from the Potter family, aren't you? You should return to Hagrid's side at once. The Forbidden Forest is exceedingly perilous at the moment. With Ryan included, 2 unicorns have already perished," the centaur observed, noticing Harry's distinctive scar. "This place is far too dangerous. By the way, I am called Forenza," the centaur added, shifting his forelegs. "You may mount my back. It will expedite our escape." "All right," Harry acquiesced, eager to return to the castle. He grasped the centaur's neck and easily climbed onto his back. Just as he settled in, Harry noticed something flicker on his arm, the spot where he had been struck. Rolling up his sleeve, he discovered a faintly glowing pentagram. Chapter 33. I believe him. Centaurs are creatures steeped in tradition, possessing extraordinary divination abilities, guided by the stars, and harboring a significant animosity towards wizards. Forenza's act of allowing Harry to ride upon his back was regarded as a disgrace by the other centaurs. "What are you doing, Forenza? You are allowing a human to ride on your back. Are you a mule?" When Bane, Ronan, and other centaurs arrived, Bane was visibly furious. "This is the Potter boy, Bane. We must get him out of the forest as swiftly as possible," Forenza insisted. "The sooner, the better. This place is not safe. We cannot defy destiny. Do you not see the stars' guidance?" Bane retorted, his demeanor resolute and furious. "Forenza has his reasons for this action. I trust him, Bane," Ronan remarked as if discussing an ordinary matter. "What does that have to do with us? We do not concern ourselves with such matters. Nor will we chase after lost humans like mules." "Bane!" Forenza exclaimed, angered, stamping the ground. 2 unicorns. 2. Do you not comprehend why they have perished? The stars have shifted. That existence evidently has assistance. We must resist him." Forenza glared at Bane, his fury palpable. "Have the stars not provided you with answers? You are evading the truth, Bane." Bane appeared ready to retort, perhaps out of indignation, but was pulled back by Ronan. Forenza, disregarding Bane further, turned and galloped deeper into the forest with Harry upon his back. Harry was utterly bewildered, questioning why a dreadful figure would slay unicorns and drink their blood, and why someone his own size would turn against him. What, precisely, do Bane, Forenza, and Ronan mean by the guidance of the stars? Why does Forenza claim that the stars have shifted? Clinging to Forenza's neck, Harry voiced his inquiry, but Forenza, skillfully navigating through the trees, offered no response. After a while, as they ventured far from their starting point, Forenza gradually slowed his pace and unexpectedly asked, "Harry, do you know what unicorn blood can accomplish?" "I do not." Harry shook his head. "I have only utilized unicorn hair and horn in potions class." Forenza's tone became somewhat ethereal as he remarked, "Only those who possess nothing yet yearn for everything would commit the heinous act of slaying a unicorn. The blood of a unicorn can prolong life, even in the face of death, yet it demands an exorbitant price. For from the moment one drinks its blood, they can no longer be deemed human. They exist as a cursed being, neither alive nor dead. But why pay such a steep price? Who is this fugitive?" Harry inquired. "His life is drawing to a close. Yet he desires to live, though he has not attained what he seeks, leading to the demise of 2 unicorns," Forenza elucidated. "The blood of the unicorn is time-sensitive, and curses can accumulate. Although consuming it again may grant him a semblance of life, it would render him even more feeble. Thus, he would seek any means to obtain something that fully restores his vigor and magical prowess. Mr. Potter, do you know what lies hidden within the school at this very moment?" "The Philosopher's Stone," Harry exclaimed. "But that makes no sense. Who would undertake such actions?" "You should be able to deduce it, Mr. Potter." Forenza's voice trembled slightly. "Who, other than he who must not be named, would silently bide their time, clinging desperately to life? Could it be Voldemort?" Harry's voice fell to a hushed, raspy whisper, as if gripped by fear. "Yet, who is the one casting spells upon us? This is Hogwarts. We cannot truly know what another person is thinking. Not even magic can unveil that," Forenza sighed. "The patterns of the stars are ever-changing, a phenomenon unprecedented." Just then, Harry extended his arm, intending to show Forenza the pentagram design, but before he could speak, a loud call echoed, "Harry!" Turning toward the sound, he spotted Hermione jogging toward them, with the towering figure of Hagrid huffing behind her. "Harry, are you all right?" Hermione asked. "I'm fine, really," Harry assured her. Then turned to Hagrid. "A unicorn has died, over there in the clearing, Hagrid." "I know, Harry, I know. I'm just relieved you're unharmed," Hagrid exclaimed excitedly. "Firenze, you saved this child. It is of no consequence, Hagrid." Firenze gently set Harry down. "Even without my intervention, he would not have come to harm." With that, Firenze departed. Hagrid led Harry and Hermione out of the Forbidden Forest, instructing them to return to the castle on their own, before turning back to delve into the forest, intent on discovering the fate of the fallen unicorn. As Hagrid departed, Harry swiftly tugged at Hermione's sleeve, urging her to run towards the castle. After covering a considerable distance, they slowed their pace. He extended his arm, revealing the faintly glowing pentagram to Hermione. There were 2 wizards with the unicorn. "This is left by one of them. Hermione, could you examine this to see if it is a curse?" Firenze did not inform me. At the moment Hermione gazed at the pentagram, the symbol abruptly flickered a few times before vanishing entirely. Startled, Harry rubbed his arm, finding nothing there. Where did it go? He pondered, while Hermione suddenly recalled something, her expression shifting dramatically as she pulled Harry back towards the castle. Ron had fallen asleep waiting for Harry and the others to return and was roughly shaken awake by Hermione. In his groggy state, he caught sight of the 2 returning. But before he could speak, he saw Hermione draw her wand. A faint white light flashed, enveloping the 3 of them in a soft, milky white shield that soon dissipated. "What is this, Hermione?" Ron inquired. "It's another application of the silencing charm," Hermione interrupted, turning serious as she addressed them. "Listen, I have something very important to convey. Harry, I might know who left that pentagram for you." "What? What pentagram?" Ron interjected, bewildered. "Harry, what transpired in the Forbidden Forest?" He found the situation utterly perplexing. Harry hurriedly recounted the events, his excitement surging as he exclaimed, "I think I understand everything. That shadow is Voldemort. Snape is stealing the Philosopher's Stone for him. That wizard is no good. He must be one of Snape's accomplices, a minion of Voldemort. By the way, Hermione, you mentioned you know who that wizard is?" Harry, caught up in his exhilaration, suddenly recalled Hermione's earlier words and asked eagerly. "Indeed, Harry," Hermione replied, appearing somewhat hesitant. "If I'm not mistaken, I do know who that wizard is. Harry, that pentagram was likely left specifically for me to see," she whispered, "which is why it vanished once I looked at it." "So, Hermione, who is this individual intent on eliminating me?" Harry demanded with palpable agitation. "He wants to kill me. Hermione, he wants to kill me." "No, he won't," Hermione retorted, startled despite knowing her voice wouldn't carry outside. Cautiously glancing around, she shot a glance at Harry before saying, "Trust me, if he intended to kill you, you wouldn't stand a chance." "So who is he?" Ron finally grasped the unfolding events, observing the tension between Harry and Hermione, and asked softly. "It's Eck," Hermione sighed. "He once wrote me a note stating that when I see the pentagram, I must trust him." Hermione raised her gaze, her eyes locked onto Harry. Her words imbued with conviction. "I believe in him. Yesterday, I once again toiled late into the night, leaving me utterly exhausted, only to awaken around noon today. Upon returning to the dormitory, I found Stuart and Terry already up, preparing to venture out in search of Professor Flitwick. Upon noticing my return, one of them tossed a cushion my way before returning to their slumber. Wrapped in my blanket, I succumbed to the embrace of sleep once more. I waved my hand to halt the 2 cushions, observing Stuart and Terry's swift movements with a shrug, and cautiously replaced the cushions in their original positions. With a practiced flick of my wand, I cast a sleeping charm, and by the time I awoke again, it was nearly 10 o'clock. On Friday mornings, there were no classes, and the day would only resume with an afternoon herbology lesson, concluding all first-year courses. From the following Monday onward, the week would be devoted to final examinations. The assessments would span an entire week, with each subject at Hogwarts scheduled for 2 sessions, one theoretical, followed by a practical evaluation. The first examination was for potions, where Professor Snape did not impose undue difficulty on the young wizards. He merely assigned a paper comprising 100 fill-in-the-blank questions, 100 true or false statements, and 3 essay prompts, requiring detailed descriptions of the preparation processes for the Scabbers potion, healing draught, and cold remedy. The challenge lay not in the complexity, but in the sheer volume of material to be covered. I observed several young wizards breaking into a sweat and trembling as soon as they received the exam paper, notably Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley. I scanned the questions thoroughly and found them to be quite manageable, all topics previously covered in Snape's lessons. Grasping my specially designed anti-cheating quill, I began to answer swiftly. The sound of the quill gliding across the parchment echoed throughout the examination room, quickly merging into a harmonious symphony of scribbling. Immersed in my work, I ignored Snape, who drifted through the classroom like a specter, and finished my paper with haste. The afternoon's history of magic exam proved even simpler. For years, Professor Binns had consistently required students to recount the details of a historical event, all of which could be found within the pages of the thick tome entitled History of Magic. While I could not memorize the entire book like Hermione, I was certainly adept at recalling the sections Professor Binns had covered. The theoretical examinations for charms, transfiguration, herbology, and defense against the dark arts were similar to that of potions, albeit with fewer questions, making it quite feasible for attentive students to achieve full marks. The real challenge lay in the practical assessments. Professor Flitwick tasked us with making a pineapple perform a tap dance across a desk, while Professor McGonagall required us to transform a mouse into a snuff box. Professor Sprout instructed students to handle a white root, essentially a test of manual dexterity. The potions exam, however, posed its own complications, as we were required to independently brew a forgetfulness potion while contending with Snape's looming pressure. Many young wizards, particularly the Gryffindors, succumbed to this stress, making various mistakes, and at such moments, Snape would emit a cold chuckle, marking their failures with a swift stroke of his quill on his parchment. Then, as expected, the individual who had been marked faltered once more, ultimately collapsing into a fit of tears. Ike remained unfazed, diligently completing the concoction of a forgetfulness potion, and if all went smoothly, he would have yet another success. Stretching languidly, he departed from the potions classroom and returned to the common room, where the young Eagles finally found solace after nearly a month of tension. Stuart and Michael were venting their frustrations about Snape's odious demeanor, while Anthony, Morag, and Mandy were calculating their respective grades. Ike settled into his usual spot, blissfully summoning a pile of sealed cockroaches, squinting his eyes to savor the delightful sensation of their explosion, feeling utterly content. Alas, such joyous moments are fleeting, having consumed 5 or 6. An owl swooped through the window and landed before Ike. Removing the note tied to the owl's leg, he glanced at it and immediately rose to his feet. Approaching the animated Stuart, he gently patted his shoulder, and in response to Stuart's surprise, he whispered, 1 hour. He then made his way directly to the corridor on the right of the 4th floor of the castle. Chilo had been waiting by the wooden door for a while, and upon Ike's arrival, said nothing further. With a flick of his wand directed at the door lock, a charm was cast, and the wooden door swung open. Behind the door, the 3-headed dog, Fluffy, glared fiercely at the 2 intruders, emitting a low growl as its 3 mouths slowly parted, drool dripping onto the ground. Chilo remained unperturbed. He retrieved a small harp from his robe, and with a wave of his wand, it began to play automatically. Upon hearing the music, Fluffy's eyelids drooped involuntarily, and before long, it lay down, snoring softly. The 3-headed dog, a creature of formidable ferocity and cruelty, posed a significant threat. Chilo set the harp aside and casually kicked the slumbering Fluffy, remarking, "Its bite force is astonishing, and its saliva carries toxins, making any bite quite troublesome. I have been devising a strategy against it, and finally learned its weakness from that foolish half-blood giant. I should have thought of this earlier." It recalls the legend of Orpheus from ancient Greece, who ventured into the underworld to retrieve his deceased wife, Eurydice. He played exquisite melodies on his harp, lulling the 3-headed dog, Cerberus, to sleep, thus enabling his escape from the realm of the dead. Chilo lamented, "How could I have forgotten that? It is quite normal. We often overlook the most evident details." Ike opened the trapdoor guarded by Fluffy and casually tossed a soft white light below, revealing writhing vines beneath. "Professor, there is something down there," Ike exclaimed. "Of course," Chilo leaned in to observe. "Dumbledore instructed each of us to set up a challenge to protect the Philosopher's Stone. This must be Professor Sprout's doing. It's hard to see from this distance, but we'll find out by jumping down." With that, Chilo leaped into the abyss, and Ike, moving his left hand, followed suit. The 2 were caught by the soft yet resilient vines, but soon felt them entwining around their bodies, slowly tightening. "Devil snare?" Ike remarked. "This is not difficult to handle. Indeed, bright light and flames are their natural enemies." Hero raised his right hand, and a flicker of fluorescence illuminated the surroundings. A large, brilliant, and blinding orb of light appeared at the tip of his wand, causing the devilish net to retreat as anticipated. At that moment, Ike cast a cushioning charm on both of them, ensuring a safe landing on the ground. Hero retracted the illumination spell, adjusted his attire slightly, and remarked to Ike, "A splendid cushioning charm, Mr. Stride." Ike smiled but remained silent, noticing the amused expression on his face. Hero chose not to speak further and proceeded deeper into the stone corridor. Before long, They arrived at the second checkpoint. In the sky, countless winged keys flitted about, accompanied by several old, worn-out flying brooms of an outdated model. All petrified, Hero commanded, yet the keys appeared unaffected, continuing their leisurely flight. Another freezing spell was cast, but it had no effect. It seemed this was the work of Professor Flitwick. The keys had been enchanted, rendering control spells ineffective. Hero put away his wand and turned to Ike. Mr. Stride, we must mount the broom to seize that key to the door. How are your flying skills? Not very well, Professor, Ike shrugged. Madam Hooch said I could barely manage a passing grade. I'm quite relieved that I won't have to take that class next year. Then it falls to me. Hero selected a broom that appeared to be in better condition, mounted it, and with a slight push of his feet, soared into the air, diving into the swarm of keys. Unbeknownst to him, whatever magic Professor Flitwick had cast caused the keys to whirl chaotically around him, akin to a tornado. Though it was not painful, the sheer number of keys rendered Hero quite flustered. Gripping the broom with one hand and shielding his face with the other, he diligently searched for the correct key. In a short while, Hero spotted a large, antique silver key. An instinct told him this was the one. The silver key seemed to sense its discovery and swiftly evaded Hero's initial attempt to seize it. Realizing he had found his target, Hero disregarded the potential pain from any keys that might strike him and plunged into the fray. Ike, watching from the ground, gazed upwards with a look of anxious concern as Hero became surrounded by the keys. Moments later, Hero dove down, clutching the key tightly. As he neared the ground, he leaped off the broom, sprinted a few steps towards the wooden door, and forcefully inserted the key into the lock, twisting it to the right to unlock the door. Come quickly, Ike, Hero called as he dashed through the door. Ike hurriedly followed, yanking the key from the lock and tossing it into the swarm of keys behind him before entering. Hero, positioned just inside, promptly shut the door. A series of thuds echoed as the wooden door finally ceased its trembling. Healing as good as new. Hero cast a healing spell on his arm and face, visibly mending the wounds inflicted by the keys. With another cleansing charm, even the bloodstains vanished. It was not until this moment that attention was drawn to the imposing rows of colossal statues in the darkness. With a series of soft sounds, torches ignited, illuminating the entire chamber, revealing that the statues were, in fact, chess pieces. Wizard's chess? It seemed to bear the hallmark of McGonagall. With a smile, Quirrell extended his wand and turned to Eck, saying, Mr. Stride, I believe there is no need for us to adhere strictly to protocol in this instance. How about your shattering spell? Cruciatus. As Quirrell's words echoed, one of the chess pieces was obliterated, prompting the remaining pieces to pivot in unison, drawing their weapons and advancing towards the two. Shouldn't be too difficult, Eck shrugged. At least handling these is manageable. Then it shall be straightforward, Quirrell nodded. And together with Eck, they cleared the chessboard of all pieces, successfully arriving at the door to the next challenge. Upon opening the door, Eck was greeted by a familiar, rancid odor, and soon spotted a troll gazing vacantly in their direction. A couple of slicing spells were cast, severing the troll's neck by half. The creature stumbled forward a few steps before collapsing to the ground with a resounding thud, intensifying the foul stench in the room. Following Quirrell into the next chamber. As soon as they entered, purple flames erupted around them. Simultaneously, black flames surged at the entrance ahead. A variant of fiendfire? Quirrell approached the black flames, assessing them quietly. Meanwhile, Eck made his way to the central table, casually picking up the parchment atop it to read silently, glancing at the 7 uniquely shaped bottles on the table. It appears this task was assigned by Professor Snape, Eck remarked. Ah, Snape. Such a nostalgic name. The usually quiet Voldemort suddenly interjected. However, we have no need for those. Come here, let me teach you a simple spell, the fire control spell, which will easily allow us to navigate through these flames. We should not engage in any logical deduction games here. Eck quickly mastered the incantation, directing his wand at the flames before him and uttering the spell. The black flames parted in the center, creating an opening wide enough for two to pass side by side. Very good, Voldemort praised, before falling silent once more. Quirrell stepped through the gap, with Eck maintaining the spell and following closely behind. In the final room, the light shone brightly, revealing only a mirror standing in the center. Quirrell stood before the mirror, his hands incessantly exploring its surface like a curious monkey. It's here. It's here. Voldemort's voice was urgent. I can sense it. It's right here. Retrieve it. Quickly seize it. Quirrell remained silent, one hand probing the mirror while the other rummaged through his pockets, laboring for some time, yet finding nothing. At this moment, he discovered that the grand mirror adorned with a golden frame bore an inscription at its apex. Aristorabicaferetinguois. Chilo lowered his hands and fixated on the inscription, murmuring, the mirror of Eris. He expressed gratitude for the generous donations of 100 coins from the esteemed Lord Julian and 2,000 coins from the distinguished Lord Julian. He also acknowledged the support from various patrons in terms of recommendations and monthly votes, indicating that there would be more to come, albeit at a later time. Chapter 35. Face-to-face. Aik observed the creeping blue-purple marks emerging from the back of Chilo's neck and realized that it was the curse of unicorn blood. The first time, Chilo had endured for approximately 10 days, but the second time, it was only 7 or 8 days, and the backlash was even more severe. No wonder he sought the Philosopher's Stone today. Was he unable to endure any longer? Aik pondered inwardly. The deaths of 2 unicorns were significant events, prompting Hagrid and the Centaurs to intensify their patrols, making it exceedingly challenging to siphon the power of unicorn blood. Chilo's plans were well conceived. Yet Dumbledore had concealed the Philosopher's Stone within the Mirror of Eris, rendering it unattainable for those like Chilo, Voldemort, and Aik who yearned for it. Indeed, Aik also coveted the Philosopher's Stone. Regardless of whether the stone hidden within the Mirror of Eris was genuine or not, according to the theory of Schr Dinger, while the stone remained undiscovered, it existed in a peculiar state of being both real and unreal, implying at least a 50% probability of its authenticity. Assuming the stone was indeed real, as the most wondrous alchemical creation of centuries, its research value was immeasurable. Not to mention, the ability to turn stone into gold was irresistibly alluring, enough to drive countless individuals to madness. I cannot obtain it. I have searched for mere hours. Plunging Chilo into despair, his voice quivered with a hint of tears, awakening Voldemort, who had succumbed to slumber due to weakness. Old Voldemort was furious, yet it was a futile rage. Bound to Chilo, he found himself powerless, particularly in his current state. Even just 7 or 8 days prior, after consuming unicorn blood, Voldemort could have forcibly unraveled Dumbledore's enchantments. Fortunately, there remained a glimmer of hope. During an entire semester of teaching at Hogwarts, Chilo had not only made extensive preparations to steal the Philosopher's Stone, but had also conducted thorough investigations into Harry, the boy who had survived against all odds, gaining a profound understanding of his character. He was a young wizard who exuded the essence of Gryffindor, colloquially dubbed a reckless fool. Now, Chilo awaited Harry. He was no fool. He was acutely aware of who was meant to confront these so-called obstacles. It was, in essence, a stage set for Harry. After all, what could mere obstacles such as the Devil's Snare or Wizard's Chess possibly impede? The three-headed dog had been the only formidable challenge, having thwarted him for nearly a semester. However, many things must be undertaken, even when one knows they are ill-advised. Voldemort required the Philosopher's Stone, and so did Chilo, knowing that a pit lay ahead. He had to leap. He had no choice. Quirrell stood before the Mirror of Eris, burdened by the curse of unicorn blood that compelled him to conserve every ounce of strength as he adjusted his state. In contrast, Aik was considerably freer. Seated nonchalantly on a nearby stone step, rhythmically tapping his wand against his thigh, yet his thoughts were consumed by the impending battle. After several hours of waiting, the moment finally arrived. Harry, as anticipated, leaped into the scene, his eyes immediately drawn to Quirrell standing before the mirror, causing him to gasp in astonishment. Just moments before, he had suspected the sinister Snape. "It's here. I can feel it." Quirrell's voice was low, deliberate, yet tinged with frustration. "But why can't I obtain it? Tell me, why, Mr. Potter? Professor Quirrell? What are you doing here?" Aik, observing from the sidelines, felt exasperated at Harry's delayed reaction. Yet Harry, oblivious, continued to ponder aloud. Why not Snape? Indeed, why not Snape? Quirrell's words carried a blend of anger, nostalgia, and resignation. With Professor Snape flitting about like a bat, who would spare a thought for the stammering Quirrell? "But he wants to kill me," Harry exclaimed, feeling as though his world had shattered. The figure before him shattered his understanding of reality. "No, no, no. Potter, it is I who wishes you dead." Quirrell adhered to the villain's mandate to articulate his schemes, recounting the events of the entire semester. "In a sense, he is indeed my accomplice. Snape was once a Death Eater, you know." Quirrell's voice sank to a hushed tone, then addressed Aik, who had been watching the spectacle unfold. "Mr. Stride, kindly bind our savior. We shall require him shortly." It was then that Harry noticed another presence in the room, his surprise palpable. Even though Hermione had warned him just minutes prior that Aik might be inside, he had dismissed the notion. Aik, now embodying the role of the antagonist, wasted no time. With a mere wave of his hand, ropes materialized, ensnaring Harry tightly, resembling a mummy, leaving only his eyes and mouth visible. "Why are you here? Hermione trusts you," Harry shouted. "How can you betray her, Aik?" With a flick of his wrist, Aik positioned Harry beside Quirrell, remaining silent. Quirrell then grasped Harry's face. as if examining a peculiar curiosity. Is this the savior? He appears rather unimpressive, foolish, reckless. I wonder how you... Quirrell, do not waste time. Let him retrieve the Philosopher's Stone. A voice interjected, slow and weak, breathless. Master, Quirrell replied respectfully, and, amidst Harry's bewildered expression, he released the bindings, pushing him toward the mirror of Ariste. Quickly, tell me, what do you see in the mirror? Quirrell's impatience was palpable. Harry had long recognized the mirror of Ariste, once seen in an abandoned classroom. Curiously, he glanced into it, only to behold his own reflection winking back at him, followed by the sight of a red stone being slipped into his pocket. At that very moment, he felt a rounded, angular object pressing unexpectedly against his thigh, startling him. Faced with Quirrell's insistence, Harry resolved to fabricate a lie. I saw Dumbledore shaking my hand. I won the House Cup for Gryffindor. A lie. He is lying. The voice resounded once more, urging, let me speak with him. Quirrell, allow me to converse with him. However, the master insisted, let me speak with him. Old Voldemort's resolve was unwavering, prompting Quirrell to reluctantly remove his headscarf and turn around, revealing a grotesque visage to Harry. Once again, we meet Harry Potter, the boy who lived. Voldemort's current appearance horrified Harry and startled Quirrell. A week prior, Voldemort still bore semblance of a human face, but now he had transformed entirely. There was not a trace of color in his visage. His once pale green eyes had become a fiery red, and his nostrils elongated into a thin slit, resembling a two-pronged socket. Behold my appearance, Harry Potter. You have reduced me to this wretched state, forced to inhabit the body of a servant to possess any semblance of form. The blood of unicorns has restored me somewhat over the past fortnight. Yet I still endure that accursed curse. However, once I obtain the Philosopher's Stone and the Elixir of Life, I shall reclaim my corporeal existence. So, why not hand over the stone from your pocket? Suddenly, Harry's legs regained sensation, and he stepped back to evade Voldemort's gaze, shouting defiantly, You shall not. Never. He turned and sprinted towards the black flames. Stop him, Voldemort bellowed, prompting Quirrell to lunge at Harry. Quirrell lagged slightly behind, witnessing as Quirrell seized Harry's arm, only to emit a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Ah, what is this? Quirrell's right hand was bright red, as if scorched by flames, and his fingertips began to darken. Seize him, Voldemort commanded once more, and scarcely had the words left his lips when Quirrell gripped Harry's arm, pulling him off balance, compelling his body to turn and tumble towards the ground. Quirrell, disregarding the agony in his right hand, extended his left hand towards Harry again. Harry, already unsteady, flailed his arms in a desperate attempt to stabilize himself. In his panic, his left hand grasped Quirrell's hand, and before his right hand could find purchase, Quirrell presented it to him. Another scream erupted as Quirrell watched in horror as his hands transformed from red to black, retreating in an attempt to distance himself from Harry. At that moment, Harry realized Quirrell could not touch him. Awakening to his newfound courage, Harry lunged at Quirrell, pressing his hands firmly against Quirrell's face, fingers digging in as if to extract something vital. He indeed captured it, a large mass of crimson, searing and continuously transforming into black ash and flesh. Upon closer inspection, Quirrell had collapsed helplessly onto the ground, desperately covering his ashen face with hands that were also turning to gray. He could no longer utter a sound, yet through his eyes, one could distinctly perceive the unimaginable agony he was enduring. In a short while, he was reduced to mere ashes. From the remnants, a shadow of Voldemort rose, glaring furiously at Harry, cursing, You again. I will kill you. Ike, hand me the Philosopher's Stone. The words of the Dark Lord jolted Harry back to awareness, prompting him to glance at Ike, who appeared unperturbed, retreating slightly while clutching his pocket. Ike sighed, casting a sidelong glance at the unchanging black flames, and with a flick of his hand, Harry found himself at his feet. When Ike tapped Harry's hand with his wand, an unbearable sting coursed through Harry, causing him to involuntarily release his grip. Easily retrieving the Philosopher's Stone, Harry shouted, Ike, do not give him the stone. Ike glanced at Harry, silencing him with a look that sent a chill down his spine, reminiscent of Snape. You're too noisy, Ike muttered, holding the stone as he gazed at the shadowy figure of Voldemort. The curse of the unicorn's blood, Quirrell's demise, and the peculiar power emanating from Harry had rendered Voldemort utterly feeble, weaker than when Quirrell first encountered him last year. Give it to me, Voldemort whispered repeatedly as Ike gradually approached him. Harry, enduring the pain in his hand, attempted to seize Ike's leg but grasped only air, helplessly watching as Ike reached Voldemort and presented the stone. No. Two voices echoed in succession, the former filled with despair, pain, and unregretful remorse, the latter pure fury. It's a fake. A fake. Dumbledore. As Voldemort touched the Philosopher's Stone, he realized that aside from its peculiar magical aura, it was simply an ordinary red stone. This strange magic had deceived his senses. In a fit of rage, Voldemort lunged at Harry, intent on killing him. But the horrific image of Quirrell suddenly flashed in his mind, causing him to halt midway. Instead, he turned and traversed the black flames, leaving behind a bitter declaration, "I shall return. Await my return." Ike fixed his gaze on the black flames, and after a considerable pause, confirmed that Voldemort had indeed fled. Allowing himself a sigh of relief, he approached Harry, squatting down beside him, disregarding the fierce glare directed at him, and pointed his wand at Harry. Heal as before. Harry was taken aback, feeling strength gradually returning to his body. He struggled to rise, but Ike mercilessly suppressed him with a single finger. "You should rest a while longer. The healing spell is not omnipotent and cannot alleviate the depletion of your magical energy and spirit." Ike, with a flick of his wrist, conjured a crimson stone into his palm. After a brief moment of contemplation, he marveled at its presence, exclaiming, "So this is the fabled Philosopher's Stone. Who could have imagined such immense magical energy could be so tightly contained within its shell, revealing but a fraction of its power?" Harry, utterly bewildered, felt as though his mind had been trampled by 1,000 steeds. What on earth is happening? How could there be two Philosopher's Stones? "Oh, a duplication spell, a rather practical charm," Ike remarked casually, toying with the stone in his hand. "If not for the palpable magical aura emanating from the stone's exterior, I could easily have deceived you. But how did you achieve this? I witnessed you retrieve the stone from my pocket. Have you never seen a magic trick, Harry?" Ike responded, deftly making the stone vanish before reappearing it in his hand, an effortless sleight of hand. He then placed the stone into his pocket and waved his hand, causing Harry to ascend into the air. "Very well, we must depart. You need a few days in the infirmary, Harry." As they approached the black flames, Ike was about to cast a fire control charm to part the flames when, to his astonishment, they suddenly extinguished, revealing a group before them. Among them was a white-haired, bearded elder, a taciturn man with greasy hair, and a small witch with tousled brown locks. "Mr. Stride, before we escort Harry to the infirmary, there is something you must hand over to me," the elderly man said with a warm smile, exuding an air of benevolence. "Professor Dumbledore," Ike replied, returning the smile and nodding slightly in greeting, before acknowledging the anxious young witch beside him. "Hermione, it has been quite some time, hasn't it? 2 or 3 days. Perhaps?" Hermione nodded, her expression a tapestry of emotions. "Ike, it is indeed a pleasure to see you again." Chapter 36. The Unbreakable Vow on the 8th floor. In the headmaster's office, the space was far more intriguing than the offices of Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, and Quirrell that Ike had previously visited. The spacious, circular room was adorned with an array of silverware and alchemical curiosities, all buzzing with life. Portraits of former headmasters, both male and female, lined the walls, most of them gazing curiously at Ike, while others dozed in their frames. Perched upon a tall, gilded perch was a small red bird, preening its feathers with indifference. "Milk and cockroach pile, is it?" Dumbledore jested, pushing a cup towards Ike, alongside a plate teeming with writhing cockroaches. Nonchalantly, he took one and dropped it into his milk cup, savoring a sip and exclaiming, "What a creative culinary approach. The blend of milk with a burst of chocolate is simply indescribably delightful." Ike chuckled softly, taking a sip of the specially concocted chocolate milk, even narrowing his eyes in appreciation. "Few have an affinity for such confections. Most prefer the sweet buzz of honeycomb," Dumbledore continued, resembling a kindly elder as he adjusted his glasses. "I have recommended it to Severus and Minerva numerous times, yet they have always declined. Similarly, neither Stuart nor Terry held any fondness for it." Ike tossed another piece into his mouth, savored a sip of milk, and only after a moment did he finally swallow. "You are quite an intriguing individual, Mr. Stride," Dumbledore remarked. "I have heard numerous professors speak highly of a remarkably talented young wizard at Hogwarts this year. Your prowess in charms, transfiguration, potions, herbology, nearly all subjects are exceptional. Except for flying class?" "Except for flying class," Dumbledore nodded, his face alight with a smile. "It is said that Madame Hooch has complained about your lack of diligence in her lessons." "I simply lack the aptitude," Ike shrugged. "Indeed. Everyone has their shortcomings and their secrets," Dumbledore replied with a chuckle, leaning slightly forward, his gaze fixed on Ike. "So, Mr. Stride, might you enlighten me as to why you find yourself there?" Ike met Dumbledore's eyes, presenting a standard smile, and with a flick of his wrist, a red stone appeared, which he began to toy with. "I wish to see the Philosopher's Stone, to discern what it truly is. Dumbledore reclined, his tone somewhat ethereal. You remind me of someone. Mr. Stride, born in an orphanage, possessing extraordinary talent, and exhibiting astonishing strength from the very beginning. However, he later strayed from the path. Yet, that is another tale. Fortunately, you are not like him, Mr. Stride. Dumbledore adjusted his glasses, his expression complex and somewhat inscrutable. Can you tell me what you intend to do in his company? Learn magic, Professor Dumbledore, Aik replied without hesitation, looking steadfastly into Dumbledore's eyes. It is a splendid opportunity that I cannot let slip away. I'm afraid. Dumbledore said after a prolonged silence, his voice grave. The Hogwarts curriculum is designed for gradual mastery of magic, and the tomes in the library can satisfy your thirst for magical knowledge. Moreover, as I understand it, the restricted section does not deter you. Considering it is rare for a first-year wizard to achieve such a feat, this is not a reassuring response, Mr. Stride. What if I were to pledge an unbreakable vow? Aik proposed, to never harm my friends, to never endanger Hogwarts? Dumbledore's eyes flickered, as if a peculiar charm ensnared one's attention effortlessly. After a significant pause, he marveled, I did not expect you to have mastered the art of mental occlusion. Indeed, I found relevant texts in the restricted section. They were quite detailed, Aik replied. Thus, we require a witness. Dumbledore waved his wand, and a silvery phoenix materialized from the tip, swiftly vanishing from the headmaster's office. Before long, Severus Snape approached briskly, his robes billowing in the wind, coldly standing beside Aik. Severus, we need you to serve as a witness for the completion of an unbreakable vow. Dumbledore rose and moved to Aik's side. Aik also rose, clasping the right arm of Dumbledore. Snape remained silent, directing his wand towards the arms they intertwined. Mr. Stride, Dumbledore gazed at Aik. You must understand that once the ritual commences, it cannot be halted, and those who defy their oaths will meet a most tragic end. I am aware, Aik interjected, turning to the stern-faced Snape. Professor Snape, I am prepared. Dumbledore and Snape exchanged a glance and nodded, inquiring aloud. Aik Stride, can you vow never to use magic to harm an innocent? I vow. Can you pledge never to harm those who truly regard you as a friend? I vow. Can you assure that you will never act in a manner detrimental to Hogwarts? I vow. With each question and answer, 3 blazing red lines erupted from the tip of Snape's wand, entwining around the point where Dumbledore and Aik grasped. Aik felt a searing pain as the 3 crimson lines gradually melded into his skin, until they vanished. The ritual was complete. Snape sheathed his wand, uttering his first words since entering. Thank you, Severus. Dumbledore nodded in acknowledgement, then turned to Aik, saying, Mr. Stride, you may retain the Philosopher's Stone until the final day of July, at which time it must be returned to me, as its rightful owner still requires it. Very well. Professor Dumbledore. Aik nodded, placing the Philosopher's Stone back into his pocket. He gestured towards the heaping plate of cockroaches on the desk, asking, May I take some? Certainly. With a flick of his left hand, Dumbledore caused a significant portion of the cockroaches to leap into a paper bag. Aik accepted the bag and inclined his head slightly to both men. If there are no further matters, may I take my leave? Of course, it is growing late, and I believe you need to rest well. Dumbledore nodded, watching Aik depart from the headmaster's office before resuming his seat. Snape had remained coldly observant throughout, finally remarking once Aik had left, Is that all there is to it, Dumbledore? We have established an unbreakable vow, Dumbledore replied. And you trust this? A wizard capable of outmaneuvering the Dark Lord. You are certain he cannot find a way around the oath? I know that an unbreakable vow cannot truly bind him. Even if he proposed it first, Severus. Dumbledore paused for a moment before continuing. About a month ago, I visited Diagon Alley and learned something intriguing from Ollivander. Wizards who wield wands made with unicorn hair cores are exceedingly resistant to dark magic. The wisdom passed down through the Ollivander family is indeed trustworthy. I see you are growing quite senile. Snape retorted. I do not deny that my age has indeed advanced. Severus, Dumbledore replied with a smile, yet I still possess the clarity to discern certain truths. Moreover, I believe I owe you an apology, for there exists a matter I have not disclosed to you. Dumbledore blinked playfully, and Stride, it seems, has a fondness for cockroach clusters. I trust those who share similar interests. What do you think, Severus? Chapter 37, Interrogation. Hogwarts harbors no secrets. Following his departure from the headmaster's office, Aik merely indulged in a brief slumber, for the events of the previous night had swiftly circulated throughout the castle. As he traversed the corridors, he was met with clusters of gossiping voices. Professor Quirrell, a Death Eater. It was incredulous that Harry Potter had vanquished the Death Eaters. Ravenclaw's renowned trumpeter, Stuart, exclaimed by Ike's ear. How did he accomplish that? He is but a first year. Ah, the chosen one. Such feats are to be expected. especially considering he had triumphed over the one who must not be named as an infant. Ike brusquely pushed aside the clamorous steward and stretched languidly. The news had spread with remarkable swiftness. Aside from Gryffindor's trumpet, Ron, it was hard to believe that Dumbledore had not played a part in fanning the flames. However, it was for the best. Regardless of the narrative, Ike remained absent from it. With troubles averted, there were still benefits to reap. Nevertheless, not all were convinced by the tales circulating within the castle. Ike understood well that, aside from Dumbledore, Hermione was privy to the truth. After all, the pentagram was meant for Hermione's eyes. Strolling along the edge of the Black Lake, Ike relished this rare moment of tranquility. Throughout the academic year, the first half had seen him engrossed in the study of magic, while the latter half required him to perform before the Dark Lord, depleting countless brain cells. It was challenging for the Dark Lord to trust anyone. Even his servants, the Death Eaters, were not easily deemed trustworthy. Perhaps Bellatrix Lestrange was an exception. As for the others, Ike found it difficult to conceive. If one were to consider the safeguarding of the Dark Lord's Horcruxes as a criterion, Malfoy might qualify. Yet, it was evident that the Malfoy family had lost Voldemort's trust. Of course, Ike might now barely be considered an ally, for when the Dark Lord fled, he left behind the haunting words, "Wait for me," filled with anguish and reluctance. Furthermore, the useless notebook system confirmed this reality. Title: The Dark Lord's Apprentice. Congratulations. You have earned the Dark Lord's favor. Quite satisfactory. The plan was essentially accomplished. Ike settled upon the grass, picking up a stone to skip across the water. It must be said that, without the use of magic, Ike's skills were abysmal. Ike, Hermione came rushing over, glaring at him with indignation. You actually hid yourself here. Don't you have something to say? Good morning, Hermione. Ike replied lazily as he stood up. Are you here to bask in the sunlight as well? A splendid choice. The sun feels delightful today. Do not change the subject. Aik Stride. Hermione was genuinely furious. First, he had inexplicably left a note. And then he had cruelly harmed a unicorn in the Forbidden Forest. What on earth were you thinking? Do you wish to be expelled? Eik shook his head and countered. To be precise, I merely participated in the harm of the unicorn. It was not I who killed it. Brandishing his wand, Eik continued. My wand is crafted from the hair of a unicorn, and it will never allow me to use it to slay such a creature. If you had perused the marvelous knowledge of 50 wands in the library, you would know that among all wand cores, only unicorn hair possesses this unique characteristic. I am well aware of that, but you still inflicted harm upon it. Ike's explanation failed to satisfy Hermione. The beautiful and pure unicorn was cherished by all witches, and Hermione was no exception. Well, I do not deny that, AK shrugged. So, what do you intend to do, Hermione? Hermione was momentarily at a loss for words. The young witch was merely venting her emotions without contemplating the implications. You need to apologize to Hagrid. The death of the unicorn has deeply saddened him. I'm afraid I cannot do that, Eik replied, shaking his head. The unicorn does not belong to Hagrid, and Dumbledore would not permit such an action. Eik elaborated. There are certain things I must do that cannot be known by others, and Hagrid is clearly not someone who can keep a secret. You should be aware of how Quirrell discovered the method involving the three-headed dog. I am truly sorry for the harm done to the unicorn, but only to you. Gazing into Ike's sincere eyes, Hermione suddenly considered forgiving him, only to be startled by her own thoughts. She instinctively took 2 steps back, eyeing Eik warily and exclaimed, What have you done to me? Nothing at all, Eik replied with a gentle smile. Think carefully, Hermione. I have never harmed you or Harry or Ron. Whether in the Forbidden Forest or during the final challenges, I have consistently relayed information and aided you. Just a pentagram? What message could that convey? Hermione muttered. Yet Eik heard her clearly and responded, Keys, potions. I believe I saved you considerable time. We could find the answers without you, Hermione asserted. Of course, I do not dispute that, Eik chuckled, but that was the utmost I could achieve under those circumstances. So, what exactly do you plan to do? Why align yourself with Quirrell and that which cannot be named? Hermione finally posed the question that had been on her mind. Eik gazed into the young witch's eyes, pausing in silence for a moment before responding solemnly. I'm sorry, but I cannot divulge everything. I can only say that I have compelling reasons to act as I do. Furthermore, Dumbledore is aware of everything. You do not trust me, but surely you trust Dumbledore? Dumbledore knows? Indeed. Eik nodded. At Hogwarts, there are few matters of which Dumbledore is unaware. He is the greatest wizard of this century. Very well. Hermione pondered deeply for a while, ultimately swayed by the mention of Dumbledore. The old wizard's name still held significant weight. At last, the weight on Ike's heart had lifted. He raised his hand, summoned a stone, and cast it into the dark lake, smiling as he spoke. I presume you have no further concerns, then? Shall we engage in a game of skipping stones? No, Hermione replied, shaking her head. I must check on Harry. He was sent to the infirmary yesterday and has not yet regained consciousness. Very well, if Harry awakens, please convey my regards to him, Ike said with sincere expression. I will, Hermione replied, giving Ike a complex glance before nodding in agreement and hurrying away. Ike observed a small red-haired lion cub emerging from behind a distant tree, joining Hermione. The two appeared to be fleeing from something dreadful, racing back to the castle in a flurry, which brought a smile to Ike's face. Finally, a chapter had reached its conclusion, and it was essential to maintain the protagonist's favor. Stretching and tilting his head upward, Ike basked in the warm sunlight. It was time to embark on the next endeavor. Chapter 38, Departure from School in the Great Hall. As Gryffindor surged from the bottom of the rankings to ultimately claim the House Cup, Harry, Ron, and Neville once again emerged as heroes within the school, garnering the adulation of nearly everyone except Slytherin. The allure of such a dramatic reversal lay in its unexpectedness, thrilling the crowd in most instances. Ike, too, offered his applause, maintaining a calm smile while his gaze shifted to the center of the professor's table, where Dumbledore sat. Dumbledore blinked, appearing quite pleased, a stark contrast to the glum expression of Professor Snape beside him. This reaction was understandable. After all, Snape, as the head of Slytherin, could hardly wear a smile upon losing a 7-year championship. This had absolutely nothing to do with his desire to avoid witnessing Harry's smugness. Gryffindor celebrated exuberantly, while Slytherin seethed, and Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw enjoyed the spectacle as the final feast of the term concluded amid this peculiar atmosphere. Once the young witches and wizards organized their belongings, they would once again board the Hogwarts Express, departing for London. However, before leaving, all underclassmen had one final task to complete: signing an agreement. Though referred to as an agreement, it was essentially a pledge. The Ministry of Magic forbade underage wizards from using magic during the holidays, a rule echoed by the school's regulations, necessitating that young witches and wizards inscribe their names on a piece of parchment, vowing not to employ magic. Should any young wizard be caught using magic, the ministry would issue a warning or even expel them. The method of detection was commonly believed to involve traces within the purchased wands, which would monitor the young wizards during the holidays and inform the ministry in a special manner. However, Ike suspected that the true reason behind the pre-departure pledge against using magic outside school resembled a legendary magical contract. Perhaps it is due to the unbreakable vow made with Dumbledore that Ike has developed a faint yet perceptible awareness of contract-based magic. At the moment he inscribed his name, an ethereal sensation washed over him, as though he had unwittingly entered into yet another pact. This feeling was so delicate that, had it not been for the barely audible ripple of magical energy emanating from the parchment, he might have overlooked it entirely. The affinity for magic proves to be quite beneficial. On the final night at Hogwarts, the common rooms were enveloped in a jubilant celebration. Buckets of butterbeer, magical fireworks, and a delightful array of sweets adorned the tables, while young wizards laughed and wept, torn between the anticipation of the impending holiday and the bittersweet nostalgia for their school days. Ike sat quietly in a corner, savoring a mound of cockroach clusters, observing the revelry around him. He relished the rare moment of relaxation, joining in the cheers of others. For Ravenclaw, a splendid holiday commences with an impeccable report card. The results were released 2 weeks after the examinations, and Ike excelled in charms, transfiguration, defense against the dark arts, herbology, potions, astronomy, and history of magic, securing 7 top grades, yet fell short in flying, which relegated him to the 2nd position in his year after leading for an entire semester. Hermione's performance in flying was precisely what made the difference. The little eagles lamented Ike's near miss, though he himself felt little concern. The following morning, the young wizards donned their casual attire, dragging their belongings as they departed Hogwarts for the Hogwarts Express. Ike sat alongside Stuart, Terry, Michael, and Anthony, engaging in lively conversation as they awaited the train's departure. In the realm of young wizards, moments of melancholy are rare. Even farewells lack such sentiments. They made plans to keep in touch over the holiday, with Terry inviting everyone to his home, where the freedom to use magic held great allure for Stuart. Wizarding households certainly offer more convenience in this regard than Muggle ones. As the afternoon wore on, the Hogwarts train finally arrived at King's Cross Station in London. The station was bustling with parents eagerly waving to their children through the windows. As soon as the train came to a halt, the young wizards could hardly contain their excitement, dragging their luggage off the train and rushing towards their loved ones, proudly recounting their achievements and the joys of school life, inevitably touching upon the dramatic turnaround in the House Cup results. Thus, The scene from the farewell banquet was vividly reenacted. Gryffindor was exuberant, Slytherin wore long faces. While Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw delightedly observed the unfolding drama, Ike bid farewell to Stuart and the others, lingering at the station with his belongings until the crowd had thinned considerably before stepping off the platform. As he emerged, he spotted Julian greeting him with a smile. He jogged a few steps to her side, displaying a radiant grin. "Julian, I'm back. Welcome home, little Ike," Julian responded, affectionately ruffling his hair. The familiar gesture brought a slight sting to Ike's eyes. "It seems you've grown a bit taller," measuring the heights of the two individuals. Julian's right hand remained upon Ike's head, suggesting that the school's cuisine was indeed quite satisfactory. "It is rather good," Ike nodded in agreement. "I also brought some local specialties to share with you when we return. There is a particular candy I am quite fond of." "If it is a favorite of young Ike, it must be delectable," Julian replied with a smile. "I believe I shall enjoy it as well." Upon exiting King's Cross Station, they stowed their luggage into Julian's ever-reliable Renault and commenced their journey home. Despite frequently corresponding, Julian inquired about all aspects of school life, and Ike, with a cheerful demeanor, recounted numerous amusing anecdotes that kept Julian smiling genuinely throughout their trip. After more than 2 hours, the Renault approached St. Mary's Orphanage. By now, evening had descended, and as the melodious chimes resonated, Ike was enveloped in nostalgia. Perhaps through a romantic lens, he perceived everything about St. Mary's as warm and imbued with gentle hues. Even the long unenjoyed fish and chips tasted far more delightful than he remembered. Friends at the orphanage eagerly questioned Ike about his experiences at the boarding school, to which he responded with laughter, generously distributing toffees from his pocket to the younger siblings, inciting jubilant cheers from the little ones. This was a cherished tradition at the orphanage. Children returning from prolonged absences would bring gifts, sharing tales of the delightful world beyond, inspiring their younger siblings to aspire to leave the orphanage and lead fulfilling lives. Ike, too, had once received sweets, cakes, and toys from his elder siblings. Now, it was his turn. After dinner, Ike returned to his room. The moment he pushed open the door, tears nearly welled in his eyes. The room retained the same pristine condition as when he had departed, untouched and immaculate. A small vase had been placed on the table, adorned with a vibrant rose, its fragrance enchanting, red as blood. "Well, I have failed. It is past midnight." An utter rolling apology. Chapter 39. Alchemy. The onset of the holiday was always leisurely. Hogwarts' summer break came devoid of assignments, allowing the young wizards to revel in the joys of vacation. Ike, too, relished the rare opportunity to unwind, momentarily setting aside the burdensome dilemmas. Yet, this respite was fleeting, lasting only 3 days. On the 4th day back at St. Mary's, Ike immersed himself in the study of the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone could be deemed the pinnacle of alchemical achievement, despite its existence spanning untold years. Its allure remained undiminished. In truth, even Nicholas Flamel himself could not replicate it, a claim he had staunchly maintained for centuries. Whether this assertion held any validity, only he could ascertain. Understanding the mysteries of the Philosopher's Stone was beyond Ike's current knowledge of alchemy, yet this did not preclude him from exploring its applications. The two most renowned uses were transmutation of base metals into gold and the elixir of immortality. The latter remained Flamel's closely guarded secret, while the former was ripe for experimentation. The method was straightforward, entirely foolproof. To prepare the metal for transformation, such as an iron rod, one must affix the magic stone to the rod while envisioning the form of gold in one's mind. Gradually, one should infuse their magical energy into the stone, and then witness the iron rod metamorphosing into a golden stick, commencing from the point of contact with the magic stone. This process is simple and swift, albeit demanding considerable magical expenditure. The transformation of a half-meter-long iron rod into a golden one left Ike feeling somewhat drained. Nevertheless, the rewards were undeniably bountiful. Furthermore, the magic stone itself is a remarkable alchemical product that replenishes the wizard's expended magical energy. However, this energy cannot remain within the wizard indefinitely and must be utilized within a certain time frame. Otherwise, it could lead to adverse effects, including but not limited to aging, weakness, magical backlash, and even death. Ike's experiments resulted in a plethora of golden artifacts adorning the room, gleaming splendidly. The notion that wizards can transmute base materials into gold by drawing upon the magic stone's energy suggests that, given sufficient time, one could theoretically transform the entire planet into gold. However, this is an impossibility, as the magic stone has its limits, and excessive depletion of its energy necessitates the wizard's replenishment. In other words, it functions akin to a power bank. Ike twirled a golden pen in his left hand while toying with the magic stone in his right, beginning to form a rudimentary understanding of its nature. As for the elixir of immortality, Ike had not even entertained thoughts of pursuing it. Even if a formula existed, concocting such a complex potion was beyond his current capabilities. Moreover, Ike had merely a little over a month for research, and whether it involved the transmutation of gold or delving into the secrets of eternal life, it was far more prudent to utilize the magic stone to explore alchemy. Knowledge, after all, is eternal. Hogwarts did not offer an alchemy course, yet the library housed numerous related texts. Before leaving school, Ike borrowed several books on alchemy, including The Mysterious Alchemy, Precision, Control, Transformation, a compendium of medieval alchemy. Alchemy, from novice to master, and a comprehensive guide to simple alchemical creations, among others. He even retrieved the Book of Hermes from the restricted section. It is no exaggeration to state that a complete understanding of these texts could elevate one to the status of the foremost alchemist of the age. Regrettably, the Book of Hermes was entirely inscribed in ancient magical script, with the majority of the text remaining undeciphered. Only a minuscule portion was comprehensible. It is unwise to aim too high. The Book of Hermes merely provided Ike with a goal, emphasizing the necessity of starting from the fundamentals. Thus, as July approached, Ike had cultivated a basic understanding of alchemy. In many respects, alchemy can be regarded as the science of the magical realm, a discipline characterized by its rigor. To create an alchemical product, the raw materials, magical script, and magical array must each be precise. Any slight deviation could result in failure, particularly with formulas passed down from antiquity. Broadly, alchemy can be categorized into two main types: importation and transformation. The former is represented by various alchemical trinkets and puppets, utilizing alchemy to imbue ordinary objects with magical properties, enabling them to act according to predetermined rules or in accordance with the wizard's will. The latter completely transforms one substance into another, such as transmuting stone into gold. However, both share two commonalities: magical inscriptions and magic circles. It appears that next semester will require a thorough study of ancient inscriptions, a plan quietly set by Yak. The magical inscriptions are the key to endowing objects with magical attributes. The simplest alchemical items often require merely the engraving of a specific magical inscription to succeed. For instance, inscribing a cup with a symbol representing sturdiness grants one an unbreakable vessel. Magic circles, on the other hand, are predominantly employed in more complex alchemical creations, such as the crafting of puppets, which necessitate a transformation circle. Compared to magical inscriptions, magic circles are somewhat more intricate, primarily because foundational texts do not delve deeply into this subject. The Hermetic manuscripts do provide some insight. One need only memorize the lines of the magic circles. Yet without an understanding of the inscriptions, the purpose of each circle remains a mystery. Yak dared not experiment, for who could predict the consequences? In the second week of July, Yak began attempting to create simple alchemical products, such as an unbreakable cup, an indestructible pen, and a tear-resistant notebook. Indeed, Yak could only manage to bestow sturdiness upon an object. For now, he was unable to achieve anything beyond that. With half a month remaining, Yak finally concentrated his research on the magic stone. With a foundational knowledge of alchemy, he regarded the magic stone with newfound perception. This remarkable stone was engraved with a multitude of magical inscriptions, of which Yak could only recognize a scant few dozen, merely a drop in the ocean. These inscriptions were penned with the blood of a wondrous creature, and their abundance and density rendered the stone appear red. Yak speculated that it might be the blood of a phoenix. After all, the phoenix is a being capable of perpetual rebirth, perhaps holding the key to the magic stone's ability to concoct elixirs of immortality. Of course, it could also be a mixture of the blood of various mythical beings, the secrets of which only Nicholas Flamel could fathom. In addition to the inscriptions, the smooth surface of the magic stone was also engraved with magic circles, which Yak counted repeatedly, totaling 13. These 13 magic circles, combined with the inscriptions, adorned the surface of the magic stone. As for the core material, Yak could only discern mercury and gold. The remainder was beyond his recognition. The magic stone undeniably upholds its status as the pinnacle of contemporary alchemy, and even a mere fraction of the knowledge it encapsulated significantly elevated Yak's alchemical prowess, deepening his understanding of the combinations of multiple magical inscriptions. On the day of July 29th, Yak finally completed another alchemical creation, a small wooden cart capable of moving swiftly and silently across the ground. No larger than the palm of his hand, it darted about with remarkable speed. Chapter 40. The Return of the Belongings on July 31st. A small red bird tapped at Yak's window. As the window was opened, a little bird alighted directly upon Ike's head, seemingly mistaking his hair for a nest. Balancing the bird on his head, Ike made his way next door, where Julian was diligently calculating the expenditures for St. Maria for the month. Not pausing her work, she continued to focus on the numbers. "Little Ike, is there something you need?" "Not right now, at least not until I finish these calculations." "Julian, I merely wish to inform you that my principal may be visiting shortly." Ike pointed to the bird, Fox, who was preening its feathers atop his head. "This is the principal's pet." "The principal? Little Ike, have you gotten yourself into some trouble?" Julian exclaimed, hastily putting down her pen and glancing at Ike, whose expression was one of innocence. "If you are in trouble, you must tell me." "No, Julian," Ike shook his head, causing Fox to express its displeasure by pecking at his head in retaliation. "I just have something to return to the principal today. That is a relief. When will your principal arrive?" "Is there anything I should do?" Julian inquired. "Perhaps we could clear the area in front of the fireplace?" Ike pondered, uncertain of how Dumbledore would arrive. If he were to use Floo powder, it would be prudent to tidy up the space in front of the fireplace. Old Dumbledore could easily trip over the various obstacles scattered about. "That's simple enough. Little Ike, you can just use magic for that," Julian remarked, picking up her pen once more. "I cannot use magic outside of school, Julian," Ike replied with a hint of resignation. "I can manage it myself. I promise I won't disturb you." "Very well, little Ike. You handle it, and I will join you once I finish this section," Julian smiled, giving Ike a look that urged him to be diligent before returning to her calculations. Seeing this, Ike began to carefully move the items in front of the fireplace. The assortment was quite varied and abundant, comprising clothes sent by kind-hearted individuals, toys and books for children, and some of Julian's own belongings, such as the ledger for St. Maria and various photographs and drawings. After a considerable effort, Ike and Julian, once finished with the accounts, had managed to clear the area. They both settled into chairs, sipping tea to catch their breath. It was also Ike's own responsibility. According to the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, he was prohibited from revealing the existence of magic to any muggle aside from his guardian. Otherwise, a few sweets would have summoned several little helpers, sparing them both from such exhaustion. After a brief respite, the fireplace finally ignited with green flames, and an elderly gentleman with white hair and a white beard emerged. Dumbledore surveyed the room momentarily, then nodded slightly, addressing Julian. "Good day, Mrs. Julian. I am Albus Dumbledore, the current headmaster of Hogwarts. It is a pleasure to meet you." "Good day, Headmaster," Julian responded promptly, rising to offer Dumbledore a respectful bow, before gently pulling Ike to her side. Ike also inclined his head slightly. "Good morning, Professor Dumbledore." "Good morning, Mr. Stride." After exchanging pleasantries, Julian invited Dumbledore to take a seat and savor her signature lemon tea. Dumbledore lifted his teacup and took a small sip, exclaiming, "This is the finest lemon tea I have ever tasted. Simply marvelous." Julian beamed with delight. She cherished compliments regarding two things above all else: her wonderful children and her exquisite lemon tea. Moreover, she was more than willing to share her secret, adding an extra sugar cube, for sweetness always lifts the spirits. Julian squinted her eyes, her smile growing increasingly benevolent. Perhaps this would lead to the introduction of a new beverage at Hogwarts in the upcoming academic year. Dumbledore also squinted, mirroring Julian's smile and even winking at Ike. Ike rolled his eyes, only to be caught red-handed by Julian. With a playful swat, Julian affectionately teased Ike, who promptly feigned great distress. This interaction was a common occurrence among nearly all the children of St. Maria, and Ike was among those who engaged in it the most, as it was Julian's way of expressing her love. "You have raised Mr. Stride exceptionally well, Mrs. Julian," Dumbledore remarked. "Having spent over half a century at Hogwarts, Mr. Stride is one of the most impressive young wizards I have encountered." "I must also thank the esteemed educators of our school," Julian graciously replied. Dumbledore took another sip of the lemon tea, pausing before smiling and saying, "I believe Mr. Stride has mentioned to you that I am here today to retrieve a certain item. I promised him during our time at school that he could keep it until now. So, Mr. Stride, may I have the Philosopher's Stone?" "Of course." Ike retrieved the Philosopher's Stone from his pocket and handed it to Dumbledore. "Thank you for allowing me to keep the stone until today. I hope it serves you well." Dumbledore carefully accepted the stone, rising to his feet and giving a slight nod to Julian. "I believe I must take my leave now. Thank you for your hospitality, Mrs. Julian." "Will you not stay for a meal, Headmaster?" Julian urged. "No, thank you, Mrs. Julian. The owner of the Philosopher's Stone is awaiting me, and I would prefer not to keep him too long." Ike watched as Dumbledore slowly approached the fireplace, eventually stopping before it. Turning to Ike, he said, Mr. Stride, please take care of Fawkes for a while. The place I am headed is not suitable for bringing him along." Besides, it seems he quite enjoys your company. Very well. Professor Dumbledore. Ike nodded, reaching up to pat Fawkes, only to be met with a playful nip, eliciting laughter from both Julian and Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore. Ike called out once more. Has Nicholas Flamel truly decided to destroy the Philosopher's Stone and forsake immortality? As far as I know, that is indeed the case, Dumbledore nodded. However, since the 14th century, Nicholas has often proclaimed his intention to destroy the stone. Who can say if this time he speaks truly? In a flash of fire, Dumbledore vanished from the room. Little Ike, did you just mention Nicholl, that renowned alchemist? Julian inquired with astonishment. Indeed, it is he, Ike affirmed. So what you just presented to the headmaster is the legendary Philosopher's Stone? Precisely, Ike nodded. Good heavens. It is hard to believe that the Philosopher's Stone is real. It is indeed real, though it is not as wondrous as one might imagine, Ike replied. Magic comes at a price, and the cost of immortality may surpass our wildest dreams. Observing the wistful expression on Julian's face, Ike felt a pang of conflict. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke. If you desire, I shall find a way, Julian's mother. Julian interrupted, revealing a familiar, gentle smile. I have endured the harsh realities of world wars and experienced the joy of family. I have witnessed both beauty and brutality. I have encountered much. Now, you have introduced me to the existence of another world, and I am already content. Therefore, there is no need for you to risk yourself, little Ike. The wistfulness and yearning had vanished from Julian's visage, replaced by tranquility and kindness. Ike remained silent for a long while before finally nodding slightly. I understand, Julian's mother. Chapter 41. The Phoenix and the Oak. The Dumbledore family has always garnered the favor of the Phoenix, even amidst the myriad peculiarities of the magical realm, which is quite remarkable. Speculation arises that this may be due to the Dumbledore lineage possessing Phoenix blood, or perhaps having once forged a pact with the Phoenix clan. However, these remain mere conjectures, for the Dumbledore family has never addressed such matters. Fawkes, having followed Dumbledore for so long, has acquired numerous bad habits alongside his innate pride. He particularly enjoys pilfering Ike's food, perching atop Ike's head, and tousling his hair into disarray. If displeased, he might peck at Ike, causing several strands of hair to be uprooted. Ike feared he might become prematurely bald without gaining strength, so he resigned himself to Fawkes's antics. After all, as the headmaster's pet, a modicum of privilege was to be expected. Unlike the Phoenixes in Ike's memories, Fawkes did not possess extraordinary power, though he was undeniably magical. His tears had remarkable healing properties, his song could embolden the pure-hearted, and he could instill fear in the impure. Able to traverse through anti-apparition wards at will, his feathers served as exceptional magical materials. A treasure indeed. Although Ike was more intrigued by the notion of roasting a phoenix over an open flame to see if it would emerge as a delectable dish or be reborn from the ashes, he ultimately abandoned this tantalizing idea, mindful of his own hair. Nevertheless, Fawkes displayed many characteristics unknown to Ike. He possessed a keen sense of danger and could soothe a wizard's mind, perhaps even comprehending some ancient runes, occasionally correcting Ike's writing errors. For this reason, Ike's right hand bore several band-aids. As August approached, it signified that only a month remained of the holiday. The owl had already delivered the book list for the upcoming academic year, and the abundance of Gilderoy Lockhart's works left Ike feeling quite overwhelmed. Each year, the scholarship at Hogwarts remained fixed at 20 galleons, which meant that even if Ike opted for used books, there would scarcely be enough left for other necessities. Were it not for the numerous golden items conjured from the Philosopher's Stone, Ike would have found himself devoid of any pocket money. Fortunately, Gringotts accepted gold, albeit at a rather unfavorable rate. Yet the galleons exchanged were sufficient for Ike to acquire those long-desired items, such as a trunk enchanted with the undetectable extension charm. Naturally, that was a consideration for another time. This year, Ike had no intention of relying on Julian for transport. Instead, he planned to stay at the Leaky Cauldron for a few days before purchasing the supplies needed for the new school year. For now, however, reading was of utmost importance. The familiar figure beneath the oak tree behind St. Maria's had returned, and perhaps due to the protective magic of the oak, Ike felt a sense of safety and relaxation whenever he was near it. Fawkes also adored this majestic oak. As soon as Ike settled beneath its branches, the phoenix would take to the tree, flitting between the limbs and even bursting into song. It was the first time Ike had heard the melodious voice of a phoenix, a sound so enchanting that it resonated with the very essence of his being, stirring every cell within him to jubilant life, his magical energy surging with an unprecedented vitality. When the song concluded, Ike sensed a significant enhancement in his magical abilities. If he were to use the Philosopher's Stone to transmute stone into gold again, He felt he could effortlessly transform a 75-centimeter gold rod without even feeling fatigued. The increase was remarkable, indeed magical. A phoenix sings a unique song for those it cherishes, a melody that forever elevates a wizard's magical prowess. Alas, this song can only be sung once for that individual, and its effects are singular. Suddenly, Dumbledore appeared beneath the oak, observing Fawkes joyfully fluttering among the branches, and he smiled as he explained to Ike, "How does it feel?" "Very comfortable," Ike replied, squinting slightly as he stretched, overwhelmed by a sense of bliss. Fawkes had not been this joyful in quite some time. Dumbledore, momentarily lost in thought, remarked, "A phoenix belongs to no one. They are spirits of nature, inherently drawn to the wild. I can sense that this oak is quite extraordinary, Mr. Strider," Dumbledore continued, caressing the oak's sturdy trunk. "If you pay close attention, you will discover that Fawkes is nurturing the magic of this tree. Though faint, it undoubtedly exists." "Does it possess magic?" Ike inquired, astonished. "Indeed. Wizards unconsciously influence their surroundings. Even if the impact is minimal, nonetheless, it is present. If a wizard resides in the Muggle world for decades, peculiar phenomena may arise, and many tales circulating in the Muggle realm stem from such occurrences. You must enjoy sitting beneath this tree, which is why it has absorbed your influence and imbued it with your magic." Dumbledore adjusted his spectacles and waved to Fawkes perched upon a branch. "To some extent, you have created a magical plant, Mr. Stride. Haven to you? No wonder it feels so familiar to me." Ike gently patted the trunk, the oak's branches swaying slightly, uncertain if it was in response or merely a result of the wind. "Indeed, one could say it is your child." Dumbledore blinked as Fawkes harnessed its magical essence, concealing its magical fluctuations to evade detection by the Ministry of Magic. The Ministry forbids any magical entities from manifesting in the Muggle world. "I must extend my gratitude to Fawkes." Ike reached out to stroke Fawkes' head, but was pecked instead. Fortunately, his hand was already bandaged, sparing him further injury. "I intend to take Fawkes back with me. Thank you for caring for it these past days, Mr. Stride." Dumbledore raised his hand, and the hermetic manuscript materialized within his grasp. "I believe it is time for this tome to return to its rightful place." "Certainly." Ike's expression remained unperturbed, showing no signs of embarrassment at having been found out. "It was far too profound for my current understanding. Even I have not deciphered it." Dumbledore nodded and produced a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, handing them to Ike. Upon donning them, Ike beheld the vast and terrifying magical power within Dumbledore, and as he turned, he noticed slender threads emanating a gentle glow from the oak. These glasses enhance one's ability to perceive the movement of magic. They are a small gift from Nicholas, in appreciation for your protection of the Philosopher's Stone and its timely return. "Thank you," Ike expressed sincerely. "This is an exquisite piece of alchemical craftsmanship. Mastering it will elevate Ike's alchemical skills significantly." "No need for thanks. Nicholas has many such items. As I mentioned, it is merely a trifle." Dumbledore adjusted his glasses again and winked at Ike. "By the way, do not worry about the trace. With me around, the Ministry will not discover it." Dumbledore glanced at the time and said to Ike, "I have other matters to attend to, so farewell, Mr. Stride." "Goodbye, Professor Dumbledore." No sooner had the words left his lips than a sharp crack echoed, and Dumbledore along with Fawkes vanished from sight. Mimicking Dumbledore's gesture, Ike adjusted his glasses and gazed at the towering oak, unable to suppress a smile. "A small gift? Ha ha ha." Chapter 42. Contemplating the idea of robbing Gringotts after spending another week at St. Maria's, Ike bid farewell to Julian and the little ones at the orphanage, embarking on his solitary journey to London. This had long been a planned endeavor, and although Julian was somewhat reluctant, he accompanied Ike for a while. Dragging his substantial luggage for quite some distance, Ike waited until St. Maria was no longer in sight before drawing his wand and holding it aloft. Following a thunderous sound, a triple-decker bus abruptly halted before him. As the door swung open, a youth with a face beset by acne leaned casually against the doorframe, his gaze fixed on the ticket in his hand. "Welcome aboard the night bus," he announced. "This emergency transportation service is tailored for witches and wizards in distress. Simply extend your wand and step aboard, and we shall whisk you away to your desired destination. My name is Stan Shunpike, your conductor. 11 sickles. No matter where you wish to go. Of course, for 14 sickles, you may indulge in some chocolate, and for 15, a hot water bottle and a toothbrush in any color you desire." Stan slightly lifted his head and extended his right hand. "Payment first, boarding second. We pride ourselves on our professionalism." Eik retrieved 11 sickles from his pocket and handed them over. Stan made a face but assisted Eik with his luggage. "Secure your belongings. The journey may be a tad bumpy. By the way, where are you headed?" "To the Leaky Cauldron, thank you." Eik settled onto a bed, his suitcase wedged between two bunks. "Ah, London, quite a distance," Stan muttered. "The ministry should really consider raising the fare. Such a long journey should cost at least a galleon." He tapped the glass and called out Ern, the leaky cauldron. Ern, upon hearing, released the handbrake, engaged the clutch, and accelerated, sending the triple-decker bus surging forward. The powerful inertia caused Eik to lean back involuntarily. Propping himself up with both hands, he gazed out the window at the rapidly passing scenery, feeling slightly dizzy after just a few moments. Stan leaned closer, a large piece of chocolate in hand, shaking it enticingly. "Care for a piece?" "No, thank you." Eik politely declined, shaking his head. "All right, but please don't be sick on the bed. It's quite a hassle to clean up," Stan shrugged, rapping on the glass behind Ern. "Speed it up. There are folks waiting for us in Manchester." No sooner had he spoken than Eik felt his body lurch forward as the bus came to a sudden halt. The door opened, and Stan leaned against the frame once more. "The leaky cauldron has arrived. Thank you for riding the night bus." Eik waved goodbye and disembarked, his belongings trailing behind him. As his feet touched the ground, a deafening noise erupted, and the night bus vanished from sight. "Interesting. I must take a look at one of those someday," Eik mused, adding this to his future plans as he pushed open the bar's heavy door. The leaky cauldron appeared unchanged, as if time had stood still. Approaching the counter, Eik addressed the ever-busy Tom, who was perpetually polishing glasses. "I would like a room, please." Tom glanced at Eik, set down the glass, and retrieved a key from beneath the counter. "1 galleon, and you can stay until September 1st. Your room is upstairs. The number is on the key." Eik took the key, noting the number 203, pushed a gold galleon across the counter, and turned to ascend the stairs. The guest room at the Leaky Cauldron continues to embody its overall aesthetic, characterized by simplicity, featuring merely a bed and a bedside table, devoid of even a chair. The cleanliness of the room is commendable, or perhaps one might attribute it to a trust in the enchantment of cleanliness. It appears quite immaculate. Upon opening his suitcase, Ike retrieved a smaller carry-on and, having changed into his robe, departed the room, making his way directly to Gringotts. The goblins at Gringotts remained as indifferent as ever, seemingly disinterested in everyone. However, upon glimpsing the golden artifacts within Ike's trunk, their demeanor shifted considerably. "You wish to exchange these for galleons, do you?" One goblin adjusted its glasses and scrutinized Ike intently. Indeed, Ike nodded affirmatively. The goblin methodically extracted each piece of gold for assessment, subsequently weighing them. Before long, a bag was presented to Ike. "The total weight of your gold is 672 ounces, which can be exchanged for 224 galleons, 13 sickles, and 120 nuts. Please accept this." Ike accepted the bag and emptied its contents, lightly tapping his wand on a galleon. The scattered coins promptly arranged themselves into neat piles of galleons, sickles, and nuts, announcing the sum. 224 galleons, 12 sickles, 100 nuts. With a smirk directed at the goblin before him, the goblin remained impassive, producing an additional 1 sickle and 20 nuts to hand over. Just as Ike was about to return the coins to the bag, the goblin remarked, "The coin pouch costs 1 sickle and 20 nuts. Upon looking up, the goblin made no effort to conceal its intentions, extending its hand to indicate that Ike should relinquish the bag to him. Ike casually tossed it over, retrieving his own pouch from his robe to organize the coins, and then proceeded to collect an additional 20 galleons from the scholarship office, depositing them into his pouch. "How dreadfully unfair," Ike muttered as he exited Gringotts. The 672 ounces of gold equate to approximately 19 kilograms, with the current price of gold hovering around 28,000 per kilogram. That amounts to 532,000. Given the exchange rate of galleons to pounds is roughly 15, these gold pieces should have yielded about 106 for 100 galleons. Even allowing for discrepancies in the exchange rate, 100,000 galleons should have been a reasonable expectation, yet he received a mere 224 galleons. "I shall reclaim what is rightfully mine," he resolved. Although he knew such calculations were not entirely accurate, they did not deter Ike from his plans. Were it not for the inconvenience of exchanging gold for pounds at a shop in London, he would have avoided these avaricious goblins altogether. With his hard-earned money, Ike first purchased a trunk enhanced with the undetectable extension charm, which provided him with 3 cubic meters of space for 20 galleons. After acquiring his textbooks for the new term, Ike found himself with barely 200 galleons remaining. Truly, money flowed through his fingers like water. Returning to his room at the Leaky Cauldron with his trunk, Ike stowed his belongings within the new container and then cast a recognition charm on it, ensuring that only he could access the 3 cubic meters of space, while others would merely perceive mundane items within, namely, a few articles of clothing. He resolved to master the undetectable extinction charm in the upcoming term. Eik has devised a new plan. While he does not aspire to create a menagerie akin to Newt's, he at least wishes for a space comparable to a room. Ideally, he even contemplates employing the undetectable extinction charm on a piece of personal belongings, such as a watch. Though such an endeavor would necessitate knowledge in alchemy, currently relegating his thoughts to mere daydreams. Chapter 43. The Battle of Combat. The first day at the Leaky Cauldron passed rather uneventfully. Aside from establishing a few plans, there was little else to recount. The following morning, after indulging in the renowned breakfast of the establishment, Eik ventured to the junk shop in Diagon Alley. The shop was a veritable treasure trove of eclectic items, old books, toys, cauldrons, and flying brooms, resembling a department store, though predominantly filled with antiquated tomes. Last year, Eik had heard Roger mention that one might unearth valuable finds in such a place, as some financially strapped pureblood families would part with their collections to supplement their income. A portion of these discarded treasures found their way to Nocturne Alley, some to Ollivander's, while others were claimed by fellow purebloods, leaving the remnants in the junk shop. Though the selection was scant, with thousands of shelves making it exceedingly difficult to locate anything of worth, hope lingered. Eik maintained an optimistic outlook. The joy of discovery was worthwhile, and if he found nothing, it served merely as a means to pass the time with reading. The proprietor, old Mike, was indifferent to the presence of young wizards perusing the books. As long as one offered him a sickle, they could read for as long as they wished. Should they purchase a trinket upon departure, all the better. After spending an entire day in the junk shop, Eik emerged empty-handed. Most of the books were Hogwarts textbooks, both complete and incomplete, with hundreds, if not more, gathering dust on the shelves, neglected. The old cauldrons and other artifacts were similarly in disrepair. Even those in acceptable condition were barely functional. Eik did, however, discover a pocket watch, moderately worn, regrettably incapable of keeping time. As each opening revealed an entirely different hour, one moment it was 7:20, the next 12:30, with no discernible pattern whatsoever. The journey ahead remains arduous. After requesting another pasty from Old Tom and washing it down with water, Eik retired to his bed for the night. In the subsequent days, Eik squandered his time in the junk shop, the anticipated treasure hunt yielding no results. The coveted pure-blood magical tomes were nowhere to be found. Although numerous adult-themed books did catch his eye, disheartened by the prevailing trends within the magical community, Eik resolutely purchased a large tub of vanilla strawberry ice cream from Florin's ice cream parlor, cradling it in his arms while indulging with a spoon as he strolled along. Thus, he became a peculiar sight in Diagon Alley, where nearly everyone else opted for a small cup, while he appeared to have absconded with an entire tub from the shop. "Oh my, Eik," he suddenly heard someone call out. Turning to the voice, he saw Hermione approaching. The young witch jogged over, her eyes wide as she gazed at the ice cream tub in Ike's embrace, alternately pointing at him and the tub in astonishment. "You'll spoil your stomach eating ice cream like that." "Good afternoon, Hermione." Ike took another scoop and placed it in his mouth. "Would you like a taste? However, you will need to find a spoon. I only have this one." "My dear child, I believe it would be wise for you to indulge sparingly." An adult gently ruffled Hermione's hair and extended his right hand towards Ike. "You may call me Mr. Granger. I am Hermione's father." "I am Hermione's mother." Another lady chimed in with a smile. Ike placed the spoon into the ice cream bucket, and as his grip loosened, the bucket floated aside naturally. He wiped his right hand on his robe and shook Mr. Granger's hand, introducing himself. "Aik Stride, a friend of Hermione's." "Good day, Mr. Stride." Mr. Granger replied with a smile. "Hermione has mentioned you at home, stating that you are quite an intelligent young man. Not as clever as Hermione. She is the top of our class." Ike winked and replied with a grin. "Ha ha, that is indeed what makes us proudest of Hermione. I never worry about her studies." Mr. Granger beamed and tousled Hermione's hair into a delightful mess. "Father." Hermione scrunched her nose and evaded Mr. Granger's large hand, pleading, "Please don't mess up my hair." All right, little Hermione." Mr. Granger retaliated with another playful ruffle before retracting his hand. Ike observed the heartwarming scene before him, a smile gracing his face as he quietly watched. Hermione seemed to sense something and tugged at Mr. Granger's sleeve, inquiring, "Ike, have you completed all your shopping?" "Yes." Ike nodded. "I have been residing at the Leaky Cauldron for several days. I've already procured everything I need." "I see." Hermione pondered for a moment and then added, "I still need to purchase Professor Lockhart's book. Shall we go together? I heard there's a signing event today." "Certainly," Ike replied with a smile, his fingers moving to embrace the floating ice cream bucket. He nudged it towards Hermione, asking, "Are you truly certain you don't want any?" "No. It's bad for my teeth." Hermione shook her head, casting a furtive glance at Mr. and Mrs. Granger before whispering, "My parents are dentists. They don't allow me to eat such things." How terrifying. If I were forbidden such treats, it would be akin to a death sentence. Ike feigned fear at the thought, eliciting a fit of giggles from Hermione. The Grangers overheard their exchange, exchanging a glance that conveyed a mixture of amusement and resignation as they followed the two towards Flourish and Blots. Today, Flourish and Blots was bustling with activity. A large stand featuring Lockhart at the entrance, which was crowded with people, extending far outside. In addition to the young witches and wizards from Hogwarts, there were numerous middle-aged witches, all elegantly dressed, wearing subtle smiles and gazing expectantly into the shop, as though they might catch a glimpse of the charming smile of Lockhart amidst the throng. Ike looked upon the crowded scene with a twinge of headache. Whether in the past or present, he had always found queuing to be an irksome endeavor, and he preferred to avoid places where people congregated. Hermione was quite exhilarated. Ever since she received the reading list for the new term, she had eagerly researched Gilderoy Lockhart and was irresistibly drawn to this seemingly flawless wizard. After exchanging a brief greeting with Ike, she surged into the crowd. Ike, noticing her impulsive action, quickly grasped her arm, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind? It's too dangerous with so many people." Hermione glanced at Ike and then at the throng of witches, her resolve wavering. Just as she was about to respond, a commotion erupted within the crowd, and people began to scatter. Two men emerged, grappling fiercely, and in a twist of fate, one stumbled, sending both crashing to the ground. Seizing the moment while the crowd recoiled, Ike pulled Hermione forward, just in time to witness three more figures tumbling out. One had black hair, another red, and the last was a striking blonde. It was evident that the black-haired and red-haired individuals were allies, ganging up on the blonde, who, despite being outnumbered, held his ground valiantly. "Harry, Ron," Hermione exclaimed upon spotting familiar faces, tugging Ike along to lend support. Ike stumbled but followed her into the fray, only to be halted by a witch who cautioned, "It's too dangerous. Don't go over there. Fred, George, separate them." The twins responded with cheeky grins, playfully refusing to intervene, much to the exasperation of Molly Weasley, who urged them on, further escalating the chaos. Ike observed the brawl between the Malfoy and Weasley families while savoring his ice cream. The scene an exhilarating spectacle. Lucius Malfoy's jabs were powerful, and Arthur Weasley's headbutts were fierce, reminiscent of Zidane infamous move. Clearly, both had sparred numerous times, adeptly countering each other's strikes. The younger participants, however, were less impressive. Draco Malfoy's punches exhibited remarkable strength, holding his own against two opponents. Harry and Ron, though valiant, lacked the force and speed to match Malfoy individually, relying on their numbers to maintain a slight edge. A quick glance at their injuries revealed more bruises than Draco bore. "Draco!" came two shouts as two chubby figures squeezed through the crowd, Clark and Goyle. Their entry as heavyweight contenders dramatically shifted the balance, leaving Harry and Ron defenseless. Young Malfoy finally showcased his family's combat prowess, delivering punches reminiscent of his father's style, and in mere moments, Harry and Ron were left dazed. "Oh my goodness! We must assist them," Hermione cried out to Ike, her urgency palpable. Ike took another bite of ice cream, pointing towards a towering figure emerging from the crowd, declaring, "I believe my assistance is unnecessary, Hermione. Stand back. Gentlemen, stand back." Hagrid effortlessly navigated through the throng, skillfully separating Lucius Malfoy from Mr. Weasley. And Fred and George finally rushed in to halt the skirmish among the younger fighters. With a scoff, old Malfoy freed himself from Hagrid's grasp and summoned Draco over. He straightened his attire, retrieved his fallen wand and scattered books, and once again donned that air of arrogance. Had his eyes not been bruised, the effect would have been even more striking. Mr. Weasley gently patted Hagrid's hand, while Mrs. Weasley and the others from the Weasley clan gathered around to assess Mr. Weasley's injuries. Old Malfoy, leaning on his cane with one hand and clutching a worn-out book with the other, approached Mr. Weasley. Hagrid attempted to intervene but was halted by Mr. Weasley. Old Malfoy disdainfully surveyed the Weasleys present, then hurled the old book into the timid Ginny's arms, exclaiming, "Here, take your book. This is the best your father can provide you." Ginny stumbled, flustered as she caught the book, instinctively leaning back until Hermione swiftly steadied her, preventing a fall. Mr. Weasley, incensed, made to charge forward but was restrained by Hagrid, forced to watch as the Malfoys departed as if victorious. "You ought not to engage with him, Arthur," Hagrid advised, smoothing out Mr. Weasley's robe. "That fellow is utterly vile. His entire family is the same. Everyone knows that the Malfoys' words are not to be heeded. Their blood is tainted. Come, let us leave." That brute nearly toppled Ginny. Mr. Weasley fumed. Yet Hagrid's immense strength was insurmountable, and he was dragged away. The others followed suit, with Mrs. Weasley admonishing the twins, Hermione offering solace to Ginny, while Harry and Ron rubbed their injuries, reflecting on their earlier missteps. The Grangers were taken aback, witnessing for the first time a wizarding brawl. Brutal as a confrontation among muggles. Eik followed behind, indulging in ice cream, having consumed nearly half a tub in such a brief period. Indeed, this was the spectacle a true wizard ought to witness. The visceral engagement of combat was paramount, while spells like Avada were mere aberrations. Chapter 44. Nightsteed. The potency of ice cream was remarkable. After Ek finished the entire tub within the hour, it wrought a curious effect in his stomach. Yet, there was no cause for concern. Potions were intended for such occasions. A small vial of antidiarrheal potion sufficed, rendering him fit to enjoy yet another serving of fish and chips. The Weasley family and Harry were set to return to the Burrow, while Hermione intended to accompany her parents back to their home in London. After bidding them farewell, Eik continued to spend his time at the junk shop until the day before school commenced, when he finally stumbled upon a healer's notes from St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, containing a plethora of commonly used healing spells and extraordinary cases. Of course, at Ike's current level, the cases were beyond his comprehension, and the methods of treatment and underlying philosophies were equally elusive. Perhaps upon returning to Hogwarts and delving into fundamental healing texts, he might glean some understanding. However, that was a matter for the future. Nonetheless, it was a noteworthy addition to his plans. After spending his final night at the Broken Cauldron, Ike checked out of his room around 9 the next morning, clutching a suitcase that had been magically expanded. He boarded a bus and arrived at King's Cross Station shortly after 10. Passing through the barrier, he found the Hogwarts Express had already arrived, with several young wizards already aboard. He casually selected a compartment at the rear of the train, stowed his suitcase, and retrieved his well-worn copy of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them to pass the time. Gradually, the young wizards boarded the train, and the newly promoted second-year Gryffindors swiftly located Ike, who was engrossed in his reading. Over the holiday, Stuart had darkened slightly, while Terry had gained a bit of weight. Michael and Anthony, on the other hand, showed little change aside from their longer hair, which had begun to resemble Snape's. As soon as they entered the compartment, Stuart produced an array of homemade snacks, macarons, muffins, and chocolate biscuits. Terry, not to be outdone, pulled out a generous handful of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, while Michael and Anthony quickly filled the table with treats. The sweet macarons were particularly favored by Terry, while the jelly beans were generally met with disdain. These candies, which offered a surprise flavor with every bite, were adored by some and loathed by others. Ike had tried them as well, sampling flavors like booger, earwax, lamb's liver, and devilishly hot pepper, only to find none of the 4 he consumed were palatable, nearly prompting him to upend the table in frustration. This experience perhaps solidified his unwavering support for the cockroach clusters. In stark contrast, Terry seemed to have the luck of the draw, enjoying jelly beans that were either strawberry or mango blueberry. Undeterred, Ike even attempted to split one of Terry's odd-flavored beans in half, only to discover that Terry's was a delightful milk flavor while his was bitter melon. As they munched on snacks and chatted, the train soon began to move. Ike, with a licorice wand in his mouth, watched as Terry munched on an assortment of jelly beans, secretly yearning for some cockroach clusters. Unfortunately, his supply had long been exhausted. The cockroach clusters were not a popular item at Honeydukes. They were only available at the flagship store in Hogsmeade. Perhaps he could arrange for a new batch from the twins. While they were deep in conversation, a sudden knock interrupted them at the compartment door. Anthony opened it to reveal Hermione and Ginny. Ike, Hermione exclaimed, her expression fraught with urgency. Have you seen Harry and Ron? No, they haven't boarded the train? Ike shook his head in response. Perhaps they haven't. I've searched nearly everywhere and still can't find them, Hermione replied hastily, while Ginny appeared on the verge of tears. Don't worry, there are ministry officials at the station entrance, and they have owls to send messages to the professors. Ike was well aware that those two would likely be joyriding in Mr. Weasley's cherished car, racing alongside the Hogwarts Express, possibly soaring above them at that very moment. However, this information was best kept to himself. He reassured her, as long as they wait on the other side of the barrier for a bit, someone will surely assist them. I know, but I just fear those two won't wait patiently, Hermione sighed. Well, they'll be fine. Would you like a licorice wand? Ike offered, retrieving one from the table and extending it towards her. No, I shall search elsewhere, Hermione replied, shaking her head as she pulled Ginny away. Upon returning to their seats, Stuart approached with a mouthful of honeycomb candy, while the others perked up their ears. Isn't that Hermione Granger from Gryffindor, the know-it-all? Asked Ek, Indeed, what of it? He inquired, noticing the peculiar expressions of those around him. Are you too? No, Eck interjected, shaking his head. We're merely friends. Oh, very well, Stuart elongated the syllable. While the others exchanged knowing glances, Eck surveyed the room, only to find everyone diverting their gaze from him, engrossed in their candies or practicing spells. As if nothing had transpired. Satisfied, he nodded, and with a flick of his left hand, the floating sweets returned to the table. The Hogwarts Express, though labeled as Express, moved at a pace that could fray one's nerves, and by the time they arrived at Hogwarts, evening had already fallen. In their second year, there was no need to traverse the Black Lake by boat. After disembarking from the station, Eck and his companions followed the prefect along a small path, soon spotting over 100 carriages lined along the roadside. For to a carriage, no crowding. Roger called out as the young Gryffindors boarded. Stuart, Terry, Michael, and Anthony occupied one carriage, while Morag and her group took another. Eck chose not to join, allowing the two carriages to set off towards the castle without him. Eck, why aren't you boarding? Roger inquired, noticing Eck standing aside, gazing at the carriages in a daze. I'll wait a moment, Eck shrugged in response. All right. Roger patted Eck on the shoulder with a smile before boarding a carriage himself. There are plenty of carriages, don't miss the sorting ceremony. After waving goodbye to Roger, Eck lingered by the roadside until all the other young witches and wizards had departed, before approaching the last carriage. This must be the Thestral, Eck said, raising his right hand to reach for the pitch-black creature with a dragon-like head and horse-like body. The Thestral flapped its wide wings and tilted its head, its blood-red eyes fixed on Eck. He did not flinch, extending his hand slightly forward. The Thestral retreated briefly, but then leaned closer, resting its forehead in the palm of Eck's hand. With a smile, he gently stroked it, and the creature seemed to relish the contact. After patting its tall frame, Eck finally boarded the carriage. Originally, there were only 6 Thestrals at Hogwarts, 1 male and 5 females, and all current Thestrals descended from this original group. They possess a remarkable intelligence. Despite their fearsome appearance, they never attack humans unprovoked. Moreover, the number of those who can see them is exceedingly small. Most young witches and wizards remain unaware of their existence. The Thestral pulled the carriage steadily and at a decent speed, and before long, Eck arrived at the castle doors. Stepping out and entering the great hall, the young witches and wizards were already seated according to their houses, chatting in small groups, their faces alight with joy. As Anthony spotted Ike enter, he promptly waved him over, and Ike, grinning, trotted to sit beside him. After exchanging a few jovial remarks, Professor McGonagall led a group of small students into the room. The sorting ceremony was about to commence. In Chapter 45, I Can Feel Your Pain, Harry and Ron collided with the school's prized Whomping Willow, which prompted Professor McGonagall to hastily exit the Great Hall with the returning Snape. Right after presiding over the sorting ceremony, following a brief conversation with Professors Dumbledore, Flitwick, and Sprout, they too departed the hall. What is going on? Why are all the professors leaving? The young wizards buzzed with speculation, sharing snippets of information they had gathered. Soon, a consensus emerged. Potter and Weasley had flown a car to the school, were spotted by Muggles, and had caused considerable damage to the Whomping Willow. They were to be expelled. The Slytherins reveled in the news, with Malfoy exuberantly proclaiming his judgment, while Crabbe and Goyle nodded in agreement. And the other serpents echoed their sentiments. In stark contrast, the Gryffindors grew anxious, fearing the validity of Malfoy's claims. Hermione and Ginny, in particular, were in a frenzy, and had it not been for the twins restraining them, they might have dashed out to find the troublesome duo. Meanwhile, the Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws adopted their usual spectator mode, watching the clash between the snakes and lions unfold. Of course, a physical altercation was out of the question. Within half an hour, the professors returned. Dumbledore introduced the flamboyant Lockhart seated at the staff table, reiterated the prohibitions regarding the Forbidden Forest and corridor enchantments, announced the date for the Quidditch trials, and succinctly declared the commencement of the feast. As the young wizards indulged in the delectable dishes prepared by the house elves, the professors gradually exited the hall. One Whomping Willow was in dire need of care. After dinner, upon returning to the common room, the details of the incident had been confirmed. Expulsion was off the table. Harry and Ron were merely confined, and the consensus remained that the Whomping Willow had sustained severe injuries, with numerous branches broken. From the Ravenclaw Tower, one could still see it angrily thrashing the ground around it, only ceasing after a considerable time. The eagerness of the young eagles for intriguing matters was palpable, especially since they had a herbology lesson with the Slytherins that morning, allowing them ample time to observe the Whomping Willow before class. After awakening and having breakfast, Ike, along with Stuart and other curious wizards, made their way toward the Whomping Willow. Upon reaching the edge of the forbidden forest, they found a crowd of onlookers gathered around the injured tree. Ike pushed his way to the front. The whomping willow had calmed, yet its branches bore evident and severe damage. Almost half of its once elongated limbs were snapped, and the top of the tree had an awkward gash, reminiscent of a beautiful vase with an unsightly chip. "It's gravely wounded," Stuart remarked as he squeezed in beside Ike. "Indeed it is," Ike replied. Ike furrowed his brow. The branches having been partially broken and the main body missing a section, it would take considerable time to restore. "No worries, with Professor Sprout around. It will be well taken care of," Terry remarked. Ike nodded, the tightness of his brow easing slightly. After observing for a while longer, they returned to the castle to prepare for class. In their second-year herbology lesson, they would be introduced to some perilous plants requiring care. However, on the first day of term, only sowing and transplanting tasks were necessary. Regardless of the magical flora, there was little danger during the seedling stage. Donning dragonhide gloves made the process easily manageable. The afternoon continued with herbology, and after a day spent diligently in the greenhouse, Ike returned to the dormitory, weary. After a refreshing shower, he rested on the sofa for a moment, and post-dinner, he ventured alone to the edge of the forbidden forest. For reasons unknown, upon seeing the whomping willow earlier that morning, Ike had been struck by an odd sensation, as though whispers were dancing at his ear. Words like pain and anger, mere vessels for emotion, resonated within him. It was evident that these were the feelings of the tree. Cautiously, Ike stepped closer, uncertain whether the notoriously volatile whomping willow would lash out at him, or if it still harbored any desire to attack in its current state. His apprehension proved unwarranted, for the tree remained still as he approached its trunk. He extended his right hand to rest upon the bark, closing his eyes and gradually channeling his magical energy into the tree. "Feel it, truly feel it," he murmured, and in a trance-like state, Ike sensed a wounded spirit within. It was in agony, filled with rage yet powerless, emitting soft moans of despair. I understand," Ike whispered, and as if in response, several branches gently brushed against him, reminiscent of Julian's affectionate touch on his head. A series of soft chirps interrupted his thoughts, drawing his curious gaze toward a group of timid creatures. They possessed small brown eyes, some resembling snippets of tree bark, while others appeared as newly sprouted twigs, merely a few inches in height. Tree guardian beetles? Ike recognized the magical creatures classified by the Ministry of Magic. Tentatively, he extended his hand. The little beings hesitated, retreating slightly but peering at him with their wide eyes. The branches of the whomping willow stirred once more, and a 3-inch tree guardian beetle was gently lifted and placed on Ike's shoulder. He cradled the tiny creature in his palm, his eyes gleaming with delight. "Are you asking me to care for it?" The branches caressed Ike's hair softly, as if a gentle breeze had swept through. "I will," he nodded, gazing fondly at the little beetle in his hand. "How about the name Jimmy?" The beetle blinked its small brown eyes, its tiny hands tightening around Ike's finger in an affectionate embrace. It seemed that the name was to its liking. Ike carefully placed Jimmy upon his shoulder, whereupon Jimmy grasped the collar and with a slight effort crawled inside, revealing only his small head. Ike bent down and patted the exposed tree roots at his feet, assuring him, "Do not worry. Professor Sprout is the finest herbologist. She will take good care of you. I shall return in due time." Ike rose, waving his hand as the willow tree swayed in response, its branches rustling and startling the tree guardians clinging to its trunk, who emitted a chorus of frantic chirps. As Ike turned to depart, Jimmy peeked out from the collar, casting a glance towards the willow, seemingly reluctant to part. Without offering consolation to Jimmy, Ike noticed a change in his otherwise unremarkable notebook system. The title of Oak Guardian had vanished, replaced by a new designation, Walking Plant. Plants regard you as kin. They will protect you unless you choose to harm the benevolent ones, such as the willow. A walking plant. Ike instantly comprehended. This implied that he was a sentient plant being. Chapter 46. A debate regarding Lockhart. The tree guardians exhibited a gentle temperament. They never initiated aggression towards humans and could easily be appeased with earthworms or other small insects. Those guardians that belonged to a master were exceedingly loyal, though they sometimes displayed minor temperaments that were easily soothed, proving useful in certain tasks, such as unlocking. Most importantly, they were undeniably adorable. Upon returning to the dormitory with Jimmy, Stuart and Terry were intrigued, but their curiosity waned swiftly, and they soon returned to their rest. Creatures like the tree guardians, with their charming demeanor, were particularly favored by young witches. If Ike had brought back a dragon or a thunderbird, the response would have been entirely different. The following morning, 2 classes awaited: Charms and Defense against the Dark Arts. Professor Flitwick taught the freezing charm, which, despite its designation, did not invoke any frosty effects. Instead, Its power lay in immobilizing the target, halting movement entirely, even if the target was airborne. It served as an effective control spell, with its efficacy contingent upon the wielder's magical strength and the size of the target. A novice which attempting the freezing charm on Professor Flitwick might find little to no effect, yet on creatures like tree guardians or sniffles, the results were markedly pronounced. In class, Professor Flitwick distributed a beetle to each student, instructing the young witches to attempt immobilizing these erratic little beings. This was evidently no simple task. Echoes of the previous semester's transfiguration class reverberated as wands waved incessantly, yet the nimble beetles eluded capture, risking collateral damage to others. Michael's freezing charm inadvertently struck the unfortunate Morty, necessitating a countercharm from Professor Flitwick to rescue him. Ike found himself overlooked. Professor Flitwick had not provided him with a beetle nor called upon him to answer questions during the initial explanation of the spell. Perhaps Dumbledore had whispered some insights to the professors, for Ike's proficiency with certain spells had approached that of the instructors themselves. The freezing charm is not particularly complex. By the end of class, everyone had managed to immobilize the beetles. Ike collected his ancient runes deciphering book and, accompanied by the other young eagles, hurried towards the defense against the dark arts classroom. Lockhart possesses an undeniable allure for witches, with nearly the entire year's cohort of female students idolizing him. In stark contrast, the male students regard him with a degree of hostility. This discontent stems not only from Lockhart's overwhelming popularity among the witches, but also from the questionable efficacy of his defense against the dark arts instruction. During yesterday's upperclassmen lecture, Lockhart commenced the session by assigning a questionnaire laden with inquiries, such as his favorite color and his ideal aspirations. Resembling more of a fan survey than an academic exercise, the subsequent lessons revolved around the content of his own books, interspersed with an abundance of self-adulation. Nevertheless, one cannot deny Lockhart's remarkable storytelling prowess, which captivated the witches even further. Meanwhile, the male students, devoid of the idol's glamour, discerned that his capabilities aligned closely with those of his predecessors in the role of defense against the dark arts professor. In the common room last night, a group of upperclassmen led by Roger launched a verbal assault against the witches headed by Penelope, with Roger boldly asserting that Lockhart is nothing more than a glitzy charlatan, boasting nothing but his dazzling white teeth. Penelope countered that Roger's jealousy was palpable, as Lockhart was not only more handsome and talented, but also a best-selling author and a recipient of the third-class Order of Merlin, achievements that Roger would likely never attain. Infuriated, Roger meticulously dissected Lockhart's lecture, concluding that the entire session was merely a display of self-promotion and a recitation of his own book, thus drawing parallels to last year's Professor Quirrell. In the aftermath, Roger was decisively outmatched by Penelope's remarks about Lockhart's superior charm compared to Quirrell. Ike, unaware of this riveting confrontation, learned from Stuart that Penelope's words nearly sent Roger into a fit of rage, his expression darkening as he stammered before retreating to the dormitory in a huff. "Ike, who do you think is correct, Penelope or Roger?" Terry inquired while seated in the defense against the dark arts classroom. "I truly wish we had a reliable professor for this subject. I've heard the last 5 or 6 lacked real skill, and one was even a drunkard who succumbed to a devil's snare while inebriated." "I don't know," Ike replied, shaking his head. "However, I suspect he is at least a bit more dependable than Quirrell. Some of the content in his books is indeed quite enlightening." "Isn't that merely fiction?" Stuart interjected, gazing at Ike with curiosity. "In Breaking with the Female Ghost, there exists a particularly intriguing passage, Beneath the Moonlight. She softly sings an unfamiliar melody, akin to a serenade, and I perceive a flicker of emotion and nostalgia on her face. As I listen intently, I feel enveloped in a soft embrace of velvet, experiencing a profound sense of comfort. Alas, a cloud soon obscures the moonlight, rendering her expression vacant once more." Stuart, bewildered, inquires, "You actually memorized it? Good heavens! Do you not find this segment fascinating?" Yak retorts, "Female ghosts differ from specters. They lack the ability to interact with the external world and retain no memories from their former lives. Often, female ghosts appear dazed, emitting discordant shrieks that can induce faintness. Yet this book dares to portray a female ghost with expressions capable of enchanting melodies." Yak pauses, his gaze instilling an involuntary chill in Stuart. "Do you comprehend what this signifies? It suggests that our current understanding of female ghosts may be erroneous. They might, under certain conditions, regain fragments of their former memories. Perhaps even become specters. Perhaps it's mere fabrication," Terry interjects. "It could be, yet it may also hold truth." Yak's eyes gleam with fervor. for he has encountered numerous such narratives in his works. Some, like the female ghost's tale, appear fantastical, while others are grounded in reality, such as the account of werewolves and Wandering with Werewolves, where transformation does not erase fundamental moral discernment. Naturally, I am particularly intrigued by certain incantations within, such as the one used to banish the Warlawn female ghost in Breaking with the Female Ghost. It might be a novel spell. A new incantation? Conceived by Lockhart? Stuart expresses his astonishment. It is quite possible, Yak responds earnestly, though this remains conjecture. I shall inquire when the opportunity arises. Well, I wish you success. Stuart and Terry perceive a change in Yak. He no longer embodies the clever, sagacious Ravenclaw wizard they once knew, seemingly brainwashed like Penelope and her peers by Lockhart. Yet, they feel powerless in this regard. A year of acquaintance has rendered Stuart and his companions acutely aware of Yak's steadfast nature. Once he resolves upon a matter, his determination rarely wavers. Merlin bless us. May Yak soon discern Lockhart's true nature. Stuart, a devoted follower of Roger, silently prays. Based on last year's experiences, once Yak fixates on an issue, it tends to become exceedingly troublesome, impacting his harmonious daily life with Terry. We are the wise Ravenclaws, not a band of reckless lions. Chapter 47. The House Elf Uprising. A new professor, a new defense against the dark arts classroom. Compared to last year, this year's classroom is markedly cleaner and more fragrant. Adorned with numerous portraits of Lockhart, incessantly exuding charm towards the young witches within the classroom. Lockhart adorned a splendid robe, his golden hair glimmering with a radiant glow. He picked up a book of his own, showcasing a photograph of himself, in which he playfully blinked. I, Lockhart, he declared, pointing at his image and also blinking. Gilderoy Lockhart, recipient of the third-class Merlin Award, honorary member of the Society for the Protection of Wizarding Rights, and 5-time winner of the Most Charming Smile Award from the Wizarding Weekly, though I hardly boast of that, for I do not rely on my smile to dispel the banshee of wailing. Lockhart flashed a standard smile, revealing 8 pearly teeth, and Ike swore he saw them sparkle like something out of an animated film. Goodness gracious! As Lockhart smiled, exuding his charm, Ike raised his hand and stood up. Professor Lockhart, I have a question, and I hope you can enlighten us. Of course. I am more than willing to address the inquiries of young wizards. Lockhart maintained his flawless smile. So, what is your question, Mr. Aik Stride? Professor Lockhart, could you tell me the spell you used to finally banish the banshee? Was it a spell of your own invention? Might you teach us that spell? Ike's face was alight with anticipation, but Lockhart's smile faltered, clearing his throat awkwardly. He lowered the book he had been holding and gestured for Ike to sit down. Mr. Stride, that is a rather profound and intricate spell. Mastering it is quite challenging. Of course, if the opportunity arises, I shall share the spell with you, provided you meet my expectations. Lockhart winked again, waving his wand to send a stack of papers flying down. As I see you all have purchased my complete works, I believe a little test is in order. 30 minutes, starting now. Upon glancing at the questions on the paper, the young witches gasped softly, while the young wizards wore expressions of bewilderment, apart from Ike. The rest were at a complete loss. 30 minutes later, Lockhart collected the papers punctually and began to peruse them before the entire class. It appears you have not diligently read my works. Many of you even misremembered my birthday. Lockhart's tone bore a hint of disappointment. Almost no one recalled that my favorite color is lilac. This truly saddens me. However, Mr. Stride, I had heard of your excellence. Yet this test has left me rather disheartened. He waved Ike's paper in the air. My secret ambition extends beyond merely marketing my line of hair care products. My primary goal is to eradicate all evil from the world. Now, back to business. As your defense against the dark arts professor, my duty is to teach you how to defend against the most nefarious entities known to the magical realm. Lockhart retrieved a cage draped in black cloth from behind the lectern, giving it a gentle pat. A cacophony of shrill shrieks erupted from within. This is the terrifying creature you are about to encounter, but fret not, for with me around, you shall not come to harm. Please refrain from screaming, as it may provoke them. With that, Lockhart dramatically pulled away the black cloth. Ladies and gentlemen, behold, the Cornish pixies. Terry let out a derisive laugh, raising his hand and stating, Professor Lockhart, the Cornish pixies are hardly terrifying creatures. In fact, I could easily handle them before I even enrolled. Is that so? Responded Lockhart, slightly retreating. Mr. Terry Boot, do not be so certain. They are indeed a bunch of cunning little rascals. Show me how you deal with them. The Cornish pixies are notoriously mischievous beings, known for their love of pranks. With their slate blue skin, they possess the ability to fly despite lacking wings. These little creatures are surprisingly strong and revel in instilling fear, dread, and aversion. They are untamable and heed no commands, if one is not vigilant. They may even be abducted by them. Their notoriety began in the 17th century when they famously kidnapped a witch vacationing in Cornwall. Although the witch, named Dimphna Vermaggi, suffered no physical harm, she was left with an indelible psychological scar, living in perpetual fear of these seemingly innocuous beings. Once liberated from their cage, the pixies unleashed their chaos, chattering in a language only they could comprehend while launching a frenzied assault on everyone in the classroom. Lockhart, being nearest, bore the brunt of their attention. One pixie snatched a book from the lectern and hurled it at him, while another yanked at his trousers, and two more darted behind him, grasping at his cloak as if to lift him off the ground. Lockhart emitted a shriek, promptly flailing his arms in a futile attempt to repel the mischievous creatures. Yet, it was evident that these little imps were exceedingly nimble, despite his efforts. He failed to catch even one. Pescipixie pesternami, Lockhart exclaimed, brandishing his wand at the fluttering pixies, but his spell had no effect. Instead, a crafty pixie seized his wand, and he expended considerable effort to dislodge the imp. Capture them. They are merely a band of pixies, Lockhart bellowed, yet no one responded. The pixies treated the classroom as their playground, wreaking havoc. They splattered ink from bottles, shredded books, tore down portraits and curtains from the walls, and even yanked on a young witch's hair, only to toss it back carelessly. The cacophony of pixie shrieks, the sobs of young wizards, insults, and Lockhart's shouts turned the defense against the dark arts classroom into utter chaos within mere minutes. Catch them! Capture them! Lockhart cried, flailing his wand and cloak. But he was met with a disheveled retreat, his head cradled in his arms as he scrambled for safety. Bent over, he dashed to the door, vigorously waving his wand and uttering several spells, yet none proved effective. With a final shout to capture them, Lockhart fled the classroom, slamming the door shut behind him. Several pixies tugged at the doorknob, but it remained resolutely closed. Was he truly a professor? Stuart suddenly struck a small sprite with a book, watching in disbelief as Lockhart fled alone. Turning to where Ike was seated, he found him calmly perusing the tome breaking up with a banshee, as the sprite collided with him like a battering ram, tumbling head over heels. Help! Ike! Terry shouted, casting a spell to repel the sprite that had ambushed Stuart during his moment of distraction. Ike waved his hand, causing a book to soar and knock away a sprite attempting to stealthily tug at Morag's hair. Use the freezing charm. Immobilize them all. Terry realized the urgency and recited the incantation loudly at the chaotic sprites. A flash of blue light enveloped several sprites, freezing them midair. The others, upon witnessing this, swiftly followed suit, casting their own freezing charms. Ike was equally engaged, using a levitation charm to control the books, striking down the sprites that dared to attack. In the blink of an eye, aside from those rendered unconscious by Ike, all the sprites in the classroom were immobilized. Michael, wielding a copy of Wandering with Ghouls, struck a sprite multiple times, notably the one that had yanked away a sizable tuft of his hair, leaving him conspicuously bald in that area. Madame Pomfrey has a hair growth potion. It works wonders, Stuart said, suppressing a laugh as he halted Michael's relentless assault. We should confine these creatures back in the cage. The freezing charm won't hold them for long. Ike produced his wand, guiding about a dozen sprites back into the cage. He actually got away. Morty, also a victim of the hair pulling, lamented with a quiver in his voice, feeling his idol shattered. Perhaps we should seek Professor Flitwick's assistance with these little troublemakers. After securing all the sprites, Ike tapped the cage and suggested, I trust our headmaster will help us rectify this. Absolutely. Let us find Professor Flitwick. I must avenge my hair, Michael exclaimed, shielding his bald spot with a book as he promptly snatched the cage from Ike's hands and dashed out of the classroom, followed closely by the other young wizards. In an instant, only Stuart and Ike remained in the classroom. Do you still believe Lockhart is reliable? Stuart inquired. Ike gathered the scattered books, cradling them in his arms, and smiled at Stuart. He is indeed unreliable, but I find myself curious about another matter. What? It's not another troublesome situation, is it? Stuart asked, clearly apprehensive. It is evident that our new defense against the dark arts professor is lacking, Ike shrugged. How then did he manage those feats described in the book? I am genuinely intrigued. Chapter 48. The Anti-Lockhart Alliance. Professor Flitwick. Professor Lockhart has left us to confront a horde of Cornwall sprites alone. Professor Flitwick, look at my hair. You must help us. The eaglets quickly located Professor Flitwick, with Michael clutching the cage and Morty, equally distressed by their hair mishaps, particularly animated. Children, calm down, Professor Flitwick soothed. Professor Flitwick retrieved a plate of petite cakes from his drawer, gently assuring everyone, I am aware of the situation, and I will communicate with Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall. However, until the school reaches a decision, I urge you to manage your emotions. We are the wise Ravenclaw, and we must employ our exceptional intellect to resolve this matter. What does Professor Flitwick mean? Terry inquired softly of Ike as they exited his office. Clearly, it means we must devise our own solutions. Michael furrowed his brow, one hand still resting on his head. Everyone was acutely aware of how difficult it was to find a defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. The school would not dismiss Lockhart over such a triviality unless there were indeed grave issues at hand. This is challenging, Stuart remarked. If Lockhart's secrets were so easily unveiled, Dumbledore would undoubtedly be aware of them. In fact, I have a slight inkling about this matter. Would you like to hear it? After a moment's contemplation, Ike decided to offer a hint to prevent the eager young eagles from spiraling into wild speculation. What? Michael immediately responded with curiosity. We have come to know Lockhart's true circumstances, which starkly contrast with the persona he presents in his books. Ike waved the volume titled Breaking Ties with Banshees in his hand, asserting that a wizard capable of banishing banshees and subduing werewolves would not be so easily overwhelmed by a gaggle of Cornish pixies. Are you suggesting that Lockhart is a fraud? That he has pilfered the tales of others? Michael's eyes brightened with interest. It is possible, but he may have merely heard them. Ike chuckled. Without evidence, it would be quite a challenge to topple a Knight of the Order of Merlin, 3rd class. Then let's uncover the evidence. Michael, eager to avenge his hair, clapped his hands decisively. We shall form an anti-Lockhart league to unmask his FAOD at the earliest opportunity. We all wish to do so. Ike nodded in agreement, gesturing toward Michael's head. But right now, you should hasten to find Madame Pomfrey. Frankly, it's rather distracting. Damn it. Michael quickly covered his head, muttering under his breath as he dashed off to seek Madame Pomfrey. Anthony and Terry followed closely behind, heading straight for the hospital wing on the 2nd floor of the castle. Meanwhile, Ike and Stuart strolled leisurely toward the Great Hall, as lunch was imminent. The morning's exertions had left them in dire need of replenishment. Madame Pomfrey's culinary skills were trustworthy. Though the hair growth potion provided by Professor Snape had a slight side effect, hair grew rather quickly, necessitating a trim every half hour. As Michael's closest friend, Anthony took on the responsibility of cutting hair, ensuring that by dinner time, Michael's mane had ceased its rapid growth. With no further concerns, Michael quickly set to work, first seeking out Roger. Naturally, Roger had heard of the second-year student's ordeal in defense against the dark arts, and, expressing deep sympathy, readily accepted Michael's invitation to lead all the upper-year Ravenclaw wizards in joining the anti-Lockhart League. Under the relentless onslaught of Morty, Penelope succumbed, and what was once a fractured Ravenclaw unified in mere days. President Michael convened the inaugural assembly of the Anti-Lockhart Alliance in the common room, establishing the paramount objective of uncovering evidence of Lockhart's deception to expel him from Hogwarts promptly. The meeting ignited fervent discussions regarding specific action plans, culminating in the decision for the witches to maintain amicable relations with Lockhart to lower his guard, while proceeding cautiously thereafter. This resolution received unanimous acclaim from the witches, led by Penelope, who pledged to fulfill their mission. Roger also contributed by encouraging the talented wizards of Ravenclaw to ingratiate themselves with Lockhart, balancing cover work with their own initiatives, all while adhering to the cautious approach. The gathering was not without its challenges. Morty voiced his dissent repeatedly. However, after receiving Roger's cherished buzzing honey candy and a whimsical butterfly hairpin from Penelope, Morty transformed into a staunch supporter of the anti-Lockhart Alliance. With the destabilizing factors eliminated, the meeting concluded successfully. To celebrate the formation of the group, President Michael decided to host a party, for which Vice President Roger arranged for the Gryffindor twins to procure copious amounts of butterbeer, a beloved sweet beverage among the young wizards of Hogwarts. The festivities in the common room continued well into the night, leaving many young eagles looking rather fatigued the next day. Fortunately, the second-year students had no classes in the morning, allowing them to indulge in a leisurely slumber. While Ike and his companions enjoyed their rest, the Anti-Lockhart Alliance commenced its operations. Although the results were not immediately evident, Ravenclaw soon faced a new predicament. The adage hearing is believing, seeing is knowing proved true. Within a mere week, after all the young wizards attended a defense against the dark arts class, Lockhart became a complete laughingstock. Despite his continued polished appearance and the defense of several young witches who claimed he was handsome and charming, the consensus among the young wizards was that Lockhart lacked genuine skill. Consequently, the status of the Eagles at Hogwarts further diminished. Of the last 6 defense against the dark arts professors, 4 hailed from Ravenclaw. Particularly in recent years, with Quirrell followed by Lockhart, the standard of teaching had plummeted, leaving the Eagles defenseless against criticism. Faced with the stark reality of a near 100-point deficit early in the term, the other houses remained silent. In a bid to uphold Ravenclaw's honor and reverse the plummeting reputation, the members of the Anti-Lockhart Alliance, under the leadership of Roger and Penelope, embarked on a frenzied quest to amass points. With an impressive surge of 5 to 10 points per class, they swiftly elevated Ravenclaw's house total beyond 300. This feat was particularly astonishing, especially considering it was accomplished without the contributions of Ike, the previous year's top scorer. In light of the substantial gap that had developed in such a short time, the other houses had no choice but to remain reticent. The Anti-Lockhart Alliance seized the opportunity to expand its influence to other houses, quickly garnering the overwhelming support of the majority from Hufflepuff and Gryffindor, while a small number of non-pure-blood wizards from Slytherin also joined their ranks. Regrettably, despite consolidating the strength of most at Hogwarts, they still failed to uncover any viable leads. In Chapter 49, The Perilous Breeding of Magical Creatures, Ike did not place much importance on Lockhart. The incident involving the House Elves in Cornwall clearly illustrated that aside from his exceptional mastery of the Oblivion Charm, his other abilities were rather mediocre. Ike speculated that the journal system's enhancement of spell levels could produce significant side effects, primarily related to the spell's efficacy. For instance, when Ike's exploding charm level rose too rapidly, he felt an overwhelming impulse to become an explosion fanatic. Similarly, Lockhart's excessive focus on the Oblivion Charm had caused issues with his own memory, resulting in his inadequate performance with other spells. In essence, his overly potent Oblivion Charm had rendered him forgetful of how to properly cast other incantations, and such an effect was essentially irreversible. Given that Lockhart lacked a system of his own, while the Anti-Lockhart Alliance thrived in its endeavors, Ike devoted most of his energy to his studies. He had not forgotten the most perilous threat in his second year at Hogwarts, the basilisk. If it were to strike unexpectedly, it would be utterly merciless. With its tough hide and massive size, the basilisk possessed an exceptionally high resistance to most spells, and its lethal gaze reminded Ike of the legendary creature, Medusa. In some respects, the basilisk was even more dangerous than Medusa herself. Gazing directly into Medusa's eyes would merely result in petrification, whereas a direct look at the basilisk's eyes would lead to instant death. Only an indirect view would result in petrification. Thus, in the original narrative, the basilisk did not intentionally seek to kill. Otherwise, even if one were fortunate enough to be petrified, encountering the basilisk's wrathful attack would merely change the manner of demise. Ike was unwilling to gamble on whether the basilisk would attack him. Instead, he preferred to take precautions in advance. He ensured he had a mirror, a device capable of detecting malice. Even if it did not react to the basilisk, it could prove useful against the unseen puppeteer controlling it. Additionally, he carried a small stone and a mirror. The stone was intended for transforming into a rooster should he encounter the basilisk, while the mirror was inspired by the tale of Medusa. Legend has it that Perseus, son of Zeus, defeated Medusa using a shiny shield fashioned into a mirror. Ike speculated that this might also be effective against the basilisk. Perhaps, upon seeing its reflection, the basilisk would petrify or even slay itself. Ike had no intention of engaging the basilisk in combat. All his preparations were aimed at affording himself ample time to escape. For a creature that had lived for centuries within the Chamber of Secrets, Ike's numerous strategies were either ineffective or inapplicable. Avada Kedavra is undoubtedly ineffective. The Cruciatus Curse, the Exploding Curse, and the Severing Curse also yield limited damage. The Fiendfire Curse operates too slowly, and it may inadvertently grant a ticket to Azkaban. The Eye Disease Curse could incapacitate the basilisk's most formidable means of attack, yet striking the basilisk with it is exceedingly challenging, as one misstep could lead to dire consequences. After much contemplation, Transfiguration seems to be the most reliable option. As long as Eik can control the basilisk's movements, the subsequent actions will be manageable, akin to a fixed target training session. However, the main structure of Hogwarts Castle is safeguarded by anti-transfiguration charms, and aside from Dumbledore, no one can alter the castle's walls or floors. Thus this avenue is also obstructed. Therefore, while direct confrontation may be futile, evading the basilisk remains a promising undertaking. In Ike's recollection, the first attack occurred during the Halloween feast, and nearly 2 months have elapsed, providing ample time for preparation. After curfew, Eik adeptly donned the disillusionment charm, moving silently into the restricted section for the first time this term. The objective was clear: to locate information pertinent to the basilisk. Although Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them briefly mentions the creature, it merely offers a few sentences regarding its origins and dangers. As Newt had never encountered a basilisk, and thus lacked comprehensive knowledge. However, Eik firmly believed that detailed information could be unearthed within the restricted section. The nights at newly commenced Hogwarts were tranquil, with few habitual night wanderers emerging at such an early hour, affording Aik a rare opportunity. Stealthily, he infiltrated the restricted section, making a beeline for the shelves dedicated to the breeding of dark creatures. After perusing several tomes, Aik finally discovered a detailed account within methods of breeding dangerous magical creatures. This volume was a reproduction of a wizard's notes from the era of Merlin, elaborating on the breeding techniques of numerous artificially created magical beings, including the hippogriff, griffin, sphinx, and basilisk. Upon bypassing the protective enchantments on the notes, Aik eagerly delved into the contents. The more he read, the more unnerved he became, gaining a profound understanding of the adage, "No harm will come if one does not act." The author of the notes was a dark wizard who idolized the notorious ancient Greek dark wizard, the despicable Herpo the Foul, with much of the text attempting to replicate Herpo's research. Curses, dark magic, magical rituals, and bloodline fusion experiments filled the pages, presenting various malevolent methods of murder that sent chills down Ike's spine. In comparison, the sections on the basilisk seemed relatively benign. The breeding method was not as simple as placing a rooster's egg beneath a toad for incubation. First, the egg must be obtained from a rooster that has never crowed or mated with a hen. This egg is then soaked in the venom of 13 poisonous snakes, ensuring that it retains its vitality throughout the process. Once the egg has absorbed a sufficient amount of venom, a suitably large male toad is selected. After placing the egg beneath the toad, it is crucial to ensure that the toad remains completely still during the entire incubation period. Wizards must administer a special potion to keep the toad alive while simultaneously lowering its body temperature as much as possible. The entire process must remain uninterrupted. If a rooster's egg is removed during incubation, everything must start anew. As the hatching nears completion, the toad gradually petrifies until it transforms into stone, from which the newly born serpent creature emerges. The freshly hatched serpent is not formidable. Even direct eye contact merely induces a sensation akin to a sharp pain in the mind. However, once the serpent grows to the length of an arm, it gains the ability to slay birds, beasts, and even children. From this point onward, the serpent will heed only the commands spoken in Parseltongue. If the wizard nurturing it is unfamiliar with the language, they become targets for its aggression. Many wizards cultivating serpents at this juncture opt to eliminate them to procure venom and serpent skin, materials required for the nefarious rituals and potions left behind by the vile he who must not be named. The owner of the notes once raised 2 serpents. One was killed and turned into materials shortly after maturing, while the other escaped unnoticed, later returning with the intent to slay its master, ultimately becoming experimental material as well. The ensuing battle was swift. The note's owner dispatched the serpent with merely 2 spells, the skin-stripping curse and the killing curse. The killing curse, known today as Avada Kedavra, and the skin-stripping curse, a foul dark magic researched by he who must not be named, are noteworthy. The incantation strips flesh from bone, leaving only a pool of blood and sinew. Originally employed by he who must not be named to detach the hides of magical creatures, this spell could, to a certain extent, circumvent their magical resistance. However, when a dark wizard cruelly used it against humans, its gruesome nature led to its classification as dark magic, rendering it forbidden. Yet, its magical principles have endured. The commonly used Scourgify spell in St. Mungo's Hospital bears a resemblance to the skin-stripping curse. Nonetheless, Ike harbored doubts regarding the efficacy of the skin-stripping curse against the serpent in the chamber. A 1- or 2-year-old serpent and a several hundred-year-old serpent are fundamentally different entities. Nevertheless, it remains a viable approach. Perseverance will yield results. The methods employed by wizards to tame fire dragons serve as valuable references. Repeated casting of the skin-stripping curse is bound to succeed. Chapter 50. The Quidditch conflict. In times of desperation, tactics intertwine. In times of prosperity, firepower overwhelms. In battles among younger wizards, constrained by their limited magical capacity, the number of spells they can cast is restricted. Often, both parties engage in constant movement, seeking opportunities for counterattacks. However, for adult wizards, particularly those of elite Auror status, they excel at interspersing silent spells or nonverbal incantations during their casting, effectively exhausting their opponents in a short span. In a sense, this mirrors the concept of firepower coverage in magic. Naturally, the aforementioned concepts do not encompass the green-red opposition. The protagonist's exceptional abilities fall outside conventional norms. Ike felt adequately prepared for the serpent, whether through prior precautions or unexpected encounters. He had mentally rehearsed his strategy. Although initially, his primary objective was to escape from the serpent creature, After watching the dangerous and magical creature's breeding methods, Aik was suddenly overcome with an impulsive desire to approach it. Fortunately, Aik was rational. Without certain victory, he merely entertained the thought. Soon, a week passed. Beginning the second week, the Quidditch teams from various houses commenced their player selection. During such times, the Ravenclaw team captain found himself in a particularly vexing predicament. The Little Eagles relished watching the matches, but when it came to participating, most preferred tactical evasion, often leaving Ravenclaw with barely enough players on the field, along with perhaps one or two substitutes. This year, the situation was even more pronounced. Since the evening of September 1st, Roger had been rallying the Little Eagles to partake in the Quidditch trials, delivering speeches, posting flyers, and exerting considerable effort. On the day of selection, the Little Eagles indeed honored Roger's efforts. Apart from the 7th years preoccupied with graduation and job hunting, nearly everyone else arrived at the Quidditch pitch. However, only Stuart and Anthony actively participated in the trials, while the others merely joined for the atmosphere. Roger was well aware of their abilities, and the selection proceeded smoothly, readily approving their applications to join the team. Stuart became a substitute chaser, while Anthony took on the role of a substitute beater. Although labeled as substitutes, it was anticipated that after a few joint training sessions, they would replace the two original starters, two fifth-year seniors who prioritized exams over Quidditch matches, at least in the eyes of Ravenclaw students. Ike sat at the edge of the pitch, watching as Stuart and Anthony soared on their brooms, making a few symbolic throws before descending, feeling quite bored. Fortunately, the proceedings concluded swiftly. In under 20 minutes, they were preparing to pack up and hand over the field to the upcoming Gryffindor team, the long-standing contenders for the championship. The Lion team was quite large, boasting 14 regular players to ensure that, aside from the Seekers and Keeper, each position had 2 to 3 substitutes. Following the departure of their former captain, Charlie Weasley, and several teammates, Gryffindor's strength had diminished to some degree. To retain their title this year and maintain their dominance over their archrivals, Slytherin, the Little Lions were eager to participate, with around 10 trying out, making for a scene far more impressive than that of Ravenclaw. The relationship between the Little Eagles and Little Lions was amicable, akin to that with the Badgers, and even slightly superior in Quidditch to Hufflepuff. After all, due to Cedric's presence, Hufflepuff had its strengths, far surpassing Ravenclaw, which had consistently languished at the bottom. When Gryffindor's captain, Wood, arrived, he warmly embraced Roger, and the players exchanged cordial greetings with the Little Eagles, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Perhaps due to Wood's invitation, or perhaps to glean information about their rivals, a notion Roger alone entertained. After the pleasantries, the Little Eagles opted not to leave but instead retreated to the sidelines to await the performance of the Little Lions. As others lingered, Ike naturally chose to remain. Not only did he wish to avoid the isolation he experienced last semester, but being among his peers also significantly diminished the likelihood of a serpentine assault. Outside the arena, the young Eagles engaged in lively discussions with the visiting young Lions, while the selection trials within proceeded with fervor. Although Ike had not witnessed many Quidditch matches, one could discern the prowess of a player with relative ease. Compared to Gryffindor, Ravenclaw's players seemed to fall short in nearly every position. The Seekers were undoubtedly eclipsed. Harry, having led his team to victory and clinched the championship at the end of the term, was far superior to Autumn. The Weasley twins, as beaters, exhibited a remarkable synergy that surpassed that of Ravenclaw's counterparts. The disparity was even more pronounced with the Keepers, Wood was widely acknowledged as Gryffindor's finest keeper in recent years, a fact recognized by all except Slytherin, who would never concede that a lion surpassed a serpent. The Gryffindor selection trials extended far longer than anticipated. After half an hour, they had barely completed half of the assessments. Following the customary procedure, a simple exhibition match would ensue after the trials, extending the time frame to nearly 2 hours. If all unfolded smoothly, Ike could witness a game of considerable skill. However, it was evident that such a match would not materialize. Slytherin reveled in any opportunity to disrupt Gryffindor, and even the trials were not exempt from their interference. A dozen young serpents, brandishing the latest Nimbus 2001 brooms, brazenly interrupted the selection process. "Marcus, what brings you here?" Wood halted the trials, confronting the Slytherins with a scowl. "We're here for the Quidditch selection, and we possess a professor's authorization," Marcus Flint declared, brandishing Snape's note, asserting, "From this moment on, the pitch belongs to us." "Damn it," Wood muttered under his breath. "You're violating the rules. Trials have always proceeded one house at a time." "Calm down, Wood," Marcus chuckled. In truth, there was no rule stating that the Quidditch selection must wait for one house to finish before the next could commence. Moreover, given the vastness of the Quidditch pitch, We can easily divide it among ourselves. Before Wood could respond, Marcus continued. In this regard, we are quite magnanimous, even with the professor's note. Pausing, he waved the Nimbus 2001 in his hand. Of course, I advise you to vacate the field. Do you see this? A new broom. My team needs to familiarize themselves with the new equipment, and if anything were to happen during this acclimatization, I would bear no responsibility. Nimbus 2001. Wood, a seasoned Quidditch aficionado, immediately recognized the latest broom, his face awash with astonishment. Pleased with Wood's reaction, Marcus beckoned to his team, replying, I believe our new seeker is better suited to address this query. Hello, Potter. Malfoy displayed a haughty smile as he stood beside Marcus. This is a gift from my father to the team, celebrating my selection as a seeker for Slytherin. Potter, you are destined to lose this year. Malfoy relished the fierce expression on Harry's face and cast a malicious glance at the Gryffindor equipment, saying, Potter, are you feeling anxious? Do not get agitated. Even though the Nimbus 2001 surpasses your Nimbus 2000 and leaves those clean sweeps, merely fit for sweeping streets, far behind, you needn't wear such a predatory expression. These are merely tokens of my father's affection. Oh, I forgot, your parents are deceased. How dare you? Ron, who had rushed onto the field, was infuriated by Malfoy's words. You vile creature, how dare you utter such things? He drew his wand, pointing it menacingly at Malfoy, and shouted, Apologize to Harry immediately. Who are you trying to intimidate? Weasley? Malfoy stepped forward, gesturing at Ron's wand, ensnared in magical tape. With a wand like that, which you can't even afford to replace, you're hardly a threat. At least he doesn't need his father to buy him a place on the team. Hermione retorted, stepping in with conviction. The Gryffindor team relies on its own abilities. This is not your place to speak, filthy little mudblood. Malfoy glared at Hermione. You should retreat to the library with your Ravenclaw boyfriend and play the bookworm. This is no place for you. What did you say? The young Gryffindors were livid. Wood and the twins immediately charged forward, while Marcus, though inwardly cursing Malfoy's indiscretions, felt compelled to position himself in front of him. Harry remained perplexed by the term mudblood, but Ron had maneuvered his wand around the obstructing Marcus. Step aside. He will pay for this today. Go ahead, Weasley. Malfoy shouted defiantly, refusing to budge with his supporters behind him. No sooner had the words left his lips than Malfoy felt an invisible force seize him, his body uncontrollably propelled to the side, crashing into several Slytherin players before landing harshly on the ground. Just as he was about to speak, he was lifted again, and it was then that he realized who was responsible. Gazing upon that icy visage, Malfoy inexplicably shivered. What do you intend to do, Ike? Chapter 51. The Trihouse Chaos. The term mudblood is a highly derogatory and disrespectful label used by pureblood wizards to refer to muggle-born wizards, akin to using a racial slur. Harry, having grown up in the muggle world, and Hermione, being a pure muggle-born witch, would not encounter such language unless personally confronted. However, apart from the two of them, everyone else was aware, which explained the strong reactions from the twins and Ron. Of course, no one anticipated that the most intense reaction would come from Ike. Initially, Ike had no intention of getting involved. Even when Malfoy insulted him, he remained relatively unperturbed. In the eyes of others, being called mud is a grave insult. Yet for Eck, it bears no more weight than the usual profanities. He often refers to individuals like Malfoy as fools, dimwits, or brainless, as such vulgarities yield similar effects. Naturally, had Malfoy merely spoken ill from behind, the matter would have been forgotten. However, it was ill-fated that his derogatory remarks were uttered while Eck was present, reveling in the spectacle without remorse, and it had nothing to do with his disdain for Hermione being bullied. Could you kindly repeat that word, Mr. Malfoy? I seem to have missed it, Eck said, employing Snape's piercing gaze for the first time in the new academic year, coldly fixing his stare upon Malfoy. Release him. Marcus was unaware of Eck's identity, but he found the manner in which Eck had just extricated Malfoy from the crowd perplexing. Recognizing that this second-year student was not to be trifled with. Nonetheless, as the captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team, retreat was not an option. Moreover, what could a mere second year possibly achieve? You still have not met my demands, Mr. Malfoy. Eck paid no heed to the raucous Marcus and the other Slytherins, maintaining his intense focus on the trembling Malfoy. Malfoy, too, was unsure of Eck's combat prowess, but he defiantly retorted, My father is a governor. I shall have him expel you, you filthy mud. Before he could finish, Eck swung his hand with force, sending Malfoy hurtling through the air for several meters before crashing to the ground, rolling over 7 or 8 times before coming to a halt. With a firm grip, Eck summoned Malfoy, who was now writhing in agony, dragging him across the grass until he lay at Eck's feet. I still did not quite catch that, Mr. Malfoy. Would you care to repeat it? Eck looked down upon the groaning Malfoy, a hint of a smile gracing his features. You dare to strike me? Marcus had not anticipated Eck's direct response and was momentarily taken aback. Malfoy's two lackeys, Clark and Goyle, could no longer contain themselves, brandishing their wands at Eck and unleashing a pair of spells. Incendio. Expelliarmus. Eck reacted swiftly, his right hand conjuring his wand with a natural flourish. And with a deft motion, he conjured a shimmering barrier that thwarted their attacks. After a brief pause, Eck leisurely announced, Protego. Mr. Malfoy. You. Eck had not completed his sentence when a barrage of spells struck him. Although the shield charm held firm against the assault, he involuntarily stumbled back a few steps. Seizing the opportunity, 2 or 3 members of the Slytherin team rushed forth to rescue Malfoy from the ground. Eck, is it? Marcus pointed his wand at Eck. You must apologize, or what? Eck tilted his head, tapping his wand against his own temple, nonchalantly asking, Shall we engage in a duel? Indeed. Do you wish to fight? The Gryffindors finally reacted, hastily drawing their wands and aiming them at the Slytherins. Ron's voice was notably loud. Had it not been for Harry discreetly restraining him, he might have charged forward without hesitation. The arrival of Gryffindor did not deter Marcus and his companions. Marcus's wand remained steadfastly pointed at Ike, while the others faced off against the Gryffindors. When it came to brawling, Slytherin had engaged with Gryffindor countless times over the years and had never known fear. Ike, Stuart's voice rang out, prompting a few small eagles, who had been spectating from the sidelines, to join the fray. Ike turned around to find only Roger, Chio, and Stuart remaining. The others had vanished without notice. With a shrug, Ike redirected his wand towards Marcus, while the small eagles aimed at the Slytherins. Mr. Flint, please summon Mr. Malfoy. He has yet to answer one of my inquiries, Ike said with a smile. If you intend to obstruct me, I shall retrieve him myself. Huh. I believe you require a lesson, Marcus retorted, fully aware that a confrontation was inevitable and dismissive of Roger and the others. No sooner had he spoken than a red beam shot forth from the tip of his wand, aimed directly at Ike. Disarm. Ike waved his wand, effectively countering Marcus's disarming spell. Marcus's attack served as a signal, prompting the other Slytherins to split into 2 groups. One charged at Gryffindor, while the other targeted Roger and his allies, catching them off guard. Ron, positioned at the front, was struck directly, his front tooth dislodged and hanging precariously. Mumbling a spell, his wand unexpectedly flashed green light, sending him flying. As he struggled to rise, his stomach churned violently. He bent over and expelled a sizable slug, which landed with a slimy thud and wriggled on the ground. No one paid any mind to Ron, the first to be incapacitated. The remaining combatants retaliated fiercely, even when struck. Soon, chaos reigned supreme. Spells whirled through the air indiscriminately. Individuals were hit left and right, some sprouting warts on their faces, others involuntarily performing tap dances, and a few becoming rigid and collapsing, only to be struck by multiple spells, transforming into grotesque creatures. Amidst such pandemonium, Ike found it impossible to protect Stuart and the others. With a shield charm in one hand and a petrifying spell in the other, he directed his attacks at Marcus. As a 6th-year student, Marcus was seasoned, managing to deflect Ike's disarming spell with a shield charm and sidestepping the ensuing petrifying spell. However, he was caught off guard by the sheer number of spells a 2nd-year wizard could wield, many of which were silent and nonverbal. Ike's relentless assault soon overwhelmed him. His shield charm shattered after mere seconds, and despite his frantic evasive maneuvers, he could not escape being engulfed by the barrage of spells. With Marcus incapacitated, Ike retreated slightly. The scene had devolved into utter chaos, with a cacophony of spells and combatants flailing about. Amidst the fray, Ike observed dancers casting spells, individuals charging with prominent front teeth, and the twins executing a coordinated series of punches against a Slytherin, only to be blindsided from behind, receiving a harsh blow to the face. The magical duel transformed into a brawl, and Echo was reluctant to test the ironclad charm's defensive capabilities against physical attacks. Unfortunately, amidst the chaos where everyone was ensnared in the frenzy, evasion proved impossible. Before Echo could extricate himself, several spells suddenly soared towards him from unknown origins, startling him considerably. Attempting to counterattack, he found himself oblivious to the identity of his assailant. Just as he was preoccupied with identifying the culprit, yet more spells flew his way. Resolutely, Echo cast the ironclad charm upon himself, stowed his wand, and charged at a small serpent sporting 2 prominent fangs, shouting proudly, Demacia. A true mage must engage in close combat. Chapter 52. Snape's Taboo. Echo leaped forward, landing a left hook squarely on Gall's face, then swiftly lowered himself, executing a sweeping kick that tripped the dancing Clark. Employing a disillusionment charm, he vanished, only to reappear behind Malfoy. Unbeknownst to him, Malfoy had also joined the fray, bearing bruises but faring far better than Ron, who was still suffering from a painful bout of sniveling. However, the moment Echo emerged behind him, the outcome was sealed. Mr. Malfoy, you still owe me an answer. Echo's voice echoed ominously. Malfoy, who had been poised to cast a spell at Harry, froze in place, goosebumps prickling his skin, and beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Just as he was about to turn, Harry seized the opportunity and cast a petrification charm, causing Malfoy to collapse. Echo revealed himself, smirking as he waved a disarming charm towards the rear, sending the ambushing Slytherin flying, before swatting away the disarmed wand and diving back into the throng. Fortified by the ironclad charm, the visceral sensation of fists connecting with flesh was undeniably more exhilarating than dispatching foes with spells. Regrettably, after landing 6 punches and 8 kicks, an exasperated voice pierced through the tumult. What are you all doing? Stop this at once. Professor McGonagall suddenly appeared on the Quidditch pitch, her wand waving, unleashing 3 red beams that surged into the chaotic crowd. They adeptly weaved through the melee, binding each little wizard and dragging them aside, effectively segregating the 3 houses within moments. Professor Snape arrived just a step behind McGonagall, surveying the peculiar assembly of young wizards before him, his demeanor growing ever more frigid. Slytherin was undeniably at a disadvantage. Their numbers were already fewer, and their leader, Marcus, had been knocked unconscious early in the skirmish, leaving the remaining serpents akin to a disorganized rabble. While Gryffindor's approach to combat relied heavily on brute force, lacking any semblance of strategy, a few eager eagles still participated, nearly overwhelming their opponents. Alas, as the fracas progressed, all parties became overly zealous, resulting in numerous magical mishaps, rendering the situation dire for all 3 houses. Yet, in stark contrast, the Slytherins found themselves in the most dismal predicament. Professor Snape was visibly incensed. Rendered speechless by the outcome, not only had a fight ensued, but they had also lost, which was the true source of his ire. Professor McGonagall, however, held a markedly different perspective. In her view, engaging in combat was unequivocally wrong. The uproar that had ensued was significant, and she decreed that each and every individual present would face consequences. No one would escape. Gryffindor loses 150 points. Slytherin loses 150 points. Ravenclaw loses 150 points. Professor McGonagall's visage was as frosty as winter, and she declared that all students would be confined until the Christmas holidays. The young wizards resembled frightened quails, too intimidated to utter a sound, while Professor McGonagall surveyed the scene with the authority of a lioness patrolling her territory, her gaze rendering the crowd silent. Now tell me, why on earth did you point your wands at your fellow classmates? Once the penalties were administered, it was imperative to ascertain the root of the conflict. As she scanned the group, it was evident that, amidst the myriad of peculiar figures, Ike stood out distinctly, his attire unruffled. Mr. Stride, you shall speak, commanded McGonagall. Cursing himself for his foolishness, Ike reluctantly stepped forward and replied, Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, it was indeed Slytherin, before he could finish. A few voices from the Slytherin ranks erupted. You were the one who struck first. Is that so, Mr. Stride? Professor Snape's piercing gaze cut through the air like a knife. Indeed, Professor Snape, Ike stated, intending to be forthright, for such matters were impossible to conceal. It was better to acknowledge the truth openly. However, I had my reasons for acting. Even if you had reasons, your initial aggression was unjustifiable. Ravenclaw loses 20 points. Professor Snape's tone was icily detached. Very well, Ike tilted his head slightly, but Professor Snape, I believe you need to understand the rationale behind my actions. It is crucial. Before Snape could interject, Ike continued, Mr. Malfoy of Slytherin directed a most vile and disrespectful term at both me and Miss Granger of Gryffindor, mudblood. He called us mudbloods. My goodness. Professor McGonagall gasped in disbelief, covering her mouth in shock as she beheld the disheveled Malfoy on the ground, her expression a blend of confusion, frustration, and indignation. Slytherin loses 50 points. I shall inform your father of this incident, Mr. Malfoy. You must be more mindful of your language. Professor Snape remained silent. Yet Ike could discern the tension in the veins throbbing at his temples, indicating his struggle to restrain his fury. From Ike's understanding of him, Snape harbored 2 profound regrets in his life. The first being the humiliation he suffered at the hands of James Potter and his cohorts during their school days, when he was saved by Lily Evans, only to be embarrassed in front of the girl he cherished, leading him to utter the term mudblood in a moment of shame. The second involved revealing a portion of a prophecy to Voldemort, which caused Voldemort to believe that Harry was the child foretold, resulting in the brutal murder of Harry's parents. Lily Evans was the source of Snape's lifelong anguish. He despised himself for failing to protect his beloved Lily. Yet he loathed even more the offensive word he had once uttered. Now, as the head of Slytherin, Severus Snape found himself profoundly disappointed and overwhelmingly enraged at the behavior of his students, who publicly insulted others with such vile language. Mr. Malfoy. Snape's voice resonated with a deep, almost demonic whisper. You have greatly disappointed me. I shall summon your father to the school to address your issues directly. He continued. You must thoroughly learn the principles of decorum and civility. The school regulations must be memorized 100 times. No assistance is permitted. No enchanted quills may be employed. Each word must be penned individually. Snape glared fiercely at Malfoy. You have but 1 week. Professor Snape was indeed punishing his own students, while Professor McGonagall remained silent, merely directing the small wizards who had gathered to witness the commotion to escort the injured to the infirmary. I contributed as well. His floating charm proved invaluable in such circumstances. With a flick of his wand, Roger, Autumn, Stuart, Hermione, and Harry levitated gently toward the hospital wing. As for Ron, he continued to expel mucus, a truly repulsive sight. Even with magic, Ike felt that it would sully his wand. The hospital wing had not seen such activity in a long time. Madame Pomfrey was understandably exasperated, directing the assisting wizards to place the injured on beds while tending to their wounds, all the while lamenting that today's young wizards had grown exceedingly audacious, and that Dumbledore should not have rescinded the stringent school rules. Once Ike had ensured Roger and the others were settled, he approached Hermione's bedside. The young witch was in relatively good condition, despite having singed half of her hair and a front tooth protruding awkwardly. In the chaos of the scuffle, Ike had failed to locate Hermione, only later realizing she had been well guarded by the Gryffindors. Somehow, he felt a weight lift from his chest, releasing a long breath of relief. Hermione, with her crooked tooth, struggled to articulate her words. Seeing this, Ike quickly retrieved his wand and recited a countercharm. Hermione covered her mouth in astonishment as her tooth returned to its normal size, her expression shifting to one of concern. Ike, you shouldn't have acted impulsively, she admonished. Ike raised a hand to interrupt her, tucking in her blankets gently. Do not dwell on it. Malfoy insulted me as well, and I retaliated. That is a matter between him and me. Glancing at the half-charred locks of the young witch, he added with a smile, what you need now is rest, and perhaps consider trimming your hair. That half is clearly beyond saving. In fact, I would recommend cutting it all off. Madame Pomfrey's hair restoration potion is remarkably effective. Rising, he waved farewell. I must check on Stuart and the others. They are not as fortunate as you and will likely be spending some time in the hospital. Chapter 53. Attention. The Badgers were exceedingly delighted. For the first time in decades, their house, typically languishing at the bottom of the House Cup standings, found themselves firmly in first place, thanks to the deduction of 150 points from the other 3 houses. Certainly, the Hufflepuffs are acutely aware that their lead is but a fleeting advantage. Without delving into specifics, historical patterns reveal that when Slytherin finds itself trailing, Professor Snape resorts to frantically awarding points. While 150 points may seem substantial, it is merely a matter of weeks at most. The Ravenclaws, known for their fervent point accumulation, can escalate their scores even more swiftly if they truly apply themselves. Only Gryffindor, barring any illicit advantages, might maintain their standing until the semester's conclusion, perhaps even dwindling further. The influx of several students into the hospital wing did not significantly disrupt the normalcy of school life. Madame Pomfrey's expertise is remarkable. Within a few days, the young wizards began to recover and discharge. The injuries sustained were primarily magical in nature, which are relatively straightforward to treat. With healing spells and potions tailored to the ailments, had Madame Pomfrey not insisted on observing them for an additional day or 2, many would have been released on the same day. After approximately 5 or 6 days, the young eagles were all discharged by Madame Pomfrey. That evening, the Ravenclaw Common Room hosted a grand celebration. Upperclassmen returned from Hogsmeade laden with copious amounts of butterbeer and sweets, while Ike procured an array of delectable treats from the kitchen. Roger and Stuart, surrounded by the exuberant young eagles, raised their hands in jubilant cheers, basking in the adulation of their peers. Delicious butterbeer flowed into their hands, and magical fireworks erupted overhead. Ike even conjured a radiant orb of light that spun gracefully at the center of the ceiling, accompanied by a cherished vinyl record of dance music from Penelope, transforming the magical school into a vibrant nightclub. Autumn, as the sole witch who partook in the fray, received the most fervent cheers from the young eagles. Encircled by her roommates and younger witches, her smile radiant. Stuart, Terry, Michael, and Anthony let loose entirely, swaying to the rhythm alongside Roger, their cups brimming with butterbeer. Frothy bubbles spilling over with each movement, enhancing the lively atmosphere. "Come on, Ike. We need you," Roger exclaimed, thrusting a full cup of butterbeer into Ike's hands, shouting, "You are the best." Ike accepted the cup, dancing briefly with Roger and the others before discreetly retreating from the dance floor. Leaning against his usual sofa, he observed the jubilant young eagles, feeling an unparalleled sense of relaxation. For decades, Ravenclaw had scarcely engaged in such large-scale brawls, rather than resorting to physical altercations. The young eagles preferred to utilize their intellect to confound others. Yet, ultimately, they were merely adolescents, brimming with youthful zeal. This recent tumultuous gathering provided Ravenclaw a much-deserved moment in the spotlight, hence the reason for the celebration. The revelry continued into the early hours of the morning. Leaving the common room in disarray, Ike first escorted Michael and Anthony back to their dormitory before returning with Stuart and Terry. As for Roger, he had long since been escorted back by his roommate. After all, butterbeer, being an alcoholic beverage, can lead to inebriation if consumed excessively. The following morning, Ike awoke to find Stuart and Terry snoring like dead pigs. Stepping out quietly, the common room had regained its former tidiness, completely shedding the disarray from the previous night. The house elves, in their diligent cleaning, never failed to impress. After a delightful breakfast in the hall, Ike returned to his usual seat in the library and picked up a copy of a comprehensive guide to ancient ruins. Shortly after he began reading, a paper airplane landed on the table under Madame Pance's watchful gaze. Upon unfolding it, he discovered an invitation from Professor Flitwick. The headmaster's summons could not be ignored. Ike promptly completed the borrowing procedure with Madame Pance and made his way to the 8th floor. Professor Flitwick's office was situated on the 8th floor of the castle, ideally located between the room of requirement and the headmaster's office. Upon entering, he was greeted by an assortment of books and parchments, exuding the quintessential Ravenclaw charm. "Mr. Stride, do take a seat. Would you care for a small cake?" Professor Flitwick beckoned Ike over, producing a plate with 6 delightful cream cakes from his desk drawer and sliding it towards him. "Thank you, Professor Flitwick," Ike replied with a smile. Picking one up and taking a bite, it was sweet and delectably soft. "This is a family recipe of mine. I dare say these exquisite cakes can only be found here in all of Hogwarts." Professor Flitwick squinted playfully as he observed Ike quickly devour one, then nudged the plate closer. "Another?" "No, thank you. I just had breakfast," Ike said, patting his stomach, feeling a bit full. With a wave of his hand, Professor Flitwick summoned a piece of parchment that folded itself into a box, while the remaining cakes leaped in one by one. "Take these with you. I recall Mr. Ackerley has quite the fondness for them. Sharing delightful food with friends is a lovely endeavor, is it not?" "Indeed," Ike replied, accepting the box and placing it atop his book. After a brief moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Professor Flitwick, you summoned me to discuss something?" "There's no need to be anxious. It's merely a chat," the professor reassured him, conjuring 2 cups of lemon tea. "As it happens, this is the first time we've had such a conversation." Ike nodded in acknowledgement, but remained silent. "Mr. Stride," Professor Flitwick continued, "I've noticed considerable change in you this year. You seem to be getting along splendidly with your peers." "My apologies, Professor, regarding the house points," Ike began. "There's no need for apologies. The house points are not of paramount importance. Ravenclaw does not require scores to validate its worth," Professor Flitwick interjected. Taking a sip of his lemon tea, he winced slightly at the tartness. Many young wizards misconstrue a fundamental truth. Sorting merely highlights certain traits, rather than defining one's entire essence. Ravenclaw can embody courage, seek companionship, and achieve great accomplishments. I even recall instances where students faced retention due to academic struggles. Perhaps the adage that extraordinary wisdom is humanity's greatest treasure has become too ingrained in our minds. However, Ravenclaw is not merely a haven for bookworms, Mr. Stride. We can exhibit greater bravery than Gryffindor, possess more ambition than Slytherin, and demonstrate unwavering loyalty beyond Hufflepuff. We simply tend to ponder more deeply. In truth, there is little difference among us. Setting his cup down, Professor Flitwick's expression shifted to one of slight seriousness. "Mr. Stride, I must confess that I am quite pleased to see you stand up for your friends. It is certainly preferable to your solitary demeanor from last semester. Do not allow magic to transform you. Rather, take command of it." Ike nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "I understand, Professor Flitwick. Naturally, I harbor no doubts about this. You are undoubtedly the most gifted young wizard I have encountered in many years," Professor Flitwick remarked with a smile. "However, sometimes it is prudent to slow your pace a little." Chapter 54. manuscript carrying a box containing delectable pastries, Ike ambled toward the Ravenclaw Tower. After casually handing a treat to Stuart, he turned and departed the common room. Standing before the portrait of the troll-bashing Barabbas, Ike gently closed his eyes. A wizard as astute as you should have already discerned that magic can indeed exert a certain influence over wizards. At his desk, Professor Flitwick spoke slowly, explaining that this influence is often subtle, but those who master the silent and wandless casting of spells typically become aware of it. In truth, the manifestations of dark magic are far more pronounced. Dark wizards are often cruel, malevolent, and twisted, having been affected by it. Thus, I am genuinely pleased that you have chosen to temper your studies of spells. To be frank, I was quite concerned for a time last semester. However, your ability to navigate through it indicates your exceptional talent. Professor Flitwick paused momentarily to sip his lemon tea before continuing. The fragmentation of magic remains a significant issue. Many texts reference the might of ancient wizards, yet such accounts are confined to literature. I noticed you have been studying ancient runes. That is commendable. They serve as a medium through which we converse with ancient magic. Perhaps I could offer you a suggestion. Approach your studies with a sense of magic. Magic? Ike opened his eyes, yet no door appeared upon the wall before him. He furrowed his brow and closed his eyes once more. Hogwarts is a most wondrous place, and I trust you have begun to appreciate this, Professor Flitwick said with a warm smile. I refer, of course, to the castle itself. It harbors an abundance of secrets. You have likely perused Hogwarts, a history, which mentions that this was once the fortress of Salazar Slytherin himself. Following the decision to establish a magical school, the four founders made many alterations to it. For instance, those moving staircases are the masterpiece of Lady Ravenclaw. There are numerous similar modifications, and I dare say even the headmaster is unaware of all the secrets. Professor, might you divulge some of the castle's secrets to me? Ike inquired directly. Professor Flitwick blinked mysteriously and replied, Secrets must be sought after, but I can provide you with a small clue. Legend has it that within the castle lies a magical room that can fulfill the needs of its discoverer, and within that room resides the gifts of Lady Ravenclaw. Ike opened his eyes once more, yet the wall still bore no trace of a door. According to Professor Flitwick's description, it must indeed be the room of requirement. In a hushed murmur, Ike's mind raced as he speculated on the possible correct answer. The option of the room where Lady Ravenclaw's manuscript was stored was dismissed, and there was no response from Ravenclaw's study either. After trying 7 or 8 settings from past fanfictions, he still found no success. Disheartened, Ike pondered the abundance of ambiguous answers. If he were to test them one by one, he could be at it indefinitely. Reciting the Ravenclaw adage that extraordinary intelligence is humanity's greatest treasure, Ike's eyes suddenly widened as they fixated on the mural. No, that is not it. He recalled having read in a miscellaneous book in the library about a neurotic wizard from ancient times named Stupid Barnabas, who, though intelligent, often engaged in incomprehensible antics. Most famously, he had attempted to teach a giant to ballet dance. Naturally, the outcome was disastrous, as the giant had struck him. For over 1,000 years, this mural had remained, depicting Stupid Barnabas enduring the same fate at the hands of the giant. This detail alerted Ike to something amiss. In the magical realm, paintings are animated, and within the mural, the 6 giants each displayed their own movements. The 4 in the back danced, while the 2 in front relentlessly struck Stupid Barnabas with their clubs. However, Barnabas had never moved. He remained frozen in one position, which was exceedingly abnormal from the perspective of a magical painting. Tapping the mural, all the giants paused to glance at Ike before resuming their actions. Yet Stupid Barnabas remained unresponsive. Was this the key? Fixating on Barnabas, Ike endeavored to uncover any potential clues. Suddenly, he recalled the pair from the Hogwarts kitchen and, almost instinctively, scratched under the armpit of Barnabas's raised right arm. After a few strokes, Barnabas retracted his right arm, only to be struck on the head by a giant, knocking off his hat. Barnabas crouched down, cradling his head with both hands as the hat fell to the side. Ike moved closer and noticed a line of text inscribed on the inner brim. Eternal magic, eternal sorcery. Ike felt a sense of bewilderment, unable to decipher the meaning of these words. He watched as Barnabas retrieved his hat and returned to his original motionless pose. Turning around, Ike discovered a finely crafted silver door that had mysteriously appeared on the wall. His heart leaped with joy as he approached and pushed it open, revealing a dazzling sight. It was a beautifully appointed room, adorned with silver decorations and blue silk ribbons. In the center stood a mahogany desk, neatly arranged with several thick stacks of parchment. As Ike approached the desk, he noticed that the topmost parchment bore a line of text, "To the Seeker, eternal magic, eternal sorcery." Below, The signature indicated that these parchments belonged to Rowena Ravenclaw. Indeed, it truly existed. Ike swiftly perused the parchment, skimming through its contents, and was profoundly shaken. As a paragon of wisdom, Ravenclaw had delved deeply into the study of magic. These manuscripts encompassed a plethora of experimental records, including alchemical studies, potion-making, magical formations, incantations, and even a segment dedicated to ancient magical research. However, the intricacies of these subjects proved somewhat esoteric, particularly the magical formations and ancient magic, leaving Ike bewildered. Even in the realm of incantations, which he prided himself on, he could grasp only a fraction. In contrast, the structured nature of potion-making and alchemy allowed him to discern some insights, but the majority of the documented recipes were long lost, rendering the prospect of practical experimentation exceedingly challenging. Yet, what captivated Ike the most were Ravenclaw's explorations and hypotheses regarding the essence of magic and magical power, which illuminated his mind while simultaneously deepening his confusion. Is magical power immortal, and is magic itself eternal? Chapter 55. Ravenclaw's research. Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff established Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry around the year 990 AD. At that time, Europe was engulfed in the dark medieval ages, where the witch hunts raged fiercely and countless wizards faced persecution. The majority of whom were young witches and wizards unable to control their magical abilities. The founding of Hogwarts not only aimed to protect these fledgling wizards, but also sought to preserve the legacy of magic. During the era of the four founders, the transmission of magical knowledge primarily occurred through direct mentorship, lacking any formal structure. In the prevailing environment, communication among ordinary wizards was rare, leading to the loss of many magical practices. Rowena Ravenclaw dedicated herself to gathering these lost magical arts after the establishment of Hogwarts, aspiring to resurrect the grandeur of ancient magic. Regrettably, by the time she embarked on this endeavor, Europe had been in turmoil for 4 to 5 centuries, resulting in the destruction of countless magical texts and documents, forcing her to sift through the remnants of history for clues. After Slytherin's departure from Hogwarts, she too chose to wander, exploring countless ruins and visiting innumerable reclusive wizards. When Ravenclaw ultimately returned to Hogwarts, she documented her findings in these manuscripts, leaving them in this room, quietly awaiting discovery. As Ike examined these manuscripts, he felt for the first time that his grasp of knowledge was insufficiently potent. Much of the content eluded his understanding. For instance, one manuscript referenced a spell capable of altering celestial phenomena, its incantation composed of ancient runes that required precise pronunciation. Such runes were absent from a comprehensive guide to ancient runes. Ike surmised that to fully master the knowledge contained within the manuscripts, he might need to retrace Ravenclaw's scholarly path, progressing gradually to achieve comprehension. Since the 11th century, the legacy of magic in Europe has faced numerous crises of discontinuity. With the signing of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, compounded by the self-imposed isolation and eventual decline of pure-blood aristocrats, modern magic is fundamentally built upon ruins. What Ike intends to accomplish is to restore those ruins to their original splendor, a task of unimaginable difficulty. He needed to formulate a new plan, and with that, Ike set aside his manuscript and exited the secret chamber. It was unclear how long he had been inside. Upon emerging, night had already fallen. Ike arrived at the hall where dinner had been underway for some time. "Ike, we have lamb chops tonight." Stuart's voice rang out, prompting Ike to smile in response as he greeted them and took a seat nearby. Terry placed a beautifully roasted lamb chop on Ike's plate, and Ike expressed his gratitude before savoring a tender bite. "Where have you been? We haven't seen you all afternoon," Stuart inquired. "Where else could he be?" "The library." "Of course," Terry replied casually as he sliced into his steak. "No way. The school year has just begun, Ike. You're going to stress us all out like this." Michael teased with a chuckle. What pressure could there possibly be? Ike set down his lamb chop, poured himself a glass of pumpkin juice, and took a sip. "No matter how hard you all try, your grades will never surpass mine. You're going to find yourself friendless with that attitude." "Ike," Stuart remarked, choking slightly, his expression darkening as he glared at Ike. "What? I have friends." Ike feigned surprise, widening his eyes in mock astonishment, which sent the group into fits of laughter. Thus, they dined while exchanging playful banter until Ike finished his meal near 8 o'clock. After some light-hearted conversation in the common room, he returned to his dormitory when drowsiness began to overtake him. For the following week and a half, Ike maintained a routine alongside Stuart and the others, behaving like a typical Hogwarts student, shuttling between the dormitory, classrooms, and the hall, rarely visiting the library. However, on the evening of the 1st of October, After Stuart and Terry had succumbed to slumber, Ike donned the disillusionment charm, quietly slipping out of the dormitory. For over 2 weeks, Ike had been diligently revising his plans. According to his earlier intentions, he did not wish to engage in frequent nocturnal escapades this academic year, until the threat of the basilisk was neutralized. Nighttime wanderings would undoubtedly be perilous. Who knew if that monstrous creature in the Chamber of Secrets might wander out, especially now that it was likely reawakened. Yet, after perusing the manuscripts of Ravenclaw, Ike inexplicably felt a sense of urgency. It was as though time was slipping away, compelling him to hasten his endeavors. Perhaps it was the curse of knowledge? Upon encountering those fascinating studies, Ike found it increasingly difficult to suppress his insatiable thirst for understanding. In this regard, the Sorting Hat had not erred. He truly was a Ravenclaw. Stealthily entering the restricted section, Ike first retrieved Forbidden Magic, which contained the methods for practicing the vanishing spell and apparition. After neatly arranging the books, Ike made his way directly to the language section of the bookshelf. Retrieving 4 volumes from top to bottom, the language of wizards, languages of humanoid races, communicating with magical creatures, and languages of power. These were the true objectives of Ike's quest. Although he had not previously placed great emphasis on ancient magical scripts, often perusing related texts as mere supplementary reading, the manuscript of Ravenclaw explicitly underscored the significance of ancient magical writing, deeming it the sole pathway to resurrect the grandeur of ancient magic. However, mastering ancient scripts proved to be a formidable challenge, particularly since many of the contents in Ravenclaw's manuscript were absent from contemporary textbooks, rendering decipherment exceedingly difficult. Fortunately, Ike had discovered an alternative avenue, learning the languages of magical creatures. Unlike wizards, magical beings are inherently capable of wielding magic, and there exists a notion that the origins of magic itself stem from these extraordinary creatures. Regardless of the veracity of this claim, it is undeniable that the languages of magical beings possess inherent magical qualities. For instance, mermaids in the deep ocean still preserve an ancient mermaid tongue that can provoke tsunamis and storms. This language, imbued with magical attributes, may be challenging to articulate, yet certain phonetics bear resemblance to ancient magical scripts. Similarly, there are the languages of serpents and dragons. Parseltongue has long been regarded as sinister, not merely for its eerie phonetics, but also because it can indeed be employed as incantations to channel magical power. Although Parseltongue primarily relies on bloodline inheritance, it can also be acquired through diligent study. Ike recalled that during the final battle, Ron had once unlocked the Chamber of Secrets using Parseltongue. Even a simple command to open was sufficient to demonstrate its potency. Mastering Parseltongue was placed second in Ike's priorities. Following the silent stretching spell, primarily due to a spell originating from Slytherin mentioned in Ravenclaw's manuscript that required the use of Parseltongue to activate. Its function was to sense, within a radius of 1 mile. Chapter 56. Whispers learning is an addictive endeavor, particularly when one experiences genuine joy in the process. Such is the case with Parseltongue. While it may seem straightforward, consisting of merely 5 sounds, ha, si, ci, he, and ka, its complexity lies in the varying lengths and emphasis of each sound, which can convey different meanings. For example, ha-he-si-si signifies advance, while ha-he-si-si with a slightly shorter final sound means halt. To master Parseltongue, Ike deliberately captured a small snake, measuring 2 palms in length, from the Forbidden Forest, and after a series of enchantments to induce unconsciousness, it became remarkably obedient. When not summoned, it would coil around Ike's arm, remaining still and cool, which he found rather pleasant. He named it Little Black. The introduction of a pet stirred discontent in Jimmy, the treant who had been concealed in Ike's clothing, causing quite a ruckus for several days. However, he ultimately capitulated to Ike's persistent efforts, coexisting harmoniously with Little Black, each keeping to their own space. Naturally, Ike took care to practice Parseltongue away from prying eyes. Due to the influence of his rather inexpensive teacher, Voldemort, Parseltongue has become synonymous with malevolence within the magical community. At present, Ike has no desire to further his studies at Azkaban. His mastery of the Patronus charm has yet to reach even a modest level. Thus, aside from his regular classes, Ike has been secretly immersing himself in the study of both Parseltongue and Merfolk language, even skipping the classic scenes of the Gryffindor-Slytherin rivalry to do so. His efforts have borne fruit. He is now capable of engaging in simple conversations with the small black creature. As for the Merfolk language, his lack of recent excursions to the Black Lake to seek out the Merfolk leaves him uncertain of his progress. Nevertheless, Ike feels quite pleased with himself. As October draws to a close, with Halloween approaching, Ike has heightened his vigilance, refraining from wandering the castle alone. He now either ventures out accompanied by Stuart and others or follows behind fellow Ravenclaw wizards. This caution is warranted, for the Chamber of Secrets has been opened, and the basilisk may very well have set its sights on him. In mid-October, shortly after Ike exited the restricted section, he found himself in the corridor when the small black creature suddenly coiled tightly around his arm, trembling as if startled. Jimmy also clung to his neck, scratching him with its tiny claws. Upon retrieving his mirror, he noticed it flickering with a red light. Instinctively lowering his head, he tapped his ear with his wand and listened intently to the sounds around him. After a brief moment, he discerned a series of soft whispers emanating from within the walls, the tone elongated and drawing ever closer. This was danger. Ike bolted, the voice mirroring his movements within the walls, maintaining a parallel distance until he reached the 8th floor of the castle, where it finally ceased. After donning the disillusionment charm, Ike lingered outside the Ravenclaw common room for quite some time before slipping inside. From that day forth, he ceased all nocturnal escapades. Confronting the basilisk was a challenge for which he felt ill-prepared, and it did not align with his plans. At the very least, it was not yet time for the basilisk to meet its end. On Halloween Day, the castle was adorned with a myriad of decorations, as per tradition. As an exemplary student of Ravenclaw, Ike was summoned by Professor Flitwick to assist in decorating the castle, leveraging his exceptional floating charm. An abundance of pumpkins, magically enlarged by Hagrid, were carved into lanterns and suspended from the ceiling of the Great Hall, each illuminated by a magical candle within, creating a suitably eerie ambience. Thousands of bats swirled around the pumpkin lanterns, occasionally dropping harmless little bombs onto the young wizards below. Thankfully, thanks to Professor McGonagall's enchantments, these bombs were effectively halted midair and subsequently dealt with by house elves whose whereabouts remained a mystery. Dumbledore had invited a troupe of skeleton dancers to perform during the feast, showcasing a rather stiff routine that Ike found quite peculiar. It was indeed his first encounter with animated skeletons, which appeared merely as a collection of bones, with only their eye sockets aglow with 2 flickering blue flames, conscious and able to hear the words spoken by others, yet limited to communicating solely through inscribing on parchment of peculiar characteristics. As for the dance, truth be told, it bore a striking resemblance to the mechanical dance once witnessed by Ike, albeit executed rather poorly, accompanied by creaking sounds that did little to impress him. However, Terry seemed thoroughly captivated. Having temporarily set aside the threat posed by the serpent monster, Ike relished the rare indulgence of a cockroach feast, feeling relatively safe for the night. During the banquet, Ike cast a glance at the Gryffindor table, noting the absence of Hermione, Harry, Ron, and Ginny. The trio must have attended the commemoration dinner in the underground classroom, while Ginny was likely engaged in unlocking the Chamber of Secrets to release the serpent monster. If all proceeded as expected, it should be Madame Loris who was petrified tonight, as long as it was not a human. Ike felt assured that his conscience would remain untroubled. The banquet was lively, with the young wizards discussing the skeleton dance troupe until its conclusion. Ike mingled behind Stuart, making his way through the crowd. Just as he had not ascended the staircase for long, a sudden gasp erupted from the front of the throng, prompting the young wizards to hasten their steps. Ike, caught amidst the crowd, swiftly reached the scene of the incident. Upon discerning the sight before him, a cold sweat broke out across Ike's brow. Good heavens! What on earth is happening? Terry exclaimed. Is that Sir Nicholas of Gryffindor? Around the corner of the corridor, Sir Nicholas floated motionless, his face etched with terror. Madame Loris lay rigid on the ground, her tail raised, and her fur bristling. Harry, Hermione, and Ron stood bewildered beside Madame Loris, their expressions a portrait of confusion. The flickering flames of the torches on the wall illuminated 2 gruesome lines of bloodied text. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Beware of the air. Something is amiss. How could nearly headless Nick be petrified at this moment? Ike exclaimed inwardly, a chill creeping over him. Are they dead? Stuart murmured in a hushed voice, shaken by the uncanny scene. I don't know. Perhaps, Terry replied, equally stunned. The crowd swelled, encircling Harry, the ghostly Sir Nicholas, and Madame Loris. Upon reading the ominous words on the wall, nearly everyone cast wary glances toward Harry and his companions. It wasn't us. When we arrived, they were already like this, Ron shouted, causing the crowd to recoil in unison. Beware of the air. A young wizard with light golden hair stepped forward, pointing accusingly at the trio, declaring vehemently, You are next. Before he could finish, Malfoy was silenced by Clark and Goyle, while Marcus tugged at his arm. Following Goyle's pointed gesture, Malfoy noticed Ike's cold, furrowed gaze directed toward him, sending a shiver of apprehension through him. Just as Ike was about to erupt, he suddenly heard a faint sound emanating from within the wall. The serpent's whisper, Next, it shall be you. Chapter 57. Urgency. When Ike heard that serpentine voice, Harry naturally heard it as well. One moment, his attention was fixed on Malfoy. The next, he was compelled to pursue the source of the sound. However, Harry found himself unable to leave at that moment. What had transpired? The gathered crowd had attracted Filch, who squeezed through to immediately spot the fallen Mrs. Norris. He shrieked, "What happened, my dear?" Then, with his bloodshot eyes fixed on Harry, he pointed and shouted, "It was you. You killed my cat." Argus, slightly delayed, was restrained by Dumbledore, who intervened to protect Harry and his companions, with other professors following suit. Upon seeing the bloodied words on the wall, Dumbledore paused momentarily, then lifted Mrs. Norris, stating, "Enough of this commotion. Prefects, escort the students back to their dormitories. Argus, come with me." Dumbledore turned to Harry and his friends, adding, "And you three, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger. Minerva, please arrange for Sir Nicholas to be taken to Poppy. Headmaster, perhaps my office would be a suitable place. It is nearby," Gilderoy Lockhart interjected, adorned in his ostentatious attire. "Thank you, Gilderoy." Dumbledore nodded in agreement. As they took a few steps, he suddenly glanced at Ike and beckoned, "Mr. Stride, you should accompany us. I require your perspective." "Certainly, Professor Dumbledore," Ike replied with a nod. Beside him, Stuart and Terry exchanged worried looks with Ike, who smiled reassuringly and waved them off before following Dumbledore. The Office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor was a familiar place to Ike, having visited frequently the previous year. However, it had since undergone a complete transformation. When Quirrell was still there, the room had been dim and cluttered with various boxes. Now, the boxes were gone, and the walls were adorned with portraits of Lockhart. As the group entered, the portrait of Lockhart appeared startled, hastily retreating, only to re-emerge clad in attire reminiscent of his own. Lockhart lit candles, illuminating the office, before stepping aside. Dumbledore placed Mrs. Norris on the polished desk, beginning his meticulous examination. In that moment, everyone watched Dumbledore anxiously. He leaned down, his face nearly brushing against Mrs. Norris's fur, poking and prodding here and there. Professor McGonagall also bent down, squinting to observe closely. Professor Snape stood off to the side, occasionally casting glances at the bewildered trio of Harry, Ron, and Hermione, occasionally shooting Ike a peculiar look. Professors Flitwick and Sprout, meanwhile, engaged in a more casual discourse, their murmurs indistinct. Lockhart approached to take a look, stroking his chin with confidence, declaring that it must have been a curse that caused its demise, perhaps the Transfiguration torture curse. "I had witnessed others employing such a spell during my travels. It is regrettable that I was not present at that time, for I happen to know the counter curse and could have saved it from death." "Firenze," Dumbledore interjected, prodding the rigid body of Lady Lorelei with his wand, nodding in acknowledgement of her petrification. Petrified, the once weeping Firenze suddenly froze, stammering, "Is my Lady Lorelei not dead?" "I assure you, Argus, she is not dead," Dumbledore replied. "Indeed, that is my belief as well," Lockhart interjected. "However, I am yet to ascertain the reason behind this." "It was him." Firenze suddenly pointed a finger at Harry, exclaiming, "He did it. You all saw the writing on the wall. He discovered my secret and knows I am a squib." "I didn't even touch Lady Lorelei," Harry retorted loudly. "I don't even know what a squib is." "You are lying," Firenze exclaimed passionately, reaching out to seize Harry, only to be blocked by Professor Snape's hand. A hint of derision flickered at the corner of Snape's mouth as his emotionless gaze fixed on Harry. "May I suggest that perhaps Potter and his friends merely found themselves at the scene by coincidence? However, he must also elucidate why he failed to attend the dinner. We received an invitation from Sir Nicholas to attend the memorial dinner." Hermione quickly responded, "Hundreds of ghosts can vouch for us. Rest assured, we shall verify that, Miss Granger." Snape replied, "But this does not clarify your absence from the dinner or why Sir Nicholas was present." "We were tired and wished to return to rest," Harry stammered. "We were leaving. Sir Nicholas might have come looking for us." "Humph," Snape scoffed, turning to Dumbledore. "It is evident that Mr. Potter and his companions are not being truthful. I believe we should take measures. Perhaps a dose of Veritaserum would teach them the meaning of honesty." "We shall not resort to such means, Severus," Dumbledore said, casting a scrutinizing glance at Harry. "There is no direct evidence proving their guilt. Yet, my cat, Firenze, was quite anxious." Dumbledore slightly raised his hand to interrupt him. "She is merely petrified. We can heal her." Having said that, he turned to Professor Sprout, inquiring, "Pomona, how are the mandrakes faring?" "They are thriving," Sprout replied. Dumbledore nodded at this, his tone lightening. "Excellent. I know a potion that can reverse their petrification, so rest assured, Argus. As for you three," Dumbledore directed his gaze toward Harry and his companions, "you may leave." He then turned to Ernie, Mr. Macmillan, you must wait a while longer." Harry and his friends hastily bowed to the professors in the room before swiftly departing. Upon reaching the fourth floor, Harry pulled Ron and Hermione into a classroom. Gently closing the door, he whispered, "I heard that voice again." "What? What voice?" Ron asked, bewildered. "Right where those words were, I heard it again," Harry exclaimed, anxious. "It said, 'Next, it's me.' You should have informed Dumbledore just now." "Harry," Hermione interjected, her tone serious. "Don't say that," Ron quickly replied. "Hearing a voice that others cannot, even in the magical world, is not a good omen." "Do you not believe me, Ron?" Harry questioned. "Of course I believe you, but you must admit, the whole situation is quite bizarre." "I know it's bizarre," Harry insisted. "The words on the wall are one thing, but that voice is another." "But Ron," it said, "next. It's me." Chapter 58. Conversation that phrase genuinely frightened Harry. Even during his encounter with Quirrell last semester, he had not felt such terror. Quirrell's threats were tangible, and at that time, he had had the support of Hermione, but now, the identity of this unseen antagonist remained a mystery. It is natural for one to instinctively fear the unknown. Hermione, observing their exchange, paused for a moment before speaking. "Perhaps, Harry, that voice isn't you." "Not me?" "Then who is it?" "You all didn't hear it," Harry replied. "I noticed that X's expression seemed off earlier, and recently, whenever I've encountered him outside the library. I can hear him making a hissing sound." Hermione frowned. "I think he might be able to hear it too." "Hissing sound?" Harry paused, feeling a sense of familiarity with the sound, though he couldn't recall when he had heard it, but he was certain it had occurred before arriving at Hogwarts. "Indeed, it sounds rather unsettling. Perhaps he is learning some language," Hermione nodded. "Since the beginning of this term, he has been acting rather oddly and has been visiting the library less." "Perhaps, but I would say he is simply a weirdo." "We need not pay too much attention to him," Ron interjected. "However, Harry, you should still be cautious. Of course, even if that voice isn't me, it is still connected to me," Harry responded. No sooner had he spoken than the sound of a bell rang out. Hermione quickly said, "It's 12 o'clock. We should hurry back." "Indeed, lest Snape come looking for us again." They agreed as the trio hurried back to the Gryffindor dormitory to rest. Meanwhile, Ek yawned while sipping chocolate milk, enduring Fawkes nesting atop his head, staring blankly at the row of portraits of past headmasters on the opposite wall. In the defense against the dark arts professor's office, Dumbledore had assigned tasks to each professor before escorting Ek to his own office. Upon entering the room, I promptly prepared the classic combination of cockroach clusters and heated milk for him, instructing Ike to wait a moment while I slipped through a small door, the purpose of which remained a mystery. After Ike had consumed half a cup, Dumbledore emerged, clutching a hefty tome. The book was quite familiar to Ike. It was Methods of Breeding Dangerous Magical Creatures. "A splendid book, is it not, Mr. Stride?" Dumbledore placed the book on the desk and took a sip of the specially crafted chocolate milk. "Quite delightful." Ike understood this implicitly, though his expression betrayed nothing. He merely nodded. "I recall that not long after the beginning of the term, you retrieved this book from the restricted section," Dumbledore remarked. "Thus, I surmise you must possess some knowledge that could elucidate my old head." "Indeed, but Professor, my understanding is rather limited." "That is already commendable, yet before we proceed, you must endure a bit of an old man's rambling." Dumbledore adjusted his crescent-shaped spectacles, contemplating before he continued. "Mr. Stride, you have seen that line of text, correct? Do you know what the chamber is?" Ike nodded. "I do. It is said that after the establishment of Hogwarts, due to ideological disagreements, Gryffindor and Slytherin quarreled, culminating in Slytherin's departure. However, before leaving, Slytherin concealed a chamber within which a monster was left behind, to be unleashed by his heir when the time was ripe, purging the school of all whom he deemed unworthy of learning magic. "Indeed, that is a legend," Dumbledore acknowledged, "yet it is evidently true." "It appears so," Ike shrugged. Dumbledore gently tapped Methods of Breeding Dangerous Magical Creatures on the desk, his gaze possessing a hint of scrutiny. "So, Mr. Stride, have you deduced what that monster might be?" "Professor Dumbledore, you have your own suspicions, do you not?" Ike retorted, as this is hardly a difficult conclusion to draw. Among the known magical creatures, whether they are naturally bred or conjured by wizards, the majority have relatively short lifespans. Assuming the creature in the chamber has survived to this day, it must be nearly 1,000 years old. Ike paused before continuing. "Considering Slytherin's intent, this creature must be exceedingly dangerous and could not be a species. Else it would not have taken until now for trouble to arise. Thus, the scope is quite narrow. Furthermore, taking into account Slytherin's emblem, the answer is glaringly obvious." Ike scratched his head, slightly irritated by Fawkes, and confidently declared, "The basilisk. That is the only possibility." Clap, clap, clap. Dumbledore applauded. joined by the previous headmasters who had been watching the scene unfold, all expressing their admiration. "Excellent deduction," Dumbledore exclaimed. "Indeed, the basilisk. I share your sentiments." Upon picking up methods of breeding dangerous magical creatures, Dumbledore casually flipped to the section on the basilisk and spoke slowly. "If one were to place a rooster's egg beneath a toad to incubate, it would yield a serpent of extraordinary prowess. Its resplendent green scales and fangs possess a remarkable venom. However, the most perilous aspect lies within its gaze. Any creature that meets the yellow eyes of this beast will meet an immediate demise." Dumbledore sighed softly. "The situation is quite clear. Sir Nicholas is a ghost. He is already deceased." Thus he turned to stone upon gazing into the basilisk's eyes. Lady Loris, having seen through Sir Nicholas, brings clarity to the matter. Nevertheless, we remain unaware of the chamber's entrance, and resolving this conundrum poses a significant challenge. Eik tilted his head. "Indeed, this is quite a predicament. Moreover, I just heard the basilisk's voice by the blood-written words. It proclaimed that I am next." Eik leaned forward, his gaze fixed intently on Dumbledore's eyes. "Professor, I require protection." "Mr. Stride, rest assured, Hogwarts will safeguard its students," Dumbledore assured. "Furthermore, your preparations have been thorough. Even without external assistance, you possess the means to avert danger. Do you not?" "I cannot guarantee absolute safety," Eik replied, shaking his head. "The mirror, the spiders, and learning Parseltongue are merely precautions. My only recourse is to escape as best I can." "What of the others? What will happen to the other students?" "Hogwarts will protect its students," Dumbledore reiterated, waving his hand to refill the milk in their cups. After taking a sip, he continued, "We shall locate the chamber's entrance and deal with the basilisk. But there is one matter in which I require your assistance, Mr. Stride." "What is it?" Eik asked, momentarily taken aback. "I have observed your close relationship with Miss Granger of Gryffindor. I ask that you keep a watchful eye on Harry, just as you did last semester." "I'm afraid I cannot assist with that." Eik shook his head. "I am not a guardian for Harry Potter." Chapter 59. Is Eik the villain? Ike's intentions had always been clear: to master the art of magic. Everything else was, to a certain extent, superfluous. His particular attitude towards Hermione stemmed from past grievances. If one were to claim genuine affection, it would be a stretch. In many respects, Harry and Ron were simply mischievous children, while Hermione was somewhat better, albeit influenced by the duo. Thus, Eik exhibited considerable patience towards Hermione, though their interactions often lacked depth. As for Harry and Ron, he felt no obligation towards them whatsoever. Perhaps his consistent maturity had misled Dumbledore into a false impression, but after Ike's explicit refusal, it was likely this matter would not concern him further. After extricating himself from a moderate inconvenience, Eik bid farewell to Dumbledore. The venerable wizard said nothing, seemingly respectful of Ike's decision. But the truth is known only to Dumbledore himself. For several days following the incident, the entire Hogwarts community buzzed with chatter regarding the attack on Madame Loris and Sir Nicholas. Naturally, this was primarily confined to the younger witches and wizards, while the older students, having endured such occurrences numerous times before, took it in stride, offering only a fleeting glance of concern before returning to their studies, burdened as they were by the weight of impending examinations. Stuart, however, remained quite invested in the matter, regaling Ike and others with the latest rumors during meals in the common room or the Great Hall. In just a few short days, the list of suspects had already exceeded 10. By the time 2 weeks had elapsed since the incident, the young sorcerers had reached a consensus. Harry Potter was the prime suspect. After all, the timing of his appearance was far too convenient. Furthermore, the death of Sir Nicholas seemed to lend credence to this theory, with many believing it to be Harry's act of retribution for his dissatisfaction at the anniversary feast. Indeed, rumors have a way of spiraling increasingly outlandish. Ike had no intention of revealing the truth, aligning with Dumbledore on this matter. Should the students learn of the centuries-old basilisk lurking within the school, it would undoubtedly incite chaos throughout the British wizarding community, leading to the closure of Hogwarts, which would thwart Ike's plans. Before delving into the restricted section, Ike was, arguably, the last person wishing for Hogwarts to close. After considerable thought, it became clear that the basilisk needed to be addressed first. As for Voldemort's initial Horcrux, it could wait. The attack had significantly impacted Ike's life, as the library was inundated with students eager to borrow books. Hogwarts, a history became the young sorcerer's favorite, and all copies in the library were swiftly checked out, with queues extending weeks into the future. Additionally, other tomes regarding Hogwarts and the 4 founders were similarly depleted. As for his own copy, it had long been appropriated by Stuart, who appeared disinclined to return it anytime soon. Fortunately, As a young wizard capable of silently employing earplugs, Ike was able to largely disregard the external clamor. However, when others approached, it became impossible to ignore. Ike, a young witch, waved her hand in front of his eyes, effortlessly pulling him from his academic reverie. Looking up at the cautious Hermione, accompanied by the visibly alert Harry and Ron, Ike glanced at Madame Pants and casually enchanted all three with silent earplugs. "What is it, Hermione? I wanted to ask, do you know about the Chamber of Secrets?" "Indeed," Ike replied nonchalantly. "What? You know?" Harry exclaimed, astonished, sharing a look of disbelief with Ron. "You merely have not sought in the right place. The Chamber of Secrets is more akin to a legend. Should you peruse the tome entitled Hogwarts, a history, you would find accounts pertaining to the chamber." After a brief pause, Ike spoke again. "However, I fear you may have made a fruitless journey, for to my knowledge, that book has been borrowed and has yet to be returned." "Who borrowed it?" Ron inquired hastily. Ike, discomforted by the abruptness of the question, cast a cold glance in his direction. "That is a query for Madame Pants, Mr. Weasley." Harry quickly tugged at Ron's sleeve, and Hermione shot a disapproving look. Before continuing to ask, "Ike, could you share with us?" "I can, but not here." Leading the trio away from the library, Ike randomly chose an empty classroom and recounted the tale of how Slytherin constructed the chamber. "Such is the legend, yet we cannot ascertain the chamber's existence at present. But Philip's cat and nearly headless Nick have already met their demise." Ron exclaimed loudly. "Perhaps someone is exploiting the legend of the chamber?" Ike replied. "Yet what of those two bloodstains?" Harry pressed, to which Ike shook his head. "I cannot say." "All right, Harry, Ron," Hermione interjected, halting the inquiries, and turned to Ike with a radiant smile. "Thank you, Ike." "No need for such gratitude, Hermione," Ike replied with a slight nod as he rose. "If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave." "Very well, goodbye, Ike." "Farewell, Hermione, Harry, and Mr. Weasley." As Ike exited the classroom, Ron suddenly complained. "Did you hear that attitude? Who does he think he is?" "Enough, Ron," Harry urged. "At least we now have some understanding of the chamber, and that suffices." Ron, evidently unconvinced, retorted, "He certainly does not embody a Ravenclaw. He is nothing like Stuart and the others." "Harry, Hermione, he must be concealing something, I am certain." Ron's tone was resolute. "You mentioned, Harry, that he once consorted with the one whose name must not be spoken. I find him reminiscent of that twisted old madman from Slytherin who espoused pure blood. He repulses me." "Ron," Hermione interjected loudly, "we ought not to speak ill of others behind their backs." "Oh, come on, Hermione, I wager you are being deceived." Ron countered sharply. "Think about it. Have you ever encountered a wizard of his age who possesses such mastery of nonverbal spells? It is entirely possible he is the heir of Slytherin." "Ron," Harry interjected, not wishing to witness his friend's quarrel, pulling at Ron's arm. "That is impossible. You have said it yourself. That is the heir of Slytherin. And he must be hidden within Slytherin." "But that does not rule out," Ron began, but upon catching Harry's glance, his voice dwindled to a whisper. Though his suspicion of Ike remained palpable, Harry let out a sigh of relief and said, "All right, we should leave now." In truth, he still felt that Malfoy resembled more of a true heir to Slytherin. Chapter 60, An Exploration of the Lavatory. As for Ron's attitude, Ike did not take it to heart at all. He was well aware that Ron was a person desperately seeking attention. As the least noticed child of the Weasley family, Ron had always yearned for recognition from others. Unfortunately, even at Hogwarts, he was more often seen as the friend of the chosen one rather than Ron Weasley himself. To utter such words in the classroom was, in a way, a declaration of his existence. Ike understood this, but chose to disregard it. In the days that followed, Ike continued to focus his energy on the study of Parseltongue and ancient runes. For the time being, this was of utmost importance. Drawing from his previous experiences of reading fan fiction, he speculated that the statue of Slytherin in the Chamber of Secrets might conceal Slytherin's treasure. It was said that Voldemort, who had studied at the school at the time, became the Dark Lord of the wizarding world due to his acquisition of this treasure. Of course, Ike was uncertain whether this was fact or mere fiction, yet he could not dismiss the possibility of the treasure's existence. If Slytherin's treasure truly existed, it was unlikely that Voldemort had taken it all. He must have left something behind. That, indeed, was Ike's objective. The manuscripts of Ravenclaw opened a new door for Ike, allowing him to comprehend magic from a different perspective and to covet the legacies left behind by the four founders. Naturally, the primary condition was to possess sufficient self-preservation abilities. At the very least, he needed to master Parseltongue. Perhaps he could even coax the basilisk away? Who knows? On a day at the end of November, Ike's long-dormant and seemingly useless notebook system finally showed some change, displaying a new entry. Parseltongue, hiss hiss hiss, not upgradable, Skinning curse level 1 acquired. Gazing at the series of level 6 spells in the system along with the newly acquired Parseltongue and Skinning Curse, Eik felt thoroughly prepared. On the evening of November 21st, the last Saturday before Thanksgiving, after Stuart and Terry had fallen asleep, Eik cast the Disillusionment Charm and the Silencing Charm upon himself, quietly making his way to the girls' lavatory on the 3rd floor. Upon entering, he was greeted by an odd scent reminiscent of boiled cabbage. He instinctively glanced at the closed stall door, paid it no mind, and proceeded to the sink area. After a brief inspection, Eik discovered the tap engraved with a small snake. Drawing his wand, he glanced once more at the still stall and spoke to the tap in Parseltongue. Open. As soon as the words left his lips, the tap emitted a dazzling white light and began to spin rapidly. The sink split apart in the center, slowly retreating to reveal a thick, substantial pipe. "Who is there?" A female voice emanated from the cubicle, prompting Eik to hastily leap into the pipe, whispering the command to close in the serpentine tongue. By the time Murtis appeared, all that remained was an intact pool and a puddle of water on the ground. "How peculiar. I distinctly heard something," Murtis murmured, then drifted back, glancing into one of the cubicles, snorting softly before diving headfirst into the toilet. Meanwhile, Eik slid down the pipe, and though it had not been long, he could no longer discern which pipe he had entered. The labyrinthine passages below were steep and swift, twisting into other conduits, leaving him with the sole sensation of descending. After quite some time, Eik felt the incline gradually ease, prompting him to cast a cushioning spell upon himself. Moments later, he burst forth from the pipe, quickly conjuring a levitation spell that sent him soaring far before he landed on the ground. Refreshingly clean, though he hadn't flown close to the ground. The lengthy slide through the pipe had left his clothes besmirched and foul-smelling. With a cleansing incantation, his garments were rendered spotless, yet the unpleasant odor lingered. Extending his left hand, a softly glowing orb of white light materialized, gently hovering in the air. With his right hand, he leveled his wand and whispered, "Guide me." The cedar wand hovered in midair, spinning a few times before its tip pointed resolutely ahead. As Eik cautiously proceeded in the direction indicated by the wand, he gripped his scrying mirror, heightening his vigilance. Creak, creak. Gradually, he discovered small animal bones beneath his feet, their fragility evident as they crumbled upon contact. Continuing onward, he encountered the outline of a massive, coiled creature. Unrushed, Eik gently tapped his ear with his right index finger and listened intently for any other sounds. Satisfied with the silence, he approached the colossal being. He reached out and knocked, producing a hollow sound. It was undeniably solid. With a flick of his wrist, he cast a slicing spell, and a small piece of snake skin fell away. Pocketing it, Eik pressed forward. After navigating numerous turns, he finally beheld a wall intricately carved with 2 entwined serpents. Open. He retracted the illumination spell, and as he spoke in serpentine, the eyes of the 2 serpents glimmered before they slowly parted, causing the stone wall to crack down the middle and slide apart. The chamber was dimly lit, yet sufficient to discern the surroundings. Before him lay a straight corridor, flanked by numerous stone pillars, each entwined with large serpents whose eyes were replaced by green gemstones. Reminiscent of the 2 serpents on the wall, the space was vast, and looking up, he could barely make out the ceiling, adorned with an unknown pattern that emitted a faint glow. Proceeding down the corridor, Eik finally arrived before a towering statue. He was an aging wizard, his face reminiscent of a monkey, with a sparse long beard etched upon his chin, trailing down to the hem of his stone-carved robe. "Salazar Slytherin," Eik whispered, a surge of determination swelling within him. Approaching the statue, Eik squinted, gripping his wand tightly in his right hand, and declared in Parseltongue, "Speak to me." Slytherin, the greatest among the 4 founders of Hogwarts. No sooner had he spoken than the statue's mouth began to move, gradually widening under Eik's gaze until it revealed a gaping black void. Almost instantly, a shrill sound akin to nails scraping against a chalkboard pierced the air, as if something were emerging from within. "Stop." Eik quickly retreated, tapping his wand against his nose and ears in rapid succession, tightly closing his eyes as he commanded in Parseltongue, "Cease." "Close your eyes." He repeated this 3 times, and the piercing noise came to an abrupt halt. Listening intently, it seemed the basilisk had not stirred. Go feast. Seek out the rats." "Rats." Eik emitted a series of hissing sounds, and soon a foul stench, reeking of blood, filled the air. "Rats feast on rats." The shrill noise returned, and Eik distinctly felt a massive creature glide past him. Only when the sound faded did he cautiously open his eyes. Indeed, Parseltongue could command the basilisk. Unsure of when the creature might return, Eik hastily cast a levitation charm upon himself, slowly drifting into the statue's black void. With his left hand, he conjured a glowing orb, and despite the stench, he pressed forward. The lair of the basilisk was undoubtedly vast. He walked for quite some time before reaching the innermost chamber. Before him stood a stone wall that bore an uncanny resemblance to the entrance of the Chamber of Secrets, and a surge of joy filled Ek's heart. The treasure of Slytherin indeed existed. Open, Ek intoned in Parseltongue, and the serpents carved upon the stone wall responded, gradually parting to reveal the room beyond. Entering the chamber, Ek glanced around. It was rather small. Directly opposite him stood 3 large bookshelves. In front of the shelves was a table, cluttered with scattered sheets of parchment. On the other side were 2 long tables side by side, adorned with various instruments that Ek could not comprehend. The room was thick with dust, and merely taking a few steps stirred up considerable debris. Cleanse this place. A whirlwind swept through the room, whisking the dust outside, and Ek conjured 2 more glowing orbs to illuminate the space as he began his inspection. After a thorough examination, disappointment washed over him. Old Voldemort had been ruthless. The bookshelves, tables, and what might have been a laboratory had evidently been subjected to a dust-repelling charm, and upon them, Ek could still discern some magical symbols and runes. The 3 large bookshelves held but a few tomes, consisting solely of historical texts and mythological tales, none of which pertained to magic. The parchment on the desk had suffered considerable damage, leaving AK only with a vague notion that it contained experimental records. Yet the details were so severely compromised that even the nature of the experiments remained elusive. Eik cursed vehemently for a while before ceasing, exclaiming how treacherous Voldemort's actions were. He had completely looted Slytherin's treasure, leaving nothing of value behind, and even employed magic in an attempt to obliterate the remnants of this place. The desk and shelves bore unmistakable scorch marks, and the parchment was riddled with holes and missing corners. Eik had initially believed the walls of this room were inherently dark, but now it seemed they had been stained by smoke. It was possible that the protective measures left by Slytherin had been utterly destroyed in that great fire. After gathering the remaining books and parchments, Eik cursed a few more times before departing in disappointment. The basilisk had yet to return, and Eik paid it no mind. With a flick of his wand, he conjured a guiding spell and emerged from the washroom's sink. Without lingering, he made his way directly back to the Ravenclaw dormitory. Having spent several hours in the hidden chamber and with dawn approaching, AK placed the books and parchments into a box before climbing into bed. When he awoke, it was nearly noon. After a hasty wash, he grabbed a quick lunch in the Great Hall and returned to his dormitory. On Sundays, Stuart and Terry typically vacated the dorm, and with the upcoming Quidditch match, they had been spending their time at the Quidditch pitch, sparing AK much inconvenience. Eik retrieved the books from the box enchanted with the undetectable extension charm and quickly skimmed through them, only to feel an even deeper sense of despair. Among the titles were the Nibelungen Lied, Edda, Saga, the Book of Shield Bearers, and another titled the Book of Thoth. Except for the Book of Thoth, which depicted the wisdom of the ancient Egyptian god and was unfamiliar to Eik, the others were all documents related to Norse and Celtic mythology, much of which Eik already knew. How ruthless! How utterly ruthless! He tossed the basic books back into the box with a grimace, cursing under his breath. Last night, he had not paid much attention, assuming that these volumes might contain some clues. After all, any book worthy of Slytherin's collection must possess unique insights. However, after a cursory glance, Ik concluded that they might merely serve as references, suggesting Slytherin had perhaps gleaned some clues from these myths for his own research. Regrettably, after Voldemort's thorough sweep, not a scrap of useful information remained. Unwilling to concede defeat, Eik picked up the parchments again, determined to extract some usable clues. The results were disheartening. Like the night before, he could discern nothing. Floating grass, a measure of dragon's blood, small bones crushed, left for 3 days. Cannot Ek stared at this passage, which might have been a potion recipe, for an extended period, finding no leads whatsoever. He swore that even in powerful potions, there was no similar content. How to reconstruct it? There was simply no starting point. After tidying his belongings, Eik decided to head to the Quidditch pitch in search of Stuart and the others. The atmosphere has become quite tumultuous. The match between Ravenclaw and Gryffindor is merely a week away, presenting a significant opportunity. Just a few days ago, during the fierce encounter between the lions and the serpents, Harry was struck by a frenzied bludger. Although he ultimately managed to seize the golden snitch, he suffered a broken arm in the process. As fate would have it, Gilderoy Lockhart added to the chaos by extracting all the bones from Harry's arm. After an extended recuperation with Madame Pomfrey, it is certain he will not be able to participate in this Lion-Eagle showdown. In light of this, Roger is elated. as the chance to end Ravenclaw's decade-long streak of defeats against Gryffindor is finally within reach. Recently, he has been rigorously training the team, almost rivaling Gryffindor's Tyrant Wood in intensity. The Little Eagles are equally filled with anticipation. Quidditch enthusiasts Stuart and Terry have been attending team practices nearly every day, while Professor Flitwick has graciously granted the team permission to consistently occupy the Quidditch pitch. By the time Ike arrived, the team had already been practicing for a while. After greeting Stuart, he quietly settled on the sidelines, observing the half-dozen players riding the ancient clean sweep fives as they soared through the air. He was merely there to unwind. Even though he could not decipher the strategies Roger was implementing, it mattered little. The weather at the end of November had turned quite cold, but with the warming charm, Ike felt relatively comfortable. The players flying above, however, were not so fortunate, as he occasionally heard the sound of sneezing. Magic is prohibited during Quidditch matches, so the players can only combat the chill by donning thick clothing, though it was evident that this was not particularly effective. Thus, Ike remained with Stuart and the others until evening, after which they returned to the common room to engage in casual conversation. The Chamber of Secrets and its heir are no longer the primary focus of the young wizards. Rather, it is Harry's encounter during the Lion-Serpent match that has captured their attention. Additionally, Lockhart's unreliability has further validated the necessity of forming the anti-Lockhart alliance, invigorating Stuart, Terry, and others who have been zealously expanding the alliance's ranks. Regrettably, the alliance has made little progress thus far. Aside from confirming Lockhart's ineptitude, no substantial evidence has surfaced. Ike quietly observed their fervent discussions without revealing any hints. The alliance has managed to unify the majority of Hogwarts, which, in a certain light, is a positive development. Monday morning heralded potions class, and no one wished to be tardy for Snape's lessons, prompting everyone to disperse early. The following day, Ike and Stuart arrived at the Great Hall for breakfast, only to find the young wizards in a state of agitation, engaged in hushed conversations. Stuart ventured closer and soon returned with distressing news. The second attack had occurred. Chapter 62. The Mysterious Notebook. Percy Weasley and Penelope Clearwater, a Gryffindor prefect and a Ravenclaw prefect respectively, have become the victims of this second incident. Like Lady Dolores and Sir Nicholas, the two were also petrified. They were discovered by Flitch outside an empty classroom, hand in hand, with shattered glass strewn across the floor. Unlike during the initial attack, the young witches and wizards, while gripped by fear, were also significantly preoccupied with the nature of their relationship. Gossip, it seems, has always been a matter of great interest to some, regardless of the circumstances. For the Weasley family, however, this was far from a fortuitous situation. Arthur Weasley and Mrs. Molly hurriedly received the news and rushed in shortly after breakfast commenced. Mrs. Molly's face bore traces of tears. Professor McGonagall appeared to have been anticipating their arrival, and without awaiting their words, she led them directly toward the hospital wing. Upon reaching the hospital wing and seeing the petrified Percy, Mrs. Molly could no longer contain her anguish and burst into tears, while Mr. Weasley's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "I am so sorry, Arthur," Dumbledore murmured softly. "I failed to protect them." "It is not your fault." Mr. Weasley shook his head, yet Mrs. Molly collapsed beside Percy, grasping his rigid hand, her tears falling steadily upon him. "They are still alive, aren't they, Dumbledore?" Mr. Weasley gently patted Mrs. Molly's back, inquiring softly. "Yes, they are merely petrified," Dumbledore affirmed with a nod. "I assure you they will recover once the mandrakes mature." "I believe you," Mr. Weasley replied quietly, meeting Dumbledore's gaze before turning his attention back to Percy. Before long, Ron and Ginny rushed in. Despite their past conflicts with Percy, Ron could not hold back his tears, while Ginny had already succumbed to her sorrow, cradled in Mrs. Molly's arms. Hermione arrived a bit later. When she entered the hospital wing, Harry, disturbed by the chorus of cries, stood bewildered nearby. "What happened to Percy last night?" Harry quietly pulled Hermione aside and asked. Hermione nodded, somewhat surprised. "You didn't know?" Harry's face was a mask of regret. "I slept too soundly last night." "Well?" Hermione scrutinized Harry but refrained from probing into what he may have concealed. "I heard it was discovered only this morning. They were in this state from the moment they were found. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley just arrived." Harry, observing the grieving Weasley family, felt a pang of sorrow himself. "Hermione, I want to ask if you've discovered anything during this time?" "Nothing." Hermione shook her head. "I had no time for that potion at the crucial moment." "All right." Harry raked his fingers through his hair, responding softly. "I sense something is amiss. Isn't it said that the monster in the Chamber of Secrets targets only Muggle-borns or half-blood wizards? Why would Percy be?" Hermione appeared somewhat impatient. Their hands were intertwined, clearly indicating that Percy had been implicated. I recall that Penelope was not of pure blood. So it was, Harry nodded, furrowing his brow, and inquired. Hermione, how much longer will this take? I believe we should hasten our pace. It won't be long, just a few more days, she replied. The two engaged in hushed conversation in the corner while the Weasley couple wiped away their tears and exchanged a few words with Dumbledore before departing. Ginny remained silent, merely waving her hand slightly in greeting before leaving in a daze. Ron's eyes were still red as he joined Hermione by Harry's bedside, his fists clenched tightly. His voice tinged with a hint of sobbing. I must make Malfoy pay. Ron, we haven't confirmed yet, Hermione interjected, only to be interrupted by Ron. What more is there to confirm? Everyone knows we have a feud with the Malfoy family. Dad even had a scuffle with Malfoy's father in Diagon Alley before the term started. Now Percy is lying there. Who else could it possibly be? Harry attempted to soothe the agitated Ron and relayed Hermione's earlier words. Percy may have been caught up in this. We should wait for the potion to be ready before trying to extract any information. Noticing that Ron's emotions had stabilized somewhat, Harry continued, It won't be long. Just a little more patience, Ron. I will make him pay, Ron mumbled persistently, leaving Harry to comfort him. As for Hermione, having been interrupted by Ron, she stood nearby, arms crossed, sulking. Harry observed his two friends and felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. It became evident that the bonds of friendship could be quite burdensome. The attack on Percy and Penelope had a profound impact on the young wizards. Both were upperclassmen, and Percy was of pure blood. This stirred concern among the older students and purebloods from Slytherin, who had previously adopted an indifferent stance. By the following morning, countless owls flocked into the Great Hall, and nearly every young wizard received letters from home. Dumbledore's position was inundated with howlers. However, he did not appear. It was Professor Snape who removed the howlers. Judging by the somewhat gleeful expression on Snape's face, they were likely sent to the headmaster's office. Preventing the young wizards from being bombarded by howlers might be the most commendable act Snape had accomplished this year. In contrast to others, Ike was entirely unperturbed, seemingly the most composed young wizard in all of Hogwarts. His experience in the Chamber of Secrets had granted him the knowledge that his Parseltongue could influence the basilisk to some extent. Even if he were to encounter the basilisk controlled by the young Voldemort, Ike was confident he could slightly sway its actions, allowing himself ample time to escape. Confronting the basilisk head-on, despite his desire to obliterate the young Voldemort, Ike's choice remained to flee. Certainly, the notion of reducing one to ashes is implausible. Ike still hoped to extract the location of the Slytherin treasure from the little Voldemort, even though it is quite likely that the notes contain no knowledge of it. There remains a certain probability that he might know. After providing some solace to the anxious Stuart and Terry, Ike departed from the hall first. The first class of Defense Against the Dark Arts on Tuesday was a rare opportunity for relaxation. Lockhart now merely had students perform the contents of his book in class, showing little concern for those who were reading other materials. Eck intended to seize this moment to revisit the tome, a comprehensive explanation of ancient ruins. However, as Eck passed by the lavatory of the Myrtle, he abruptly halted. At the entrance of the lavatory, a solitary black notebook lay abandoned on the ground. Upon picking it up, he discovered it to be a diary, its cover faded with time. Instinctively flipping to the first page, he discerned a name scribbled in indistinct ink. Riddle. Chapter 63. Little Voldemort. Haha. With the notebook in hand, Eck decided to skip Lockhart's theatrical performance class, making his way directly to the room of requirement. Skillfully scratching the armpit of the silly Barnabas, he then entered the secret study of Ravenclaw. Placing the notebook on the desk, he withdrew a quill and began inscribing a fluid stream of text on the title page. The essentials of the Scourgify spell. First, one must possess the ability to expel. Before he could complete his thought, the ink gradually faded, and a line of text began to materialize. Hello. My name is Tom Riddle. Who are you? How did you find my diary? I am Aik Stride. Greetings, Eck. The words lingered on the paper for a moment before slowly vanishing, only to be replaced by new text. You have yet to respond. How did you find my diary? It seemed someone wanted to discard you at the lavatory entrance. With a gentle tap of the quill on the paper, Eck continued, How were you created? Was it through some special magic or alchemy? Can ancient runes be used to craft another notebook like you? Little Voldemort appeared momentarily bewildered by Eck's barrage of inquiries, taking a considerable time to reply. I'm sorry, I am uncertain. I am merely a notebook. Eck then penned, What use are you then? No wonder someone would want to cast you aside. Before he could finish, little Voldemort eagerly responded, I can teach you some magic. I vaguely recall that my master was an exemplary student. Magic? Can you perform the Patronus charm? I've always struggled to summon my Patronus. After a significant pause, little Voldemort replied, I'm afraid I cannot perform the Patronus charm. May I inquire, what year are you in? Second year. For a while, no further text materialized on the notebook. A faint smile crept upon X's lips. The first Horcrux he toyed with brought him an entirely new sensation. It was indescribable, yet it undeniably uplifted his spirits. Quite splendid. After a brief pause, Yak continued to write. All right, since you cannot perform the Guardian Charm, could you enlighten me on the nuances of the Stealth Extension Charm? My attempts to cast it on my handbag have consistently failed. Apologies, but that is beyond my repertoire, came the reply. Then what can you do? Yak quickly inquired. Phantom Transit? The Loyal Heart Charm? Neither of those is within my abilities. However, I can impart some exceptionally powerful magic to you, such as, from your inquiries, it is evident that you possess a profound ambition for the arcane. Even at such a young stage, surely, the curriculum offered by the school does not suffice for your aspirations. I can teach you some extraordinary spells that will transform your understanding of magic. For instance, black magic. Yak raised an eyebrow, surprised by this eagerness from Little Foo. Black magic? Do you mean the fiery curse? I am familiar with it. Little Foo appeared momentarily taken aback, taking a moment before responding. Then, what of necromancy? Necromancy? You know of it? Yak's heart raced with excitement, astonished that Little Foo was acquainted with such an almost forgotten art. Within the Forbidden Books section, there exists a volume titled The Compendium of Forbidden Magic, which mentions necromancy. It is akin to a magical ritual that enables the practitioner to communicate with the realm of the deceased, summoning and commanding spirits and corpses. Prior to the Middle Ages, practitioners of necromancy were collectively referred to as necromancers. The manipulation of the souls and bodies of the deceased was deemed a malevolent act, leading to widespread ostracism and persecution of necromancers within the magical community. Consequently, their lineage suffered greatly, remaining sporadic and more fragmented than even the ancient forms of magic. However, not all necromancers were vilified. The aforementioned compendium notes that some powerful users of necromancy were employed by formidable rulers, and in later medieval times, some were absorbed by the church, becoming clerical necromancers who would appease potent spirits and phantoms, performing tasks that the church found inconvenient to undertake. In summary, should one seek to learn necromancy today, aside from the church, one would have to venture into remote and seldom trodden locales in search of possible heirs to this knowledge. Either path is fraught with complications. Since Yak first learned of the existence of necromancy, he had harbored a fervent desire to master this forbidden magic. Just imagine the possibility of summoning the spirit of Merlin and commanding him, directly learning ancient magic from the legendary figure. Wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, Yak hurriedly scribbled, "Do you truly know necromancy? Can you teach me?" "Of course," came the swift response, dark ink cascading across the page. "As long as you assist me with a small task." "What task?" "Do not resist." Upon reading this line, Yak's caution surged, and he instinctively raised his hand to close the notebook. Yet, it was too late. The pages flipped rapidly, and a powerful force drew Yak's body forward involuntarily. It was a blunder. Eik felt as though he had been thrust into a washing machine, his entire being spinning at an astonishing speed. A sensation reminiscent of riding the pendulum at an amusement park, compelling him to instinctively close his eyes. After a while, the nauseating feeling finally subsided. Eik felt as if he had been forcefully pushed from behind, collapsing to the ground. He supported himself with his hands and took a moment to recover. He touched the cuff of his right sleeve, finding no wand, and noted the absence of the small black creature on his left arm. Soul? Or consciousness? Eik pondered, his left fingers twitching slightly, his body moving gently, providing him with a modicum of reassurance. The ability to wield magic was indeed a boon. It was then that he shifted his focus to the surrounding environment. A lengthy stone corridor stretched before him, flanked by towering stone columns, each entwined with serpents adorned with emeralds. A peculiar expression crossed his face. This place was all too familiar, as he had just visited it a few days prior. It was none other than the Chamber of Secrets of Slytherin. After adjusting his robes, he proceeded down the corridor. Before long, he found himself standing before the colossal statue of Slytherin. "I have awaited you for quite some time." Aik Stride. A young man clad in Slytherin robes turned to face him, his short black hair and gaunt frame rendering his pale complexion almost alarming. "Tom Marvolo Riddle? Indeed. I suspected I could not deceive you." The young Voldemort emitted a chilling laugh. "This is hardly difficult to surmise." Eik responded with a casual demeanor. "Riddle, I have seen your name in the trophy room. Special contribution award?" Voldemort nodded. "For capturing the mastermind behind the opening of the chamber?" Clap, clap, clap. Voldemort applauded, his tone laced with admiration. "Eik Stride, even though I thought I held you in high regard, it appears I still underestimated you. Can you enlighten me on how you discovered this?" A simple play on words, Eik shrugged. Just a slight rearrangement of your name yields the answer, Lord Voldemort. Voldemort's laughter rang out, high-pitched and cold. Indeed, you are worthy of my attention. You are quite astute. Should I express my gratitude? No need, no need. Voldemort chuckled before abruptly concealing his mirth. For I shall soon become your. Chapter 64. Weakness Avada Kedavra. Voldemort conjured a wand from seemingly nowhere, and a blinding green light surged towards Eik. Eik lightly tapped his left foot, his body gracefully dodging to the right, narrowly evading the oncoming killing curse. Extending his right hand, his index finger emitted a green light. Bang! Voldemort waved his wand, effortlessly deflecting Ike's curse, and with another flick, the serpents on the columns appeared to come to life, encircling Eik in a menacing embrace. A killing curse? A second-year wizard dares to wield an unforgivable curse? Right under Dumbledore's nose. Voldemort manipulated the serpentine horde, remarking, I find you increasingly intriguing. And you. Eik raised his hand and cast a shattering spell, obliterating the head of a colossal serpent before him. However, under the enchantment of young Voldemort, it was as if he had pressed the rewind button, and the shattered stones flew back together. Futile, for you dwell in my realm. With a flourish of his wand, the statue of Slytherin behind him opened its mouth, and with a series of terrifying hisses, the basilisk emerged. Eik gazed into the creature's yellow eyes and unleashed another shattering spell, fracturing a serpentine form that writhed with menace. It seems your magic has its flaws, Eik remarked with a smirk. If this fool possessed the powers of that creature from the Chamber of Secrets, you would have already triumphed. Indeed, you have visited the Chamber of Secrets. The basilisk slithered languidly to Voldemort's side, who then stepped upon it, causing the beast to rise, towering over Eik. To my knowledge, you lack the bloodline of Slytherin. Speaking Parseltongue is hardly a challenge. Eik's body began to levitate, rising to the same height as Voldemort. Bloodline heritage is unreliable, Tom. Bloodline is everything. You filthy mudblood. With a swift motion, Eik cast a slicing spell, deflecting another of Voldemort's lethal curses. I have grown quite weary of that term, AK thought, inadvertently adopting Snape's penetrating gaze, fixating intently on Voldemort. Shattered to pieces. Avada Kedavra. Thunderous explosions erupted. Avada Kedavra. Spells detonated like fireworks in the air, and the battle reached a fever pitch. Serpents lunged towards Eik, their jaws agape, revealing razor-sharp fangs. Ike's right hand was busy weaving spells while his left deftly adjusted his position, akin to a leaf in a tempest, on the brink of being torn asunder. Yet, remarkably, Eik remained steadfast. Die, perish. Voldemort bellowed, controlling the serpents while unleashing death curses, relishing Ike's desperate evasion. Surrender. You cannot endure much longer. Eik cast a shattering spell, cleaving a serpent in two, seizing the opportunity to drop to the ground and roll behind the severed serpent's body, just in time to shield himself from another death curse. Fiendfire. With his right hand pressed against the severed serpent's remains, black-red flames ignited, prompting Eik to retreat hastily. With a flick of his hands, the fiendfire expanded rapidly, erecting a towering wall of flames between them. Eik continued to retreat, severing the incoming serpents and casting them into the inferno. In no time, he had cleared the swarm. Observing the serpents reorganizing and fragmenting within the fierce flames, Eik let out a slight sigh of relief. Clap, 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 accompanied by Voldemort's mocking applause. A colossal serpent's head emerged from the flames, seemingly unaffected, with Voldemort atop it, sustaining no harm. Eik straightened his posture and casually dispelled the fiendfire. A tiresome trick. Voldemort's tone was high-pitched and cold. I have stated, this is my world. Here, you cannot inflict any harm upon me, not even with fierce flames. Oh, it appears that is indeed the case. Ike nodded, suggesting, how about a change of scenery? This place is rather detrimental to my fighting spirit, perhaps by the Black Lake? Still unwilling to concede? Very well, as you wish. Comrade Little Foo waved his wand, and the surrounding landscape began to whirl rapidly. Massive boulders transformed into lush meadows, towering trees, and a vast expanse of lake water. Ike inhaled deeply, observing Comrade Little Foo still perched atop the serpent creature, and remarked, not bad. I can even smell the fresh grass. Shall we commence the second round? No sooner had he spoken than the Black Lake surged, unleashing towering waves which crashed toward Comrade Little Foo. Holding his wand aloft, a translucent half-spherical shield materialized above him, effectively blocking the oncoming torrent. With another flourish of his wand, the scattered water morphed into a colossal serpent, hurtling toward Ike. In a dazzling flash, a vibrant pink beam sliced through the serpent, cleaving it in two. Unfazed, Comrade Little Fu deftly flicked his wand, causing the serpent to split again into two separate entities, one veering left and the other right, both continuing their assault on Aik. Flames roared. With his hands clasped together, Aik swiftly pulled them apart, conjuring a firewall that confronted the water serpent. The serpent, unable to halt its momentum, collided headlong into the flames. Aik's hands trembled with energy, intensifying the fire, and in an instant, the serpent's head vanished, releasing scalding steam into the air. Aik observed the steam rising quietly. Through the fiery haze and vapor, he could faintly discern Comrade Little Fu still standing motionless atop the serpent's head. With a smile, he gestured again, and the lake water extinguished the raging flames. Aik remained still, allowing the water to lap over his ankles before receding back into the lake. Shaking off his damp feet, he suddenly chuckled and pointed towards the serpent's tail. "Tom, look, your serpent's tail is gone." Comrade Little Fu's expression remained unchanged as he waved his wand, causing the serpent to dissolve into a cloud of black ash. "Shall we continue?" Aik flashed a brilliant smile, gripping his wand made of cedar wood, which shimmered and flickered, appearing and disappearing. "It seems you cannot endure for much longer. How did you come to that conclusion?" "I know what you are," Aik replied casually, focusing on his wand. After a few breaths, the wand finally ceased its flickering. "Oh, why not enlighten me as to what I am?" Aik muttered, observing Comrade Little Fu's expressionless face. "Just a pitiful fragment of a soul," Aik stated. "When Voldemort fractured you, it must have been in the 6th grade. Even though this magic is potent and malevolent, it still cannot alter the fact that you possess no more than Voldemort's magical prowess and skill from the 6th grade. Not to mention you are yet to reach that level. Fighting me for this long must be quite draining, yes?" Aik mused while toying with his wand, his tone laden with significance. "And so what? Here, you cannot kill me." Comrade Little Fu waved his wand once more, and the surroundings transformed into a classroom. Casually pulling over a chair, Comrade Voldemort finally exhibited an expression on his face. "But I can keep you here forever. Trust me, in the end, victory shall be mine." Aik also took a seat, chuckling. "That is not necessarily the case." The wand traced arcs through the air, leaving behind trails of golden light. Aik's demeanor turned serious. As he waved his wand, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Comrade Voldemort could no longer maintain his relaxed demeanor. He gazed in astonishment at the slowly materializing magical array in the air, sensing an immense threat emanating from it. "What is this? Impossible." Aik remained silent, striving to direct the magical array toward Voldemort. Although Comrade Voldemort was unfamiliar with this spell, he understood that he could not allow it to touch him, and swung his wand to hurl the surrounding tables and chairs toward the array. However, upon contact, the furniture instantly disintegrated into black ash, eerily suspending in midair. Another series of deadly curses flew forth. Aik showed no inclination to evade them, instead absorbing them directly with the magical array. Amidst Comrade Voldemort's 3 parts astonishment, 3 parts fear, and 4 parts confusion, the distinct green light of the curses appeared to be frozen in midair, motionless. Aik's arm trembled. His teeth clenched tightly as he took a deep breath. Then, with great effort, he pushed the magical array above Comrade Voldemort's head. The array emitted a brilliant golden radiance, firmly ensnaring Voldemort within. Aik bent over, gasping for breath, taking a considerable time to regain his composure. He dragged a chair outside the array and sat down heavily, rubbing his throbbing temples, fatigued as he said, "I warned you, your magical prowess is at most that of a 6th-year Voldemort, both in power and knowledge." Comrade Voldemort, feeling reluctant, tentatively prodded the shimmering golden barrier with his wand. However, he quickly released it, watching helplessly as his wand transformed into black ash, eerily suspended in the air. "No need to waste your efforts," Aik coughed. "With your abilities, once you are under control, escape is impossible. Now be compliant." Aik gently tapped his wand against the barrier, and Comrade Voldemort screamed as if scalding oil had been poured over him, his face breaking out in strange welts. The welts burst, transforming into black ash, also eerily suspended in the air. "I ask, you answer, do you understand?" Aik's complexion was pale, his lips devoid of color, yet his eyes shone with vitality. Seeing Comrade Voldemort nod in painful acknowledgement, he continued, "Tell me, where is the legacy of Slytherin?" Chapter 65. The damaged notebook. Aik was struggling to hold on. The magical array inscribed on the Philosopher's Stone was a difficult puzzle he had finally unraveled. Its sole purpose was to seal. Whether it be magical power, spells, or even the wizard himself, all could be confined. However, it was not the array that restrained Comrade Voldemort's magic, but rather an ancient spell derived from the Ravenclaw manuscript. The combination of these two spells is what emboldens Ike to confront the esteemed comrade Voldemort in his own territory. Alas, it is regrettable that he ultimately miscalculated. In this so-called domain of Comrade Voldemort, all of Ike's magical exertions required double the energy. Moreover, as he entered as a soul, or rather, as a consciousness, he did not possess the extraordinary magical prowess that surpassed that of his contemporaries, which directly led to his profound fatigue after revealing his trump card. His head throbbed with pain, and a sense of dizziness engulfed him. Ha ha ha. In response to Ike's inquiry, Comrade Voldemort suddenly burst into laughter, realizing the true intent behind Ike's actions. Answer me. Ike struck the barrier once more, prompting a pained shriek from Voldemort, whose once handsome visage was now marred and pockmarked. Hee, you are mistaken. I have no knowledge of where that fellow hid those items, he stammered. Ike's eyes widened, bloodshot from strain. You lie? Ike St. Lighter does not deceive. Voldemort sneered, dark mist wafting from his lips, suspended ominously in the air. When I was created, the legacy of Slytherin still lay within the chamber. Understanding dawned upon Ike, a faint smile breaking through as he laboriously rose from his seat, his gaze now icy. Then you are of no use. His wand struck the barrier with force, causing the magical array to emit a blinding light, accompanied by anguished cries. The sound echoed like flesh sizzling against metal. As Ike watched Comrade Voldemort gradually dissolve into black ash, first his head, then his hands, and slowly downward, before he could witness the disappearance of Voldemort's legs, Ike felt an invisible force pulling at him, the surroundings collapsing inward. In the next moment, his back slammed against the chair's support, having emerged from the notebook. Turning his gaze back to the notebook, it appeared as if it had been scorched, completely charred. Ike closed his eyes, allowing himself a brief respite until the throbbing pain subsided, before picking up the notebook once again. He opened it, tracing the pages with a quill, leaving behind clear marks that showed no sign of fading. Phew, that has finally resolved, Ike sighed in relief. Sitting in the chair for a moment longer before rising to leave, clutching the damaged notebook as he made his way directly to the infirmary. The first period of defense against the dark arts was still ongoing, yet Ike felt he could hardly endure any longer. Upon arriving at the infirmary, Madame Pomfrey was attending to Percy and Penelope when she turned at the sound of knocking. Good heavens, how did you come to look like this? Quickly lie down. Ike was promptly ushered to the bed beside Harry, allowing Madame Pomfrey to prod him with her wand. Your mental exertion has been excessive. You need proper rest, at least 3 days to recover. She poked Ike's head once more before retracting her wand. Which house are you from? What is your name? Ike St. Lighter, 2nd year Ravenclaw. Very well, you may recline for a moment. I shall inform Phileas, Mrs. Pomfrey said, retrieving a vial of emerald potion from the cabinet and presenting it to Ike. Drink this first, it will be beneficial for you. As Ike accepted the potion and brought it close to his lips, he was assaulted by a noxious aroma reminiscent of rotten eggs, deep-fried delicacies, and stinky tofu, causing him to nearly retch. Mrs. Pomfrey quickly steadied him, reassuring, the taste is indeed unpleasant, but bear with it, and it shall pass. With eyes tightly shut and breath held, Ike gulped down the potion in one swift motion, only to be met with a fit of coughing that took some time to subside. I shall now inform Phileas. Remain here for a while, for there are other potions to consume shortly. A disconcerting smile graced Mrs. Pomfrey's face as she departed. Ike, what troubles you? Harry inquired, having observed from a distance. Noticing the charred notebook in Ike's grasp, he asked, did something go awry? Ike nodded, placing the notebook upon the bedside table before collapsing onto the bed. The magic spiraled out of control. What sort of magic could result in such a state? Harry pressed. Ancient magic, Ike replied softly, meeting Harry's curious gaze. What is that? Harry's expression morphed into one of confusion, as he was unfamiliar with Ike's reference. I only know of ancient runes. Hermione possesses a book titled An Introduction to Ancient Runes. Is it related? Indeed, Ike said, adjusting his head upon the pillow for comfort. Ancient magic is based upon ancient runes. You may perceive it in that light. Oh, Harry responded, still somewhat perplexed, scratching his head. Suddenly, he returned to his bedside and retrieved a candy from the nightstand, offering it to Ike. These are sweets gifted to me by Fred and George. Would you care for one? They are quite delightful. As he spoke, Harry unwrapped a piece and popped it into his mouth. This is the most ordinary candy I have ever tasted. Ike accepted a piece and followed suit, the sweetness significantly alleviating the foul taste lingering in his mouth. Fizzing Whizbees. The signature of honeydukes, though I must admit, I have a greater fondness for cockroach clusters. Why would you fancy such peculiar treats? Harry exclaimed, taken aback. I have only encountered them in Dumbledore's office, and they appeared rather frightening. The flavor is rather delightful, akin to chocolate with a burst of filling, Ike replied, his words slightly muffled by the candy. Soaking them in milk enhances the experience, much like a certain way of enjoying Oreos, he added. Please, spare me the details. Harry shivered, shaking his head vigorously as if to dispel some unsettling imagery. Ike was accustomed to Harry's reactions, having observed similar responses from Stuart and Terry on numerous occasions. Even now, the younger students would react with unease to Ike's specially crafted chocolate milk, yet they had grown more accustomed to it compared to last year. As he contrasted the expressions of Stuart and Harry in his mind, Ike suddenly felt a sharp pain at the back of his neck. A small green creature promptly emerged from his collar, its two brown eyes glaring indignantly at Ike, while its tiny claws gestured animatedly. Hastily, Ike offered a piece of buzzing honey candy to Jimmy, only to have the little creature grasp it with both hands, angrily slapping at Ike's fingers. What is this? Harry inquired with curiosity, observing the sudden appearance of the creature. It's a tree guardian boggart, Ike replied, deftly evading its playful swipes. Its name is Jimmy, and it has a rather irritable temperament. I think it's fine. You must have startled it, Harry remarked, a hint of envy flickering in his eyes. It's nothing. I often startle it. It's part of our routine, Ike chuckled as he retrieved a small vial from his robe, squeezing out a woodlice to offer to Jimmy. Instantly, Jimmy discarded the honey candy, clutching the woodlice and settling on Ike's shoulder to savor his snack. With a smile, Ike stowed the vial away and produced another, filled with numerous roasted meat morsels. He tossed two into his right hand and carelessly flicked them into his left sleeve. If it weren't for Jimmy, he might have almost forgotten about his other pet. Suddenly, the smile on Ike's face faltered. He clenched his right hand around his left arm, feeling up and down. Where's Black? Chapter 66. Unease in the current magical realm of Britain. The number of individuals aware of Horcruxes is quite limited. Dumbledore is one, Horace Slughorn another. Others may have heard of them, but their knowledge ends there. Although Ike is aware of the existence of Horcruxes, his knowledge extends only to the number that old Voldemort possesses. He harbors no interest in this malevolent magic. Moreover, the only known tome that explicitly details the creation of Horcruxes, Secrets of Advanced Dark Magic, remains securely tucked away in Dumbledore's office, rendering Ike incapable of perusing it. Was it at that moment, reflecting on the scene he witnessed just before emerging from the Horcrux world, Ike suspected that Voldemort had seized that opportunity to cast aside the notebook through some method unbeknownst to him, subsequently attaching himself to Black, and stealthily escaping while Ike was in a daze. After all, without Voldemort, Black would not dare to flee, even with 100 basilisk fangs at his disposal. Ike remained confident in his educational methods. What a predicament! This encounter with Voldemort had left Ike utterly drained. He failed to glean any clues about the Slytherin treasure. Voldemort remained alive, and his forced casting of ancient magic had left him mentally exhausted, not to mention he had lost a pet in the process. The crux of the matter is that prior to this, Ike was aware, while Voldemort lurked in the shadows, with the advantage of both offense and defense. Now, the tables had turned, and he found himself anxiously wary of Voldemort's plots and ambushes. It was utterly torturous. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Harry, Madame Pomfrey returned, carrying an enormous glass jar. Within the confines of a glass bottle, there lay a long, mysterious bone submerged in a brownish liquid, occasionally bubbling forth, reminiscent of the potions brewed by an old witch in animated tales. Bang! Madame Pomfrey placed the glass vessel directly upon the bedside table of Ike, and with a flick of her wand, a porcelain bowl floated over. She ladled a portion and offered it to Ike. Drink up, this is my treasured concoction. Highly beneficial for restoring vitality. Both Ike and Harry were taken aback by the sight of the large cauldron of potion, instinctively retreating a step. Ike reached out to accept the porcelain bowl, casting a wary glance at the potion inside, and then at the hefty glass bottle beside it. Swallowing hard, he inquired, Madame Pomfrey, must I consume the entire contents of this bottle? Indeed, Madame Pomfrey replied, her eyes narrowing in a smile. You are to remain here for 3 days. All you need do is finish it within that time. However, should you fail to do so, your release will be contingent upon its completion. Very well, I shall drink. Ike closed his eyes, pinched his nose, and tilted the bowl towards his lips. To his astonishment, he found the potion surprisingly palatable. Sweet, oh so sweet, he exclaimed, casting an inquisitive glance at Madame Pomfrey, who merely shook her head with a smile. Ike shrugged, deciding not to delve into the potion's ingredients, fearing that knowledge might deter him from consuming it further. After finishing the potion, he lay on the bed for but a short while before Professor Flitwick arrived, accompanied by Stuart and Terry. How are you feeling, Mr. Stride? Professor Flitwick inquired, leaning over the bed with his hands resting on its edge. I've just taken the potion, and I feel significantly better, Ike replied, sitting up eagerly. Splendid, splendid. Professor Flitwick adjusted his glasses perched upon his nose. However, Mr. Stride, I require an explanation for your absence from defense against the dark arts class. Ike hesitated, feeling somewhat conflicted. I don't believe Professor Lockhart. Enough. Professor Flitwick interjected, realizing the implication of Ike's words and halting his response. He was well aware of Lockhart's capabilities and understood that Ike would gain little from him. Ahem, Professor Flitwick cleared his throat. Though your reasoning is understandable, the fact remains that you skipped class. Thus, Ravenclaw will incur a deduction of 5 points. Very well, Professor, Ike replied, unperturbed by the point deduction. For the Ravenclaws, points lost could easily be regained. The previous chaotic brawl had resulted in a loss of 150 points, yet it had taken little time to recover. Rest well, Mr. Stride, Professor Flitwick nodded, patting Stuart and Terry on the back. Return at noon. We have my charms class to attend, gentlemen. We'll check on you at noon, Ike. The two merely came to assess Ike's condition, and upon finding him well, they exchanged brief pleasantries before departing. The days spent in the infirmary felt interminable. On the second day of his stay, Yak had already consumed an entire large vial of potion. He petitioned Madame Pomfrey for an early discharge, only to be met with a merciless denial. He endured an additional day, ultimately leaving on the same day as Harry. Over the course of 3 days, Yak grew somewhat acquainted with Harry. The esteemed savior appeared to possess a certain ease in social interactions, effortlessly initiating conversations with just a few words. Moreover, Yak noticed that Harry seemed devoid of a sense of discretion when the infirmary was empty. He would engage Yak in discussions about last year's Philosopher's Stone and this year's Chamber of Secrets. This candidness troubled Yak, and despite several subtle hints, he found them ineffectual, ultimately resigning himself to silence. Perhaps this was the essence of Gryffindor. During his hospitalization, Hermione and Ron visited numerous times. Nearly every day, whenever they had a moment to spare, Ron would bring Harry delightful snacks, often pilfered from his meals, while Hermione would arrive with a hefty stack of notes, meticulously highlighting essential exam content and repeatedly emphasizing its importance. During these moments, Yak would lie in bed, munching on snacks and observing them with an inexplicable twinge of envy. Though Stuart and Terry also came daily, their visits lacked the frequency and warmth of Hermione and Ron's. Moreover, they neither brought snacks nor offered study tips. Yak was even reluctant to ask Stuart to fetch the paper bag resting on his dormitory bedside. Initially, Harry attempted to persuade Stuart to fulfill Yak's request, but upon discovering the contents of the bag, he too defected, resolutely preventing such peculiar items from gracing the infirmary. To this end, Harry sacrificed most of his sweets, often watching helplessly as Yak indulged in the delectable fizzing Whizbee candies while he nibbled on licorice wands, all the while enduring Yak's incessant mental jabs. Harry, by my calculations, Hermione will arrive in half an hour. Have you reviewed the highlights she prepared for you yesterday? Harry, what flavor are your Bertie Bott's every flavor beans? What? Rotten egg. Frequently, Harry found himself agreeing with Ron's assessment. Aik Stride was indeed a peculiar individual, one whose eccentricities were both baffling and disconcerting. Chapter 67. The Potion Class Incident. The ensuing days unfolded with remarkable tranquility. November passed without any new incidents of assault. It seemed that the Dark Lord had been severely weakened by Yak's onslaught, teetering on the brink of oblivion, and would require an extensive period for recovery. In such circumstances, aimless searching proved futile. Within the vast expanse of Hogwarts, locating a diminutive serpent was a task Yak believed even Dumbledore would find daunting. Thus, after approximately half a month post-discharge, Yak relinquished his search. Immersed in his studies, Yak approached his academic pursuits with a sense of monotony, apart from transfiguration and potions. The remaining subjects felt like mere repetitions of what he had already mastered. In his first year, he had to invest considerable effort into herbology. But after earning the title of walking plant, the charm of Professor Sprout's greenhouse inhabitants had diminished significantly. As soon as Ike's hand brushes against a herb, he instinctively perceives its needs and understands the appropriate course of action. Remarkably, even the fierce bowtruckle or the rapidly growing mandrake would not pose a threat to him. Ever since he acquired this seemingly useless notebook system, he has begun to appreciate its value. His profound advancement in herbology has rendered him unable to indulge in idleness during Professor Flitwick's lessons. The deans of the four houses place great importance on their students' performance in their respective classes. Slytherin's potions class boasts the highest average scores, with errors being a rarity. Gryffindor's transfiguration also exceeds the average, perhaps due to personality traits or Professor Sprout's frequent assignments for the Badgers to tend to the greenhouse plants. Herbology reigns supreme throughout Hogwarts. Meanwhile, Ravenclaws consistently rank at the top in all subjects, with charms securing the first position year after year. In fact, the top 10 students in each year have always seen 6 to 7 Ravenclaws occupying those coveted spots. As for the first place, it has long been a stronghold of Gryffindor, even before Hermione's enrollment, thanks in part to the presence of Percy and the academic prowess of Bill Weasley, who achieved 12 certificates in his exams, a feat accomplished by only a handful in Hogwarts history. Consequently, with the absence of flying lessons this year, even if the Little Eagles remain silent, they all secretly hope that Eik will surpass Hermione and claim the title of top student in the year. Among the 7 grades, one must belong to Ravenclaw. Otherwise, what claim do they have to wisdom? Under this subtle pressure, Ike's days have become far less leisurely, primarily due to the lack of time to sneak away to the room of requirement for extra spell practice. It was not until late November that Eik finally mastered the disillusionment charm, a significant delay compared to last year's progress. In the second week of December, Professor Flitwick routinely compiled the list of students remaining at school for Christmas. Compared to the previous year, the number of students staying behind has diminished significantly. The presence of Percy, Penelope, Madame Pomfrey, and Sir Nicholas in the hospital wing constantly reminds the young witches and wizards that the threat of the heir of Slytherin still looms, making Hogwarts less secure than it might seem. In fact, the day after Percy and Penelope were attacked, the young wizards sought various protective charms, talismans, and mysterious items purported to offer protection. Some were sent from home, while others were exchanged with peers. This trend originated in Gryffindor, but swiftly spread throughout the school. Stuart acquired a silver cross, while Terry brought a red crystal, allegedly traded with Neville Longbottom from Gryffindor. Even the typically arrogant Draco Malfoy procured a protective silver bracelet, which Eik once observed him flaunting in the Great Hall. It featured 6 sparkling gems, undoubtedly reflective of the Malfoy family's style. In such circumstances, the only students opting to remain at school over the holidays, apart from those like Eik who had nowhere else to go, were those with ulterior motives, such as Harry, Ron, and Hermione. The potion, known as Polyjuice Potion, had yet to be brewed by the Little Witch. As a potion regulated by the Ministry of Magic, the ingredients were exceedingly difficult to procure, requiring both the horn of a bicorn and the skin of an African snake, particularly the latter, which was not available for purchase in Diagon Alley. After an extensive search, it was ultimately discovered that the only place to find it was within Severus Snape's private storeroom. "We must employ a diversion," Hermione stated in Myrtle's lavatory. "You two will create a distraction to capture Snape's attention, allowing me the opportunity to slip into his office and retrieve the items we seek. This task must fall solely upon me. Both of you have already received demerits for damaging the Whomping Willow, and having previously participated in that chaotic brawl among the 3 houses. Any further trouble could result in expulsion. Meanwhile, I have no such record, as long as you can create enough of a ruckus to grant me 5 minutes. We shall succeed." Harry offered a faint smile, exchanging a glance with Ron, who returned the expression, both nodding in agreement. Disrupting Snape's class was indeed a daunting prospect. Yet to counter Hermione's orders would invite even graver consequences. The potions class for Gryffindor was shared with Slytherin. As per usual, Snape prowled among the students, directing his most scathing remarks at the Gryffindors while the Slytherins reveled in their misfortune. This scenario had unfolded numerous times before, yet today, Harry found himself perceiving Malfoy's smug countenance as less odious than usual. Seizing the moment when Snape sought to trouble Neville, Harry discreetly retrieved the previously hidden fizzing whiz-bee from his robes, swiftly igniting it with his wand before accurately tossing it into Crabbe's cauldron. Boom. 2 seconds later, Crabbe's cauldron erupted, dousing those nearby with the unfinished potion. Malfoy, positioned uncomfortably close, was hit squarely in the face, his nose swelling like a balloon, while his visage was marred by numerous unsightly, festering boils. "Silence! Do not run amok," Snape bellowed, brandishing his wand in a bid to restore order among the frenzied young witches and wizards. "Those who were splashed may come to me for a decongestant potion." Snape repeated this command several times before the chaotic classroom finally settled. Once all affected had been treated, Snape, with a stern expression, extracted the twisted remains of the fizzing whiz-bee from Crabbe's cauldron. "Do not let me discover who was responsible. Should I ascertain the culprit, expulsion shall be the consequence." Snape's gaze bore down on Harry, his tone chillingly cold. Harry, exhibiting an Oscar-worthy performance, managed to appear suitably perplexed, and Snape, after scrutinizing him for an extended duration, was none the wiser. Fortunately, the lesson concluded shortly thereafter, and Harry hastily exited the potions classroom alongside Ron and Hermione, making their way back to Myrtle's lavatory. "Snape surely suspects it was me," Harry lamented, "for he had been watching me the entire lesson." Rest assured, he has no evidence, Ron reassured him, patting Harry on the shoulder. Your acting was exceptional. Let us hope so. However, I fear he will not relent easily. Harry shook his dejected head and turned to Hermione, only to notice that her expression was somewhat peculiar. What's the matter, Hermione? Haven't we already acquired the materials? Oh, Hermione snapped back to reality, tossing the materials into the cauldron with a distracted air. It will be ready in 2 weeks, just in time for Christmas. Harry nodded and inquired. What were you just thinking about? I called your name several times before you responded. Nothing, Hermione replied, patting her face to rouse her spirits. As a close friend of Harry and Ron, the young witch was well aware that there were certain matters that could not be divulged to those two. They were simply incapable of keeping secrets. I got engrossed in the match. I lost track of time. Chapter 68. The transfiguration of the box following the theft of his private collection. Snape was indeed furious for over a week, only ceasing his relentless deductions from Gryffindor when the Christmas holidays approached. The young lions had grown accustomed to this. Snape had always targeted Gryffindor, and after Harry's enrollment, his actions had become even more pronounced. This recent spate of point deductions felt to the young lions like a pre-holiday assault, ensuring that Slytherin maintained a lead over Gryffindor in the house standings, even if they merely solidified their position just above last place. The little snakes were delighted as long as they could keep the foolish lions beneath them, ensuring a joyful holiday season. By December 19th, Hogwarts Castle was nearly deserted. In the morning, Ike awoke in the empty dormitory, feeling somewhat disoriented. For a year and a half, he had grown accustomed to Stuart's wake-up calls and Terry's customary morning greetings, followed by playful banter with Michael and Anthony from the neighboring dormitory as they made their way to the Great Hall for a delightful breakfast. As he traversed the similarly vacant common room to the hall, he exchanged nods with Autumn. Ike casually flipped open a compendium of ancient magic. Sipping on hot milk while forking a piece of waffle, his attention swiftly absorbed by the book. The more he delved into its pages, the more he realized the superficiality of his understanding of ancient magic. His application felt rigid and crude. On his third review, he had garnered numerous new insights regarding the spell that had nearly incapacitated young Voldemort. Ike was confident that if given another chance, he would not allow Voldemort to escape. This Christmas holiday, apart from continuing his studies in ancient magic, Ike also intended to modify the expensive, seamless extension charm box he had purchased, attempting to create a smaller, more portable version, perhaps a pocket watch or a ring. As a former bookworm, he found himself quite envious of such spatial equipment. The idea for the ring stemmed from fantasy novels, while the pocket watch was inspired by a character from a fanfiction. Of course, given Ike's current level of alchemy and mastery of the seamless extension charm, these aspirations still seemed somewhat distant, although the box itself was quite reliable. After breakfast, he returned to the dormitory and emptied the contents of the box, promptly climbing inside. In a space of 3 cubic meters, just sufficient for Ike to stand upright and slightly stretch his limbs, he retrieved his wand and aimed it at one of the walls. With precision, Ike unleashed the concealed expansion charm, and the wall gradually receded under the influence of the spell, halting after retreating approximately 70 centimeters. Not pausing, he cast the spell repeatedly upon the surrounding walls, causing the space within the box to expand progressively until it reached the dimensions of a room. He then hastened to the wall, wielding his wand like a quill, inscribing ancient runes that shimmered with a gentle white light. Words such as stability, fortitude, and dust removal were meticulously etched upon the wall, only to vanish shortly thereafter. Once all 4 walls were adorned with the inscriptions, Ike flicked his left hand, causing his body to float horizontally in midair. As he waved his wand, a complex magical circle began to materialize. When the circle merged with the ceiling above, Ike proceeded to draw another array upon the floor. Upon completing the final stroke, a gentle luminescence, akin to ripples, swept through the entire space before dissipating. Wiping the perspiration from his brow, Ike nodded in satisfaction. The concealed expansion charm was classified by the Ministry of Magic as a prohibited spell due to its propensity to heighten the risk of exposure for wizards, as well as its inherent instability. Many wizards were eager to utilize the charm to modify their bags and boxes, often neglecting the limitations and temporal constraints of the spell. Instances of bags bursting unexpectedly while shopping, scattering their contents, were not uncommon. While such occurrences might be manageable within the magical community, they could incite significant chaos in the Muggle world. To mitigate these risks, the Ministry forbade private use of the concealed expansion charm for creating spatial items, permitting its legitimate sale only for suitcases and family tents. However, numerous wizards paid little heed to this regulation. In reality, as long as one remained undetected, there was rarely any scrutiny. Ike had discovered the method to stabilize the concealed expansion charm in the restricted section of the library, utilizing the very ancient runes inscribed on the wall, which could prevent the spell from deteriorating over time. The two magical arrays he employed were derived from the Ravenclaw manuscript, serving a similar function but with greater reliability, even allowing magic to be cast without causing the concealed expansion charm to collapse. For instance, casting a shrinking charm on a typical item modified by the concealed expansion charm could result in its failure. However, with these two arrays, even if reduced to the size of gravel, such an issue would not arise. Using the levitation charm, he retrieved items from the box, returning them inside before applying a shrinking charm to reduce the box to a size that could fit into his pocket. He then made his way to the 8th floor, to the room of requirement, repeating 3 times, "I need a place to store my belongings." Ike opened the grand door that materialized on the wall and plunged into the vast heap of discarded items. This space was filled with belongings cast aside by Hogwarts students over centuries, ample enough to meet Ike's needs. Although most items bore varying degrees of damage, with some repair, they could be restored to functionality. Sofas, ladders, tables, cabinets, and a plethora of decorative items were meticulously packed into the box by Ike, each placed in its intended position. After a considerable amount of time, the box had undergone a remarkable transformation, now resembling a tastefully decorated dwelling rather than an empty container. Upon entering through the box's opening and descending the staircase, one's feet met a tattered Ravenclaw carpet, missing a leg, while a lengthy sofa rested nearby. Originally, the sofa boasted 3 legs, but Ike had utilized a cutting charm to remove one, rendering it slightly lower but still functional. In front of the sofa stood a coffee table adorned with some broken alchemical trinkets. Approximately a meter inward, several tall cabinets stood, housing books acquired from both purchases and scavenging in the room of requirement. The cabinets were neatly aligned in a row, serving as makeshift partitions. Further within, Ike had similarly delineated a bedroom, a potions room, and an alchemical laboratory. The layout resembled a character from the Chinese language, somewhat unsightly, yet sufficiently practical. On the walls and atop the tables, Ike had placed numerous magical lamps, all operational. A simple illumination charm directed at them would keep them glowing for an extended period. These lamps were salvaged from a dilapidated cabinet, alongside many grimy glass bottles, perfectly suited for storing brewed potions. A cleaning charm would easily remedy their condition. Subsequently, as long as Ike could venture to Diagon Alley during the holiday to gather materials, both the potions room and the alchemical laboratory would soon be ready for use. Of course, he also had the option to pilfer from Professor Snape and Professor Sprout's private collections. Professor Sprout was relatively manageable, as he could discreetly traverse the greenhouse at night. With the aid of the walking plants, Ike could effortlessly procure what he desired without drawing Professor Sprout's attention. However, accessing Snape's private collection posed a bit more of a challenge. Chapter 69. Little Black emerging from the room of requirement. It was already evening. Ike had toiled throughout the day, feeling famished. He stowed the shrunken box in his pocket and made his way directly to the Great Hall. Upon entering, he discovered that dinner had only just commenced. Professor Flitwick waved at Ike, urging him to take a seat promptly. Ike nodded in acknowledgement and found an empty spot at the long table, quickly gulping down a generous serving of pumpkin juice, which provided some relief. The Christmas holiday dinner maintained its usual standard, yet with fewer students remaining at the school, the atmosphere was more relaxed, devoid of the customary seating arrangements by house. Ike noticed Padma seated at the Gryffindor table, right next to her sister, Parvati. Autumn and several Ravenclaw girls were grouped with Hufflepuff, while a few members of the Quidditch team joined them, engaging in conversation as they dined. Indeed, very few remained at the Ravenclaw table. After finishing another glass of pumpkin juice, devouring a steak, a fried egg, 2 German sausages, and half a plate of macaroni, Ike's stomach finally voiced its protest. Pouring another glass of lemonade, he sipped it slowly, feeling the need to pause before taking any action, as he truly felt a bit unsteady on his feet. As he was drinking, a small brown-haired figure approached, setting down a glass of orange juice in front of him, accompanied by a slender book. A glance revealed it to be the latest issue of Transfiguration today. "Where have you been today, Ike?" "I've been looking for you all day," Hermione inquired. "I was in the dormitory," Ike replied, catching his breath before asking, "What's the matter? What do you need me for?" Hermione appeared somewhat hesitant, pausing before softly asking, "Ike, is your pet, Little Black, still around?" At her words, Ike's expression flickered with annoyance as he shook his head. "Little Black is missing. I don't know when he ran away. I searched for him for a long time. Have you seen him?" "I might have," Hermione hesitated, glancing at the professor's table. And seeing no sign of Snape, she continued, "Earlier, I secretly went into Snape's private collection." "Oh, Ike exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. That attack the other time was, yes. Hermione quickly interrupted, don't digress. Let me explain. For certain reasons, I needed some potion ingredients, which are only available in Snape's private collection. So, while Harry was distracted, I snuck in. Just as I found what I wanted and was about to leave, I suddenly heard a noise that startled me. I instinctively looked over and vaguely saw a snake slithering out the door. Ike, I'm not certain if it was Little Black, but to my knowledge, you are the only one at Hogwarts who has a snake. Ike's heart sank, though he maintained an anxious facade. It should be him. Did you see him afterwards? Hermione shook her head. No, I haven't seen him since then. Leaning in slightly, the young witch lowered her voice, asking, Little Black, did you really not send him away? Absolutely not, Ike replied, equally lowering his voice. He was already lost before that. Jimmy was quite upset about it for a while. I'm sorry, Hermione said softly, sensing Ike's melancholy. If I see him again, I will definitely catch Little Black for you. Thank you, Hermione, Ike responded. If you do see him. Just as Hermione was about to say something further, she suddenly heard someone calling her name from the Gryffindor table. Turning around, she saw it was Harry and Ron. All right, Hermione, I think it's time for you to head back. Ron's expression did not look too cheerful. Ike gestured towards the frowning Ron. I still want to thank you for bringing me this news. The young witch waved her hand, picking up the copy of Transfiguration today and her glass, standing up. I'm off then, goodbye Ike. No sooner had she spoken than she left in a huff. Not waiting for Ike's response. Watching Hermione and Ron bicker, with Harry caught in the middle, Ike finished his lemonade in one gulp and rose to leave the hall. Comrade Voldemort, what do you seek in Snape's private collection? Seated in his usual spot in the library, Ike casually opened a book, yet his thoughts were entirely elsewhere. It was evident that Comrade Voldemort had attached himself to the Little Black figure, but his intentions remained uncertain. With Hogwarts at his back and being a renowned master of potions in the wizarding world, it was undeniable that Snape's collection must be unimaginably vast, filled with treasures, some of which might even be prohibited by the Ministry of Magic. Consider, for instance, dragon blood or unicorn blood. Could it be that he sought unicorn blood? Ike's understanding of dark magic was limited to well-known spells such as the unforgivable curses and the fiendfire, perhaps with a few curses and malevolent rituals thrown in. However, the realm of dark magic was expansive, and it was entirely possible that there existed some nefarious spell or ritual capable of aiding Comrade Voldemort in escaping his current predicament. Snape's private collection might just harbor what he needed. After much contemplation, this was the only possibility that surfaced. Unicorn blood could grant life, yet in Comrade Voldemort's present state, he could not venture into the Forbidden Forest to hunt as he had done the previous year. Ike remained uncertain whether the blood of a deceased unicorn would possess the same properties. If it did, then it could be concluded that Comrade Voldemort was indeed after unicorn blood, aiming to augment his power to further his nefarious plans. But if it did not, matters would become dire. It was already clear that both he and Harry were undoubtedly on Comrade Voldemort's list for ultimate retribution, with Ike likely occupying a position nearer the top. Thus, once Comrade Voldemort regained his strength, he would surely face a far more perilous situation than ever before. Would the attacks continue? Ike could not be certain. Comrade Voldemort was likely to instigate fear within the school, possibly leading to its closure. Of course, these were not mere side effects. The key was to expel Dumbledore from the institution. Once Dumbledore was gone, the opportunity would arise. Suddenly, Ike recalled the spell Voldemort had cast on Ginny in the original narrative, a spell that likely drew upon the life force of others to facilitate his true resurrection. Yes, indeed, he would surely seek another victim. It could be someone else, or perhaps even Ginny again. Ike hastily returned the book to the shelf and hurried out of the library, making his way towards Gryffindor Tower. Halfway there, he abruptly halted, turning back toward the direction of the Ravenclaw common room. No need to rush. Ike strolled leisurely, returning to his dormitory to retrieve the box he had kept in his pocket, then lay down on his bed. Comrade Voldemort would undoubtedly require time. And so too did he. With Hermione keeping watch, should he appear near Ginny, he would most certainly be discovered. The immediate priority was to ascertain the reason behind his journey to Snape's private collection. Perhaps, tomorrow, he should pay Snape a visit. The cold visage of Snape surfaced in his mind, causing Ike to involuntarily shudder. With a sigh, I brought my right hand's index and middle fingers together and pointed them at my own head. I collapsed to the ground in a daze.